Chapter 1. The Coffin of the Nine Dragons. In the orbital expanse of Mars, amidst the chaotic void several 100,000 miles above the planetary surface, a swirling mist of disorder surged forth. Suddenly, 9 colossal black dragons emerged from the tumult, racing towards the Martian surface. Behind these dragons, chains were entwined, and countless bolts of thunder intermingled, creating a violent disturbance that rendered the entire cosmic space with an unsettling sense of distortion. At the heart of the chaotic purple lightning, a massive coffin could be faintly discerned. Inside the coffin, Guze slowly opened his eyes, his expression calm as he observed the heated debate among the individuals several paces away. "I finally made it into the coffin. If I calculate the time correctly, we should arrive at Mars in no more than half an hour. The one sealed on Mars. Many lives are likely to be lost. I must prepare thoroughly. It's best to stick close to Yi Fan and the others." Within the dark and obscured confines of the coffin of the 9 dragons, everyone was engrossed in examining the intricate engravings of the bronze coffin, unaware of Guze's murmured thoughts. Indeed, as one of Yi Fan's classmates, Guze had little interaction with others, and after graduating, he had completely lost contact, rendering him the least noticeable presence among the group. However, within Guze's heart lay a secret unbeknownst to anyone. He was a time traveler. 10 years ago, he awoke to find himself reborn in this world, becoming one of Yi Fan's classmates. Initially, he was oblivious to the truth, believing he had merely entered an ordinary realm. But today, the events that unfolded on Mount Tai shattered his understanding entirely. When the coffin of the 9 dragons descended and the 5-colored altar appeared, he instantly comprehended everything. Memories, long sealed away, surged forth. All that had transpired in this world flooded back into his mind. The grand mythic epic of the Northern Dipper Domain's bronze hull, the blood taboo of the saint's immortal elixir, was vividly recalled in an instant. Not far away, the others were gathered, closely examining the inner coffin of the 3 generations bronze coffin. Yet, Guze found himself unable to concentrate on them. Mars was drawing near. Guze vividly remembered the calamity that befell the group on Mars, where over half of them had perished. The 18 levels of hell beneath the Great Thundersound Temple housed a terrifying entity suspected to be at the Saint Realm. If he did not devise a plan, his inconspicuous role would lead to his demise, forgotten by all. The only course of action was to tightly cling to Yi Fan and the others, ensuring his survival until they reached the Northern Dipper Star Domain. Guze glanced at Yi Fan and Peng Bo, who were intently studying a bronze carving, feeling somewhat perplexed. Blame it on his own lethargy. For years, he had buried himself in work, neglecting the bonds of friendship, and now, when he sought to rely on others, he did not know where to begin. "Wang Ziwen, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream broke through the air, capturing everyone's attention. Guze stood and walked toward the source, seamlessly blending into the crowd. "What's happening?" Yi Fan, Peng Bo, and Zhou Yi approached as well. "He stole my bag, and he rummaged through my belongings. Some food inside was taken." Lin Jia's face was flushed with anger as she recounted the events. Wang Ziwen, on the other hand, appeared completely unconcerned, saying, "Lin Jia, why are you so agitated? I merely took a few sips of water. That was my property. How dare you take it without my permission?" As the crowd cast their glances at him, Wang Ziwen defended, "We're all classmates. I was just a bit thirsty." Though he said this, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. With the current dangers unknown and no sign of rescue, a bottle of water or a piece of bread was immensely precious. Wang Ziwen, "Return the items to Lin Jia," Zhou Yi interjected, frowning as he attempted to mediate. "It's already been drunk. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to have it now, would it?" Wang Ziwen chuckled, casually handing the water and bag to Li Chongqing. "Indeed, we're all classmates. There's no need for this to escalate. It's just water. Why make such a fuss?" Li Chongqing accepted the items with a smile, showing no intention of returning them, instead slipping them into his pocket. "You've gone too far. Everyone knows Lin Jia has low blood sugar. What you're doing is putting her in jeopardy." Yi Fan pressed through the crowd, locking eyes with Li Chongqing. "Hand it over." Yet Li Chongqing ignored him, smiling at Lin Jia instead. "How about this? Since the water has been drunk, they'll give you 10 bottles when we get out. Was it merely a matter of 10 bottles? The crowd inwardly cursed, but few dared to speak out. Lin Jia suffered from low blood sugar and often needed sugary foods or special drinks to replenish her energy, a fact known to all. Without sufficient sugar intake, she could easily faint or collapse. Taking her emergency supplies at this moment was tantamount to endangering her life. Guze furrowed his brow. He suddenly recalled that Lin Jia had acquired a broken Buddhist artifact in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and she had not been targeted by the monsters throughout. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Yi Fan and his companions were the prime targets of the Crocodile Ancestors' assaults, while Lu Yunzheng and others were secretly scheming to rob them of their artifacts, intending to push them into the sandstorm. If he acted on his earlier thoughts, could it lead to unforeseen consequences? It seemed safer to stay close to Lin Jia. With this realization, Guze's expression shifted. He directly pushed through the crowd to Lu Yunzheng and snatched the bag from his hands. "What are you doing?" Lu Yunzheng instinctively shouted as his belongings were suddenly seized. "Why are you so agitated?" Guze smiled, returning the bag to Lin Jia, while saying, "I understand thirst, but what's the meaning of taking someone's belongings without returning them? Or do you, Lu Yunzheng, have a penchant for stealing from others? Or perhaps you wish to take all the food from her bag to prolong your stay in this coffin?" Lu Yunzheng's expression changed, struggling to find a retort. Guze's words were too blunt, leaving him no room to save face. However, when he turned around, he found everyone staring at him, some with barely concealed mockery, making him hesitate to lose face further. "Guze, as far as I know, you work for a media company in Kyoto, right? I'm familiar with your manager. He often seeks my assistance." Lu Yunzheng's eyes flickered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. His implication was clear without needing further elaboration. "Are you implying that you are threatening me?" Guze chuckled. Chapter 2. Offending people? Haha, we're all classmates here. How could I have any intention of threatening you? Lu Yunzheng replied with a light laugh, adding, "I actually have high hopes for you. Once a prominent figure, it's surprising to see you in such a predicament. If the opportunity arises, I could lend you a hand when we return." His words were laden with undertones of manipulation, and Guze glanced around, suddenly realizing that nearly half of the people were on his side. The crowd had subtly divided into two factions, one led by Lu Yunzheng and Li Chongqing, comprising about 7 or 8 individuals, while the others stood apart in small clusters. Guze found the situation amusing. They had encountered danger for barely half an hour, yet they were already plotting alliances. "Haha, no need for that." Unfazed by Lu Yunzheng's suddenly pale face, Guze pulled Lin Jia away from the crowd, saying, "Keep an eye on your belongings to prevent them from being snatched away by wild dogs." Lin Jia responded softly, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Stop right there." Suddenly, Li Changqing's voice rang out behind them. "What? Do you have something to say?" Guze turned back, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Li Chongqing approached with a casual demeanor, saying with a faint smile, "Don't you think what you just said was a bit excessive? It was merely a joke among classmates. There's no need to escalate the situation. You should apologize to Lu Yunzheng for your remarks." "Apologize? Offend someone?" Guze turned to regard him, replying softly, "Do you really think I fear offending you?" Li Changqing's expression darkened instantly, and those behind him began to gather, creating a subtly tense atmosphere. "Guze, you should apologize to him. It was just a joke." "Why make it so tense?" One person sensed the atmosphere and quickly interjected. "Indeed, after all these years of camaraderie, how will you face each other in the future if this escalates? A simple smile and a word can resolve this matter without any loss." The crowd urged, fearing that something untoward might occur. Some were puzzled, whispering among themselves, "I recall Li Chongqing and the others weren't like this before. Why are they acting so aggressively now, as if they are ready to fight? This place is devoid of legal constraints with so many people. Who can possibly govern their whims?" Some discerned the underlying tension. "Lower your voice, don't attract trouble." Someone gestured for silence. Listening to the well-meaning advice from those around him, the mockery in Guze's eyes intensified. He paid no heed to their words. Their obsequious nature rendered them mere ordinary folk, even if they were fortunate enough to reach Beidou, with no hope of ascending to greatness. "Are you all blind?" At that moment, A deep voice laced with suppressed anger resonated. Pang Bo, who had been observing from the sidelines, could no longer tolerate it. He pushed aside those blocking his path and pointed at the individuals who had just spoken, saying, Lu Yunji stole Lin Jiao's belongings, and you all dare not utter a word. Now that Gu Zhe has helped retrieve them, you want him to apologize? Pang Bo's imposing stature and robust build exuded an undeniable aura of pressure. With a single fierce glare, the others fell silent. Yi Fan then interjected, in a place like this, we cannot even leave, and we have no idea when rescue will arrive. Water and food are scarce, and it is inevitable that some may harbor ill intentions. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Someone softly retorted. Pang Bo shot a glare at the crowd behind Li Chongqing, prompting immediate silence among them, none daring to utter another word. Enough, enough! Let's not escalate this any further. Li Xiaoman suddenly spoke up, stepping away from the crowd to urge Yi Fan and Pang Bo to calm down. Overreacting? He just stole from Lin Jia next. He could take from you, Zhou Yi scoffed. Meanwhile, Lin Jia tugged gently at the trio's sleeves, her voice barely above a whisper. Perhaps we should just let it go. The group turned to see the reluctance in Lin Jia's eyes to escalate the matter, and they ultimately refrained from further comment. Soon, the crowd dispersed, each seeking a place to rest, awaiting the rescue that may never come. In a corner of the bronze coffin, Gu Zhe and Yi Fan sat on the ground. Following the brief altercation, the bond among them had evidently strengthened. Gu Zhe, thank you so much for earlier, Lin Jiao approached, expressing her gratitude for what had transpired. It was nothing significant, you need not thank me. Had it not been for Pang Bo and Yi Fan, I would have struggled. Gu Zhe replied with a smile, naturally attributing his assistance to them. Pang Bo, Yi Fan, I truly appreciate your help. Lin Jiao promptly turned to thank the two. Yi Fan smiled, it's nothing, we are classmates after all. No need for formality. Pang Bo boisterously added, we were ready to step in regardless, I just didn't expect Gu Zhe to be so eager. He's quite the straightforward fellow. As he spoke, he patted Gu Zhe on the shoulder, his large eyes filled with admiration, clearly finding Gu Zhe to his liking. What worries me is that you've made enemies. It may not bode well for you once we get outside. Zhou Yi interjected, seeming hesitant to continue. But he quickly added, you should consider changing jobs after this. Li Chongqing has some influence and connections in the media industry. To this, Gu Zhe merely responded with a faint smile. Return? No one will be going back. Just then, the bronze coffin suddenly shook violently, causing everyone to lose their balance, many even toppling to the ground. What's happening? What's going on? Surely, someone has come to rescue us. It's been so long. The fire brigade must be on their way. Let's hope nothing else goes wrong, and they get us out of here soon. Amidst uncertainty, the crowd speculated whether help had finally arrived. Boom! Another tremendous tremor, resonating like thunder from outside, echoed within the bronze coffin, filling the space with a jarring noise that hinted at the magnitude of the collision outside. Some who had just managed to rise from the ground were flung back down, and cries of pain erupted throughout the coffin. However, Gu Zhe and his companions, seated in the corner and bracing for the second shake, managed to avoid significant injuries. Light! A crack has opened in the bronze coffin, and light is streaming in, Li Xiaoman exclaimed, pointing in a direction. Everyone turned to look and indeed saw a slender beam of light penetrating through. Before long, the coffin lid swung open wide, and all rushed out, exclaiming in astonishment, we are finally safe. Cries of joy filled the air, faces alight with the relief of having survived. Yet Gu Zhe's expression gradually darkened, for he knew that Mars had arrived, and the grim process of elimination was about to commence. Chapter 3. The skull of the 9 generations of the sacred body before them stretched an endless expanse of reddish-brown earth, devoid of any sign of life, desolate and eerily silent. All stood transfixed, gazing at the scene before them, unable to believe their eyes. Above them, 2 moons, one large and one small, shone with startling clarity, casting an otherworldly glow upon the starry sky that evoked an unsettling sense of unreality. Suddenly, a metallic tremor emanated from the copper coffin atop the multicolored altar, prompting the crowd to turn in startled confusion. What was happening? Some were taken aback, their eyes filled with dread as they glanced toward the coffin. Perhaps it has shifted, one speculated. Upon hearing the sound, Guze abruptly turned his head. He cast a fleeting glance at the copper coffin before stealthily moving to the forefront of the crowd, distancing himself slightly from the coffin of the third generation. If his conjecture was correct, the crocodile ancestor must have already entered. After thousands of years, even artifacts of the highest order had lost their formidable power. He could not believe that after Sakymuni's parinirvana, the 18 layers of hell could suppress the crocodile ancestor for millennia. Moreover, how could such a transcendent treasure as the third-generation copper coffin, linked to the origins, shift without reason? This was an object that even the chaotic thunder could not disturb. Ahead, a cluster of radiant light beckoned. Just as anticipated, someone had spotted the glow of the Great Thunder Sound Temple and proposed an exploration to ascertain if any signs of life remained. Soon, they discovered a stone tablet inscribed with the words Inghua and recognized the 2 moons overhead. Realizing they were currently on Mars, the crowd was engulfed in a haze of confusion, their faces painted with the despair of shattered hope. Do not lose heart as long as there is a glimmer of life. We must not give up, Li Xiaoman urged, her demeanor remarkably calm as she joined the others in following the light. Gu Zei's expression shifted. This woman was shrouded in mystery. He wondered if she had been possessed by the crocodile ancestor. It seemed she had been the last to emerge from the copper coffin. Gu Zei pondered deeply. If the crocodile ancestor had indeed taken possession of her, did it imply that the monsters were under her command, and that the deaths of these individuals rested entirely upon her whims? Yet, why had she not simply slaughtered them all before they could claim the treasures? Why lead them to the Great Thunder Sound Temple and the sandstorm that engulfed half the planet? Its timing felt suspiciously fortuitous. A chilling realization dawned upon Gu Zei. He suspected that the crocodile ancestor was akin to a guide, existing solely to lead them toward the northern Dipper Star domain. It was even more likely that it had reached some form of agreement with Sakyamuni. The crowd soon regained their composure, casting aside their despondent thoughts as they pressed on, the distant glow drawing nearer. Finally, they rounded a colossal wall of ruins and reached the edge of the desolation, where they beheld the source of the light, a half-weathered ancient temple quietly standing before them. How could there be a temple on Mars? Beside it stood a Bodhi tree. The temple and the Bodhi were both extraordinary, especially with the ancient tree surrounded by a halo of divine light, evoking a sense of awe. Why did this ancient temple feel so timeless, as if the scars of history were flowing through it? Could it be that this ancient temple on Mars was indeed the fabled dwelling of deities? Surely, there couldn't be true Buddhas or divine beings in this world. There was a bronze plaque nearby, inscribed with writings. Soon, someone spotted the plaque hanging at the temple and called others to come and take a look. Gu Zei had now fallen to the back of the group, maintaining a safe distance from the foremost Li Xiaoman. Wary of becoming a target of her attention, he no longer considered seizing the relics of the Buddha, Bodhi leaves, or the demon-subduing pestle before Yi Fan and the others. That woman now appeared unsettlingly calm. Her movements fluid and practiced, definitely not the Li Xiaoman he once knew. He could assert with certainty that she had lost her consciousness. The figure leading the group ahead was probably the crocodile ancestor. With such a guide in existence, he understood that any attempt to lay hands on those treasures would likely lead to his untimely demise. Just then, he inadvertently kicked something, stumbling and falling to the ground. "Are you all right?" Yi Fan and the others turned back at the sound. "I'm fine. Just stumbled," Gu Zei replied awkwardly, feigning an effort to rise. Seeing he was unharmed, they said nothing further and returned to the throng. As Gu Zei got back to his feet, he was drawn to the object that had tripped him. Scattered before him were several human skulls. Upon rough count, there were as many as 8. The skulls were exceedingly rough, riddled with weathered cracks, some even missing jawbones, yet it was evident they belonged to adults. Each forehead bore a remarkably uniform hole, about the width of a finger, with edges that were unnaturally smooth, as if pierced by a sharp instrument. Could these be the skulls of saints? Gu Zei wondered, casually picking one up to examine its peculiarities. However, at the moment his fingers brushed against the skull, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his ears. "Ding! Key artifact detected. The universal system has been activated automatically. Ding! Artifact identification in progress. Please hold on. Ding! Identification successful. 8th generation human sacred body. Commencing absorption of the sacred body essence." In an instant, An extraordinary sensation surged within him, a subtle yet profound warmth flowing from the skull into his body. Simultaneously, vivid images flashed before his eyes. Atop Mount Tai, a scholar gazed into the sea of clouds, singing to the setting sun, followed by a nine-dragon coffin descending from the heavens, the multicolored altar radiating divine light, drawing the scholar within on the ancient road of the starry sky. A solitary scholar stood before a dark copper coffin, filled with trepidation as he followed the light to the great thunder sound temple, only to be pierced by a sudden appearance of a small crocodile. The system's voice resonated once more, absorption successful. As the voice faded, the warm current ceased abruptly, and Guze felt a newfound power surging within him, unlike anything he had experienced before. Now he comprehended the origin of these skulls. Thus, Yifan must be the ninth generation of the human sacred body, traversing the ancient road of the stars, while the 8 generations had all fallen to the crocodile ancestor. The system seemed capable of aiding him in absorbing the essence of the sacred body to transform his own constitution. The skull in his hand crumbled to ash, the lingering divine essence having been entirely depleted. Raising his gaze, Guze turned his attention to the remaining skulls. Having absorbed just one, he felt a monumental change within. The flow of his blood quickened, and an inexhaustible strength coursed through him. Picking up another skull, the system's voice chimed again. The 7th generation sacred body was a chivalrous hero. The 6th generation, a veteran of the battlefield. The 5th generation was, astonishingly, a mortal emperor. The 4th generation, the 3rd generation, Guze observed that most of the essence within these sacred body skulls had diminished over time, and the more fragmented and ancient they were, the less power they imparted. Even after absorbing all 8 skulls, he felt only a modest sense of completeness. Clearly, the divine essence absorbed by the system could not grant Guze a complete sacred body lineage. He slowly raised his head, quietly eyeing Yifan in the distance. Chapter 4. A Sinister Hand? Gazing at Yifan, Guze was momentarily overcome with an impulse to experiment, to see if he could directly siphon the sacred body essence from him. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. What a folly that would be! Yifan was the protagonist of this world, blessed with fortune and destiny. Not to mention, he was under the constant scrutiny of formidable powers. Even if he did make contact, the system would likely remain unresponsive. Pangbo possessed the celestial demon physique, while Yifan was an ancient sacred body. If direct absorption were possible, it would have activated the system countless times during their numerous encounters along the way. With this realization, Guze muttered to himself, "I am but a minor character, content to play my role, as for the perilous battles and the relentless pursuit faced by those who tread the path of the brave. Let them bear that burden. As a supporting character, one must embrace the role, evade danger when it arises, ascertain whether treasures can be claimed safely. If pursued, never engage the pursuers, and should victory be achieved, know that greater threats will follow. Every step must be taken with caution, deliberate and prudent." Just as he resolved this, Guze felt a subtle tremor ripple through the ground beneath him, accompanied by a distant rumble akin to thunder. Could it be merely an illusion? As he observed the crowd not far away, still oblivious and marveling at the unfolding spectacle, he momentarily doubted his own hearing. Yet, merely seconds later, he swiftly realized that he had not erred. At the horizon of the reddish-brown earth, a dark, oppressive line abruptly emerged, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 horses' whinnies, appearing before the onlookers in the blink of an eye in that fleeting moment. The sky full of stars and moons vanished entirely, as if the firmament itself had collapsed upon the shimmering barrier of light. "Quick, we must leave this place and enter the bronze coffin." Amidst the frenzied cries of the others, Guze stealthily repositioned himself to stand beside Lin Jia, bracing for the imminent peril. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed as the distant bronze coffin began to tremble slightly, its wide lid showing ominous signs of closing. "This is not good. It is about to shut. Hurry inside." The luminous barrier overhead had dimmed to an alarming degree, prompting everyone to muster every ounce of strength to sprint forward. The kilometer-long distance was traversed in a mere 2 minutes, and they soon found themselves directly before the 3 lifetimes bronze coffin. It was evident that Pangbo, who had been leading the charge, had already stepped 1 foot into the coffin, yet the previously anticipated juvenile crocodiles had yet to make an appearance. "What is happening?" Not a single person has perished. Where is the promised plot twist? Gu Zhe was perplexed, sensing a dissonance between the unfolding events and his memories. Everything seemed to be transpiring far too swiftly. Astonishingly, no one had met their demise, and all remained unscathed. However, there was no time for contemplation. Cracks were beginning to appear in the barrier behind them, leaving no room for hesitation. With this thought in mind, he tightened his grip on Lin Jia's hand and advanced towards the bronze coffin. Disregarding the ever-elusive juvenile crocodiles, at that moment, Yifan, running alongside them, suddenly turned his head and whispered, "Be wary of Li Chongqing and Lu Yunji." He glanced back at us several times. This guy is quite scheming. So tread carefully. Indeed. He looked at me too. I cannot fathom what he is plotting, chimed in Zhou Yi, who had caught up, panting heavily. Yu Zhe nodded in acknowledgement, raising his gaze only to lock eyes with Li Chongqing, who flashed a grin before swiftly redirecting his attention. The bronze coffin nearby continued to close, leaving behind only a narrow slit for a single person to pass through. Quickly, come here. The coffin is about to seal. Someone shouted. Hand me your hand. I will pull you up. Lu Yunji and his group had reached the bronze coffin's edge, turning back to assist those behind them, their expressions calm and friendly, betraying no hint of unease. Soon, Gu Zhe and the others arrived at the coffin's side, where the lid was nearly shut, leaving an even smaller gap that required them to turn sideways to squeeze through. Hurry, get inside, Li Chongqing bellowed, his gaze swiftly scanning the group. Observing the somewhat erratic glimmer in Li Chongqing's eyes, as well as the individuals standing behind him, Gu Zhe subtly furrowed his brow. Lin Jia, Yifan, you should go first. All right, but do take care. Should I stay back? Yifan hesitated, having noticed the peculiar positioning of the individuals within the coffin. Don't not worry. You all go ahead, Gu Zhe replied nonchalantly. 6 or 7 individuals crowded the narrow entrance, forming a wall that obstructed any view of Pang Bo and the others. A sense of foreboding lingered in their hearts. Before long, only a few remained to enter the 3 lifetimes bronze coffin, with Gu Zhe himself left outside. Climb up, hand me your hand, quickly. Li Chongqing extended his hand toward him, beckoning him to ascend, his expression still composed, exuding confidence. What scheme is this guy concocting? Gu Zhe pondered, having caught a glimpse of a sly smile lurking at the corner of Li Chongqing's mouth. Though the latter concealed his intentions well, Gu Zhe discerned the truth in an instant. Just as Gu Zhe stepped onto the bronze surface, avoiding Li Chongqing's hand while attempting to steady the coffin lid, Li Chongqing suddenly kicked forcefully at Gu Zhe's chest, yanking away his grip on the coffin's wall, trying to shove him out of the 3 lifetimes bronze coffin. What are you doing? Lin Jia exclaimed in shock. You bastard, Li Chongqing, Zhou Yi shouted, realizing his intentions and erupting in anger, but it was too late to intervene. Li Chongqing, poised above, struck swiftly, leaving everyone no time to react. With a soft thud, Gu Zhe stumbled back a considerable distance, twisting sideways as he grasped Li Chongqing's hand tightly. Using his weight, he swiftly pulled Li Chongqing out of the coffin alongside him. The sudden turn of events sent everyone into an uproar, and Yifan, quick to react, turned to rush down to help, but was restrained by Zhou Yi's quick reflexes. Close it. Once you go down, you won't be able to come back up. Gu Zhe, hurry, Li Chongqing, forget about him. Come up now, someone shouted, urging both Gu Zhe and Li Chongqing to ascend. Yet, the calm demeanor on Li Chongqing's face had been replaced by panic as he scrambled to rise and re-enter the coffin. You dare to plot against me? Gu Zhe dismissed the impending closure of the coffin lid, positioning himself firmly in front of Li Chongqing, seizing his collar and lifting him high, flinging him in the opposite direction. In the blink of an eye, Li Chongqing sprang back to his feet, panic-stricken, and dashed toward the coffin once more. Gu Zhe moved his foot, delivering a kick to Li Chongqing's chest, sending him sprawling, and coldly remarked, You plotted against me earlier. Now you wish to ascend. Chapter 5. Do not let things escalate too far. Inside the bronze coffin, expressions among the group varied. Some were astonished by Gu Zhe's actions. Others wore anxious faces, but uniformly, they urged the two to hasten their ascent. Step aside. Li Chongqing, in a disheveled state, struggled to his feet, staring at Gu Zhe with fear in his eyes. He could never have anticipated that this person would disregard his own life. Not only would he not allow himself to ascend the coffin, but he also obstructed Gu Zhe's path. Initially, He had aimed to outsmart Gu Zhe, but he never imagined matters would devolve to this extent. Step aside. Weren't you just trying to kick me out of the coffin to let me be swept away by this storm? Gu Zhe sneered, tightening his grip around Li Chongqing's neck and lifting him high. Li Chongqing's face turned pale as he struggled furiously against Gu Zhe's iron grip. Yet, Gu Zhe's strength was immense. No matter how he twisted and turned, he could not break free, nearly choking as he gasped for air. His eyes bulged, and even his bones creaked ominously, rendering him unable to utter a plea for mercy. In the back, the crowd recognized the escalating situation. It appeared Gu Zhe was intent on choking Li Chongqing to death. A male classmate urgently interjected, "Gu Zhe, let go. You'll end up killing him. Yes, let him go." Others chimed in, fearing for Li Chongqing's life. Yet, no one proposed that they ascend. In the time spent deliberating, the gap left by the coffin lid had already closed off any chance of passage. Talking is easy for you, Pang Bo, having just pushed through the crowd, caught sight of the unfolding scene. He glared at those who had spoken and retorted, "Do you even have the audacity to tell Gu Zhe to let go? Did you not see that he was trying to kill Gu Zhe just now? If Gu Zhe hadn't reacted swiftly, one of us would be left outside the coffin." Having come from the same background, they all understood that if the coffin sealed again, only the two of them would be left stranded in this chaos. Another classmate chimed in, "So, Gu Zhe, you should let him go. Let's discuss this calmly." Gu Zhe recognized the voice. It belonged to one of those who had previously surrounded him, preventing Yi Fan and the others from intervening. If Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Zhou Yi, and a few others who were on his side had been watching, Li Chongqing would never have dared to act so recklessly. Given their temperaments, especially Pang Bo's, if Li Chongqing had made a move, his immediate response would have been to kick Li Chongqing down. With this thought, Gu Zhe smiled and tightened his grip even further. Pang Bo recognized the speaker as well, furiously retorting, "You speak so lightly. You were the one obstructing me from keeping an eye on things. Weren't you? What are you scheming?" The individual wore an expression of indifference, replying nonchalantly, "I was merely being considerate, afraid you might get shaken off." Shaken off? A gap wide enough for a person to squeeze through. And you think we could just be shaken off? You speak too lightly. Come, let me see how you would be shaken off. Pang Bo's eyes burned with fury, his agitation mounting in the next moment. He seized the man's head and attempted to shove it into the coffin's crevice. "Do not let this escalate into a fatal situation. Gu Zhe, speak calmly, and first set him down. We need to figure out how to get back up." Beside him, a female classmate spoke up, her gaze subtly drifting towards Lu Yunji. Throughout this exchange, Lu Yunji maintained an air of remarkable calmness, neither offering words of comfort nor expressing any opinions, completely adopting an attitude of indifference. "Indeed, Gu Zhe, you should release him first and find a way to come inside. We will discuss how to deal with him after entering the bronze coffin." Another voice chimed in, urging Gu Zhe to let go while also inquiring about Lu Yunji's thoughts. As more and more eyes turned towards him, Lu Yunji, who had previously kept his distance, could no longer restrain himself. "Jiu Zhe, release him. There are no grievances between classmates that cannot be resolved. Let us not escalate this any further." Escalate this further? On Mars, Gu Zhe, holding Li Chongqing aloft with one hand, turned his head upon hearing these words. He looked at Lu Yunji, whose face emerged from the cracks of the coffin, and smiled broadly. An unusually radiant smile. "Do you believe we have yet to cross that line?" Gu Zhe carried Li Chongqing towards the edge of the storm, his voice not loud but crystal clear to everyone present. His intentions were unmistakable. He intended to cast Li Chongqing into a tempest capable of engulfing half the planet in mere moments. Releasing his grip on Li Chongqing's neck, Gu Zhe pressed him down onto the ground at the storm's edge. "A mere half a meter from the shimmering barrier. I'll give you a chance to reflect deeply on your errors. Perhaps I might spare you." As he spoke, he exerted pressure on Li Chongqing's hand, gradually pushing him closer to the storm. The sound of flesh tearing resonated, and the ground, littered with shattered stones, was soon stained with blood. Li Chongqing, his complexion already ashen, coughed violently, his heart gripped by terror. His body trembling as he gazed at Gu Zhe with fear in his eyes. "I was momentarily blinded by rage. I harbored resentment after you humiliated me, and I sought revenge. Please spare me." "I apologize. I will never dare again," Li Chongqing cried out, desperately pushing against the debris-strewn ground. His limbs soon grazed and torn, yet he could not halt his inexorable approach towards the storm. The tempest on Mars was fierce, filled with boulders weighing dozens, even hundreds of pounds. If a person were to be swept away, they would be reduced to mere fragments within seconds. Suddenly, his relentless movement ceased. Jiuzhe patted his head gently and said, "In that case, I forgive you. Moreover, we have shared 4 years as classmates. I hope you will not hold any grudges and refrain from making things difficult for me again." "Absolutely." After Guze released him, Li Changqing's body continued to tremble as he stammered, "Why, you can rest assured, this matter was entirely my fault. How could I dare to harbor resentment?" Though he spoke these words, his gaze remained cast down, unwilling to meet Gu Zhe's eyes. "That is for the best." Gu Zhe's voice, light and relaxed, reached Li Changqing's ears, gradually easing the tension etched across his face. Finally, he had deceived his way through. A flicker of joy surged within him. Yet in the next moment, he felt as if struck by a cannonball. Gu Zhe kicked him, sending him flying into the storm. "I said I forgave you. But I never promised to let you off the hook." As he witnessed Li Changqing being shredded by the storm's debris, Gu Zhe murmured to himself and the bronze coffin of the third generation. Everyone was left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Gu Zhe would dare to act so decisively. "Li Changqing is dead?" Lin Jia covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Not only she, but others were equally astonished. The turn of events was too sudden. In just half a second, Li Changqing had vanished without a trace, not even a drop of blood to mark his passing. Meanwhile, Lu Yunji turned away with a grim expression, stepping into the depths of the bronze coffin. Everyone else was so preoccupied with Li Changqing's demise that they overlooked this moment. With a heavy thud, the massive bronze coffin finally sealed shut. Chapter 6. The Soil of the Celestial Realm, the complete ancient sacred body. As the ancient 5-colored altar radiated light and the shadow of the 9 dragons' coffin faded into the storm, Gu Zhe realized that he might be facing the end. Not only was a journey to the Big Dipper out of the question, but even a return to Earth was impossible. He was left alone on Mars awaiting his demise. How ironic. He had thought he could smoothly survive to the place of immortality, only to find that everyone else had left, while he remained stranded here. Gazing at the reddish-brown storm above, Gu Zhe found himself momentarily lost in thought. The barrier against the storm had become drastically weakened, with some sections torn apart, allowing the howling winds to rush in. The sand-laden storm instantaneously cast a gloom over the entire restricted area. "This is truly absurd. I was supposed to bide my time." He had not anticipated such a catastrophic outcome. He had initially believed he would at least achieve immortality, or at the very least, cultivate to the level of a sage. Instead, he was unable to survive even the 5th chapter. Fate can be cruel. The fierce winds and sands battered his face mercilessly, forcing Gu Zhe to turn away to shield himself from the onslaught of debris. However, as he turned, he unexpectedly caught sight of a faint flicker of 5-colored divine light not far away. Though barely discernible, in the dimness of the restricted area, it stood out like a beacon. It was in the direction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Hadn't that place been completely stripped bare? Gu Zhe pondered, for logically, that location had been thoroughly ransacked. People had taken everything, leaving not even a plaque behind. How could there be divine light emanating from it? Could it be a leftover treasure? Or perhaps something related to the 18 layers of hell? Regardless, he no longer had the luxury of time to dwell on such thoughts. The current situation was dire. Remaining stationary would surely lead to his demise. Perhaps investigating the source of the divine light might offer a glimmer of hope. With that thought, Gu Zhe turned and trudged against the wind and sand towards the location of the 5-colored divine light. Before long, he arrived at what had once been the Great Thunder Sound Temple, now reduced to a desolate ruin, utterly devoid of any trace of its former glory under the relentless winds. There, he spotted the origin of the 5-colored divine light. Approximately 3 zhang away, he noticed a fist-sized hole in the ground, encircled by a layer of ash, from which the 5-colored divine light erupted. It was the very spot where the Bodhi seed had been unearthed. Recognizing it immediately, Gu Zhe observed that within a 2 zhang radius of the 5-colored divine light, the wind and sand could not penetrate, and the ashes retained the form of the Bodhi tree. Indeed, how could the soil that nurtured the Bodhi tree be mere earthly soil? Curiosity piqued, Gu Zhe crouched down, preparing to clear away the dust that had accumulated over millennia to uncover what lay beneath. Just as he extended his hand into the hole and touched the soil below, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more, beep, detecting a high-dimensional energy object for identification. Beep, identification successful. This object is soil of the celestial realm devoid of the essence of eternal life, capable of being absorbed to transform one's constitution. Soil of the celestial realm? Upon hearing the System S announcement, Gu Zhe instinctively chose to absorb it in the next moment. A surge of potent five-colored divine radiance erupted, flooding into his body through his arm in a continuous stream. Almost instantaneously, Gu Zhe felt an overwhelming energy raging within him, a pressure building from the depths of his very flesh. He feared he might burst apart. Beep. Constitution has been fully transformed. No stronger bloodline constitution detected. Unable to enhance further. Beep. Abnormal conditions in the host sea of bitterness detected. Commencing diagnosis. Beep. Diagnosis successful. Beginning to alleviate the suppression of the heavenly forces on the host sea of bitterness. The voice in his mind concluded. Gu Zhe was instantly enveloped by the five-colored divine light. An invisible wave radiated from him, lifting the dust from the ground and revealing a two-zhang square of five-colored soil beneath. The divine light soared into the sky, creating an opening in the storm above. Simultaneously, in the vast emptiness of space surrounding Mars, the nine dragons' coffin drifted serenely, moving towards a distant mass of chaotic thunder. Inside the coffin, Li Xiaoman, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. She turned her gaze towards Mars, her lively eyes filled with astonishment, as if she had encountered something unfathomable. Someone cultivating their sea of bitterness? But how could an ordinary person's efforts to cultivate their sea of bitterness generate such a powerful disturbance? In the next moment, a strange glimmer ignited in her eyes, as if she could see through the thick bronze walls of the coffin. The sea of bitterness of the ancient sacred body is awakening. But how could there be two sacred bodies in this era? With this thought, Li Xiaoman subtly glanced towards Yifan, who remained motionless in the corner, resting. Who among them was the one referred to as Shakyamuni? Li Xiaoman fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, she resolved, let us take them all along. With a deep sigh, Li Xiaoman raised her index finger, delicately plucking a flower with one hand, her nail swiftly gliding across it, causing a drop of blood to fall. This drop of blood seemed almost alive, quickly making its way through the crack of the three-lifetime copper coffin. And upon reaching the vast emptiness of the cosmos, it began to writhe and transform, ultimately taking on the shape of a small crocodile, approximately 3 inches in size. In no time, it charged toward the position on Mars where divine light soared into the sky. At this moment, Gu Zhe found himself in a rather peculiar state. Streams of radiant light surged from beneath his feet, enveloping him entirely in multicolored divine illumination. A gentle yet powerful energy coursed upward from the points of contact with his body, eventually flooding into a specific part of his mind. Along with this, he felt a subtle sensation of his blood simmering within him. It was as if boundless strength surged through his entire being. An urgency to unleash it overwhelming him. He felt as if he possessed the strength of at least 10,000 pounds. Jiuzhe marveled at how his physique seemed to have enhanced to an astonishing degree. He felt capable of striking down a mighty bull with a single punch. Just then, he noticed the divine light beginning to diminish, and the strange multicolored soil was also shrinking and dissipating. Gradually resembling ordinary earth, he was astonished to discover that this soil originated from the celestial realm. Curiosity piqued, Gu Zhe pondered how soil from the celestial realm came to be at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Taking a moment to steady his mind, he was taken aback to find a small, multicolored altar beneath the receding soil. The altar was merely 2 zhang in circumference, adorned with intricate and esoteric patterns similar to those on the previous altar where the 9 dragons had halted. Could it be that this altar also leads to the Beidou star domain? A bold thought suddenly struck Gu Zhe's mind. Chapter 7. There are ghosts in the coffin, although it measured only 2 zhang across. A closer inspection revealed significant differences from the altar on the opposite side of Mars. Most notably, the patterns upon it were far more intricate and detailed. The densely packed inscriptions were nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. At the center of the small altar lay a rudimentary star chart in the shape of a spoon, and Gu Zhe recognized it at first glance. This was the Big Dipper. The central star was undoubtedly Polaris. The main star of Ursa Minor. In Chinese mythology, Polaris is known as the Ziwei star, also referred to as the Emperor star. As a true son of the Huaxia nation, Gu Zhe possessed this basic knowledge. But how was he to activate this altar? Gu Zhe found himself perplexed. Although he had just absorbed the multicolored celestial soil and opened the golden sea of suffering, he was fundamentally no different from an ordinary person. Lacking knowledge of the secret formations and any cultivation, he was left with nothing but brute strength from his holy body. He knew that the formation on this altar could potentially help him escape his predicament. Yet he was utterly at a loss. After some contemplation, Gu Zhe decided to give it a try, silently murmuring, "System, how do I activate this formation?" As expected, there was no response. It appeared that his system only manifested under specific circumstances. And this was not one of them. That moment, he faintly heard something shatter, a clear metallic cracking sound reaching his ears. Following that was a rustling noise, as if thousands of mice were scurrying across the gravel. Suddenly, a thumb-sized hole appeared in the ground about 4 or 5 zhang in front of him. A conical black head emerged from the earth, about the size of a thumb, covered in intricate, jagged scales, looking exceedingly fierce, as if it were a creature from the depths of hell. Its shape resembled a newly hatched crocodile, but it lacked limbs. Half of its body protruded from the ground, while the other half remained buried, its head raised, coldly observing Gu Zhe, its eyes glimmering with a hint of human-like intelligence, as if it were contemplating something. Was this the hatchling left by the crocodile ancestor? Gu Zhe was taken aback, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. Given the current situation, he had no protective treasures, even with his recent awakening of the holy body and the opening of the golden sea of suffering. It might not suffice against this creature. Moreover, from the earlier rustling sounds, Gu Zhe was certain that this was not the only one. As if in response to his thoughts, a series of explosive sounds erupted as the ground cracked open in all directions. Sure enough, the earth split apart and numerous hatchlings emerged from below. The black hatchlings swarmed like a tide, encircling Gu Zhe, their heads raised, their chilling gazes fixed upon him, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, the system's voice resounded once again. Ding. Detection of a subdivine level mental intrusion. The system has automatically activated partial concealment capabilities. Just as the words left its mouth, the ground before Gu Zhe erupted violently, and an ancient crocodile, the size of a calf, burst forth. It let out an ear-piercing wail, akin to a ghostly scream, instantly causing Gu Zhe's ears to ring with pain. Immediately afterward, countless hatchlings took to the air, rushing toward Gu Zhe's position, inside the coffin. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as everyone sat upon the ground, awaiting an unknown fate. In the darkness, some murmured, while others softly wept. A palpable sense of fear and uncertainty enveloped them, as they pondered what awaited them next. After witnessing Li Changqing's demise, they had come to realize that this was no longer the earth bound by laws, and a sense of wariness crept in among them, creating a distance of 2 to 3 meters between each person. "Where will we end up?" someone ventured to ask in the darkness. "I don't know. I just want to go home," a female classmate replied, her voice laden with sorrow and fear. Not far away, Pangbo, Yifan, and others huddled together near the central coffin. "Dio, you think Gu Zhe is going to be left on Mars forever?" Lin Jia inquired of Yifan. At this point, it seems likely. Yifan sighed, adding, "Once the bronze coffin closes, it's at least a transition from one planet to another. It's probably very difficult to return." That Li Changqing, he truly got what he deserved. Pangbo seethed, striking the ground with his fist, the sound echoing within the copper coffin. He turned to face several others nearby, his expression menacing. If those few had not deliberately blocked us from watching, how would Li Changqing have dared to act so recklessly? His voice rang loud, showing no fear of their hearing. The individuals Pangbo alluded to, upon hearing his words, turned silent, avoiding his gaze entirely. Noticing this, Pangbo turned again, only to find a figure leaning against a corner of the small coffin, merely 2 meters away from him. "What's the matter? Still holding a grudge about me stuffing your head into the coffin seam?" Pangbo sneered, recognizing the person. "Earlier, you colluded with that fellow to harm our classmate. If the coffin's gap had been larger, I would have tossed you in as well." As Pangbo's voice dripped with anger. Everyone turned to look, but the individual remained silent, head bowed and motionless. "What, are you afraid to speak? Surely you are not this timid?" Just then, Lin Jia suddenly lifted her head, sniffing the air curiously. "Have you all noticed a faint scent of blood?" Pang Bo furrowed his brows. Sensing something was amiss, he shifted closer, delivering a kick to the person. To everyone's surprise, not only did the person not respond, but they also collapsed to the ground with a thud. The scent of blood in the air intensified, now palpable to all. What has happened to him? Who has injured? This overwhelming smell of blood. Many stood up, moving toward the scene. Someone, summoning their courage, reached out to check the person's breath, shaking their head slightly. "He is dead." "What? How could a perfectly fine person just die suddenly?" Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, eyes wide with fear as they regarded one another, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Too terrified to speak further. The atmosphere inside the dark copper coffin grew unbearably oppressive, filled only with the heavy breaths of the group. That moment, Lu Yunzhong approached with several others, bending down to inspect the body closely. He then pointed to a specific area, declaring, "Look, his Adam's apple is shattered. He must have been strangled to death. The throat bone lay in fragments, the cervical vertebrae shattered. Such force could not be exerted by an ordinary person. The perpetrator must be one among those few." After speaking, he raised his head, casting a pointed look toward Yi Fan and the others. "Nonsense! Crushing a cervical vertebra with bare hands? Have you lost your mind? How could we have done such a thing?" Zhou shot him a look of disbelief. "If it wasn't you, then who? A ghost?" A female classmate interjected with a tone of certainty. Lu Yunzhong let out a few cold laughs, saying, "Ordinary people might find it difficult to achieve, but considering the current circumstances, you few are the closest and thus the most suspicious. The others are situated at a considerable distance, leaving no opportunity for the crime to have been committed by them. It is only you feud." He turned to the others and stated directly, "Just in case, I believe we should detain these suspects." Yet, it was clear that Yi Fan and the others had already been categorized as suspects. "What the hell?" Pang Bo exclaimed in fury, raising a plaque as if to smash it. At that moment, Yi Fan reached out and grasped him, pulling back a few steps while keeping a fierce gaze fixed on the small coffin in the center. "Did you all hear that sound coming from within the coffin just now?" Upon uttering this, everyone fell silent, holding their breath as they turned their attention to the 3-meter-wide coffin. Suddenly, a chilling, eerie laughter echoed, piercing through the silence and resonating in everyone's ears. "Is there a ghost inside the coffin?" An alarming thought surged simultaneously in the minds of all present. Chapter 8. The sound from within the second layer of the coffin in the quiet confines of the coffin. The abrupt, strange sound startled everyone. They regarded the 3-meter-square coffin with vigilant expressions, fear evident in their eyes. In the dark space, someone, mustering their courage, lifted their phone, casting its faint light forward to ascertain the source of the noise. Creak, creak. The sound resonated once more, this time without any words, rendering it particularly clear to the ears of the onlookers. It resembled something scraping against a sharp metallic surface. Yet, at that moment, the individual who had stepped forward to investigate seemed to be gripped by a sudden fear, leaping back a considerable distance and landing on the ground with a thud. "What did you see?" someone inquired. "The coffin has cracked open." The person trembled, pointing at the coffin. "Inside, there are eyes. Eyes inside." At this proclamation, everyone was momentarily stunned, followed by heavy, hurried breaths filling the air. Clearly, they were all unnerved by his statement. "Could you have misseen?" A voice questioned. "No, I did not miss-see. Though the eyes appeared briefly, I saw them clearly." The one on the ground quivered as they rose, hastily distancing themselves from the coffin, maneuvering to the outermost fringe of the crowd. Could it be that the ghost locked inside the coffin has awakened? A female classmate murmured her thoughts. "Don't be ridiculous. There is no such thing as ghosts," another retorted, dismissing her speculation harshly. "It must be the sound of insects inside. The eyes you saw might have been reflections from a light source," another suggested, attempting to rationalize the origin of the noise scientifically. However, such explanations held little persuasive power for the group at that moment. The coffin, pulled by 9 black dragons, adorned with talismans, copper carvings, and inscriptions within, had long transcended the realm of science. They all understood that such assertions were merely self-deception, Yet none dared to expose this truth. An eerie atmosphere enveloped them, and the topic of the corpse was no longer broached. Cough, cough. Who's out there? At that instant, a voice emanated from inside the coffin. This time, a distinctly clear male voice. Damn it. Playing tricks. I shall see what lies within, Pangbo bellowed robustly, advancing to lift the coffin lid. However, Joey suddenly displayed a look of confusion, halting Pangbo's eager actions, whispering, Guze? Who? Who is calling me? The voice echoed once more from within the coffin. Joey? Are you out there? Please help me. This lid is rather heavy. Hearing that familiar voice, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Soon, a few approached, attempting to pry open the lid of the second layer of the coffin. Yet, no matter how hard they exerted themselves, the lid remained obstinately immovable, revealing merely a narrow gap the width of a palm. Everyone, come and help, Yifan called back to the others, rallying them to assist. Wait! Don't go over there! Don't lift the lid! At that moment, Lu Yunji furrowed his brow and shouted. Many halted their advance, looking at him in confusion. You said that was Guze's voice, but we clearly saw him left behind on Mars. Upon hearing Lu Yunji's words, many began to piece together the implications. Indeed, Guze was clearly kicked out of the vehicle by Li Chongqing. How could he be inside the copper coffin? If it is not him inside the coffin, how can the voice be an exact match? Could it be that the ghostly entity inside can mimic human voices? The crowd buzzed with hushed discussions, sharing their speculations. Yet no one dared to step forward to assist. Zhou Yi, upon hearing this, felt a sheen of sweat break out on his forehead, for he noticed the gap in the coffin was shrinking. And Guze's voice was becoming increasingly intermittent, sounding as if he were gasping for air. You have all seen the 9 black dragons outside. You visited the Buddhist temple on Mars and the colorful altar on Mount Tai. Now that Guze's voice is emanating from within the coffin, what is there to doubt? Why not open it and see? If it truly is Guze, we might save his life. Conversely, even if it isn't, it couldn't lead to a worse outcome than remaining here and waiting to perish, he shouted, trying to rally the others to assist. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Everyone wore expressions of indifference. With no other option, he called upon a few acquaintances to see if they could pry it open. Eli Xiaoman, Lin Jia, Zhang Ziling, come help, quickly. They stepped forward, attempting to exert their strength. With a creaking sound, Yifan and the others found it quite peculiar that the lid, previously impervious, was now yielding to their combined efforts. Opening a crack then, a figure, drenched in blood, crawled out from the gap point 10 minutes later. Guze sat on the ground, shedding his blood-stained outer garment, looking wearied as he surveyed the group. This is how it transpired. I discovered a small altar beneath the Bodhi tree. Subsequently, numerous crocodile monsters emerged from the ground to attack me. Yet I managed to crush them all. The blood you see is theirs. Then, the altar unexpectedly activated, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself within the coffin. Guze recounted his tale. An air of disbelief flickered across the faces of the crowd. All of this was too surreal. Abandoned on Mars, unexpectedly discovering a colorful altar, followed by the emergence of monsters, and then being transported into the inner coffin. You say you were transported from Mars into the inner coffin? Lu Yunji, furrowing his brow, interjected. He glanced at Guze, then at the corpse leaning against the copper coffin, his eyes filled with skepticism. May I assume that he is the one you murdered? Murdered? Guze exclaimed, astonished, taken aback by the sudden accusation, utterly bewildered. Lin Jia, overhearing, leaned closer to whisper a few words in his ear. Suddenly, he grasped the entirety of the situation, casting a cold glance at Lu Yunji and the group standing behind him. Guze replied, Are you suggesting that someone has died in here and the perpetrator remains unknown? But why should you believe it was I? I was unconscious in the coffin, completely unaware of what transpired outside. To crush a cervical vertebra and a throat bone with bare hands, while not being in the vicinity of others, who could accomplish such a feat without a sound? Lu Yunji's expression hardened. Glancing at Pang Bo and Yifan, he stated, Initially, I thought it was them. However, it now seems you are the most likely suspect. After all, those few have been together. It would be utterly impossible for them to silently murder someone. With that, Lu Yunji turned to Yifan and his group, offering a seemingly genuine apology. I apologize for my earlier rashness. It should not have been you. Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their attention, contemplating the possibilities. Gradually, the scrutiny in their gazes intensified. Chapter 9. Aligning allegiances? If I recall correctly, there was a gap in that coffin sufficient for a forearm to pass through. It must be that Gu Zhe took advantage of a moment of rest to crush his cervical and throat bones from behind. Lu Yunji's stance was unmistakable. He pointed directly at Gu Zhe, intent on substantiating that it was he who had committed the act. Are you spouting nonsense? That gap cannot accommodate an arm. Someone protested. Indeed, the gap is merely the width of a palm. The individual who had previously investigated echoed. It was a palm's width just now, yet that does not imply it will always remain so. Lu Yunji retorted coldly, dismissing their details outright. It certainly was Gu Zhe. At that moment, a woman beside him stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the impassive Gu Zhe. It must be him seeking revenge for what happened with Li Chongqing. He intends to retaliate against all of us. Upon hearing this, those standing behind Lu Yunji turned to look, their expressions revealing hostility. Lu Yunji glanced at the crowd behind him, his gaze flickering momentarily before he spoke. To be on the safe side, I believe it is best to restrain Gu Zhe for now. Otherwise, if he resorts to sinister means again in this pitch-black space, we will be unable to defend ourselves. His words, Pengbo, Yi Fan, and several others felt a surge of impulse, wanting to pin this fellow to the ground and give him a beating. This was nothing short of a fabricated accusation, attempting to condemn someone based solely on illogical conjectures. Observing a few individuals unfastening their backpacks to fashion long ropes from the straps, Gu Zhe slowly rose from the ground. He scanned the crowd and softly inquired, "Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it?" Pengbo, Zhou Yi, and others immediately stood up, their silence speaking volumes as they positioned themselves beside Gu Zhe, their stance unmistakably clear. Whether he was guilty or innocent had become irrelevant. Anyone posing a potential threat must be subdued at the earliest opportunity. Lu Yunji's voice was icy as he swayed the crowd. If you do not wish to become the next victim, it is prudent to bind Gu Zhe. He is far too dangerous. We must nip this possibility in the bud. Hearing this, Gu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Such manipulative tactics seemed rather juvenile to him. He truly did not believe any fool would fall for Lu Yunji's deceit. You believe this nonsense? I reiterate, I have not even laid a finger on that individual. Moreover, I advise you to investigate the cause of his death thoroughly. Do not always seek to place blame on those you dislike. As he spoke, Gu Zhe kept a watchful eye on the expressions of the crowd, eager to discern who among them stood by his side. It was only in such moments that one could truly identify allies. For even those who might strike would not hesitate to avoid harming the innocent. The evidence was clear. Apart from himself, the most likely suspect was Pengbo. Lu Yunji, maintaining an impassive demeanor, remarked, but he was engaged in conversation with those around him. Thus he lacks the opportunity to commit the act. Your timing and position are the most suspicious. Forgive me for saying, at that moment, a neutral female classmate spoke up, timidly glancing at the crowd. Although I do not know who is responsible, I agree with Lu Yunji. Any potential danger should be contained as soon as possible, particularly in such an environment. We must exercise caution. Gu Zhe turned to regard this female classmate, then glanced at the others, soon realizing that many had tacitly accepted her viewpoint, quietly edging closer to Lu Yunji. Their attitudes were unmistakably clear. They chose to align with Lu Yunji. Once again, I assert that I am in no way involved in this matter. If you truly wish to tarnish my reputation, at least find a more logical excuse. Faced with the aggressive Lu Yunji and his group, Gu Zhe remained remarkably calm. Having awakened the holy body and directly traversed the sea of suffering, he possessed immense strength, rendering him unafraid of the dozen or so individuals before him. Naturally, he preferred to avoid physical confrontation unless absolutely necessary. This is a unanimous decision. If you have something to say, it can wait. Lu Yunji concluded, signaling to those behind him, prompting a dozen individuals to advance, seemingly intent on forcibly restraining Gu Zhe. I dare anyone to try. Pengbo, known for his fiery temper, immediately lifted the bronze plaque beneath him and brought it crashing down. I make it clear, should anyone attempt anything malicious at this critical juncture, do not blame me for bringing the plaque down upon you. At that moment, the vast majority stood opposed to Gu Zhe and his companions. When personal safety interests are at stake, 9 out of 10 individuals will choose the option that appears most beneficial to them, seldom considering the rationale behind the situation. seeing Pang Bo wielding the bronze plaque as a shield. Lu Yunji's expression darkened. He slowly drew out the Vajra pestle, a faint radiance shimmering upon it. Jiu Zhe was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the opponent would resort to such an object against him. However, even more astonishing was the sight that unfolded next. A handful of individuals from Lu Yunji's entourage produced ancient treasures they had found in the Grand Thunder Sound Temple. Together, they brandished these glowing artifacts, gradually advancing towards Gu Zhe's position. Simultaneously, Yi Fan and the others drew forth their own treasures: Bodhi seeds, a broken bronze lamp, and a chipped jade rui, preparing to counter with their own artifacts. A confrontation seemed inevitable. Cade, what has happened to you? Suddenly, a panicked voice broke through the crowd. It was Li Xiaoman. Everyone turned to find the foreigner Cade leaning against the wall, his head drooping, unresponsive to Li Xiaoman's frantic shaking. A wave of alarm coursed through the crowd as they hastily abandoned their standoff and rushed over. Yi Fan reached out to check Cade's breath, sorrowfully declaring, "He is dead." Li Xiaoman wept softly. Her lively eyes filled with confusion. Someone boldly approached to investigate the cause of Cade's demise, quickly uncovering a shocking revelation. His throat and cervical vertebrae had been crushed. Everyone gasped in unison. Realizing that Cade's death mirrored that of the previous classmate, casting their gazes upon Gu Zhe and Lu Yunji, scrutinizing their faces, "Gu Zhe has been within our sight. We must have wronged him." The earlier timid female classmate spoke up. "Indeed, Cade was fine just moments ago. Something must have occurred while we were interrogating Gu Zhe," another female classmate added, exonerating Gu Zhe of any suspicion. "Lu Yunji? What do you have to say for yourself?" Pang Bo turned his head, fixing an intense stare on Lu Yunji. "Until everything is clarified, I shall continue to harbor doubts regarding Gu Zhe and your group." Lu Yunji replied, his expression as composed as ever, betraying no hint of unease or panic. Heh! At that moment, Gu Zhe chuckled softly, striding towards Cade, casually remarking, "Let's clarify everything. Once we have the facts, we shall see what you have to say." Chapter 10. The prescribed trajectory. Upon witnessing Gu Zhe's actions, Lu Yunji's displeasure became evident. "What are you scheming? Do you think that such words will absolve you of suspicion?" Gu Zhe remained silent, kneeling before Cade to examine him closely, casting a discreet glance at the downcast Li Xiaoman. Then, he meticulously inspected the corpse. Just as he had surmised, a ring of purplish-red bruises encircled Cade's neck, appearing to have been imprinted not long ago, resembling the fingerprints left by a vengeful spirit. As he gently pried open Cade's tightly shut mouth, he discovered a thumb-sized hole leading directly to the skull. What kind of wound is this? Was something devouring his flesh and blood? Those nearby noticed the anomaly on the corpse and gasped in shock. Upon hearing of this strange discovery, everyone gathered around. Even Lu Yunji and his group could not suppress their curiosity and edged closer. "Something is moving within the hole. It seems as though something is about to emerge," Zhang Xiling suddenly exclaimed, retreating several steps in alarm. Swish! As his words fell, a burst of blood erupted, and a menacing black baby crocodile poked its head out from the wound, coldly surveying the crowd. In the next instant, it transformed into a streak of darkness and lunged towards Gu Zhe's right eye. The distance was mere centimeters, yet Gu Zhe reacted instantaneously, instinctively raising his hand to grasp the creature, successfully capturing the baby crocodile. Hissing, the baby crocodile thrashed wildly, its fierce demeanor startling everyone present. What on earth is this? Is this the creature responsible for their deaths? Surely, such a beast does not exist on Earth. Everyone was witnessing this small, grotesque monster for the first time, and their interest was piqued. Jiu Zhe's expression tightened. His grip on the baby crocodile strained, revealing the creature's immense strength, making it clear that an average person would be unable to hold it. "I was attacked by a similar crocodilian creature at that small altar on Mars. Be cautious. If it escapes my grasp, things could get troublesome," he cautioned those around him, urging them to maintain a safe distance. Before turning to approach Lu Yunji, "What do you have to say now?" Gu Zhe stood before Lu Yunji, coldly fixing his gaze upon him. Momentarily at a loss for words, Lu Yunji quickly regained composure, stating earnestly, "What can a mere baby crocodile prove? Conversely, your focused examination of Cade's oral cavity suggests that this creature may well have been brought in by you, secretly unleashed from the bronze coffin." Lu Yunji exhibited no hint of guilt. Rather, He wore an expression of entitlement, striving to cast all the blame onto Gu Zhe. The situation had escalated to an irretrievable point. His demeanor remained unyielding, displaying neither fear nor a trace of humility. "You bastard!" Pang Bo, unable to contain his anger, uttered a vulgarity on the spot, remarking on Lu Yunji's utter lack of shame. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and swung it towards Lu Yunji's face. Buzz! At that moment, the Vajra pestle in Lu Yunji's hand erupted with a radiant light, enveloping him in a thin, transparent shield that thwarted Pang Bo's powerful strike. Gu Zhe furrowed his brow. He silently glanced at the great Thunder Sound Temple plaque held by Pang Bo. Noting that it did not emit any divine light, and the anticipated clash of treasures did not materialize. Could it be that my presence has caused an unpredictable shift in the narrative? Reflecting on this, he turned to observe Kaide, who should have been peacefully cultivating, now lifelessly lying there, his body still and cold. The expected demise had not occurred for one who should have perished. While an undeserving individual lay here dead, the predetermined trajectory seemed to have deviated slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Yunji's face darkened as he finally reacted after Pang Bo withdrew his hand. He quickly signaled to the others, and they formed a tight encirclement around Gu Zhe, Yi Fan, and Pang Bo. "What? Do you wish to confront us? Have you even considered your own limitations? A mere 3 or 4 of you think to challenge over a dozen of us?" Lu Yunji sneered, having fully cast aside all pretense, ready to engage the trio directly. The dozen or so individuals, accompanied by 4 or 5 sacred artifacts, began to emanate a hazy divine light, their arcane energies enveloping them. As the encroaching crowd drew nearer, Gu Zhe sensed something amiss. Why were they able to wield these treasures so effortlessly? Why could they, despite lacking any training, awaken even the most basic powers of these artifacts? Meanwhile, the treasures of Yi Fan and the others displayed no hint of divine might. Gu Zhe felt an unusual tension, but could not pinpoint the source of his unease. However, this was not the time for contemplation. He turned to Yi Fan and said, "May I borrow your Bodhi seed?" "Of course," Yi Fan replied without hesitation, producing the Bodhi seed he had unearthed from Martian soil and handing it to Gu Zhe. The walnut-sized seed felt heavy in his grasp, exuding a warm, smooth texture, and upon contact, Gu Zhe sensed a subtle power seeping into his soul, clearing his mind and sharpening his focus. What a remarkable item! Gu Zhe marveled inwardly. He then gripped the Bodhi seed in his right hand and hurled a punch towards Lu Yunji. Clang! A dull thud resonated as the Vajra pestle once more radiated a faint divine light, forming a protective barrier around Lu Yunji. Yet, it could not withstand Gu Zhe's blow. The Bodhi seed erupted with a golden glow, tinting his fist gold and shattering the shield. The punch landed squarely on Lu Yunji's face, propelling him backwards several meters until he crashed against the copper wall. Sometimes, engaging in excessive dialogue with such individuals is unnecessary. Retracting his fist, Gu Zhe coldly regarded Lu Yunji, who lay on the ground, unconscious. The others present were momentarily taken aback by Gu Zhe's sudden display of power. Tio, send a man flying 7 or 8 meters with a single punch. Was this something an ordinary person could achieve? Astonished by Gu Zhe's earlier performance, even those who had once supported Lu Yunji now fell silent, none daring to approach and check on his condition. Boom. Just then, the entire coffin trembled violently, as if some great collision had occurred. Instantly, everyone fell to the ground and a buzzing sound filled the air as the coffin lid quietly cracked open. Has the Emperor's star arrived? As Gu Zhe scrambled to his feet, a thought surged through his mind. But in that fleeting moment, he spotted a faint red shadow darting from Lu Yunji's body, slipping through the crack in the copper coffin. Chapter 11. The Ancient Sacred Land and the 9 Marvelous Immortal Pills in the Ancient Forbidden Land. 9 sacred mountains surrounded a vast, dark abyss that seemed to plunge into the underworld, with no visible bottom. As the copper coffin descended to the ground and the fissure widened, Gu Zhe was the first to emerge. Following the direction of the faint red shadow, he discovered that the shadow, having circled around one of the sacred mountains, had plunged directly into the depths of the abyss. How careless of me to forget about such an entity, the divine malice of a perfected sacred body. With a sigh of relief, Gu Zhe instantly comprehended everything. Lu Yunji must have been possessed by the malevolent spirit of a deity, enabling him to adeptly manipulate the basic powers of those ancient treasures. The amplification of his inner malice due to the deity's possession explained why he could so easily harbor murderous intent over trivial matters. Yet, none of that mattered now. Having initiated hostilities, there was no need for leniency. Gu Zhe glanced back, observing that most of the others had exited the copper coffin, their faces filled with curiosity as they surveyed this new world. Some, after emerging, hurriedly ventured into the thickets, likely eager to relieve themselves after being cooped up for too long. It was time. Gu Zhe gazed at the 9 sacred mountains in the distance, preparing to embark on his solo exploration. He had not forgotten the invaluable 9 marvelous immortal pills, which had been implanted here by the unparalleled Empress. Originally a treasure of the god Silkworm clan, it had been divided into 9 parts by the Empress and planted atop the sacred mountains. Each of the 9 pills possessed extraordinary effects. Containing the most enigmatic source power, Yi Fan and the others had merely acquired one of them, awakening the bitter sea, effectively obliterating the barriers between mortals and cultivators, transforming them into prodigies, of course. The most crucial aspect was the immense medicinal efficacy, which could aid them in resisting the strange forces within the Forbidden Land. Gu Zhe had no desire to emerge as a frail old man with white hair. At this moment, as the 9 dragons' coffin descended and the Empress lay in wait, everything was unfolding according to the predetermined course. The feral slaves in the abyss would not strike against the crowd lightly. Thus, this was the optimal time to harvest the immortal pills. With a slight movement, Gu Zhe strode towards the summit of the other mountain. Yi Fan, who had just spotted him, promptly followed. Gu Zhe, where are you going? I'm going over there to take a look. This place is perilous. I shall accompany you for safety. Observing Yi Fan's determined footsteps, Gu Zhe did not refuse. The latter was destined to harvest the immortal pills. And even if Gu Zhe deliberately avoided him, he would still obtain them. Moreover, if they journeyed together, the process of gathering the pills might prove significantly simpler. Throughout history, such potent medicines have always been guarded by extraordinary beasts. Gu Zhe did not presume that a pill capable of granting one another life would go unmonitored. Before long, the two reached the peak of the mountain. Upon turning around, they beheld a crystalline pool of clear water. Transparent as glass, beside the spring stood a small tree, over half a meter tall, with branches and leaves shimmering like jewels, entirely emerald in hue. Among the verdant foliage, 13 bright red fruits hung sporadically. The sweet aroma of the fruits filled the air, enveloping them in a delightful fragrance. What kind of fruit is this? It appears so extraordinary. Are its branches and leaves composed of crystal? No, it resembles crystal. Yet it bears the texture of wood. It must still belong to the shrub family. Yi Fan marveled in astonishment, while Gu Zhe thought little of such details. He swiftly approached and reached for the fruit. If not now, then when? If he delayed until nightfall, when the feral slaves awakened, he would be unable to even touch it. However, just as he made contact with the fruit, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. Akin to an enormous weight pressing down on his head, in an instant, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The system's voice rang out immediately, ding, detecting an unknown mental intrusion, initiating assessment. Ding, initial assessment failed, temporarily classified as sacred-level mental intrusion. Ding, repeated assessment failed, temporarily classified as divine-level mental intrusion. Assessment failed, temporarily classified as immortal-level. Warning, signal source too powerful. System has automatically shielded itself. Host is in peril, in a mere 2 seconds. The system's alarms blared incessantly, leaving Gu Zhe momentarily stunned. What was happening? An existence above the immortal level. A wave of profound panic washed over him. The only conceivable source of such power was that woman. Of course, it was also possible that a being of immortal level resided among the feral slaves. More importantly, Gu Zhe's unreliable system had chosen this moment to shut down and hide. What a predicament. Yet, the oppressive weight that descended upon him arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, merely lingering on him for a fleeting moment before receding like a tide. At that moment, Gu Zhe was thoroughly drenched. His garments clinging to him, beads of sweat dotting his forehead like pearls. Gu Zhe, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? At this juncture, Yi Fan had approached, bypassing Gu Zhe to pluck a fruit and pop it into his mouth. Chewing with gusto. Hee, it's nothing, Gu Zhe replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as the tension in his heart dissipated. He awkwardly chuckled, adding, Climbing the mountain was exhausting. I worked up quite a sweat. Climbing? Yifan glanced back at the others, who were merely a kilometer away. Are you really that weak? Guze chuckled again in embarrassment, unsure of how to respond, and instead directed his gaze towards the fruit before him. After a moment's hesitation, he exerted a gentle force, and the fruit was easily plucked from its perch. The immense pressure he had felt earlier did not return. It seems my previous thoughts were correct. Such treasures are not meant for the likes of ordinary folk. An indestructible intent. Jiuze glanced at Yifan before shifting his attention to the other 9 sacred mountains, a bold idea blossoming in his mind. With a crunch, he bit into the celestial fruit, its juices bursting forth, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance that invigorated his senses. This tastes delightful. How about we gather some to bring back for Pang Bo and Lin Jia to try? Sure. Yifan enthusiastically agreed, swiftly harvesting the remaining 11 fruits and stowing them away in his clothing. Jiuze, however, felt little desire for the remaining 11 fruits. If memory served him right, the primary ability of the sacred herbs on this mountain was to open portals for cultivation and activate the Sea of Suffering. Additionally, they resisted the erosion of time's power from the ancient forbidden lands. Consuming one would maintain one's youth, while 2 would restore vitality. Jiuze had already opened the portal for cultivation, and the Sea of Suffering was fully activated. Eating more might leave him helpless when faced with the Divine Maidens. Chapter 12. Diverging Paths Before Long. The 2 made their way back along the path they had come, returning to where the others had gathered. From a distance of 100 meters, Guze noticed the group divided into 2 factions, engaged in a heated debate. He exchanged a glance with Yifan, who immediately understood, concealing the fruits within his garments. What has transpired? Guze called out as they approached the throng. Due to his earlier display of skill within the coffin, the bickering crowd fell silent at the sight of him. Lin Jia and Lui hurried over, briefly explaining the situation's origin. They expressed a desire to remain there, waiting for the 9 dragons' coffin to set off again. However, we discovered that there is no 5-colored altar here anymore. Staying could be perilous, and we seek an alternative path. This was the crux of their contention. Is that all? Guze frowned. It was merely a question of direction, and he had no intention of getting embroiled in their disputes. He and Yifan moved to one side of the crowd, calling over a few acquaintances, and they settled down in a chosen spot. Those who wish to stay may do so. Those who wish to leave. Let us rest for a while before we set off. Jiuze was resolute. Since the disagreement stemmed from the issue of remaining or departing, they might as well part ways. Upon hearing his words, many hesitated, contemplating their choices. Jiuze, do you have a way to leave? Lu Yi ventured closer, her voice laced with anxiety. No, we can only take it step by step, Guze replied succinctly. Disappointment flickered across Lu Yi's face. Observing this, Yifan interjected with a smile. There's water, plants, and animals here. If we steadfastly proceed in one direction, we're sure to encounter civilization. As he spoke, he produced the remaining 11 celestial fruits from his pocket. These were found at the mountaintop. At the very least, they prove that sustenance exists in this place. As the vibrant fruits were revealed, a rich aroma wafted through the air, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Many could not help but swallow hard, their hunger palpable after their treacherous journey. Where did you find these? Pang Bo exclaimed in astonishment, having been famished to the point of desperation. He reached out to grab 2 and devoured them hungrily. Are you not concerned they might be poisonous? Joey laughed, yet he too reached for a fruit without hesitation. Rest assured, they're safe. Jiuze and I have already eaten them, Yifan replied cheerfully. And soon each person was divided 2 fruits, leaving only one behind after Zhang Ziling and Lu Yi, who had smaller appetites. The fruits were quickly consumed, and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Guze advised everyone to eat them promptly, subtly indicating that many eyes were fixated on them. Turning to see others eyeing them with envy, they hesitated no longer, biting into the fruit skins. Instantly, a surge of life essence was released, filling the mountain peak with an intoxicatingly sweet scent that invigorated them. Meanwhile, Lu Yunji and his companions, seated at a distance, caught a whiff of the delectable aroma and could not resist approaching. Where did you find these? Is there any left? We're starving. Can you spare a few? Casting a sidelong glance at him, Guze replied slowly, Why would I tell you? Can't you find your own food? Moreover, why should I share with you? Have you forgotten how you attempted to steal from others and accused us of being murderers? How selfish of you. Lu Yunji felt his pride wounded. Loudly defending himself, let bygones be bygones. Who hasn't he misjudged a situation at some point? He surveyed the crowd and declared, I will apologize here and now. How about that? Upon hearing Lu Yunji's voice, a female classmate beside him chimed in, Yes, Guze, why are you being so petty? It's not a big deal. Must you hold a grudge? Since we are all classmates in this unfamiliar place, we ought to support one another. Finding food should be a shared endeavor, don't you agree? Several others echoed her sentiment, mostly from Lu Yunji's side. Seeing this unfold, Guze chose not to engage further. Taking a water bottle filled with sacred spring water and drinking deeply, deciding to rest a while before departing with his companions. As for their accusations of selfishness and pettiness, did they think he valued their opinions? Guze remained silent, the harsh words unvoiced in his heart. After all he had experienced within the copper coffin, he realized that he must never give these people the opportunity to take advantage of him. Otherwise, they would cling to him like flies. However, Pang Bo could no longer contain himself. He spat out the juice in his mouth directly at Lu Yunji, angrily exclaiming, One must have a face. And trees must have barked, I have never met someone so shameless as you. What if I were to seduce your wife and then advise you not to be petty? Guze, taken by surprise, sprayed water, splattering Pang Bo's trousers. He silently cursed Pang Bo for wasting the essence of the celestial fruit that had just been wasted on Lu Yunji's face. Though the analogy was somewhat inappropriate, the principle remained valid. Lu Yunji staggered back several steps, his face alternating between shades of blue and white, looking utterly dreadful. He opened his mouth to argue, but upon seeing the others' disdainful glances, he swallowed his retort and walked away, humiliated. How could you waste such a precious item on that guy? Joey murmured, shaking his head. Hee, I find more pleasure in watching him squirm than in eating. Pang Bo chuckled mischievously. At that moment, Lu Yunji suddenly stood up, clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention. Everyone, you are aware of our current predicament. We know not where to go, nor when a breakthrough will arise. More importantly, I suspect many of you are starving. I have some chocolates and leftover snacks, as well as water. Let us gather and share. With that, Lu Yunji beckoned the crowd to converge, deliberately excluding Guze and his companions. Pang Bo was taken aback, exclaiming, What a shameless person! To isolate us, he is willing to part with his own provisions. Nevertheless, despite the frustration, Guze and his companions could not afford to confront him directly. Take your time. Everyone will have their share, Lu Yunji continued to shout. I promise to lead you back. As long as we unite and eliminate dissent, I am confident we will soon find a way home. As he spoke, he did not forget to cast a glance towards the direction of a few individuals. Indeed, once we rid ourselves of those burdens, we shall surely extricate ourselves from this predicament in no time. Someone exclaimed loudly, echoing the sentiment. Absolutely. Some individuals are perpetually scheming against others, hoarding all the good things for themselves. Only in their absence can we truly thrive. Previously, I was unaware of their true nature. But now I have come to see it clearly. Those who benefited were immediately incited by Lu Yunji to speak in veiled tones. Although they did not name anyone directly, it was evident to all who they were referring to. In response, Pang Bo could only glare in frustration. Soon, under the bombardment of Lu Yunji's sweet-talking, more than half of the 30-odd individuals had gathered around him. Observing this, Guze chose not to comment further. It was their own decision, and as long as they did not directly implicate him, he deemed it unwise to sever ties abruptly. After a brief respite of 10 minutes, glancing at the sky and then at the distant 8 sacred mountains, he felt it was time to move. Thus, he stood and addressed the group. The break has been sufficient. We must take our leave from this place. Chapter 13. The Great Sage of the Previous Generation. Without delaying any further, the group proceeded down the mountainside, each member wielding a few makeshift wooden sticks as a precaution against potential beast attacks. Meanwhile, Lu Yunji and his entourage opted to remain stationed at the summit. Effectively parting ways as dusk approached. Why not wait until tomorrow morning to depart? Lin Jia expressed curiosity regarding Guze's somewhat hasty decision. I have an unsettling feeling that remaining here is not safe. And that abyss, I felt a chill when I gazed into it, just now. Guze could not articulate his thoughts clearly, merely attributing it to his intuition. the sacred cliff is relatively safe during the day. But once night falls, the wild slaves imprisoned in the abyss will be unleashed. Should we linger atop the sacred mountain, we might face grave peril. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, I too observed that abyss and felt an immense terror emanating from below. The sensation of gazing into it was unsettling, as though it sought to devour one's very soul." Upon hearing their words, Lu Yi, who had remained silent until now, displayed a look of hesitation. With a hint of concern, she suggested, "Should we not inform Lu Yunji and the others? If danger truly arises, they may be the first to suffer." "Why concern ourselves with them?" Pengbo scoffed, then quietly admonished. "They would relish our demise. Consistently plotting against us, we need not concern ourselves with their fate. However, they are still our classmates," Lu Yi replied, a bit perplexed, glancing at those around her. Pengbo's words held merit. It would be best not to act. The others nearby turned to her, eager to elaborate on the pros and cons of her suggestion. Furthermore, even if you were to kindly warn them, they might not appreciate it. Instead, they could very well berate you, accusing you of ulterior motives. Attempting to appease them could lead to needless trouble. Seeing her peers' counsel, Lu Yi nodded and began to contemplate the implications. Ji Yuze observed her expression, unable to suppress a quiet sigh. This innocent and kind-hearted girl was ill-suited for the ruthless world of cultivators. With her disposition, she would likely face many hardships in the future. Before long, the group arrived at the mountain's base, where the rocky ridge had vanished, replaced by an impenetrable thicket of dense underbrush. The lush vegetation left no paths for passage. As they surveyed their surroundings, they found that behind the towering shrubs lay an ancient forest, its trees soaring hundreds of meters high. Where shall we proceed? Have we taken a wrong turn? Is this path leading us deeper into the woods? Faced with this predicament, the group felt somewhat at a loss. Are we truly expected to forge a path through such dense foliage? The unspoken question hung in the air, and all eyes turned towards Guze, seemingly seeking his guidance. Clearly, they had come to regard him as their pillar of support. In response, Guze did not speak immediately. Instead, he cast a glance at the setting sun and then turned to gaze at the sacred mountain. "The darkness would soon envelop us. Let us create a clearing, kindle a fire, and rest for a while, planning our next steps come dawn. We can then explore the other great mountains, perhaps discovering an alternate route out." At his words, the group did not offer further protest, tacitly accepting the decision. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoman surreptitiously turned her gaze towards Guze, her eyes fixed upon him, lost in thought. When she sensed she might draw his attention, she instinctively averted her gaze. Night fell completely. The group ignited a bonfire, clustering together, ever vigilant against potential beast attacks. Yet, none had any inclination to rest. Each remained on high alert. For many among them, it was their first night spent in the wilds of an ancient forest, and to say they were unafraid would be disingenuous. Approaching midnight, some could no longer endure, their eyelids drooping as sleep beckoned. Observing this, Yi Fan suggested it wise to designate a few individuals to keep watch. Otherwise, if everyone remained awake, they would lack the energy to proceed come morning. The group concurred, quickly organizing into shifts, with one person on watch while the others rested. Before long, all succumbed to deep slumber. The campsite enveloped in an unusual silence. However, after midnight, as the last of them drifted into dreams, a figure suddenly rose. She stealthily moved away from the group, making not a sound, as though afraid to attract attention. Once distanced from the others, she ascended into the air, soaring towards the distant abyss. Li Xiaoman, you have finally succumbed to temptation. That moment, Guze, who had feigned sleep nearby, abruptly opened his eyes. He lifted his head, watching the direction in which Li Xiaoman had departed, his suspicions solidifying into certainty. If she ventures to the abyss now, it can only be to meet someone, and what lies beneath is either the wild slaves or that empress. The latter seemed less likely. As Guze's mind raced with possibilities, he speculated that the empress was not present, given the multitude of signs that had emerged since the beginning, and the developments in the original timeline indicated that the ancient forbidden grounds were currently desolate. She might be undergoing rebirth, reconstructing herself, or perhaps searching through the rivers of time for that singular existence capable of dictating eternity. Furrowing his brow, Guze contemplated the implications. If the empress truly was absent, did that imply he could venture down? Yet, the existence of the wild slaves posed a significant risk. Then again, with Yifan as a protective talisman, an idea sparked in Gu Zei's mind, and he glanced towards Yifan. A smirk forming on his lips. Just then, a colossal sound erupted, accompanied by a grotesque and eerie roar, startling the group awake. What has transpired? It seemed to emanate from the depths of the ancient forbidden ground, causing many to tremble as they gazed towards the distant sacred mountains. To their astonishment, the black dragon that had been coiled at the cliff's edge had vanished, leaving no trace behind. Where is the copper coffin? Both the coffin and the 9 black dragons have disappeared. Could they have fallen into the abyss? Speculation rippled through the group, in the dark of night, beneath a concealed starry sky, surrounded by ancient trees. They were filled with dread. Suddenly, an even more thunderous noise erupted, accompanied by a colossal roar that was neither human nor beast, reverberating throughout the vicinity of the abyss. In the next moment, an endless black mist surged forth from the abyss, rising high into the sky. Abruptly, the billowing black mist was drawn back in an instant, retreating into the abyss, taking with it the heavy clouds above, revealing the twinkling stars. In that fleeting moment, the group witnessed a profoundly shocking sight. A shadowy figure, indeterminate as human or beast, wielding a 100-meter-long iron chain while howling towards the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. The resounding roar reached the group, scattering the mist in the forest, leaving them dizzy and their eardrums ringing. Yet, at that moment, Gu Zei's mind was once again gripped by the system's alert. Warning: unidentified dangerous creature detected. Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Previous generation Great Sage. Pre-Emperor cultivation level. Retains inheritance. Analysis recommendation. Target in a state of extreme chaos. Advised to maintain distance. Hearing the system's unexpected notification, Gu Zei's eyes widened in shock. He had initially believed this figure to be merely a wild slave transformed from a being left behind by the Tianquan sacred ground 6,000 years ago. Yet, he had not anticipated such a formidable lineage. Previous generation Great Sage, with an inheritance to boot. This was not tailored for him. It was undoubtedly crafted for Yifan. With this revelation, he cast another glance at Yifan. Chuckling softly to himself. Chapter 14. The Sacred Spring for Foot Bathing. The massive shadow in the abyss instilled both awe and terror in the hearts of the group. It radiated an aura of overwhelming ferocity, akin to that of a divine being or a demon. Was it some ferocious ancient beast? Or perhaps a bound deity? A figure gazed incredulously at the scene unfolding beneath the night sky, whispering softly to himself. Alas, no one could provide him with an answer. All were rendered speechless, consumed by shock, and none could fathom the nature of the entity that loomed above. This night was destined to be one devoid of slumber. As no one dared to succumb to sleep lightly, they all anxiously fixed their eyes upon the enormous shadow cast across the heavens, fearful that the being might suddenly emerge from the abyss. Some among them deemed the location too perilous and suggested that they should proceed under the cover of darkness to distance themselves from this place. However, their proposition was swiftly dismissed by others. In a realm shrouded in uncertainty, navigating through the night proved far more treacherous than the unknown lurking within the abyss. It was not until the latter half of the night that the disturbances from the chasm gradually subsided. Silence enveloping the air, allowing the group to drift into an uneasy slumber. When dawn broke, the sun had already risen high, and one by one, they awoke, washing themselves by a nearby brook before deliberating their next course of action. Gu Zei, are you truly intent on exploring those 9 mountains? Lin Jia inquired, recalling the group's decision from the previous day, her voice tinged with hesitation. Indeed, those 9 mountains serve as the highest vantage points in the vicinity. Gu Zei affirmed with a nod. Only by traversing each mountain can we discern the path that may lead us to safety. Yet, Lin Jia hesitated, recalling the shadow they had witnessed the night before. Sensing the concern woven into her words, Gu Zei offered her a reassuring smile, then casually approached and tousled her hair, saying, "Do not worry. Since that entity did not emerge from the abyss last night, it signifies that we are at least safe within a certain radius." Turning to face the group, Gu Zei noticed their expressions were fraught with uncertainty, and he quickly surmised their trepidation. Clearly, after the events of the previous night, they harbored an inexplicable fear of that direction. The unknown dangers loomed large, deterring them all from proceeding. After a moment's contemplation, Guze resolved to alter their plans. How about this? You may remain here while Yi Fan and I venture forth to scout ahead. Of course, should you find a viable path, feel free to depart without waiting for us. Simply leave behind a signal. Upon hearing this, the expressions on their faces visibly relaxed, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Just the two of you. Perhaps I should accompany you. Encountering Lu Yunji's group could pose some danger, Pang Bo interjected as he approached, proposing to join their expedition. No, you must stay here. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, they may be unable to cope, Guze replied, casting a glance at the remaining 6 individuals. Among them, aside from Pang Bo and Zhou Yi, the rest were either women or individuals like Zhang Xiling, who were utterly defenseless. In the presence of such a group, even a mundane beast could pose a lethal threat. All right, I will stay, Pang Bo conceded, having discerned the underlying implication in Guze's words. After making the necessary arrangements, the duo set off towards another sacred mountain within the ancient Forbidden Grounds. The 9 sacred mountains were not particularly towering. Yesterday, the group had spent a good portion of the day descending from the summit to the base. This time, however, their return journey was swift and familiar. Guze and Yi Fan reached the mountain's peak in less than half an hour. Are you planning to make a move on the beautiful Lin? Yi Fan teased, recalling Guze's earlier gesture of affection. No, it is merely friendship, Guze chuckled, but upon noticing Yi Fan's incredulous expression, he sighed and added, she wishes to grow close to me with sincerity. I cannot remain unresponsive. Their eyes met, and Yi Fan instantly wore an expression of understanding. Guze offered no further defense. Before long, they arrived at the summit of the sacred mountain, where a cluster of verdant foliage entwined with ancient vines lay just 100 meters away, accompanied by the gentle sound of a bubbling spring and a faint, alluring fragrance wafting through the air. Strange. Why are we moving so swiftly today? Yesterday, it took us over 4 hours to traverse from another mountain's peak to its base. Today, we are still ascending, yet we are much faster, Yi Fan mused, realizing the remarkable difference. Not only had the time taken been reduced, but he also noted that after half an hour of brisk walking, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. His energy remained abundant, devoid of any weariness. Guze, wearing a mysterious smile, replied, do you recall the fruit we had yesterday? The fruit? Yi Fan pondered momentarily before continuing. It certainly seemed extraordinary. Consuming it eradicated all thirst and hunger instantly. And do you know how long it has been since Lin Jiao last ingested any sugary substances? Guze queried. It must have been over 10 hours. Logically, she should have succumbed to her condition by now, you surmise? It is indeed the fruit's effect, Guze remarked lightly, then turned his gaze toward the verdant thicket. Yi Fan quickly grasped Guze's implication, incredulously asking, are you suggesting that such fruits grow on all 9 mountains? Precisely, Guze replied with a slight nod, directing his gaze toward the horizon. Moreover, the world we have entered is vastly different from Earth. I fear that what we encounter next will utterly shatter our previous understanding of the world. Following Guze's gaze, Yi Fan nodded, and in the next moment, disbelief washed over his features. In the distance, a creature that seemed neither bird nor dragon burst forth from the clouds, plummeting toward the earth. It shimmered with golden light, its tail feathers resplendent, accompanied by a distant, haunting cry reminiscent of an eagle. Its form bore an uncanny resemblance to the golden-winged Pong from the tales of the Shan Hai Jing. Guze refrained from waking Yi Fan, allowing him to solidify his rapidly fracturing worldview. He strode through the vines and quickly entered the cluster of greenery, where he once again encountered the half-man-high sapling. However, this time, the sapling was entirely grayish-white and bore fruit as white as snow, resembling mulberries, each the size of a chicken egg. Could this be another variant of the immortal fruit? I wonder what unique properties this fruit possesses, he pondered. The fragrance was still intoxicating, and inhaling its aroma cleared the mind. Guze did not immediately harvest the fruit. Instead, he first scooped up some of the divine spring water to drink and refreshed his face, patiently awaiting Yi Fan's arrival. Soon, Yi Fan emerged, his expression dazed as he pushed aside the ancient vines to find Guze washing his feet beside the divine spring. Alongside the grayish-white fruit tree, he gasped in astonishment. There truly are similar fruits. Chapter 15. All gathered. Yi Fan, taken aback, promptly plucked a pristine white fruit, holding it up for inspection. The fruit was crystal clear, exuding a metallic luster while emanating a captivating fragrance that was utterly irresistible. Without further thought, Guze approached and plucked one for himself, placing it in his mouth. Indeed, the overwhelming pressure re-emerged, albeit this time it was significantly milder. Flickering briefly before dissipating, the wave of confusion washed over Guze. The pressure from the abyss seemed uncharacteristically weak, perhaps 1,000 times less intense than the previous day. He discreetly observed Yifan's expression and noted that he remained unaffected. As if only he could sense this peculiar pressure. "Delicious," Yifan exclaimed, savoring the fruit, its juices bursting forth and filling the air with fragrance. "Yesterday's fruit appeared to enhance physical strength. I wonder what this one does?" Yifan mused, smacking his lips before reaching for another. "No, you mustn't overindulge. You might not be able to handle it," Guze quickly intervened. After consuming the sacred fruit, he felt a burgeoning energy within him, likely due to the efficacy of the divine medicine. Furthermore, an overwhelming sense of fullness accompanied it. It was easy to imagine that if Yifan continued to eat indiscriminately, he might risk bursting apart. Even the ancient sacred body would struggle to withstand the consequences of consuming so many sacred medicines at once, especially with 7 more varieties yet to come. Why? Yifan hesitated, but soon furrowed his brow, stating, "I feel quite full. Such a remarkable delicacy should be taken with caution. One must be wary of becoming overly nourished," Guze cautioned. "Let's gather the remaining fruits. We still have 7 sacred mountains ahead, and it would be wise to collect all at once. Otherwise, if that entity from last night emerges, we may miss our opportunity." "Understood," Yifan nodded. The two then turned and approached the sacred tree by the pool, commencing the harvest of the remaining sacred medicines, filling their backpacks to the brim. Before long, the small tree stood completely bare. However, just then, Yifan gazed curiously at the crystalline leaves. His intent cleared. Guze was taken aback but quickly realized the implication. He inwardly lamented, "Yifan truly lives up to his reputation, always looking to profit from every opportunity. Why not just pick them all?" He hesitated, glancing at the abyss below the cliff, yet ultimately resolved to let Yifan take action. This immense causality was something he could not bear, at least not at this moment. The two immediately set to work. Yifan climbed a small tree, reaching up to pluck hundreds of leaves in rapid succession, while Guze busied himself below, collecting the leaves into his mountaineering bag. Before long, the sacred tree stood bare, stripped of its foliage. Throughout the process, they even attempted to uproot the sacred herb entirely. Alas, aside from the loosened soil, the small tree remained stubbornly anchored, impervious to their efforts. What a pity. This tree is indeed a rare treasure, yet it cannot be removed. Yifan sighed, genuinely contemplating the idea of uprooting it. Be content. Such trees likely only thrive in these sacred lands. Guze pointed towards the nearby holy spring, making his intentions clear. Even if they managed to take it away, the absence of the rich spiritual energy of this ancient forbidden land would make it nearly impossible for it to survive elsewhere. After resting briefly, and as the feeling of fullness began to dissipate, they decided on their next destination. Just harvesting this single mountain had consumed over an hour of their time. Completing the rest would likely keep them busy until nightfall. Yifan gazed towards the 7 sacred mountains shrouded in mist, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Indeed, when night falls, who knows if that entity from last night will still emerge? Guze nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with hesitation. Suddenly, he recalled the direction in which Li Xiaoman had departed yesterday, seemingly towards the abyss. Coupled with the earlier, albeit massive yet strangely feeble, oppressive force they had sensed, it made him wonder if something unusual had transpired beneath the abyss. Perhaps he should seize this opportunity to investigate. We should hasten. We must traverse all the sacred mountains before darkness descends. Yifan urged him to set off promptly. After a moment's contemplation, Guze proposed, "Why don't we split up? You head east, while I venture west. This way, we can cover more ground quickly." "That seems expedient," Yifan responded, relieved at the prospect of saving time. "Let us agree on this. We will reconvene opposite the abyss." They exchanged cautionary words, advising each other to flee at the first sign of danger, and if necessary, to take refuge atop the mountain, a place seemingly devoid of wild beasts. With mutual reassurances exchanged, they each set off in their respective directions. As Guzay watched Yifan's figure vanish beyond the ridge, he too halted at the cliff's edge. Looking down, he noted the upper half of the abyss still bathed in sunlight, while the lower half was engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, a darkness so profound that it devoured all light, evoking a sense of dread, as if it were a gateway to hell. He had no intention of collecting the sacred fruits or joining Yifan on the other side. Instead, he prepared to seize the opportunity to delve into the abyss and uncover the mysteries concealed within. As for the collection of sacred herbs, that task was better left to Yifan, for with his unique status, he was unlikely to encounter any peril. Staring into the gaping void of the abyss, Guzay pondered deeply. The 9 seconds of immortality, a divine elixir left specifically by the Empress, was surely guarded by the ancient slaves. His earlier attempt at harvesting had undoubtedly drawn their attention, particularly that of the formidable being. Recalling the immense pressure he had briefly felt yesterday, a sensation that suggested his immediate demise with a mere thought from that entity, he noted how even the system had temporarily concealed itself in the face of such overwhelming force. Yet today, their actions would surely exceed that being's permitted limits. But why had there been no discernible reaction? Casting a glance back towards the location of Peng Bo and the others, Guzay reasoned, surely, they must have noticed Li Xiaoman's absence. This leaves only one possibility. Li Xiaoman, possessed by the crocodile ancestor, has ventured deep into the abyss, where something has transpired. What could possibly provoke the crocodile ancestor, a being of such stature, to take such risks? Was there something below that even a saintly king like him coveted? As this thought struck him, Guzay felt a shiver run down his spine. He vaguely sensed that a significant event might be unfolding. Was it a celestial technique? The 9 secrets? The elixir of immortality? Or perhaps an even more precious lineage of ruthless individuals? Regardless, he resolved to explore further. Though aware that recklessly entering the abyss could lead to unimaginable perils, Guzay was determined to investigate. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if missed, might never return. Yet he silently vowed that should any hint of danger arise, he would retreat immediately to the safety of his companions. Turning his attention back to the steep cliff, he began searching for a suitable descent. Chapter 16. Secrets Beneath the Abyss. Guzay gazed downwards. The seemingly smooth abyss was not as it appeared. Erosion over countless millennia had left many protrusions on the cliff face, with various rocks extending outward. Before long, he discovered a section of the cliff adorned with numerous jutting rocks. Without further hesitation, he made his way towards it. Like a nimble monkey, Guzay leapt with precision. Landing on the nearest rock, he crouched to assess his surroundings, leaping again to descend several more feet. With each bound, he adeptly utilized the protruding stones, quickly covering hundreds of feet in descent, thanks to his awakened physique and the stamina granted by consuming 2 sacred fruits. He found the endeavor remarkably effortless, soon reaching the bottom of the abyss. To his surprise, the area was not wholly shrouded in darkness. The ground was carpeted with luminescent crystals, towering several feet high, which appeared to be an extraordinarily precious gemstone, illuminating the vast underground space as brightly as day. So this is the abyss's depths? Walking through the crystal-laden forest, Guzay was filled with curiosity. Countless crystals jutted from the ground like dazzling swords, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Among the crystals floated many glowing creatures, reminiscent of fireflies. As Guzay reached out to touch one, it vanished before his eyes, only to reappear 2 meters away moments later. Truly astonishing. Surrounded by such abundant vitality, Guzay marveled. This was entirely different from his preconceived notions of the abyss's depths. He had envisioned this domain of imperial rebirth to be dark, desolate, and lifeless. Yet now, everything before him contradicted that image, with rich life energy forming a misty aura. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a shattered crystal nearby. On the ground lay a crystal severed in half, its surface smooth and bearing fresh breakage marks, clearly a recent fracture. He hurried over to examine it closely. This was the very crystal he had just touched. A faint system notification echoed in his mind. Source stone? Hearing the system's analytical voice, Guzay stood momentarily stunned before exclaiming in astonishment. He had not expected that these crystals, radiating a faint red glow, were actually unencased source stones. So many source stones. Guzay was taken aback, standing frozen in place, uncertain of how to react in this world. No one was unaware of what source represented. Such treasures were typically found only in places like the primordial ancient mines. Their value was immense. Even a piece the size of a thumb was worth more than a precious herb. Such items were revered by the royal families within the primordial ancient mines, serving profound purposes in cultivation, crafting, and combat. They could even seal beings below the supreme level, binding them for ages until the right moment to release their source. What a pity, with my current abilities. I cannot take any, otherwise, this would have been a fortune sufficient to upheave the entire eastern wasteland, providing an abundance of resources needed for the cultivation of a sacred body. Observing the dense cluster of source stones, Gu Zhe felt a pang of regret. Navigating around the broken source stones, he soon discovered a different scene. Ahead lay a shattered expanse where the once dense source stones had crumbled into fragments, and the crystal-like stones had lost their luster. Beyond this point lay an impenetrable darkness. The ground bore a long dragging mark extending into the deep shadows. Among the debris, massive claw prints, half a foot wide, were evident, seemingly left by some monstrous beast, while a series of broken chains lay buried in the rubble, following the drag mark into the abyss. Upon witnessing this, Gu Zhe hesitated, torn over whether to advance. The formidable claw prints and the fresh drag marks all hinted at the lurking danger within the darkness. If he were to charge in recklessly, he could encounter a fearsome existence. The thought of the ancient slaves, beings that devoured life and longevity, only deepened his uncertainty. After all, he had but one life. There was no resurrection coin to fall back on. Prudence should prevail. I am neither a fated child like Yi Fan, nor do I possess the ability to scorn all danger. It is best to avoid unnecessary risks. What if that formidable saintly body truly resides within? After so long, it was likely that he had been corrupted by misfortune, and the chains binding him had already broken. In the twilight of the holy body, as Gu Zhe contemplated the creature seated before the computer, its body adorned with a myriad of colorful spiral hairs, he abruptly turned and departed from that place. Initially, he had harbored hopes of uncovering a hidden opportunity, but upon witnessing the unsettling situation unfold, he deemed it unwise to take any risks. However, just as he turned to leave, his foot halted mid-step, for he faintly discerned a whisper emanating from the darkness. Though indistinct, it was unmistakably the voice of a suppressed woman. Was it Li Xiaoman? In an instant, he recognized the owner of the voice. He held his breath, fearful of attracting her attention, and focused intently on the murmurs that drifted through the shadows. Cough, cough. Who would have thought that the remains of this great holy body would appear here? That existence, turned away from all beings, must surely no longer reside in the northern Dipper. Else how could its bones be left to languish in the abyss of sealing? Cough, cough. Yet, it is astonishing that a corpse aged for tens of thousands of years has given rise to sentience in this burial ground. Gu Zhe listened carefully to the whispers from the darkness. The speaker sounded frail, frequently coughing, and at times the voice shifted between that of Li Xiaoman and a chilling, grating male tone. Damn it. He had been careless and had not anticipated that she had left behind a contingency, a sealing technique that had lain dormant for millennia. For now, he could only seal himself within the source. Moments after the whisper subsided, a radiant light surged forth from the darkness, an overwhelming vitality erupting, only to be swiftly retracted. Jiu Zhe concealed himself behind the fractured source stone, seizing the opportunity to glimpse what lay ahead. Before him stood a towering altar, the center of which featured an immense five-colored sacrificial platform, upon which a figure, covered in hair, lay prostrate. On the opposite side of the altar, a hunched figure was digging into the source stone. Encasing themselves within the light dimmed, Gu Zhe remained motionless, his heart churning with tumultuous waves of astonishment. That great holy body bore a connection to the existence that turned away from all beings. The sealing technique from millennia past was intertwined with this burial ground. He lifted his gaze. Despite only having a fleeting 2 seconds, he vividly recalled everything that transpired upon the altar. Aside from the hairy corpse, there was also a blood-red source stone that apparently contained something of great significance, a jar-like object resembling a half-gourd, adorned with a ghastly face pattern. Chapter 17. Ruthless Taoism, the Devouring Heavenly Demon Technique. Was that the Devouring Heavenly Demon Jar? Although it was but a fleeting glimpse, Gu Zhe was utterly shocked. The towering blood-red source stone encased a pitch-black demon jar, its demonic energy swirling about, absorbing all light. How could this artifact be here? Doubt swiftly surged within him. Logically, this supreme divine weapon should not be present in this location. He recalled clearly that the Emperor of Ruthlessness's divine weapon had long been split into two parts. The lid of the jar was in the hands of the 13 great bandits, while the jar itself resided with the descendants of the ruthless lineage. Yet, why did that jar appear whole just moments ago? Suppressing the excitement bubbling within, Guze picked up a shard of glowing crystal and cautiously approached. Soon, he stood before the blood-red source stone, using the crystal's radiance to examine it closely. The silhouette of the demon jar was exceedingly vague, its unremarkable exterior resembling that of an ordinary pottery jar, yet it exuded a pure black demonic aura. The swirling magic within the crystal created a sense of viewing an illusory shadow. The ghastly face etched upon it seemed to possess a captivating power. After merely a few glances, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away, almost succumbing to the illusion of being drawn into the abyss of darkness. Guze slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, steadying his racing heart. After ensuring that Li Xiaoman, who had encased herself within the divine source, would not awaken, he stepped closer, placing his hand upon the blood-red source stone. The next moment, he gently withdrew his hand, shaking his head slightly. It was not a divine weapon, merely a brand. What lay sealed within was a demonic technique. The instant he touched the divine source, he comprehended what was contained within. He had not anticipated that beneath this abyss, such an opportunity lay hidden. The path to the first Emperor of Ruthlessness's enlightenment. In her youth, she had merely been a mortal, devoid of any aptitude for cultivation, with no connection to the great Tao. Yet, she resolutely embarked on the path of cultivation, creating a unique demonic technique with unparalleled talent, devouring various physiques to empower herself, and waging war against the cultivators of the entire imperial star. All races united in their condemnation. Even so, she did not perish amidst such overwhelming odds. Instead, she slaughtered countless divine bodies, donned white robes to attain enlightenment, and ascended to the imperial realm, mastering an era. Absorbing millions of physiques, she transformed from a mortal body into a chaotic body. Such a technique was truly unparalleled. Guze's emotions gradually transitioned from excitement to calm. He was unsure whether he should shatter the divine source and extract the demonic technique's imprint within. This supreme secret method was valued far beyond that of a complete scripture. Mastering it would surely lead to enlightenment. Yet, the evident side effects were immensely severe. Should he practice it openly, it would quickly attract the wrath of the holy kings, inciting a united pursuit by all races. More importantly, he was uncertain if he could bear such immense karmic consequences. Guze had not forgotten that the descendants of the ruthless lineage possessed another imperial scripture, the undying heavenly technique. In her first life, the empress cast aside her demonic womb, using the undying heavenly technique to devour herself, severing past karmic ties and transforming into a chaotic body to live a second life. One could say that the devouring heavenly demon technique had, after the ruthless one's second life, entirely devolved into a vessel for achieving the undying heavenly technique. Should the two meet, the demonic technique would become the heavenly technique. If he were to practice it recklessly, would that not mean that Huayanfei would also have inherited the devouring heavenly demon technique by now? And there was also the Holy Son of Radiance. Guze recalled that he was the inheritor of the undying heavenly technique. If he carelessly pursued this path, would he not merely become a pawn for others? Guze felt a pang of regret, unsure of how to decide. Yet soon, he steadied his wavering heart, his gaze resolute. Such a fortuitous opportunity lay within reach. How could he allow it to slip away? To practice was to practice. This was a technique destined to crown him as an emperor, unparalleled across the realm. I shall accept this great karmic consequence, he declared inwardly. What of the Holy Son of Radiance? What of the undying heavenly technique? Now that the sea of suffering had opened before him, the first shackles of the holy body had been shattered, and with the 9 marvels of the undying medicine solidifying his foundation, how could he possibly fall short? Having perceived the pros and cons, Guze hesitated no longer. He raised the crystal in his hand and hurled it toward the blood-red source stone. He sought to breach the divine source and obtain the devouring heavenly demon technique within. As the source stones collided, a soft crack echoed, and dense demonic energy surged forth, enveloping him entirely. Taking a cautious step forward, Guze reached into the fissure of the source stone, witnessing the ethereal silhouette of the demon jar transform into a streak of light. Merging into his consciousness, in an instant, his gaze shifted dramatically. The black, demonic energy churned within him, the whites of his eyes vanishing, leaving behind an abyssal void. His entire aura underwent a radical transformation. His hair and garments billowed wildly as he stood, suffused with demonic energy, like a peerless demon lord. Simultaneously, concepts such as the devouring god embryo, the refined demon body, the origins of all things, and the universal Tao manifested within his mind. The devouring heavenly demon technique was an unparalleled secret method, its profound implications obscured and intricately complex. For an ordinary person, even with thousands of years of effort, it would be nearly impossible to comprehend. Yet, at this moment, Guze was extraordinarily clear-headed. Stimulated by the vast array of information within him, his system abruptly awakened from its dormant state, parsing out intricate messages of the great Dao. It was only after half an hour that he emerged from his meditative state. Motionless, the supreme demonic technique fed his demonic heart, and all of heaven and earth were to be devoured. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Guze turned to the source stone beside him, eager to attempt to absorb its spiritual energy and unlock the gateway to practicing the demonic technique. But in an instant, he halted that thought. He had only just arrived in the Northern Dipper. He needed to first integrate into this world. Should he recklessly practice now, he might attract the attention of those old timers. It was wiser to remain concealed for a while, allowing everything to stabilize before pursuing the path of cultivation. According to the information Guze possessed, after exiting the ancient Forbidden Land, they would encounter those engaged in cultivation and subsequently be led to the Spirit Ruins Cave Heaven, where they would face scrutiny from those elder figures. Perhaps I could separate from Yifan and the others and cultivate alone. Another thought flickered in his mind. Yet, that was unwise. Such a course would expose him to unknown dangers. If he were to encounter a figure akin to a cult leader, he could easily find himself in peril. Weighing the pros and cons swiftly, Guze resolved to follow the crowd into the cultivation realm, abandoning the idea of flying solo. Staying beside Yifan and the others was the best choice for him. With such a bright beacon, all dangers would be drawn toward him. After a brief tidying up, Guze pocketed several shards of the blood-red source stone and turned his attention back to the holy corpse nearby. What kind of legacy did the remains of this great holy body leave behind? Chapter 18. The legacy of the holy body, the arrival of the 9 mysteries. Guze, holding a crystal, stood beside a corpse covered in red hair. He felt a sense of unease, as this cadaver exuded an extraordinarily eerie aura. The moment he approached, a chilling, desolate presence seeped into his bones. The cursed remains were something he dared not touch recklessly. With the light emitted by the crystal, he even perceived what seemed to be a rhythmic rise and fall of the corpse's chest, as if it were breathing, which left him utterly astonished. Yet, according to Li Xiaoman, it was clearly dead. Moreover, he sensed no vitality emanating from it. Could it be that this corpse was on the verge of awakening some form of consciousness, existing at the boundary between life and death? No, it was not breathing. Rather, the red hair was undulating. Guze's gaze faltered. The red strands danced gently, swaying uncertainly, yet they all subtly pointed in his direction. Surely, mere contact wouldn't taint him with such ominousness? Anxiety crept in as he observed the tendrils resembling maggots, and he recalled everything he knew. This bizarre occurrence seemed specifically targeted at the lineage of the Source Celestial Masters. Thus, this grand holy body must undoubtedly belong to a Source Celestial Master. The Source Arts originated from the burial soil, created by the foremost heavenly sovereign, Chao Yusheng, among the ancient 9 supremes. Chao Yusheng, dissatisfied with obscurity throughout his life, sought the cycles of reincarnation and eternal life. After the immortal emperor vanished, he became the Source Heavenly Emperor, founding the underworld in his second life, where he ruled as the underworld's monarch. After tens of thousands of years, when he lived through 3 more lives, the vessels of his first and second lives birthed consciousness, becoming the Source Deity and the Source Ghost. Subsequently, the underworld monarch cast a curse upon himself, ensuring that any Source Deity, Source Ghost, or individual from the source celestial master lineage who gazed into the divine source with heavenly eye techniques to extract sacred spirits would fall into misfortune, binding themselves with the mark of reincarnation, their remains destined for the underworld upon death. He this thought, Guze struggled to recall the details. Was it merely to restrict others from peering into the sacred spirits of the source with heavenly eyes? Surely, it was more than that. The secrets were too numerous, spanning countless cycles of reincarnation, the emergence of consciousness from vessels, and the binding of the reincarnation mark, which was akin to an eternal dark hand. He could hardly enumerate them all. Since this was aimed at the source celestial master lineage, so be it. He would simply refrain from practicing source arts in the future. Resolving this in his heart, Guze determined that even if faced with monumental temptation, he would not pursue the source arts. The pitfalls laid by the tribulation heavenly sovereign were unfathomable. He could not imagine what fate awaited him should he become ensnared. From ancient times to the present, a being that had lived through 9 lifetimes had woven a web of darkness. It was best to keep a safe distance. He would only claim the legacy of this grand holy body and nothing more. Guze crouched down, silently reciting a mantra, and slowly extended his hand toward the forehead of the corpse, and the next instant, the holy corpse before him abruptly opened its eyes. A flash of red light surged forth, striking his forehead, and those murky, bloodshot eyes bore into him intensely. The sudden change nearly made Guze recoil in fright, yet he forcibly restrained the impulse to withdraw, maintaining his position, unmoving at that moment. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, indicating that the corpse's anomaly was merely a link to the inheritance. Ding! Special spiritual imprint detected. Identification in progress. Identification successful. The arrival of the 9 mysteries. As the system's announcement concluded, an unusual aura flowed into his consciousness alongside the red light. Deep within his consciousness, a golden ancient character floated serenely, with countless golden strands radiating outward, immediately connecting to the phantom of the magic jar within his mind. Concurrently, a remarkably clear sensation began to emerge. The supreme divine arts inscribed within the magic arts were thoroughly illuminated at that moment. The great Tao treasure vessel, the 10,000 transformations sacred art, the heaven-splitting technique, the divine passage technique, and the unique sovereign technique point one after another. These supreme divine arts surged forth from the imprint of the magic jar, continuously embedding themselves into his soul. Guze was astonished, momentarily unable to believe the sheer volume of divine arts contained within this imprint. However, what excited him even more was the arrival of the 9 mysteries. As the most enigmatic among the 9 great secret techniques, it possessed formidable power, allowing one to directly breach the barriers of spells and enter the realms of divine prohibitions, the forbidden domains. Historically, regardless of the supreme divine arts, only their founders could unleash their full potential. Subsequent practitioners, no matter how gifted, could never fully realize the capabilities of a technique that belonged to another. Yet, with the secret of the arrival, it was entirely different. It enabled one to maximize the power of all techniques, minimizing their side effects to the greatest extent, even entirely eliminating them. This simplicity and brutality rendered it the pinnacle of the 9 mysteries. As long as one possessed this divine art in conjunction with any of the 9 mysteries or other divine or sacred arts, they could execute them flawlessly. Each time, they could trigger the effects perfectly, and the all technique could unleash tenfold combat power in a short span. The action technique of the carefree heavenly sovereign allowed for unparalleled speed. And when cultivated to its utmost limit, one could step into the most mysterious temporal domain, reversing time and achieving immortality. Additionally, there were those recorded supreme divine arts, such as the blooming flower of thought and the sovereign's ascendance, as well as the great Tao treasure vessel and the flying immortal technique, which rivaled the 9 mysteries in potency. Guze marveled at the sheer magnitude of this secret art. It was far more extraordinary than obtaining the legacy of the devouring sky magic. For someone like him, who was intimately familiar with every forbidden zone of the imperial star and the majority of extraordinary opportunities, he truly lacked nothing in terms of imperial legacies. All he needed was the right moment to venture into various ancient forbidden places, where he could retrieve a plethora of transcendent techniques. Yet, this particular secret art, the arrival of the 9 mysteries, had eluded any indication of its whereabouts. Now, unexpectedly acquired, it was beyond his wildest expectations. After a considerable time, Gu Zhe gradually regained his composure, and the golden glow in his mind faded entirely. The secret arts were inscribed within his soul. He turned to leave the depths of the abyss, but the next moment, he halted, glancing back at the altar not far away. This multicolored altar was far more profound and grand than the one atop Mount Tai. Where did it lead? Gu Zhe pondered, tempted to investigate, but then shook his head, abandoning the thought. Better not to be greedy or reckless. If it led to a perilous abyss of certain death, it would not be worth the risk. This holy corpse was also a pitiful being, a descendant of a supreme emperor, yet it had met its end in the depths of the abyss. Looking at the grand holy body lying on its side, Gu Zhe resolved to give it a proper burial. However, the soil at the bottom of the abyss was incredibly hard, making it impossible to dig. Ultimately, he could only hastily cover it with some broken source stones. After completing this task, Gu Zhe retraced his steps, preparing to leave the abyss. Just as he exited the dark domain, Li Xiaoman, who had been sealed within the source stones, suddenly opened her eyes, her dim, soulless gaze fixed intently on the direction in which Gu Zhe had departed. Chapter 19. The emergence of the ancient heavenly palace ruins. It was deep night as Gu Zhe emerged from the abyss. The starlit sky above the ancient forbidden land twinkled, devoid of the ominous magical aura that once shrouded it. Gu Zhe knew that the abyssal slave had been buried and would likely remain dormant for some time. If the Empress had no further contingencies, the ancient forbidden land would not pose such a danger for the foreseeable future. He wondered if Yifan had managed to collect all the sacred herbs from the 9 mountains. He murmured to himself before heading toward the nearest sacred mountain to check if its sacred herbs had been completely harvested. Before long, he stood atop that sacred mountain. Indeed, the 9 marvels' immortal herbs had been entirely plucked, leaving not even a leaf behind. Without lingering further, upon seeing the sacred herbs stripped bare, Gu Zhe set off again toward the sacred mountain where he had agreed to meet Yifan. Intending to rendezvous with him, this time, he moved with remarkable speed, reaching their meeting point within half an hour. Yet, Yifan was nowhere to be found, as expected. He did not see Yifan's figure. The sacred herbs here had all been taken. Glancing up at the starry sky and calculating roughly, Gu Zhe realized it was nearly dawn. It felt as though only 3 or 4 hours had passed. Yet it was already the next day. He figured Yifan must have returned ahead of him. Perhaps he should head back to where everyone else was. Gu Zhe retraced his steps, following the path until daylight broke, finally finding the group by a lakeside. However, to his surprise, the gathering of people in the distance was not limited to 7. Lu Yunji and his group were among them. Hadn't they already parted ways? Why had they come back, and why were they together with the others? Puzzled, Gu Zhe approached the crowd, seamlessly blending in. Yifan spotted Gu Zhe immediately and came over, saying, "I waited for you at the sacred mountain for a long time. But you never appeared until sunset. I thought something had happened to you, so I went ahead and harvested the sacred fruits." Hearing this, Gu Zhe smiled slightly and replied, "It's nothing. I accidentally fell into a ravine but managed to climb up along the cliff." He naturally could not disclose everything that transpired at the bottom of the cliff, merely skimming over it with a few words. Upon witnessing this, Lin Jia, Pang Bo, and the others gathered around, curious about their presence here. Gu Zhe furrowed his brows and nodded towards Lu Yunji and his group, noticing they were huddled around a fire, with half a roasted wild deer placed in their midst. Upon hearing this, Zhou spoke with a hint of irritation. They arrived last night, claiming they wanted to accompany us. No amount of shooing them away would work. It seems they lack the survival skills necessary in such desolate mountains, and have come here to mooch off our provisions, taking away most of the wild deer we hunted. Gu Zhe pondered aloud. Why not make our intentions clear? We could simply part ways. There is no need to travel together. I never gave them a warm reception. However, this time they seem to have learned from past encounters. Regardless of how much I taunted or provoked them, they always greeted me with smiles, showing no sign of annoyance. Pang Bo sighed helplessly, his tone laced with resignation. He was someone who could easily be swayed by gentleness, but found it difficult to confront those who clung on stubbornly. Despite the camaraderie, Gu Zhe quickly discerned a problem upon entering the crowd. Lu Yunji's group continued to exhibit a tight-knit demeanor, deliberately distancing themselves from others. Regardless of their actions, even in conversation, they kept a considerable distance, seemingly afraid of being overheard. Observing this, Gu Zhe could almost conclude that they were merely leveraging them to escape the area. Let us disregard them and proceed on our own path, hoping they can keep up. He cast a cold glance at Lu Yunji and his companions, not intending to engage with them any further. Having consumed the sacred fruit, his group possessed extraordinary stamina, confident they could easily distance themselves from Lu Yunji's group within half a day. At that moment, Yifan suddenly whispered, "Moreover, Li Xiaoman is missing. Li Xiaoman is missing?" The group, upon hearing this, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Ji Yuze had initially thought she had secretly joined Lu Yunji's group, hence not mentioning it directly, but seeing no trace of her there. It now appeared they had lost her during their journey. As Yifan spoke, everyone began to scan the crowd, yet they found no sign of her. Should we go back to search for her? Lin Jia hesitated, seeking the group's consensus. Upon hearing her suggestion, Pang Bo responded with indignation. Why search for her? In this vast forbidden area, how long would it take to find her? When we were targeted earlier, she stood silently by Lu Yunji's side, and now she has vanished, expecting us to look for her. Is it really necessary to search for someone like her? Besides, in this wild and desolate region, if we were to lose more people because of her, it would be a loss not worth the gain. The group fell silent. Pang Bo's words, though blunt and harsh, were undeniably reasonable, especially his final remark, given the ever-present threat of unknown dangers. Losing a single person could lead to far greater consequences. However, whether to return and search near the Holy Mountain or to continue along their path remained an unresolved dilemma. No one was willing to voice a decision, and all eyes turned towards Gu Zhe, awaiting his verdict. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Gu Zhe understood their sentiments. He cast an apologetic glance at Yifan and said, "There is no need to search. We cannot delay our journey for her. However, we must stay close together. We cannot afford to fall behind." Just a moment ago, he had noticed the unspoken thoughts in their eyes. Aside from Yifan, most were evidently reluctant to turn back in such a scenario. Adhering to the majority's choice was the wisest course of action. After making his decision, no one voiced further objections. Each person took the opportunity to rest. They silently cast aside thoughts of Li Xiaoman's fate. Yet Gu Zhe noticed Yifan sitting alone, appearing somewhat despondent. He quietly approached her and softly said, "I am sorry. In this situation, we cannot return to find her." "I understand," Yifan replied, managing a self-deprecating smile, though her expression remained bittersweet. It was simply that she found it hard to let go. Having arrived in such an unfamiliar place, the person she had once felt closest to had suddenly disappeared. He refrained from saying more, his gaze reflecting a sense of melancholy. Noticing Gu Zhe's concerned expression, she continued, "It's all right. I do not blame you. After all, you made the most reasonable choice." Seeing this, Gu Zhe offered a few words of comfort before leaving her to her solitude. "It's all right. You will find someone more familiar to you." As the sun rose high in the sky, they resumed their journey. This time, they did not stop midway, as everyone was eager to leave this unsettling area and reach a place where human presence could be felt. This region was truly disconcerting, especially after witnessing various ferocious wild beasts, including a gigantic golden-winged pung bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters, circling above a massive serpent coiled near a treacherous pit. Everyone realized that this place was utterly unlike Earth. Creatures that only existed in myths and legends were now appearing one after another before their very eyes. By noon, the scorching sun hung overhead. Yet Gu Zhe and the others did not pause for rest, swiftly advancing under the shelter of tree canopies, having already put a mountain's distance between themselves and Lu Yunji's group. "Are we heading in the wrong direction? This area seems endless," someone voiced, doubting their progress. The trees grew denser, and the presence of wild beasts increased, causing Lin Jia to feel a twinge of fear. "It should be correct. I believe we will exit this forbidden land before nightfall." Gu Zhe led the group up a high mountain, contemplating the timeline. At this rate, they should soon reach the outskirts of the ancient forbidden area. "Hey, look over there. There seems to be a palace on that distant mountain." Lu Yi suddenly pointed ahead. It was an extraordinarily tall mountain, far from their location, penetrating the clouds, with a series of structures emerging within the mist. "There truly is a palace." Excitement spread among the group. Although still distant, they should be able to reach its foothills before night fell. "Wait, it appears there are cranes flying within that palace, and a rainbow light shimmering in the clouds, along with people soaring through the air." "How can people float in mid-air? Could they be immortals?" Some with sharper eyesight immediately noticed the peculiarities. Yet everything remained hazy, those figures appearing as mere phantoms, rendering any conclusions speculative. Compelled by curiosity, the group hastened their pace, eager to leave this place and discover what lay ahead. Upon seeing the palace's silhouette, Gu Zei's expression suddenly froze. The ruins of the ancient heavenly court, he silently mused, if memory served him correctly. After exiting the ancient forbidden area, Lu Yunji's group would enter the celestial palace ruins and encounter some form of opportunity. What lay within remained a mystery, but it was undoubtedly extraordinary, after all. It was a place capable of allowing them to catch up to Yi Fan's cultivation pace in such a short time, promising opportunities beyond measure. Casting a glance back at Lu Yunji's party, he noted that Li Chongqing had been engulfed by the storm on Mars, and their originally planned party size had doubled. Yet the trajectory seemed largely unchanged. Those meant to appear continued to emerge. The sole difference was that Li Xiaoman had now been sealed within the divine source, as for allowing Lu Yunji's group to linger behind. Letting them enter the heavenly ruins, that was out of the question. Gu Zei made his decision almost instantaneously. Let us take a break to regain our strength before proceeding. He called for everyone to rest in place while his gaze drifted back to the group left far behind. To seize the opportunity to enter the heavenly palace? Not a chance, by the way, Yi Fan. Have all the sacred fruits from the 9 mountains been picked? During their brief respite, Gu Zei turned to inquire. As they were about to exit the ancient forbidden area, it would be unwise to carry such treasures with them, lest they be snatched away. The best course of action would be to consume them entirely. All picked. Yi Fan replied, momentarily taken aback, unsure why Gu Zei had brought it up at this time, but instinctively responded nonetheless. Bring them out. Let us divide them here and make sure to finish them. Now? Here? Yi Fan appeared puzzled. He glanced at the distant, undulating mountains and hesitated before asking, we don't know how much farther we have to go. Wouldn't it be better to eat on the road? No, right here is best. We should finish quickly. Gu Zei, noticing his continued confusion, decided to elaborate. Earlier, we encountered a colossal shadow in the forbidden area, along with that golden-winged pung bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters, and the massive serpent coiling nearby. Now we are witnessing what seems to be a celestial palace. I have a premonition that this world might truly harbor immortals. The extraordinary effects of these fruits can indeed bring about significant changes in our physical constitution. Upon hearing Gu Zei's words, Yi Fan instantly grasped his meaning. He promptly interjected, are you suggesting that if these fruits are taken outside, they may attract covetous eyes and be seized? He understood the adage that a commoner is innocent. Yet possessing something precious can lead to peril. Gu Zei nodded in affirmation and remarked, precisely. Although everything remains uncertain at this juncture, it is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Rather than risking their theft, we would be better off seizing this opportunity to consume them ourselves. Having elucidated the stakes involved, Yi Fan ceased to insist on any opposition. He called over Pang Bo and retrieved the mountaineering bag from his back. There were 9 varieties of fruit in total, and after excluding the initial 2 they had picked, 8 remained. 8? Gu Zei questioned, perplexed. What a remarkable coincidence. He accepted the heavy backpack, inspecting the contents within. A cursory glance confirmed that indeed. There were exactly 8 of each type, correct. Upon ascending the second holy mountain, I noticed that the fruits appeared to have been harvested, with several branches exhibiting clear breakage marks. It seems someone has preceded us in gathering them, and the traces are quite recent. It must have happened that very night. Listening to Yi Fan's words, Gu Zei's heart raced. The fact that someone had harvested before them yet left enough holy fruits for their group was troubling. Was this merely a prelude orchestrated by that enigmatic presence? How many had she accounted for? A glance back toward the depths of the ancient forbidden land sent a chill down Gu Zei's spine. It seemed that there was more than one ancient slave lurking in the abyss. Gu Zei felt as though a thick fog had enveloped him. Who, or what, was orchestrating all of this? Unable to comprehend the intricate web of causality, he simply handed the bag back to Yi Fan and said, let us distribute them. We have precisely 8 individuals. 1 for each, it seems fitting. Yi Fan nodded, skillfully extracting the holy fruits and distributing them among the group. He cautioned everyone not to waste any or to keep them on their person, insisting that they consume them immediately. The fruits varied in size, the smallest scarcely larger than a pinky finger, while the largest were only slightly bigger than an egg die in the blink of an eye. they were swallowed by the eager group. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yunji's party caught up with them. Upon reaching the summit where Gu Zhe and the others were situated, they were greeted by the ethereal sight of the heavenly palace emerging amidst the clouds, prompting an uproar of excitement and astonished exclamations. Is that a palace? Are those cranes soaring and figures flitting about? Could they be immortals? Nonsense, it must be a mirage, perhaps a reflection of a tourist site. Some consoled themselves, believing they had returned to Earth. I am finally going home. Once I escape this cursed place, the world will be mine to command. A few cast furtive glances toward Gu Zhe's direction, seemingly with ulterior motives. The excitement was palpable as they witnessed human presence once more, their exhilaration unmistakable. What a bunch of bumpkins, completely unaccustomed to the world, Pang Bo scoffed, reclining on the ground with disdain, having forgotten that he too had once exhibited similar fervor. Amidst the joy, they soon quieted down. Some hesitated, contemplating approaching to greet them, but were stymied by a mere glance from Lu Yunji. Ultimately, they did not draw closer but rather sat cross-legged several dozen feet away, engaging in hushed conversation. Their gazes occasionally flickering toward Gu Zhe's group, revealing a hint of malice and malevolence. What underhanded schemes were they concocting? Pang Bo frowned, his expression laden with confusion as he scrutinized the individuals in question. I don't know, but judging by their demeanor, they are undoubtedly plotting something. Yi Fan echoed his concern, recognizing the blatant malice in their gazes, an unmistakable sign of ill intent. He then added, we are on the verge of exiting this forbidden zone. And this world may indeed harbor beings of celestial nature. Given Lu Yunji's character, should they gain power, it would inevitably become a threat. Should we not take decisive action? Pang Bo's face darkened as he made a slashing motion across his throat. No! Gu Zhe shook his head, catching the astonished glances of the two. After a moment of contemplation, he explained, there are still many people around, and our grievances with them have not escalated to a life-and-death confrontation. It would be unwise to act recklessly. If we are to engage, we must choose a secluded place, ensuring our actions remain undetected, or find a legitimate excuse to justify our actions. Yi Fan and Pang Bo fell into contemplation, both acknowledging the wisdom in Gu Zhe's reasoning, yet the pressing question remained. How could they procure a valid pretext? Lu Yunji's venomous disposition resembled that of a viper. Continuing to allow them to shadow them could lead to unforeseen consequences, such as poisoning their provisions. Moreover, their current demeanor, neither instigating trouble nor departing, made it exceedingly difficult to devise a course of action. A few of them have slipped away. I shall eavesdrop on their conversation. Pang Bo announced suddenly, rising and making his way into the nearby thicket. Moments later, he returned, beckoning Gu Zhe, Yi Fan, and the others, producing his phone to play a recording. These scoundrels are indeed plotting to poison us. Yi Fan exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the whispered conspiracies in the recording. I must reveal this footage to everyone, Pang Bo declared, determined to gather the others and expose Lu Yunji's sinister intentions. Wait, Gu Zhe interjected, halting his impulsive actions. What are you hesitating for? This is a prime opportunity. Once the footage is released, they will find it impossible to refute. Pang Bo, straightforward and brash, struggled to comprehend Gu Zhe's restraint at such a critical juncture. In response, Gu Zhe remained composed, signaling for Pang Bo to keep his voice down. He continued, to catch a thief, one must catch them in the act. If you reveal this now, you will only have motive without concrete evidence of poisoning. It will not suffice to condemn them. His succinct remarks instantly quelled Pang Bo's fervor. He quietly stowed away his phone, taking a seat beside Yi Fan and Gu Zhe as the three began strategizing their next steps. Shortly thereafter, Pang Bo and Yi Fan rose and ventured into the forest, disappearing behind a curtain of trees. Chapter 21. Slander. That night, the haunting calls of an owl echoed through the air. The group huddled close, nestled around a campfire that reached half their height. The occasional growl of distant wild beasts added an air of trepidation to their gathering, each face betraying a hint of worry and fear. They had reached the outermost perimeter of the forbidden zone, where, in addition to the chirping of birds, the shadows of formidable predators began to emerge, a stark contrast to the earlier absence of ordinary wildlife. Have Yi Fan and Pang Bo not returned yet? Lu Yi furrowed her brow, glancing toward Lu Yunji's campfire with a touch of unease. With only 6 individuals on her side, despite the presence of Gu Zhe and Zhou Yi, Her anxiety remained unassuaged, particularly with the eerie howls of wolves echoing from unknown origins. In contrast, Lu Yunji's group, bustling with dozens, exuded a sense of safety that tempted her to draw nearer. They should be back soon, Linjiao reassured her softly. Having heard from Gu Zhe that the duo had ventured out to hunt for sustenance in case of emergencies, she felt somewhat comforted. Moments later, rustling sounds emanated from the nearby thicket, and two figures emerged before them. Yifan and Pang Bo, the latter shouldering a sizable roe deer. "We're back," they announced as they approached the flickering flames. They set the deer down and nodded at Gu Zhe. "So, did you encounter any dangers?" Gu Zhe inquired softly. "All is well. Aside from scaring off a few wild wolves, we faced no threats," Pang Bo replied nonchalantly. Settling down comfortably, he skewered the prepared deer with a stick and positioned it over the fire to roast. "Once we finish preparing the deer, we'll have enough meat to sustain us for some time. With this food reserve, we should reach a populated area in no time." Jiu Zetian added a handful of firewood, calling to Zhou Yi and others nearby to lend a hand. After a day of arduous trekking, everyone was utterly exhausted, yet upon hearing his instructions, they mustered their spirits and began to assist. Soon, a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, its enticing scent drawing the attention of those not far away, who turned their heads repeatedly to observe. For Lu Yunji and his companions, the exhausting journey of just 2 days had depleted their food supplies entirely, leaving many to subsist on wild fruits. If this continued, it would not take long before someone among them would face dire consequences due to hunger. At that moment, as the sudden fragrance of meat filled the air, many could hardly contain themselves. Displaying signs of eager anticipation, in contrast, Gu Zhe and his group, having previously consumed the sacred fruit, felt no hunger. The roasted venison lay on the fire, untouched. The potent aroma lingered in the air, and before long, the forest was saturated with the smell of meat. Eventually, someone could bear the tantalizing scent no longer. He signaled to the others and made his way over. Standing a short distance from the bonfire, he hesitantly asked, "Gu Zhe, do you have any spare food? We really can't hold on any longer. We're starving." "Ha, I recall you stashed away a bag of biscuits earlier. What happened? Did you consume them all so quickly?" Pang Bo sneered from the side. "And that deceased classmate of yours, you must have pilfered his belongings as well?" Previously, he had noticed this individual being somewhat unscrupulous, even rummaging through others' backpacks. He refrained from calling him out at the time, simply because the people he had rifled through were not on good terms with him. "Don't slander me. I have never done such a thing," the man stammered, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen as Pang Bo's accusation struck home. "Slander you? What worth do you hold for me to slander?" Pang Bo scoffed, taking a hearty bite from the roasted meat without a hint of consideration for the man's plight. The male classmate stood there, his face an unusual shade of distress. He glanced back at Lu Yunji's group, torn between returning and feeling somewhat apprehensive, unable to take a step forward. Seeing this, Gu Zhe instantly understood. This person was likely sent by Lu Yunji. If he returned empty-handed, he might find himself isolated and ostracized. Although Gu Zhe found some amusement in the adversary's predicament, he considered it and cast a glance at Yifan and the others. "Give it to him. After all, we are classmates, T-Woon T-Sitwell, to let them starve to death." The previously stiff-faced classmate immediately brightened at these words, hurriedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Gu Zhe. With this half-portion of roasted venison, we can last a while. Rest assured, when I get out, I will certainly express my gratitude." He didn't forget to cast a triumphant glance at Pang Bo, sarcastically adding, "Zergu is generous. Unlike certain individuals who can only slander and defame others, destined to achieve nothing great, damn it." Pang Bo's anger flared at this, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate. But the next moment, Gu Zhe reached out to restrain him, saying, "You'd better leave quickly before I change my mind." Upon hearing Gu Zhe's icy tone, the man said nothing further and hurriedly carried the half-eaten venison back to his group. Before long, night fell, and the bonfire began to dim. After a long day of trekking, fatigue washed over the crowd, and they soon lay down by the fire's edge to rest. The next day, before dawn broke, Gu Zhe and his companions were awakened by a cacophony of shouts. As they opened their eyes, they saw a group of people, brimming with hostility, approaching their bonfire. Leading the charge were Lu Yunji, Wang Yin, and a few others. one of whom bore the remains of the uneaten venison on his shoulder. With a loud thud, Lu Yunji slammed the venison to the ground, fixing Gu Zhe and the others with a menacing glare. "Speak. Why did you harm us?" Lin Jia and Lu Yi, who had been resting nearby, were stirred awake by the commotion and couldn't help but inquire, "What happened? What happened?" "You should ask them." Lu Yunji seethed with anger. He pointed a finger at Gu Zhe, his voice dripping with resentment. "We merely had some verbal disagreements, but I never expected him to poison our food. Several of us fell unconscious because of it." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and soon, 2 pallid individuals were brought forth. "Fortunately, I was cautious and warned everyone not to eat what you provided. Otherwise, we all might have been drugged." Lu Yunji's fury intensified as he declared, "You 3 treacherous ingrates. I knew you harbored ill intentions. Otherwise, you would never have so easily shared the roasted meat with us." "Exactly." Wang Yin chimed in, her voice shrill. "It was merely a small disagreement, yet you sought to poison us all in response." Gu Zhe and his group merely smiled faintly, displaying their indifference. Even Pang Bo, usually quick to anger, remained surprisingly calm, watching the unfolding drama with an amused demeanor. However, this only served to embolden their aggressors. A male classmate stepped forward, clutching his stomach and pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Zhe. "I thought you were generous, but you are even crueler than Pang Bo. Why did you so readily give me half a deer yesterday?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yin immediately cried out, "That confirms it. They must have plotted this beforehand, poisoning the roasted venison. Otherwise, why would they leave their own untouched?" As these words echoed, the crowd erupted in outrage, and Lu Yunji's followers grew increasingly agitated, hurling insults in rapid succession. "How could anyone be so vile? We are classmates, facing peril together, and instead of supporting one another, you wish to harm us. How will we settle this score? I say we shove that poisonous meat down their throats. Let them taste their own medicine. No, that would be too merciful. We should bind them and leave them to fend for themselves in the wilderness." As the voices grew more fervent, some even brandished climbing axes and revealed sharp knives. Sensing the tension escalating, Lu Yunji raised his hand to silence the crowd, then darkly declared, "Such actions cannot go unpunished. However, since we are classmates, we should not be as barbaric as they. Therefore, I propose we break their legs and abandon them in the forest." Leaving them to their own devices, at this pronouncement, Gu Zhe and his companions gasped in shock. Breaking their legs? Abandoning them in the woods? That would be tantamount to condemning them to a slow death. In a place teeming with wild beasts, stripped of their ability to move, they would be no different from meat on a chopping block. Faced with a large predator, they would have no means of resistance, left only to watch as they became prey. Yet, apart from Gu Zhe and his companions, no one else found this proposal objectionable. Some even deemed it too lenient, insisting that all their limbs should be broken. Suddenly, Gu Zhe chuckled softly. Ignoring the puzzled glances from those around him, he turned to Pang Bo and Yi Fan, saying, "Didn't you record everything last night? Let us share it with everyone." "Sure thing." Pang Bo replied with a calm grin. He pulled out his phone and pressed a few buttons. Almost immediately, a recording began to play. "Fuck, I can hardly stand this," Lu Yunji's voice emanated from the phone. "Lu, I think we should just let it go in this place. They are clearly much stronger than us." A male voice chimed in. Gu Zhe and the others recognized this as the voice of the earlier classmate who had solicited venison. "Let it go? Absolutely not. We want to let this rest." Lu Yunji's voice came through, gritted with anger. "Exactly. If we just let it go, then what was the point of Li Changqing's sacrifice? That guy named Gu Zhe must pay with his life." This was Wang Yin's voice. "Lu, while you may be a formidable figure outside, in this place, particularly with that guy named Pang Bo, it seems 4 or 5 of us wouldn't stand a chance against him," came the anxious voice of the male classmate. "And while we appear numerous, most of us are merely fair-weather friends, unwilling to join us in a fight." "What nonsense! Lu is weaker than those few pathetic losers. Just a handful of poor souls. Once we escape this cursed place, squashing them will be as easy as crushing ants. Right, Lu?" Wang Yan's voice was imbued with a tone of sycophancy. Lu Yunji spoke darkly, asserting, "He is not wronged in a direct confrontation. We could never be a match for those brutish individuals. We can only manipulate their emotions and have them meet their demise here." "What? Do you truly intend to eliminate them all?" Isn't it sufficient to just deal with that one named Gu Zhe? The voice of Erwuzi was filled with shock and disbelief, tinged with a hint of panic. Indeed, now that Li Chongqing has met his end at his hands, it is unthinkable to allow him to leave this place alive. He is my cousin. I cannot allow his death to be in vain. Despite being recorded, the deep-seated hatred and gritted teeth in Lu Yunji's words were palpable. However, we stand no chance against that savage, nor against Gu Zhe, who, though appearing somewhat frail, possesses the strength to send Li Chongqing flying with a single kick. Erwuzi's tone reflected a sense of helplessness as he hesitated. Moreover, I bear no grudge against them. Perhaps I should refrain from getting involved. Now you wish to back out? Have you forgotten the debts you carry? Lu Yunji's voice brimmed with anger. Yet, he quickly added, rest assured. Once these matters are resolved, I shall ensure you are duly rewarded upon our return. Have you not longed to enter the system? My uncle holds a position in the provincial office. If we succeed, we shall be allies. Very well. You must not renege on your word. Listening to the temptations laid out by Lu Yunji, Erwuzi immediately acquiesced to his plan. Yet, how to execute this scheme required careful deliberation. A brief pause ensued. Suddenly, Lu Yunji's voice broke the silence. Oh, Wang Yin, did you not select botany as your elective during your studies? You should be familiar with certain poisonous plants. Crack! At this moment, Lu Yunji lunged forward, seizing the phone from Peng Bo's hands and smashing it to the ground. Did you all hear that? Lu Yunji and his cohorts intend to poison us. Yet, unexpectedly, this has backfired onto you. Gu Zhe had anticipated Lu Yunji's attempt to grab the phone and made no move to stop him. However, this overt display of guilt instantly aroused suspicion among all present, their furious gazes shifting towards the now fearful Lu Yunji. You're speaking nonsense. I have not poisoned anyone. Faced with the murderous glances surrounding him, cold sweat broke out on Lu Yunji's brow as he fervently defended. I merely harbored such thoughts. I was simply venting my frustrations, but I have never committed such an act. Indeed, we could never stoop to such depths. It must be those few who overheard us and devised this scheme to frame us. Beside him, Wang Yin, pale-faced, vehemently protested, but no one believed her. Trouble is brewing. At that moment, a figure rushed into the crowd. Panic etched across his features. What has happened? Another inquired, urging calm. Two individuals have succumbed to poisoning. The revelation left the crowd in stunned silence. Someone has died? Poisoned, no less? Instantly, all eyes fixated on Lu Yunji and his companions. Some turned away, gagging in an attempt to purge their stomachs, yet nothing emerged. They instead brandished climbing axes, their expressions dark as they glared at Lu Yunji and Wang Yin, who were cornered. It wasn't use. You must believe us. Lu Yunji's forehead glistened with sweat as he stammered. I never touched that roasted venison. How could I have had the opportunity to poison it? It must be Wang Yin. That wretched woman. She acted without my consent and instigated this. With that, Lu Yunji seized Wang Yin by her collar, shouting, Why would I treat you so well if you intended to harm me? His demeanor was increasingly frantic. Wang Yin, caught in his grasp, struggled to breathe, her complexion shifting from pale to a sickly hue. Lu, what are you saying? I truly did not commit such an act. Do you not recall that I stayed with you until the early hours last night? Yet, Lu Yunji showed no sign of releasing her, coldly retorting, You dare to poison others and mislead me into thinking it was Gu Zhe and his group? Everyone heard me. I did not touch that meat. I have an alibi. It was all this vile woman's doing. Listening to Lu Yunji's emotionless accusations, Wang Yin quickly realized his intent to shift all blame onto her, making her the scapegoat. Desperate, she lashed out, clawing at Lu Yunji's face. Lu Yunji, you shameless dog. After taking everything from me, you wish for me to bear the blame. In an instant, they were entangled, rolling on the ground in a dramatic display before the onlookers. The duo, once conspirators, now engaged in a fierce brawl. At that moment, Gu Zhe exchanged a glance with Yifan and Peng Bo, who rose silently to approach the fighting pair. What do you intend to do? Lu Yunji and Wang Yin stood, their expressions shifting to one of wariness as the three advanced towards them. We have overlooked your transgressions time and again, but little did we expect you to take such liberties and attempt to poison us. Gu Zhe declared coldly, Even a clay figurine has its limits. This time, we will not let you escape. Chapter 23. Resolution. Do not come any closer. Wang Yin shrieked at the advancing Gu Zhe. You must believe me. I did not do this. I admit I prepared the poison, but I never intended to use it, she pleaded, frantically searching her pockets for anything to aid her, yet found nothing. The expressions of those around her remained unwaveringly icy, no one willing to lend a hand or speak in her defense. Jiu Zhe ignored her, gesturing to Pang Bo, and then approached Lu Yunji. In that instant, Lu Yunji shoved Wang Yin aside to obstruct Gu Zhe and Yi Fan's view, making a run for it. Bang! Just then, someone behind him extended a leg, tripping him to the ground. Now sprawled on the ground, Lu Yunji became frantic, brandishing a Vajra staff and shouting, "Everyone, perish!" Yet, no divine light emanated from his weapon. Without the backing of the saint body or the hidden powers of the crocodile ancestor, this treasured item held no power in their hands. Pang Bo, looking down at Lu Yunji, mocked Wang Yin. Is this the wealthy benefactor you clung to? A mere wax figure. He stepped on Lu Yunji's chest, preventing any chance of escape. Soon, Yi Fan returned with a thick vine, binding the two of them tightly. What do you intend to do? Lu Yunji was thoroughly panicked, the specter of death looming over him. He sensed that this time, he truly faced his end. Fear not, I shall not harm you, for you have yet to succeed in your malevolent plot against us. Gu Zhe replied with a smile, I will hand you over to everyone for their judgment. With that, he seized Lu Yunji with one hand and Wang Yin with the other, leading them into the woods, followed closely by the throng. Beyond the trees lay a sheer cliff, towering 100 feet high. Gazing down revealed a rocky terrain devoid of trees or water. He carelessly tossed the tightly bound pair onto the ground, remarking to those behind him, the poison was administered by Wang Yin. She should know the antidote required. This wicked woman, along with Lu Yunji, may receive whatever fate you deem fit. Furthermore, there is no law here. Feel free to act without fear of repercussions. His final words liberated the primal instincts of all present. The gazes directed at Wang Yin and Lu Yunji transformed into those of ravenous beasts. Having uttered these two sentences, Gu Zhe and his companions turned to leave. As they exited the woods and returned to camp, terrified cries erupted from behind. What are you doing? No, please. I beg you, spare me. You beasts. You savages. Accompanied by sounds of curses, tearing fabric, and snapping bones, a cacophony ensued. Yet, for Gu Zhe and his group, none of it held any significance. What are they doing? Lin Jia, hearing the unsettling noises from the woods, asked with trepidation. Nothing of concern. It has nothing to do with us. Gu Zhe spoke softly, gesturing for Lin Jia not to be overly concerned. That group had already transformed into beasts, capable of any heinous act in this lawless place. After a brief pause, and upon the suggestions of Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Zhang Ziling, and others, the group quickly rose and hastily set off, leaving those individuals far behind. This time, they did not linger for even a moment, nor did they wait for that group trailing behind them. All of them were fully determined to distance themselves from this place swiftly. Within just a day, they had traversed over 100 miles. By evening, the group ascended a low mountain, gazing at the towering peak shrouded in clouds. The ethereal palace became increasingly clear, yet it remained at a considerable distance. Despite having journeyed for so long, why did that structure still seem so unattainable? Some expressed their confusion, reasoning that they should have reached the foot of the mountain by now. Others speculated, could it truly be a mirage? What we see might merely be an illusion. That moment, Pang Bo suddenly crouched down, clutching his abdomen, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat, displaying an expression of excruciating pain. What's wrong with you? Lu Yi, who was nearest to him, was the first to notice Pang Bo's distress and inquired with concern. Why stomach hurts, burning intensely, as if there is fire raging within. Pang Bo grimaced, beads of sweat instantly dotting his forehead. Ah! Lin Jia, who was nearby, suddenly cried out, collapsing to the ground. My stomach is also ablaze. It feels as if my blood is igniting. Soon, others began to exhibit similar symptoms, all writhing in agony, groaning incessantly. What is happening? Could it be that the fruits we consumed earlier were tainted? Yi Fan pondered, staggering a few steps before unceremoniously collapsing to the ground, the first to faint. Not only the others, but Gu Zhe was also enduring the sudden onset of pain. However, unlike the others, he did not cry out in agony. His mind raced as he observed the suffering expressions of the group, and he quickly understood what was transpiring. It appears that the effects of the 9 sacred fruits have manifested prematurely. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a wave of searing heat surged from his lower abdomen, spreading throughout his body. Then, the world spun around him, and Gu Zhe felt darkness engulf him as he fainted without hesitation. It was not until over 2 hours later that he gradually regained consciousness. By then, it was dusk, and the sun was close to setting. Upon waking, Gu Zhe hastily checked his condition, fervently praying in his heart. Please, do not let me turn into a child. Truth be told, he was unwilling to revert to childhood, for doing so would mean losing certain abilities for the next 7 or 8 years. However, in an instant, he detected something amiss as he raised his hand. He realized his clothes had become exceedingly baggy, and the small hands emerging from the sleeves were delicate and pink, their skin resembling that of an infant. Unbelievable! Although he had anticipated this change, the voice that emerged from his mouth startled him. He quickly retrieved his phone from his oversized pocket to use it as a mirror, and upon seeing his reflection, he quietly exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had not transformed into an infant, merely resembling a 5 or 6-year-old child. After calming his inner turmoil, Gu Zhe turned to assess the states of the others. Yet, upon turning, his mouth fell agape, frozen in place. Good heavens! Everything had just become amusing. Chapter 24. The Ancient Ji Family? GZU? Not far away, about 10 steps away, lay 7 individuals, all appearing as children, that moment. The others began to awaken one after another. After a brief period of stunned silence, a chorus of panicked cries erupted, the youthful voices echoing across the low mountain. What the hell happened to me? Pang Bo screeched, staring in bewilderment at his oversized clothing. After a moment, he quickly tugged at his baggy pants, glancing down, only to reveal an expression of utter despair. Over. We've all shrunk. Seeing this, Gu Zhe walked over directly and patted his shoulder. Take it easy. You're not alone. We've all changed. I think this must be the effect of those fruits. They've reverted us to our youth. Yifan speculated as he approached from a short distance away. Are you kidding? How could such nonsense happen to me? Pangbo exclaimed indignantly, continuously glancing down at his baggy trousers, utterly unable to accept the situation. Actually, this may not be a bad thing, Yifan remarked, appearing quite open-minded. He clenched his fists and added, have you all noticed that after shrinking, our strength has increased significantly? He was the first to recognize the immense changes within his body, believing it to be a benefit of the transformation. I wish I had known not to eat those peculiar fruits, Pangbo sighed, forcing himself to accept this harsh reality. Damn it, I really got the short end of the stick. Gu Zhe muttered inwardly. Returning to a youthful appearance with retained memories was certainly preferable to becoming a frail old man. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, instead feigning ignorance. The shouts and chaos atop the mountain soon subsided. After the initial bewilderment, everyone gradually accepted their current circumstances. For them, this was not merely an unexpected disaster. It was an indescribably wondrous predicament. I never imagined I would have the chance to be a child again. Wang Ziwen's voice carried a hint of astonishment, intertwined with a thread of joy. Does this mean everything can start anew? He turned to ask the others, but no one responded, many still wearing bewildered expressions. Gu Zhe understood, however, that Wang Ziwen's life had not been easy, filled with many regrets. This turn of events should be more beneficial than detrimental for him. Before long, a group of half-grown children gathered together. Discussing what to do next, Jiu Zhe observed that their ages varied considerably. Perhaps due to the sacred fruits, or individual constitutions, their ages ranged from 5 or 6 to 15 or 16. Jiu Zhe, Pangbo, and Yifan all appear to be around 6 or 7, while Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwan, and Zhang Wenchang appear to be around 11 or 12. Among the 8, only 2 girls, Lin Jia and Lu Yi, appear to be about 15 or 16, having become even more youthful and radiant compared to the others. As dusk approached, the group understood that they could not linger in this place. Someone suggested they should cross the mountain to find a safe location to set up camp. I can't move. Pangbo suddenly plopped down on the ground, refusing to budge. What is wrong? Little Pangbo? Is it because you've turned into a 6-year-old and have no strength? Lu Yi rushed over upon seeing him. Upon hearing this, Pangbo's eyes twinkled mischievously as he extended his chubby little hand toward Lu Yi. I am just a little kid now. How can I have the strength to climb over this mountain? You've become so beautiful. I can only trouble you a little. He struck a pose as if he wished to be carried. Gu Zhe and Yifan exchanged glances, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief, both feeling a chill run down their spines. How shameless could he be? They simultaneously thought, no strength. Can't climb over this mountain? Who would believe that? The two boys, who also appeared as 5 or 6-year-olds, were acutely aware of their own capabilities. At that moment, they certainly did not lack the strength to cross the mountain. They could easily defeat a saber-toothed tiger with a single punch, but Lui Yi, completely oblivious, felt that Pang Bo had a point, considering he was just a 5 or 6-year-old child. She instantly reached out to pick him up while calling for Lin Jia and the others to help Gu Zhe and Yifan as well. Quit pretending and get up, Yifan, unable to watch any longer, kicked Pang Bo's rear, causing him to spring up. After a bit of playful scuffling, Lui Yi quickly realized that Pang Bo was not genuinely unable to move. He merely wanted to take advantage of the situation. She rolled her eyes, grabbed Lin Jia, and hurriedly set off toward the other side of the mountain. Before long, they had crossed the low mountain and arrived at an open area. Gazing at the distant ethereal palace that still remained out of reach, everyone felt a sense of unease. What is going on? Why does that palace still seem so far away? It was evident that this was truly an illusion. Since this afternoon, I felt this way. No matter how far we go, the distance to that palace remains unchanged. They shared their thoughts, contemplating whether they should change direction. The ethereal palace before them was clearly just an unreachable mirage. Gu Zhe, however, made no effort to intervene. He leisurely reclined on the hillside, awaiting whatever was to come. We're almost out of the ancient forbidden zone. Let everything return to its rightful course. Just then, a sudden beam of colorful light appeared on the horizon, and several long rainbows traversed the sky, strikingly vivid against the dim backdrop. Subsequently, one of the rainbows seemed to have noticed the crowd and instantaneously altered its course, hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed, with the other rainbow lights closely trailing behind. Simultaneously, a melodious sound akin to silver bells echoed, imbued with curiosity and astonishment. Hey, Tang Bo, look, there's actually a group of children here. As the voice reached the ears of the crowd, the rainbow light gradually dissipated, revealing the figures within. Before them stood a young woman, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, clad in elegant purple attire. Her delicate brows arched gracefully, and her eyes shimmered with a captivating spirit. Her large eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a subtle dimple appeared on her cheek as she smiled, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful, like a sprite illuminated by the moonlight, exuding both wisdom and vivacity. The crowd was momentarily transfixed, not merely by the visual impact of the girl descending from the sky, but primarily by the overwhelming perfection of the woman before them. She radiated an ethereal aura, evoking a sense of otherworldly transcendence that made it difficult for anyone to gaze directly upon her. From whence do you come? Why do you find yourselves at the periphery of the ancient forbidden land? Observing the dazed expressions of the crowd, the young woman furrowed her brow, though she soon broke into a warm smile. She possessed an indescribable nobility, and her smile transformed her demeanor, her eyes sparkling with life, the dimple on her left cheek adding an endearing charm. Before anyone could respond, the rainbow lights continued to descend, and those following the young woman hurried to join her at that moment. An aged voice resonated. Miss Ziyu, we must hasten back to the Ji family in the southern domain. It is best not to linger here. Miss Ziyu, southern domain Ji family? Ancient Ji family? Ji Ziyu. In a mere heartbeat, disbelief surged in Gu Zhe's eyes. Are they not from Lingshu Cave Heaven? How is Ji Ziyu here? Chapter 25. A different beginning. The ancient forbidden land lies in the eastern wilderness, and although it is positioned at the edge, it remains a considerable distance from the southern domain mentioned by the old servant. Moreover, such distances are not easily traversed by ordinary aristocratic families, especially considering there are only a handful of them. In Gu Zhe's understanding, the Ji family in the southern domain, a prominent clan with the surname Ji, seemed to be the only one of its kind. Was it possible they had traversed continents in their travels? He was almost certain that the young woman was indeed Ji Ziyu. Just as he pondered this, the group led by the girl was curiously surveying them. Tang Bo, this is the periphery of the ancient forbidden land. How could a group of children appear here? The young woman looked at them with confusion, her lively eyes blinking as they swept across the crowd. Why are they dressed differently from us? It seems there are no foreign tribes in the eastern wilderness. We are a group of unfortunate souls who accidentally arrived in this place. Can you assist us? At this moment, Lin Jia stepped forward, inquiring about their current situation. Where is this? Are we still on Earth? Earth? The young woman frowned, bewildered by her words, but she shook her head and replied, This is the eastern wilderness. Located within the borders of the Yin Kingdom. As for the Earth you speak of, I have not heard of it. Upon hearing her words, the crowd lapsed into silence, confirming their suspicions that this place was likely not on Earth, but rather an unknown world. Wait. At that moment, the old servant stepped forward, curiously inspecting the group. Have you entered the ancient Forbidden Land? The ancient Forbidden Land? Is it this mountain range? We unexpectedly arrived at this mountain and walked out from within. Noticing that the others were lost in a daze, Gu Zhe took the initiative to speak. You managed to survive after unexpectedly entering the depths of the Forbidden Land? The old servant was taken aback. His expression one of disbelief, but soon, he pondered over the unusual circumstances and eagerly asked, Is this your true age? At that moment, Yifan also snapped out of his stupor. Upon hearing the old man's question, he instinctively answered, No, we were originally in our 20s, however, due to consuming a few types of fruit, we have taken on this appearance. Is that so? The old man's expression shifted to one of excitement. The legends are indeed true. He glanced at the young woman, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Without waiting for the young woman to respond, the old man stepped forward, grasping the nearest individual, Pang Bo, and began his examination. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Pang Bo instinctively protested as he was suddenly seized, his fair arm breaking out in goosebumps. Yet the old man remained unfazed, a bright light emanating from his forehead, flowing down his arm and into Pang Bo's body. The radiant light swiftly coursed through Pang Bo's being before returning to the old man's forehead, his expression growing even more fervent. Indeed, it is a celestial demon body. Releasing Pang Bo's arm, the old man turned to investigate the others with remarkable speed. Some instinctively tried to evade him, but in the blink of an eye, he had firmly grasped another's arm. This light body? Clutching Zhou Yu's arm, the old man was once again taken aback. A pure yang body. This belongs to Wang Ziwand, a purine body. Grasping Lu Yi's hand, the old man's voice trembled with excitement. A Guang Han spirit body. The old man discerned Lin Jia's physique as well. When the old man turned to inspect Yifan's constitution, his eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. A true ancient sacred body? As the old man continued his examinations, his tone gradually shifted from excitement to calmness until he reached Gu Zhe, who had maintained a composed demeanor. The old man's exclamation rang out once more. Another true ancient sacred body? The sea of suffering has been completely opened. Is this a sign that the heavens wish to elevate my Ji family? To encounter such a multitude of rare innate physiques outside the ancient Forbidden Land. Aside from Gu Zhe, the rest of the group remained in a state of petrified astonishment. The terms uttered by the old man were incomprehensible to them, yet they could clearly discern that he regarded them with utmost reverence. Are you immortals? Can you revert us to our original forms? At this moment, Pang Bo weakly inquired, having felt the old man's formidable power in altering his previously proud demeanor. This is a tremendous boon. A rare fortune. Why would you still wish to return to your original forms? The old man was taken aback, but upon realizing that the group likely did not understand the significance of these physiques, he quickly composed himself. Turning to the young woman, the old man urged, Miss, we should swiftly escort them back to the Ji family. With so many innate physiques, it would be unwise to let them be discovered by other great families. His implication was clear. With such a wealth of innate divine bodies emerging, they would soon attract attention, and it was best not to create unnecessary complications. It matters not. There is no one else here. Ji Ziyu smiled serenely, displaying far more composure than the old man. As an innate spirit body, she was not easily astonished by the physiques of those present. What are you all talking about? I completely do not understand, Pang Bo exclaimed, feeling dizzy and lost. Do not fret. Since you have inadvertently become lost in this place, we shall find a way to guide you back. However, before that, please accompany me. The Ji family possesses a grand formation capable of traversing several continents. I am confident we can help you find your way home. Ji Ziyu smiled, revealing her delicate dimples, her brows arching like crescent moons. Gu Zhe, observing from the side, furrowed his brow, inwardly scoffing. Trust you. This is clearly a sign that you intend to take us back to the G family. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead adopting a facade of ignorance like the others. Tangbo, set up the Grand Formation. There is no need to go to the Yin Kingdom to borrow the Great Formation. You instructed the old servant. But this is a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. The consumption? The old servant hesitated, knowing that the Grand Formation spanning such a vast distance would deplete the resources of any ordinary family. Even the source they carried could only withstand this journey once, reserved for times of dire need. Indeed, Jiziyu softly replied, her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked at Gu Zhe and the others. The old servant waved his hand, and multicolored divine light emanated from his palm, swiftly forming a 12-pointed star array spanning several dozen feet. With another wave of his hand, a cascade of rainbow light fell, and brilliant radiance shot up from the star array, enveloping everyone in the mountains, gently lifting them into the air. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing that the group had a means to return them to Earth, the crowd fell silent. This truly was a wondrous world, and they each speculated that this must be the legendary magic. Meanwhile, Gu Zhe, who had remained quietly observing, was now deep in thought. If they followed the Ji family back, what methods would they employ to retain them? The most probable course of action would be a strategic alliance through marriage or the acceptance of disciples, thereby binding everyone firmly to the grand vessel of the Ji family. Marriage. This thought crossed his mind as he cast a glance at Yifan, who still appeared blissfully ignorant. Jiziyu, being a naturally gifted spiritual body, had yet to develop any emotional entanglements with Yifan. Should that be the case, well, I suppose I owe my brother an apology. It's not that I lack integrity. Rather, it's simply that my sister-in-law is exceedingly captivating. Chapter 26. The Ancient Ji Family and Jiziyu's Crisis in the Southern Domain. At the Ji family estate, a group accompanied Jiziyu, who abruptly halted before the archway of the main hall. Turning around with poise, she addressed the others. During this journey, I am unsure why the clan has summoned me back so suddenly. Please wait a moment while I consult with a few elders before introducing you. From their prior conversations, the group learned that Jiziyu had been journeying in the eastern wilderness when she received the unexpected summons from the Ji family. Consequently, she opted to traverse to the Yin Kingdom to utilize the Grand Formation, but encountered Gu Zhe and others while passing through the ancient Forbidden Land. Thus, she chose to expend considerable resources to set up a formation, directly crossing the void from the border of the eastern wilderness back to her family's estate. There's no need for concern. We are not in a hurry, the group assured her, having just witnessed the spectacle of traversing the void and the Ji family's cultivators soaring through the air. Along with the spirited little beasts in the pastoral fields and the celestial cranes, their curiosity surged immensely, to soar through the skies. Truly, this is the work of immortals. They gazed in awe at their surroundings, their expressions akin to that of bumpkins entering the city. Offering another apologetic smile to the group, Jiziyu turned back and approached the mountain gate. She walked briskly along the main path of the Ji family, passing through the archway and entering a grand hall. The brightly lit hall was occupied by several elderly figures, their eyes sharp as lightning, yet their brows were uniformly furrowed, as though burdened with worry. Ziyue, you have returned. Upon seeing Jiziyu, one of the elderly women beckoned her forward, her gaze filled with maternal affection. Grandmother, what has transpired within the clan? Why this urgent summons for my return? Jiziyu, acutely perceptive, sensed the gravity of the elder's demeanor, realizing it must be closely tied to her own circumstances. After all, they would not go to such lengths to call her back from her travels in the eastern wilderness. Sighing, the elderly woman appeared hesitant to speak. Ziyue, you must understand that the Ji family's current standing is a result of everyone's contributions. At this moment, another elder interjected, maintaining a serious expression as he adopted a pedagogical tone. There are times when one must sacrifice personal desires for the benefit of the family. You must remain calm and prioritize the clan's interests. Hearing the veiled implications in the elder's words, Jiziyu's brow furrowed immediately. Sacrifice personal desires for the family? What do you mean? Uncle, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I can discern the gravity of the situation. Observing her resolve, the grand elder cleared his throat and stated, to be frank, not long ago, The Wang family from the Northern Plains sent envoys to inquire about your recent circumstances. They have promised significant gifts in hopes of forging a marital alliance with us. The betrothal gift is a half-volume of an ancient scripture, which I have examined and found to be of utmost importance. An alliance through marriage. Ji Ziyue was momentarily taken aback, if the Grand Elder's words implied that they had already accepted the gifts. Her astonishment quickly morphed into intense anger. She was inherently fearless, and hearing that the elders had arranged her betrothal without her consent ignited a fierce indignation within her. Ji Ziyue raised her chin defiantly, her expressive eyes ablaze with suppressed fury, and she exclaimed, "You old fool! Do not even think about it. How could I ever agree to such a thing?" She could hardly fathom that despite being a prodigy with a spiritual body and having a brother of divine lineage, she could be treated like any ordinary girl, reduced to a mere pawn for a marriage alliance. "Calm down, Ziyue," the Grand Elder urged, his face betraying a trace of awkwardness in light of her fierce rebuke. Yet, he could not respond with anger, as her notorious stubbornness was well known, compounded by the indulgence of numerous elder relatives. He endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor and gently advised her, "Ziyue, listen to me. The Wang family's proposal comes for their most outstanding descendant. This young man possesses extraordinary fortunes and a remarkable background, far beyond that of an ordinary youth. You must trust that the elders are acting in your best interests. We would never harm you. Never harm me." Ji Ziyue's anger intensified, her delicate brows almost knitting together in a furious scowl. Simultaneously, she felt a profound confusion. What kind of young talent could warrant such attention from the Ji family, which boasted imperial scriptures as its foundation? Even if it were a marriage alliance, it shouldn't involve a family of little renown, right? The Northern Plains Wang family, she pondered for a moment, confirming that they were not among the prominent families. Turning her gaze to the elderly woman beside her, she declared, "Great-grandmother, I cannot agree to this. If a marriage is to happen, you may as well find a willing concubine to send over. I am still young and have no interest in romantic entanglements. I only seek to pursue the path of greatness." Though her voice was soft, it carried a stubborn determination, resolute and unwavering. "This is a decision made for the entire family. How can it be altered because of you alone?" An elder interjected with an imperious tone. "You are merely relying on your noble birth and the support of your brother with the divine physique. Had it been someone else, your earlier insolence towards the Grand Elder would have warranted a 10-year punishment of wall-facing." This elder's face was filled with menace, exuding a fierce aura that starkly contrasted with the indulgent gazes of the other elders towards Ji Ziyue. "Elder brother, Ziyue is still a child. I believe it is best to postpone this matter for a few years." The elderly woman interjected, defending Ji Ziyue while casting her a reassuring glance. Indeed, the Northern Plains Wang family was a relatively minor clan. An alliance with them seemed somewhat inappropriate. Another elder chimed in, his tone measured yet firm in support of Ji Ziyue. "Yes, Grand Elder, they are merely a small family that has never produced a sage. What merit do they possess to warrant our attention?" "You are unaware of the full picture," the Grand Elder replied, choosing to disclose everything. "The young heir of the Wang family indeed possesses exceptional opportunities, far surpassing those of ordinary talents. It is said that he was taken away by celestial cranes at the age of 2 and received an unparalleled inheritance. Recently, he returned to his family bearing a divine talisman, a war chariot, and a complete volume of scriptures. We have confirmed that this scripture originates from the ancient era, left behind by a supreme being." At this revelation, the elderly figures in the hall turned their heads in disbelief towards the Grand Elder. "What? That young man has obtained the inheritance of the ancient emperor? Is it truly so? Does that mean the half-volume of ancient scripture they offered is genuine?" Upon hearing this, the previously composed elders were suddenly agitated. For these seasoned individuals who had dedicated their lives to the Ji family, none could fail to grasp the significance of an emperor's inheritance. While the Ji family also boasted imperial lineage, no one would ever consider having too much of such a legacy. If an alliance were successful, it could elevate the Ji family to a new pinnacle, surpassing the vast majority of other noble houses and establishing them as the foremost lineage in the southern domain. With the ancient emperor's scripture and the Ji family's own void scripture, they might even cultivate another emperor of the void. In an instant, a myriad of furtive glances drifted towards Ji Ziyue, who stood composed and dignified below the platform. Chapter 27. Fetching a good price? With the Grand Elder's revelations, the astute elders quickly discerned the weight of the situation. Jizue, a heavenly prodigy, possessing a spiritual body and a brother of divine lineage, was an extraordinary candidate. Beyond that, her innate talent was remarkable, coupled with the Ji family's ample cultivation resources. Even the least accomplished among them could ascend to the rank of a great sage. As for the young heir of the Northern Plains Wang family, while his physique remained uncertain, his trajectory and unparalleled fortunes hinted that he would not be an ordinary talent either. More importantly, that ancient scripture, if acquired, could provide Ji Haoyue, the brother with a divine physique, the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of supremacy. At the very least, it could elevate him to a half-step supreme, surpassing the contemporary sage kings. It was essential to note that the world had undergone significant changes. For thousands of years, no one had ascended to the rank of emperor, and without a supreme presence, the sage kings remained the highest combatants in the realm. Now, with a chance to produce a sage king from the Ji family laid bare before them, how could these elderly figures not be stirred by temptation? Moreover, a woman like Jizue, regardless of her exceptional talents, ultimately faces the prospect of marrying into another family. Rather than wed a young prodigy from a prestigious clan, it would be wiser to seize this opportunity to negotiate a lucrative deal, perhaps even trading for a complete ancient scripture. After a brief calculation, the elders unanimously discerned the essence of the matter. Ziyue, the Grand Elder, finally spoke after a prolonged silence in the hall, his expression betraying a sense of difficulty. You are aware of the immense significance of the Chaos Ancient Emperor Scripture to the Ji family. Furthermore, even if you were to acquire the ancient texts, it is destined to be given to Haoyue for comprehension, and you will inevitably have a share in the transcription. You profess a singular devotion to the Tao. This is merely a means of securing your own opportunities. What reservations do you still harbor? The Grand Elder's words were seasoned and incisive, shifting the focus from the marriage proposal to framing the situation as paving the way for Jizue's own path to greatness. The other elders nodded in tacit agreement, having previously pondered what excuse might persuade this obstinate young woman to acquiesce. Yet, the Grand Elder had evidently considered all angles, rendering their concerns moot with just a few sentences. Jizue was momentarily taken aback, confusion flooding her bright eyes, but soon, realization dawned upon her. This was a blatant attempt at conceptual manipulation. Anger flared within her, causing her cheeks to puff in indignation as she fixed her wide eyes upon the Grand Elder above. I do not require it. Why must Jizue barter her own self for the sake of opportunity? Even without that half-scroll of the Emperor's scripture, I can still surpass the Saint King realm and overshadow the sovereign. Her soft voice trembled with barely contained fury. For over a decade, she had been the favored jewel of her uncles and elder brothers. When had she ever encountered such a grotesque display? To be treated as a mere commodity for profit? If it must be so, then Ziyue would rather perish than comply. With renewed determination, she emphatically declared her stance. Perish? What nonsense are you speaking? Do you think all that you see today is merely by chance? In the ancient family of Ji, everything you possess is granted by the Ji family, even your very life. Without the Ji family's nurturing over the years, would you have achieved your current standing? Upon hearing this, the assembly of elders shed their amiable facades, their expressions turning cold as they chastised her. Witnessing the familiar faces of her uncles and elders morph into such unkind visages, Jizue was once again taken aback, casting a helpless glance at the elderly matriarch who had initially supported her. Ziyue, do not act so willfully. To accompany one destined to become a sovereign, to become his partner, is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that countless Ji family women yearn for in vain. The elders were not wrong. This was indeed the most prudent course of action and her best fate. What surprised her further was that her grandmother, too, seemed to lean towards the elders' viewpoint. The matriarch of Jizu stood speechless, anxious and bewildered, her eyes misting over with unshed tears. At the end of the day, she was merely a girl of just over 15, and despite her resilient spirit, how could she withstand such isolation and despair? Outside the grand hall, a group stood in silence, their faces alight with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. For those like Fan, who had never before witnessed such marvels, the floating flora and fauna, and the sculptures emanating strange, radiant light, continuously challenged their perceptions of reality. However, amid such a celestial vista, they dared only to whisper amongst themselves. fearful of attracting unwelcome gazes. Meanwhile, an elder known as Tang Bo observed this scene. Unable to suppress a faint smile, he felt a sense of satisfaction with the crowd's reactions. After all, the ancient Ji family was a place that countless ordinary cultivators could only dream of entering, and their astonishment was precisely what he had anticipated. Yet, amid this throng, he found himself puzzled by a particular child whose appearance was unremarkable. This child displayed an air of calm, as though the wonders surrounding them held no power to astonish him. Recalling their brief conversation earlier, Tang Bo noted the child's serene demeanor, an unflappable composure that suggested a remarkable disposition. A promising talent indeed, he mused inwardly, unbeknownst to the elder, Gu Zhe, who stood quietly nearby, was already attuned to the faint conversations drifting from the main hall. Though 100 zhang away, such distance posed no challenge for one who had undergone marrow cleansing and pulse refinement. Every word spoken within the hall reached him with clarity. Moreover, no barriers had been erected to muffle the sound. It appeared that the betrothal between Ji Ziyue and the Beiyuan Wang family was being formalized at this very moment. It was astonishing to consider that the ancient Ji family, steeped in the legacy of emperors, would trade away one of their own prodigious descendants for a mere half-scroll of ancient scripture. He shook his head in disbelief, yet soon grasped the underlying rationale. A mere Yuan spirit body could hardly compare to the value of the emperor's scripture. The elders of the Ji family coveted the half-scroll, while the Beiyuan Wang family sought to climb the ranks by allying with an ancient family. Thus, their interests aligned seamlessly. Alas, Ji Ziyue was merely a pawn in their game. Do not speak of it again. If I do not consent, none shall dare to presume, she declared vehemently. At worst, I shall return everything to the Ji family, even my very life. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, an indignant shout erupted from within the hall, followed by an overwhelming surge of energy as the essence of heaven and earth rushed into the chamber. Ziyue, what are you doing? Stop. Do not draw in the energies of heaven and earth. Otherwise, your soul imprint may cease to exist. Do you wish to destroy this grand hall? The urgent cries echoed, signaling a dire situation. Ji Yuzhe was momentarily stunned, realizing that the elders had cornered Ji Ziyue, pushing her to the brink of self-destruction. This fiery spirit of hers was indeed remarkable. He understood that action was necessary. If he did not intervene now, while Ji Ziyue might not perish, she would undoubtedly be forcibly subdued, and the marriage alliance with the Wang family would likely be cemented. With this resolve, he set forth towards the Grand Hall. Chapter 28. I showcase myself inside the hall. Ji Ziyue hovered in midair, radiating an enigmatic aura. Intricate patterns of innate markings emerged upon her skin, while countless barely visible divine runes danced along the lines. Her Yuan spirit body had been fully activated, and the chaotic energies of heaven and earth surged into her being. This innate ability allowed her to absorb all turbulent energies for her own use. Yet this time, she held nothing back, refraining from refining the violent energies, allowing them to pour into her like an unending tide. Ziyue, do not act recklessly, the elderly matriarch gasped, rising to her feet, desperate to intervene but fearful of provoking her granddaughter. Someone attempted to exert spiritual pressure to halt the influx of energy from outside the hall. Danger! Do not disrupt the flow of spiritual energy, the Grand Elder bellowed. This will exacerbate the transformation of her divine runes. After subduing that individual, the Grand Elder turned his gaze back to Ji Ziyue. Everything is negotiable. If you cease this, we can set this matter aside for now. Ji Ziyue's hair billowed as cracks began to form upon her body, an ominous sign of impending dissolution. I have stated my position. If I do not wish it, no one can compel me. You have forced my hand. As the situation escalated, Ji Ziyue found herself unable to hold back any longer. She would rather choose to shatter than yield. Simultaneously, a wave of profound sorrow washed over her. If only Hao Yue were here, he would never allow her to face this alone. Yet the elders above remained steadfast, still clinging to the idea of a union, intent on placating her. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, and some had quietly activated protective talismans to shield the weaker among them. The force unleashed by a Yuan spirit body in the second transformation could rival the full might of a half-step sovereign. Everything is negotiable. We can grant you several years to reconsider. If you still hold the same views then, we will not force you, the the Grand Elder attempted to steady Ji Ziyue with words while discreetly signaling to those behind him to seize the opportunity to control her. However, Ji Ziyue remained unmoved, the divine runes within her breaking free, transforming into ethereal feathers that floated in the air. Observing the wary gazes of those around her, she chuckled bitterly, "You need not fear. Even if I were to transcend, I would not harm a single soul of the Ji family. Cough, cough. May I request a moment of your time, esteemed elders? I would like to speak a few words." At that moment, a somewhat juvenile voice unexpectedly emerged at the entrance of the grand hall. The voice, infused with a sense of calm curiosity, stood in stark contrast to the urgency resonating from the crowd. Instantly capturing everyone's attention, Ji Ziyue, suspended in midair, turned her head subtly to regard the source of the sound. There, at the doorway, stood a child of 6 or 7 years, clad in oversized garments that ill-fitted his small frame. Gazing up at her with an air of quiet confidence. The gaze he cast, reminiscent of the serene yet profound eyes of a saint whose suffering had been entirely transcended, startled her. What purpose did it serve to bring a multitude of prodigies back to her family? Would such an act alleviate the relentless pressure they exerted upon her? As she met Gu Zei's placid eyes, an inexplicable glimmer of hope surged within her. Yet, she quickly dismissed it. The ancient families were driven solely by self-interest. Before long, she redirected her focus, resolutely channeling her spiritual energy once more. "Cough, cough, little girl. Could you pause for a moment? Must you rush toward your doom?" The tugging sensation at the hem of her garment heralded the return of the boy's voice, now laced with a mischievous tone. Instinctively, Ji Ziyue halted her actions. The distinguished members of the Ji family, who had previously been absorbed in their own thoughts, now turned to regard the unexpected youth with expressions of bewilderment. Scrutinizing his attire, concurrently, 3 questions collectively surfaced in their minds. Who was this child? How could a mere utterance from him compel the obstinate Ji Ziyue to cease her actions? And did he dare to address us as old folks while referring to her as little girl? Should I not teach him a lesson? As the tidal wave of spiritual energy gradually subsided, the expressions of the elders softened. "Who are you?" the Grand Elder inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded the diminutive figure at the base of the hall. "Your attire appears unfamiliar to our southern domain. Why have you come to the Ji family? Furthermore, your speech bears similarities to ours yet differs in subtle ways." As the crowd settled, they assessed Gu Zei once more, leading to a barrage of inquiries. "Stop, stop, stop. Let us not proceed," Gu Zei interjected, waving his hand to halt the flow of their NPC-like questions. "How amusingly reminiscent of Lingshu Cave that is," he mused internally. Raising his youthful face, Gu Zei scrutinized the assembly of elders above, eventually discerning that the Grand Elder was the one in charge. He then posed his question. "Merely a minor family from the northern plains? The Wang family, is it worthy of your willingness to sacrifice your own talents for the sake of favor?" He continued, "And regarding that so-called ancient imperial scripture, how can you be certain that the Wang family possesses the complete text?" Gu Zei looked up earnestly at the Grand Elder, for he was aware that the imperial scripture in the Wang family's possession was not entirely whole, containing remnants. However, given the current circumstances, everything had changed. Perhaps Wang Ting indeed held the complete scripture, a minor family from the northern plains? The Grand Elder was taken aback by Gu Zei's nonchalant tone. Though the Wang family was small, it still held significance in the eyes of the ancient families. But the boy's demeanor, completely dismissive, was astonishing. Tio confronts so many powerful beings without an ounce of fear and to maintain such composure. Who was this child? Could he be from another ancient family? Unconsciously, the Grand Elder categorized Gu Zei within the ranks of significant factions. "This is an internal matter of the Ji family. It does not concern you," he said, his voice cold. "Moreover, if you are here at the Ji family, surely you have an elder accompanying you? Why not let your elder come forward for a meeting?" As he spoke, his gaze passed over Gu Zei, peering into the distance toward the mountain gate, simultaneously unleashing a vast sense of awareness to sweep through every corner of the Ji family, searching for the powerful figure he presumed was concealed in the shadows. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's succinct statements, Gu Zei was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the implications of the elder's thoughts. He found himself silently admiring the old man's cunning. Chapter 29. If you are to deceive. Deceived magnificently, Guze had no intention of revealing that he was without any powerful backing. On the contrary, he decided almost instantly how to respond next. Aligning with the elder's line of reasoning and tacitly affirming his assumptions seemed a prudent choice. He shook his head, denying the elder's presumption. I apologize. I have no elder accompanying me. The only ones with me are a few fellow disciples. Tio, venture into the ancient families without an elder accompanying you? The Grand Elder's brows knitted together, skepticism evident in his expression. He discreetly released his spirit sense to probe Guze. However, in an instant, astonishment washed over his features. The boy's meridians were pure and unblemished. His spirit sense transparent, indicating a fourth-level secret realm hidden beneath the surface, an omen of a saintly seed. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated such remarkable talent in this youth. Thus, his spirit sense journeyed further into Guze's essence, penetrating the golden sea of suffering within. When the golden expanse was unveiled, the astonishment on his face swiftly transformed into sheer horror. A golden sea of suffering untainted by the curse of the Great Path? In disbelief, the Grand Elder sprang to his feet, exclaiming in shock. His aged visage was alight with excitement, as though he had witnessed something utterly unfathomable. Why are you so flustered, Grand Elder? What saintly body? The others murmured in confusion. At that moment, Guze received an alert from the system, indicating that the Grand Elder was a figure of significant authority. However, rather than opting for the system's assistance in concealment, he chose to allow the Elder to discover his golden sea of suffering before activating the system to expel the Elder's probing spirit sense. With a deep exhale, the Grand Elder endeavored to regain his composure. Regarding Guze with a gaze filled with incredulity, if I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that such a physique could exist in this world. The golden sea of suffering, as resilient as divine iron, yet not desolate. Its potential is overwhelming, with divine runes hidden beneath, surpassing any royal body. Moreover, it remains untainted by the Great Path's curse. Your spirit sense bears none of that forbidden law. As the Grand Elder expressed his admiration, the assembly of G family elders was rife with confusion. Yet, a few began to ponder deeply, attempting to discern the type of physique the Grand Elder had referenced. Suddenly, one elderly matron recalled something and, with uncertainty, looked at Guze. Could it be the legendary physique? Indeed, the unparalleled and supreme saintly body. The Grand Elder's words caused the previously composed elders of the G family to leap to their feet in astonishment. How is this possible? Such a physique was said to have been forsaken by the Great Path. How could it appear in the world? You just stated that he bears no curse of the Great Path. How can this be? Such a genius, why has he suddenly appeared in our G family? The elders were left in a state of shock. Of course, some among them cast doubtful glances at Guze, questioning his sudden emergence. After the initial shock subsided, the Grand Elder motioned for silence among the others. When he once more turned his gaze to Guze, the sharpness in his eyes had dissipated. Young friend, may I inquire as to your origin? Which sect do you hail from? Moreover, what brings you to our G family? And where might your elder be? Could you kindly invite them to meet with us? At this juncture, all attention had shifted away from Gzue, focusing instead on the mysteriously appearing youth. His presence had been so enigmatic. How did a seemingly unremarkable child manage to bypass the G family's formidable defenses to appear within the Grand Hall? As for his assertion of being without an elder, they remained skeptical. Such a flawless seed. Which sect would allow it to roam unaccompanied? Meanwhile, Gzue, having realized she had been entirely disregarded, chose to remain silent. Though her disdainful glances at the G family members were unmistakable. Perceiving that he had successfully led their thoughts astray, Guze naturally continued to weave his tale. Before arriving in Beidou, my sect instructed me to refrain from disclosing too much. Thus, I cannot divulge the specifics of my sect to you. He chuckled lightly, deftly sidestepping inquiries about his sect. However, he swiftly added, you may not believe what I say next, but my fellow disciples and I initially arrived here seeking to understand the Tao traditions of Beidou, to reconnect with our severed path of cultivation. From beyond Beidou, to reconnect with your cultivation path. The elders seized upon this crucial information at once. Yet, skepticism soon followed. You claim to hail from beyond Beidou? How is that possible? The distances between star domains are insurmountable. Even a great sage would require the ancient secret formations to traverse them. Are you mocking us? Young friend, you must ponder your words carefully. I have devoted thousands of years to my cultivation and have attained the level of a master. Even I would require several years to traverse the entirety of the southern domain. You, a mere mortal with no cultivation, how could you possibly endure such a feat, even with the existence of an unparalleled grand formation? The senior members of the G family exclaimed that it is impossible. To cross star domains and arrive at Beidou is something even the ancient families cannot achieve. Yuze slowly surveyed the room and then turned his gaze outside the grand hall. Observing the anxious figure of Tang Bo standing at the entrance, with an air of composure, he remarked, "Believe it or not, I have not concealed anything about our origins." At this moment, Tang Bo was exceedingly anxious. Caught between the decision to enter or remain outside the hall, this young man was remarkably audacious. In the blink of an eye, he had dared to stride into the discussion chamber. He had heard everything that had been deliberated within. Yet as a servant, he understood all too well that, even if fortunate enough to eavesdrop, he had no right to voice his opinions. Thus, he chose to keep his companions at the archway, hoping to shield them from hearing certain decisions of the G family. However, he now found himself in a predicament, wishing to enter and pull Guze out, yet unable to do so without the consent of the leaders. He could only stand outside, craning his neck to signal Guze to cease his interference. At that moment, he noticed that the senior members of the G family were all directing their gazes toward him, following Guze's lead. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside, positioning himself before the young man. "Esteemed elders, I must apologize for the momentary lapse of this old servant, which has led to his disrespect toward you. I implore you to consider his connection to the young lady and overlook his impudence." Tang Bo was still deeply worried. He feared that the usually aloof elders might, in their displeasure, swiftly eliminate Guze. After all, he was a guest brought by himself. If anything were to go awry, it would not only weigh heavily on his conscience, but also leave him feeling indebted to Miss Ziyue. "Young friend, did you mention having fellow disciples? Are they those dressed in similar attire as yours at the mountain gate?" To Tang Bo's surprise, the usually stern grand elder did not take offense. Rather, he gazed at the young man with a smile, inquiring about the identities of the others. "Indeed, they hail from the same realm beyond the stars as I do." Tang Bo, summon them forth in the grand hall. Yi Fan and the others stood at the center, while the elders on the platform regarded them with eyes glimmering with an otherworldly light. Their aged faces were nearly wrinkled together. Yet they radiated an invigorated glow, their complexions flushed with excitement. Yi Fan and the others exchanged puzzled glances, seeking clarity from Guze, who merely returned a reassuring expression, signaling them to remain calm. The myriad of rare and sought-after innate physiques, pure yang, pure yin, celestial demon, and the spirit of Guanghan, had all appeared simultaneously. "Am I dreaming?" An elderly man muttered, tugging at his beard as if to confirm the reality before him. Such a plethora of perfect seeds, if they could be welcomed into their fold, instantly, the minds of all the G family elders began to race. Everyone understood that once these seeds matured, they would embody unimaginable combat prowess. These royal, divine, and sacred bodies, in any other era, would each be formidable enough to suppress an entire generation, yet they now emerged all at once. Their astonishment was palpable, mingled with curiosity regarding the force and lineage capable of unearthing so many celestial seedlings at once. "Young friend, you just claimed that you come from beyond the stars? Could you elaborate?" Amidst the astonishment, it was the Grand Elder who regained his composure first, inquiring about their origins and the world they hailed from. Guze grinned, glancing at the imposing figures of Tang Bo, Yi Fan, and the others surrounding him. "That world is called Earth, akin to Beidou. Y sect boasts a legacy spanning millions of years. Our most distinguished members have crossed the void and left their mark upon Beidou. Ultimately, we merely tread the path forged by our predecessors." As he spoke, Guze intertwined truth with fiction, elevating the non-existent sect to a height capable of traversing the void. Unlike the Lingshu cave, the Ji family possessed an ancient heritage, privy to many secrets of old. With a mere hint from him, the others would naturally draw their own conclusions. Indeed, upon hearing that he arrived along the path laid by ancient figures, a red-haired elder spoke up. "Your sect has predecessors who once graced Beidou?" They left behind a name. Pray, who might that be? It was evident that a being capable of traversing the starry expanse would not be a nameless entity. And the red-haired elder scrutinized Gu Zhe, intent on uncovering any discrepancies in his words. The ages are too distant, and I cannot recall his true name. All I remember is that he was known as Shijiamoni. Gu Zhe's expression remained unperturbed, for in his memory, the few who had emerged from Earth were long past, leaving no lineage behind. Only this individual remained documented within ancient texts, his legacy enduring. Shijiamoni? The red-haired elder furrowed his brow. Perplexed? That name belongs to someone of the Buddhist faith, does it not? Buddhism is far removed in the desolate western regions. It appears this individual has no ties there. Jiu Zhe faltered. He had not anticipated that this figure would not be recorded in historical texts. However, upon reflection, he swiftly understood that this existence was merely his first incarnation, the second surely bearing another name. He possesses another title, Amitabha Buddha. What? The assembly gasped, astonished. The founder of Western Buddhism? The legendary Amitabha Buddha from the ancient times. With Gu Zhe's proclamation, the crowd was once again engulfed in shock. Regarding this figure, the historical accounts were shrouded in mystery. He seemingly appeared from nowhere, arriving at Baidu and introducing an entirely new path, one cultivated through the faith of all beings. This path once swept through the western regions and half of the southern domain, worshipped by the common folk, aimed at enlightening sentient beings and aspiring to transform this realm into a Buddha kingdom akin to the celestial realm. Regrettably, despite attaining the title of emperor, he ultimately failed and vanished without a trace. The path of faith was evidently absent in Baidu. Although one could name this existence, the truth of Gu Zhe's claims remained uncertain. An elderly woman shook her head, skeptical of his assertions. But are there any others? Or perhaps some means of verification? The elderly woman shifted her gaze to Yi Fan and the others, seeking a different perspective. At that moment, she noticed they all held remnants of copper lamps, bowls, and ancient bells. Particularly, the robust young man, as sturdy as an ox, stood behind a towering copper plaque. The elderly woman beckoned to Pangbo. And the copper plaque immediately levitated, hovering before them. Is this a sacred king's treasure? The divine patterns are indeed of the Western Buddhist sect. Yet, something felt off. These divine patterns were more ancient, related to the origins of the Great Path. Even the Buddhist master from the West could not inscribe such markings. Regrettably, the path's inscriptions had long been eroded by time, rendering any exploration impossible. From where did you acquire this? The elderly woman fixed her gaze on Pangbo, who was astute and, having listened to Gu Zhe's earlier conversation, quickly grasped the situation. He seamlessly followed Gu Zhe's lead, fabricating a tale without hesitation. These were naturally brought forth from our sect. We could no longer cultivate in our realm. So we embarked on the chariot left by our predecessors to arrive here. These treasures are the last remnants of our sect. His words were intentionally vague, built upon the foundation laid by Gu Zhe. Wary of saying anything amiss, after finishing, he chose not to elaborate further. I must admit, I am beginning to take an interest in your realm. Should the opportunity arise, I would certainly venture there, perhaps discovering a few more celestial seeds. Seeing that no valuable information could be extracted, the elderly woman ceased her inquiries and turned her focus to the grand elder beside her. The latter nodded slightly, understanding her intent. After a moment's hesitation, the grand elder ventured, since you seek to continue your path of cultivation, would you be willing to remain with my G family? Though we do not have a great sage presiding, we are not merely an ordinary family. We possess countless resources for cultivation. In his estimation, the origins of these individuals had become less significant. The notion that these visitors harbored intentions to pilfer the G family's imperial scriptures seemed increasingly implausible. After all, which family would willingly relinquish such perfect seeds to another sect? In this light, it appears that the assertions made by the other party possess a considerable degree of credibility. Yi Fan and his companions remained silent. Yet at this moment, their gazes all turned fervently towards Gu Zhe. They discerned the crucial information embedded within the elder's words and collectively comprehended that they were likely to become figures akin to Tangbo, beings capable of soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth. However, they were also aware that excessive words could lead to misfortune. Jiu Zhe had painstakingly concealed the existence of Earth, resorting to grand deceptions for protection, undoubtedly harboring intentions of safeguarding something significant. They were not foolish and promptly recognized that should the existence of Earth and the Nine Dragons' coffin be unveiled, the ensuing perils could be dire. Observing their silence, the Grand Elder grasped their apprehensions and thus spoke. You need not worry. When the day comes that you all achieve greatness, should you wish to return to your homeland and continue your journey, no one shall obstruct you, he concluded with an additional remark. Join my G family, and I shall bestow upon you the most potent techniques and divine arts. What say you? At this moment, the high-ranking members of the G family widened their eyes, casting anxious glances at the assembly below. They feared rejection from this group of prodigious talents. After all, should these individuals be released into any sacred domain, they would likely be sheltered and protected until they reached full maturity. Simultaneously, some began to contemplate what actions to take should their proposal be declined. For them, if these individuals did not join the G family today and were instead lured by rival families, they could potentially become formidable adversaries in the future, particularly that young man. With such temperament, combined with the unparalleled ancient sacred body, he would undoubtedly dominate the entire Big Dipper in due time. With this thought, some even harbored a hint of murderous intent. Noticing the flickering expressions of the elders above, Gu Zhe could surmise their thoughts. He smiled and casually inquired, Grand Elder, if I were to declare my unwillingness at this moment, would you allow us to depart unscathed? The elders were momentarily taken aback, and then a subtle wave of murderous intent surged within the hall, intensifying and converging upon the figures of Pang Bo and the others standing below. In an instant, beads of sweat dotted the foreheads of the 8 individuals. Lin Jia and Lu Yi, among others, were already struggling to maintain their footing, their calves trembling, amidst the sudden onslaught of pressure. Gu Zhe remained unfazed. He sighed and remarked, The divine chariot that brought us here has been destroyed in the ancient abyss. It seems returning is not feasible in the near future. Henceforth, I shall have to trouble the esteemed elders more. At this point, further discussion was unnecessary, and the powerful elders gradually withdrew their murderous intent and pressure. Listening to Gu Zhe's astute words, the assembly's gazes towards him grew increasingly appreciative. Tangbo, please arrange accommodations for our young friends. Additionally, notify the family head and the young master via the divine formation. The Grand Elder promptly commanded, signaling for the family head of the G family to return. He then turned to Gu Zhe and said, I am but a humble practitioner of the transformation of the dragon's 9 changes. If you seek guidance in your cultivation, a more suitable mentor must be found. The Grand Elder's humility was evident, for while the path of cultivation is often measured by years, the accumulated wisdom of a 1,000-year elder is a treasure sought after by many. This flattery elicited a beaming response from the Grand Elder, who busily stroked his beard, clearly relishing the praise. With the objective achieved, Gu Zhe refrained from further comments and, alongside the others, made his way towards the great hall's exit. He understood well that the ancient aristocratic families were never bastions of tranquility. Mere talent was insufficient. One must demonstrate all advantages to gain universal recognition. Only then could the balance of resources tilt favorably in their direction. Chapter 31. The Grand Elder's schemes within a secluded chamber of the G family. Several high-ranking members sat cross-legged upon cushions. Any news from the Western Desert? The Grand Elder inquired, directing his gaze towards a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his early 40s. The investigation is conclusive. Aside from those few Buddhist disciples, the Western Desert South Buddhist court does not harbor any seeds like ours. Furthermore, the spies embedded in other sacred domains have also reported back, revealing no connections to that group of youths. None at all? From whence do they hail? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's report, the Grand Elder subtly furrowed his brow. He certainly did not trust the claims made by Gu Zhe and his companions. Thus, he had immediately mobilized the G family's external forces to thoroughly investigate these individuals' origins. Forgive my candor, but I believe it highly probable that they are not from this land. Another elder with red hair interjected thoughtfully. Their attire is peculiar, and their manner of speech differs significantly from ours. They may indeed hail from other star domains. Absurd. Yet at this moment, another elder suddenly offered a dissenting opinion. From other star domains? Let alone anything else. Even the ancient star closest to us has only been graced by their powerful beings twice in millennia. How could a mere handful of children traverse the boundless cosmos solely by their mention of a divine chariot? Such a feat of interstellar travel, without the protection of a great saint, would surely lead to their swift demise. In my view, they may well be ancient prodigies sealed within certain forbidden zones. Released into the world, the red-haired elder posited that Gu Zhe and his companions originated from deep within the forbidden realms, where the ancient sacred body had not been forsaken by the great Tao, thus explaining the absence of any curse from the great Tao within them. That is unlikely. The Grand Elder shook his head. When I encountered that young man, I secretly probed his soul and bone age. Time has left no mark upon their souls, nor is there any sign of being sealed by divine sources. The eldest among them is scarcely above 20. At this juncture, the Grand Elder shifted his tone, stating, however, when I attempted to delve further, I was repelled by an exceedingly elusive force within him. This power is remarkably unique, not resembling any known path. So, you too believe their words carry weight? The red-haired elder expressed surprise. For a hidden power to repel a probing of a formidable being, if that force did not belong to the young man himself, then it must have originated from an entity of at least great saint caliber. Could it be that a great saint truly stood as their protector? The Grand Elder found himself at a loss for words, his own convictions wavering. The enigmatic aura was beyond his comprehension. Though it seemed to be of great saint origin, he sensed it might transcend even that tier. After a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke. Let us assume for now that they speak the truth. Since we are fortunate to encounter such promising talents, why not cultivate them as seeds within the Ji family? Finally, he turned to the others, asking, what are your thoughts regarding those young men? With both exceptional talent and character, combined with their celestial potential, nurturing them will surely elevate our Ji family to stand alongside those from the forbidden zones. An elder declared candidly, unabashed in his admiration for Gu Zhe and his companions. However, at this moment, another elder, who appeared rather gaunt, hesitated before speaking, yet they are not of the Ji family. They belong to another lineage, and thus may harbor divided loyalties. They might seek to pilfer our Ji family's void scriptures. Indeed, the elder beside her nodded in agreement, her expression grave. We must devise a strategy to bind their allegiance to the Ji family, ideally ensuring their unyielding loyalty. The assembly of elders understood clearly that, according to their assertions, these youths already possessed a master and had come to the Ji family merely to probe the great Tao and reconnect with their severed paths of cultivation. For such half-hearted prodigies, it was imperative to foster a sense of belonging to the Ji family, securing their commitment to the Ji family's cause. Why not inform the reclusive elders to take them as direct disciples and impart to them the most profound secret arts of the Ji family? We could cultivate them as seeds akin to the bright moon and even arrange marriages with our most outstanding daughters in time, even if they were to depart from the Ji family. This debt of gratitude would render them half members of our clan. The elder's suggestion was met with consideration, yet there remained a hint of hesitation. If they truly sought to pilfer the ancient scriptures, no matter the inducements offered, they would remain thieves at heart. Sitting quietly off to the side, the second elder, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, expressing his persistent concerns regarding their origins. His words provoked the discontent of the elder beside him, who retorted, "You worry too much. They are merely a few young children. Even if they harbor ulterior motives, does our Ji family not possess the strength to turn them to our advantage? I am not being overly cautious. We must be prepared for all contingencies," the second elder softly countered. The elder dismissed him. If you wish to retain them within the Ji family as future assets, yet refuse to impart upon them the profound secret arts, where in the world can one find such an advantageous arrangement? One must always maintain a guard against betrayal. The second elder remained steadfast in his beliefs. All I know is that they are of celestial lineage, possessing flawless bodies. They must not be overlooked. As the two individuals engage in an increasingly heated debate, their words laden with sharp retorts, the senior elder hastily intervenes. There is no rush. The family head has yet to return, and Hao Yue is also away. Everything is still pending confirmation. The second elder's point is valid. No matter how rare a genius may be, they must not invite danger into the Ji family. To err on the side of caution, these youths require thorough assessment. After a moment of contemplation, he suggests, let them cultivate amongst the ordinary disciples of the Ji family. There is no need to immediately exhaust our resources in their training. Furthermore, we should impose some special trials, feigning pressure to encourage them to leave, allowing us to observe them closely. With this, the senior elder falls silent. Talented individuals often possess lofty aspirations and can usually face setbacks with composure. However, when it comes to certain boundaries, it is unlikely anyone could remain calm. If, under deliberate duress, they can still endure, it is highly probable they harbor ulterior motives. The elderly matron beside them expresses surprise at the senior elder's approach, promptly questioning, but could such actions backfire? What if this leads to animosity between them and the G family? Not to worry. If that happens, I shall personally apologize to them. Upon hearing this, the others refrain from further objections, tacitly accepting his course of action. As matters with Ziyue are settled, the group shifts their focus to discussing Ziyue. The senior elder falters momentarily, only then recalling the affairs concerning her. Contemplating the fiery-tempered girl who would rather perish than become a pawn of her family, he cannot help but let out a quiet sigh. Let us set this aside for now. We shall revisit it when she no longer resists. However, we have already obtained the incomplete ancient scriptures from the Baiyuan royal family. If we do not provide a response, it may not be appropriate to IT matters not. Send word to Baiyuan, stating that the family head has not yet returned, and that all matters shall await his arrival for discussion. Chapter 32. The newcomer package of the ancient family Tang Bo leads Guze and the others along a path paved with glistening white pebbles. Ahead, majestic mountains rise, exuding an aura of spiritual energy. 1,000-zhang-high waterfall cascades down from a towering peak, its roar thunderous. Beside them lies a spiritual garden radiant with precious herbs of unknown origin, where spirited little beasts leap about, and ethereal cranes gracefully descend from the trees. Wei Fan and the others are immersed in wonder and anticipation. They have never encountered such a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. Occasionally, elegantly poised travelers approach, casting curious glances at the group of children, as though they were witnessing something extraordinary. Jiuzhe merely probes slightly, and surprise spreads across his face. The profound heritage of the ancient family is indeed formidable. Within this brief moment, he encounters dozens of experts at the Transformation Dragon realm. However, what astonishes him most is that these powerful beings greet Tang Bo with utmost respect, their demeanor exceedingly deferential. He cannot help but become curious about the identity of this elder. With the family head absent and you yet to formally enter, as per the senior elder's suggestion, you will first cultivate among the ordinary disciples. During this time, dedicated servants will attend to your daily needs, so there is no cause for concern. Moreover, do not recklessly provoke those spiritual beasts. They are established entities, and your mortal bodies are easily injured. Along the way, Tang Bo incessantly shares various matters and forthcoming arrangements with the group. Seriously, old man? Those wild rabbits? What danger could they possibly pose? After hearing the elder's warning, Tang Bo expresses skepticism, immediately stating his desire to catch a few. Do not underestimate them. These rabbits possess the strength of the Four Extremes realm, and even ordinary G family disciples would not dare to provoke them. The elder is astonished by Tang Bo's audacity while cautioning him against disturbing these spiritual beings. These are moonlight rabbits. They comprehend human speech, so do not startle them. Comprehend human speech. The group turns to witness the little creatures standing on their hind legs, their eyes sparkling with human-like intelligence. And they instantly believe the elder's words. Such creatures are a delicacy back in our homeland, known as braised rabbit heads. Upon hearing this, Tang Bo mutters a few words, halting his urge to capture them. Before long, they traverse the spiritual garden and arrive at a bamboo grove beside the waterfall. The grove is expansive, dotted with several courtyards. From Tang Bo, they learn that this is a guest residence of the Ji family, typically used to host visitors. This will be your temporary resting place, Tang Bo announces, leading Guze and the others to a charming little courtyard before pausing in his steps. Once you have fully opened the sea of suffering, you will be able to follow the family head in your cultivation. The elder candidly explains that their status is extraordinary. They are unlikely to be accepted under ordinary elders, and it is more probable that they will receive direct instruction from the family head. Much like the Ji family's young master. Thank you for your trouble, Tang Bo. Guze expresses his gratitude softly. The elder is quite talkative and possesses a kind heart, continuously imparting foundational knowledge of cultivation throughout their journey, even presenting several profound scrolls of cultivation techniques to the group. However, Guze declines, concerned that accepting them might cause the elders some trouble, as they are not yet Ji family disciples, and it would be improper to practice others' techniques before formally entering. Old man will take his leave first, Tang Bo states, having guided them through the initial introductions before departing, leaving them to rest. After several days of arduous travel within the ancient forbidden grounds, coupled with the anxiety of their journey, fatigue overwhelms them, and none have the energy to appreciate their surroundings. They merely tidy up briefly before settling down to rest. It isn't until the following evening that a boy of about 12 or 13 arrives. Awakening the slumbering group, the boy gathers everyone in one place, distributing to each a quaint ring, along with several jade slips inscribed with basic chi drawing techniques, before departing without further ado. What is this? Food? Pangbo inquires, intrigued, as the boy leaves without explanation, leaving him utterly perplexed. This is inscribed with techniques, and that is the shimmy ring mentioned by Tangbo, which should contain some basic cultivation supplies, Yifan responds. Examining the ring curiously, jade slips? Supplies? What could such tiny objects possibly be? Pangbo remains bewildered, but the next moment, his mouth falls agape as he stares fixedly at Guze. Just then, Guze effortlessly picks up a ring, waves his hand, and a plethora of items appears on the table. How did you do that? What is going on? Pangbo is astounded, rubbing his eyes, convinced he must be dreaming. Jiuze casts him an exasperated glance. That Elder Tang mentioned en route that the jade slips contain secret techniques. Placing them on your forehead can directly open the sea of consciousness to perceive one's spirit, allowing you to access the items within the shumi ring using your spirit. Beside them, Lin Jia scoffs, you must have been daydreaming the whole journey, hence you missed it. She steps forward, places a jade slip against her forehead, and retrieves her storage ring, quickly producing several items on the stone table. Like Guze, they are also bottles and jars. Pangbo's astonishment reaches a peak, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, as he glances around in confusion. After a moment, he slaps his forehead, muttering, "Good heavens, this world changes too quickly. I can barely keep up." However, it doesn't take long before he grasps the trick, adeptly using the shumi ring. Why is it all just glass bottles? Is there no food? Are we to starve? As the sound of clattering bottles fills the air, Pangbo rummages through the jars, hoping to find something edible. Not just him, but the others are also enduring unbearable hunger. Having gone a day without sustenance, yearning for something to eat. Each jar bears inscriptions, though they cannot decipher the writing. That moment, Lu Yi speaks up, curiously pointing at the side of one bottle. Indeed, there are inscriptions, and each bottle is different. The group gathers around, examining the items on the stone table. These two characters should be Na Ling. Yifan approaches, being the only one among them with knowledge of ancient scripts, quickly deciphering most of the inscriptions' meanings. Bone forging, blood condensing, soul cultivation, chi absorption. He calls out the meanings of the inscriptions on the jade bottles one by one. This must be it, the absorption pill. It is documented in ancient texts of Huaxia. A pill used by cultivators to stave off hunger. Pangbo picks up a bottle, pours out a pill, sniffs it, and uncertainly asks, "Will this thing kill me if I eat it?" I can recall that numerous emperors have met their demise due to the consumption of such elixirs. At that moment, Lin Jia burst into laughter, exclaiming, "We have all encountered celestial beings capable of soaring through the skies. What is there to fear?" As she spoke, she promptly extracted a pill and ingested it without hesitation. The onlookers widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to witness the effects of the elixir on Lin Jia. However, at that instant, Guze subtly furrowed his brow, for he had experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, accompanied by the faint echo of scriptures being chanted in his ears, resonating like the thunderous toll of a divine bell, akin to the harmonious song of countless souls. Was this the scripture of the Tao? In that brief moment, he discerned the profound nature of the verses, clearly on par with the swallowing of the heaven's demonic art. If it did not arise from within him, then from whence did it originate? Guze pondered, shifting his gaze in the direction of the sound, where he beheld Yifan, standing in a stupor. Chapter 33. The arrival. How do you feel? As Lin Jia swallowed the elixir. Inquiries arose from the group. It feels rather peculiar. It dissolves instantly, transforming into a viscous liquid, somewhat sweet yet cloying, reminiscent of cheese, Lin Jia remarked with a curious glint in her eyes, as if the flavor stirred a sense of familiarity within her that she was reluctant to articulate. She then urged Lu Yi, "You should give it a try." Lu Yi responded, somewhat perplexed, yet she effortlessly retrieved a pill and placed it in her mouth. However, the next moment, she gasped in surprise, seemingly struck by an epiphany, her complexion turning a vivid crimson. What's wrong? Why is your face so flushed? The group expressed their confusion, pondering whether the elixir possessed some adverse effects. That's hard to say. Perhaps you should taste it for yourselves. Louis replied evasively, avoiding further explanation. Not wishing to press her, the others took out small vials inscribed with the characters for Bigu and consumed the elixirs. There's nothing particularly strange about it. It merely carries a sweet yet slightly fishy undertone. Though the melted flavor is indeed indescribable, somewhat akin to a certain caviar dish, yet distinctly different, as Zhou Yi savored the elixir, he shared his impressions. Apart from Lin Jia and Lu Yi, the remaining 5 were all men, and they did not find the flavor off-putting. Soon, the group noticed a sensation of satiety enveloping them, alleviating the prior pangs of hunger, and their spirits felt invigorated. Clearly, the elixir was having an effect. I never anticipated that we would find ourselves in such a predicament, transported to another world, encountering legendary practitioners. Who would believe such a tale? They mused, lost in incredulity. Amidst idle chatter, the group began to articulate their thoughts on their current circumstances. From what those elders implied, we seem to be some rare seeds they wish to cultivate with particular care, Zhou reflected, glancing uncertainly at Gu Zhe, as they had largely been in a daze. Unaware of the unfolding situation until Gu Zhe had orchestrated everything. This left him somewhat astounded, marveling at Gu Zhe's remarkable adaptability to unfamiliar environments. As it stands, that appears to be the case. Gu Zhe replied affirmatively. Those elders stated that we possess extraordinary talents, and that they intend to nurture us as holy sons within their sect. Upon hearing this, Pang Bo scratched his head in disbelief, exclaiming, I can hardly believe it. Having been a mediocre student for most of my life, I suddenly find myself deemed a genius. I still wish to return. I feel somewhat out of place, interjected Yi Fan, who had just emerged from his stupor. His expression was peculiar, marked by confusion and a hint of bewilderment, as if he were somewhat distracted. Jiuzhe speculated that Yi Fan's earlier reverie had been triggered by the ancient text in his mind. The divine sound most likely emanating from the 100-character scripture within the copper coffin. If he recalled correctly, that scripture was part of the Tao Jing from the wheel Sea.As, an unparalleled scripture passed down for millennia. Its significance was profound. It had once garnered renown throughout the East, with ancient powers, sages, and emperors all having commenced their cultivation through this very text, progressing step by step. The version in Yi Fan's possession was extraordinary. Unlike the fragmented versions of today, it contained a complete account of the Wheel C's principles. If one were to assign a rank to it, Gu Zhe believed that if it were to be fully restored, it would rival the laws established by ancient emperors. More importantly, the Wheel C scripture in Yi Fan's hands could elevate a practitioner's Will C to perfection. You are on the verge of becoming a celestial being. What is it that you still cling to? Pang Bo, observing Yi Fan's moment of confusion, found it perplexing and sought to encourage him. In such a world, boundless possibilities await. You should embrace this joy. I, Yi Fan, still carry a bittersweet smile as I confess. I find it difficult to let go of my family, he replied. Among the group, Yi Fan was undoubtedly the one most reluctant to part with his past. From the beginning, his thoughts had been consumed with the desire to return, unable to shake the memories of his home. Before long, dusk had descended, and as the night deepened, the group returned to their respective quarters. Exploring the contents of the jade slips, Jiuzhe, however, did not return to his designated dwelling. Instead, he followed a narrow path onward, ultimately halting at a secluded cliffside. He pondered that it was time to commence his cultivation of the foundational techniques of the Swallowing Heaven's demonic art. After all, in such a realm, failing to accelerate one's cultivation could result in being left far behind. Moreover, everything had shifted. They had not entered the Lingshu cave, but had directly arrived at the Ji family in the southern region. Gu Zhe felt uncertain about what lay ahead. All was shrouded in mystery and beyond his control. With that thought in mind, he seated himself upon a large stone and retrieved a spirit-absorbing elixir from his storage. Just as he tilted his head to ingest the elixir, his gaze caught sight of a delicate figure standing not far away. That her. Gu Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Though the figure was shrouded in shadows, the bright moonlight allowed him to recognize her instantly. It was Ji Ziyue. But why had she come to find him at this hour? Shouldn't she be confined to her quarters by the higher-ups of the Ji family? Gu Zhe distinctly remembered the elder in the Grand Hall who had invoked a secret technique to seal Ji Ziyue's cultivation, forcibly taking her away. Miss Ziyue, what brings you here at such a late hour? Gu Zhe inquired calmly, regaining his composure. With a light chuckle, Ji Ziyue approached and sat upon the boulder beside him. Their eyes met, and she softly spoke, "You are fully aware of everything. Must I spell it out for you?" Finally, she added, "I do not wish to be married off to Beiyuan." Her seemingly nonsensical remarks left Gu Zhe momentarily stunned. She sought me out because she does not wish to marry into Beiyuan? Does she believe I possess the ability to sway the decisions of the Ji family's elders? While he had indeed entertained such thoughts and even wished to win her over, he never expected her to come to him directly. Miss Ziyue, you overestimate my capabilities. I am but a mere child and likely unable to assist you in any significant manner. Gu Zhe chuckled lightly. As a congenital sacred body, I am not immune to the curses of the Tao. Moreover, my sect is backed by formidable beings capable of traversing star realms. Do you truly believe everyone perceives you as mere children? Under the moonlight, Ji Ziyue wore a subtle smile, her eyes wide as she regarded the 6-year-old before her. Realization dawned on Gu Zhe. Ji Ziyue was isolated within the Ji family, with no one daring to support her. Her closest allies were likely lost to her at this moment. It seemed she now viewed him as her lifeline. Chapter 34. Teasing Ji Ziyue. I apologize, Miss Ziyue, but I am unaware of what you speak. If this is a matter internal to the Ji family, I am afraid I am powerless to assist. Gu Zhe interjected, cutting off any further requests. What a jest. Even if I were inclined to help, your visit would not be the reason. He continued, I prefer the thrill of conquest. However, I would not be averse to being conquered, particularly by those with long legs. Despite the outright rejection, Ji Ziyue remained unfazed. I believe your arrival at the Ji family is for something of utmost importance. If you assist me, I can promise to fulfill all your desires. Barring the void scripture, Ji Zhe was taken aback, raising his gaze to meet Ji Ziyue's. Were such words truly hers? This young girl before him seemed quite different from the one he had envisioned. Could it be that her character had transformed due to the affairs with the Wang family of Beiyuan, coinciding with his appearance prior to that change? Upon witnessing the vacant expression on Jian's face, Ji Ziyue offered a serene smile, revealing 2 charming dimples. Her eyes sparkled with an air of wisdom, seemingly delighting in having guessed Gu Zhe's thoughts. Observing Ji Ziyue's knowing demeanor, Gu Zhe felt a stir within, and a mischievous grin crept across his face. Is everything truly attainable? Is that a fact? Indeed, Ji Ziyue replied with unwavering certainty. Then how about this? I am in need of a companion on my path. I shall approach the Grand Elder at an opportune time, and I am certain he will acquiesce, Gu Zhe proposed, intending to playfully tease the girl. You? Ji Ziyue was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of indignation in her delicate eyes. It was precisely this reason that had led her to a rift with her family's higher-ups, and she could hardly tolerate Gu Zhe's audacious words. Could this child be toying with me? However, upon noticing the subtle amusement in his gaze, her lingering doubts were dispelled. Little brat, you truly are attempting to mock me. Suppressing her ire, Ji Ziyue shifted her tone, smilingly inquired, while it is not entirely impossible. Dear little brother, do you possess the capability to be my companion? Moreover, given your current cultivation level, I cannot guarantee that I won't drain you dry. Her whimsical nature shone through, and as Gu Zhe teased her, she deftly countered his playful banter. Lacking capability? Gu Zhe bristled at the challenge to his pride as a male. He stood up, eager to prove himself, but upon glancing down at his diminutive form, he despondently sank back into his seat. Alas, as I suspected, the drawbacks of being a child have indeed manifested. Yet, he would not allow himself to be disheartened. After all, he was a seasoned rogue of over 20 years. Surely he could handle this little girl. You speak so boldly because I am but a child. Then allow me to demonstrate my greater boldness. Sometimes, dual cultivation need not involve entanglement. I can simply use my hands. Upon hearing Gu Zhe's sudden remarks, Ji Ziyue was momentarily stunned. Her innocent nature prevented her from grasping the underlying meaning of his words immediately. However, in the next instant, realization dawned upon her, and a rosy hue swiftly enveloped her exquisite features, cascading down to her neck in a heartbeat. You lewd scoundrel! Ugh, little pervert! I never would have guessed that someone so small could harbor such sordid thoughts, Jiziwei exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Yearning to retort but struggling to find the proper words, she contemplated storming off but felt a stubborn reluctance, leaving her rooted in place. Nonetheless, Gu Zhe, having perceived her flustered state, decided to lend her a hand. It is true that I am small, but I am also quite large. Large? What do you mean by large? Jiziwei inquired, her expression one of confusion. Whichever way you wish me to be large, I can accommodate. I can grow to a size that your single hand cannot grasp, and even two hands would struggle to contain. Jiziwei could no longer remain, swiftly turning on her heel and taking to the skies. Fleeing the scene as if in escape. This lascivious rogue, I wish to speak no more with him. With Jiziwei's departure, Gu Zhe finally felt at ease. He summoned his consciousness to call forth the ethereal shadow of the magic jar from the depths of his mind, beginning to meticulously study the inscriptions upon it. The legacies left by such exalted beings were extraordinary, and the divine patterns were profoundly cryptic, incomprehensible without a certain depth of understanding. However, for Gu Zhe, everything seemed effortless. The legacy bestowed by the Empress carried an unusual power, with ancient texts emerging from the magic jar, infusing profound truths directly into his mind. Before long, a vortex of spiritual energy had formed around him, hinting at the impending emergence of a spiritual force tidal wave. The turbulent spiritual energy surged forth, coursing through Gu Zhe's limbs and entering the ocean of suffering within him, the heart of his golden ocean of suffering. Where the spiritual energy converged, a circular ring inscribed with 6 concentric patterns began to materialize, shifting from the ethereal to the tangible. This was the life spring. Gu Zhe remained in a state of introspection, quietly observing the unfolding events. Long before, on the ancient star of Yinghua, his ocean of suffering had been fully established, thus he commenced his cultivation directly from the life spring. Yet, during this process, he suddenly discovered that his ocean of suffering bore certain flaws. Several areas within the golden ocean were dimmer and less vibrant. He directed the influx of spiritual energy toward one of these dull whirlpools, only to find that no matter how he commanded it, those obscure whirlpools seemed to possess a repelling force, preventing any energy from entering. Was this a congenital defect? Or was there another reason? Gu Zhe pondered, perplexed. He attempted to marshal the power within his ocean of suffering. And instantly, brilliance erupted within, golden waves surging. Yet, the whirlpools exhibited no signs of abnormality. Throughout this process, he sensed an uncanny feeling of being unable to unleash his full potential. It must be because the ocean of suffering had not been refined to perfection. Gu Zhe gradually came to understand that merely allowing it to develop naturally, without personally honing it, would never yield the utmost pinnacle. It seemed he would need to seek guidance from Yifan regarding the teachings of the Tao. Having reached this conclusion, Gu Zhe refrained from expending excessive energy on the ocean of suffering, instead continuing to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to solidify his life spring divine wheel. However, he also maintained a level of caution, refraining from drawing in spiritual energy indiscriminately. The speed at which the swallowing heaven demonic art absorbed spiritual energy was extraordinarily rapid. Should he unleash his full potential, it would undoubtedly create a massive tidal wave of spiritual force, likely attracting unwanted attention. Only when the dawn began to break did he cease his endeavors, rising to head towards the courtyard where everyone else resided. Yet, along the way, he was startled to discover that the bamboo groves, which had flourished for centuries, now appeared entirely withered and yellowed, as if the spiritual energy had been forcibly siphoned away. Was this the result of the swallowing heaven demonic art? Gu Zhe was taken aback. The rows of desiccated bamboo now leaned precariously toward the cliff's edge. Clearly, one could not engage in reckless cultivation. Otherwise, it would soon be discovered. Gu Zhe understood that to practice the swallowing heaven demonic art in the Ji family without drawing attention, he would have to rely on divine sources and certain cultivation elixirs to compensate. With this in mind, he quickened his pace, swiftly distancing himself from the bamboo grove. Chapter 35. The Incomplete Technique. The path of cultivation typically begins with the 4 extremes, which signify the connection of the 4 limbs to the heavens. It involves strengthening the sinews and bones, honing the flesh and blood, and refining the spirit and consciousness, thereby augmenting oneself with vitality. Once all is in place, one may open the ocean of suffering and delve into its mysteries. As you are all distinguished disciples of the G family. You have been tempered by your elders since childhood, your physiques robust and far exceeding that of ordinary mortals. Thus, you may commence your cultivation directly from the ocean of suffering's secret realm. Within the G family's dojo, an elderly man with flowing white hair sat upon a mat, expounding the essentials of cultivation. Below him, hundreds of youths sat closely together, their ages varying from as young as 5 or 6 to 12 or 13. Guze and his companions were naturally among them. Having spent half a month at the G family, they had begun to attempt to engage with the path of cultivation. However, the journey proved far more challenging than anticipated. Of the group, only Guze had successfully opened the gateway to the ocean of suffering, while the others remained at a loss, unable to sense its existence. Listening to the elders' teachings, Yifan and the others were filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend their own circumstances and why they could not open the gateway to the ocean of suffering. Are you all in the same situation? Finding it difficult to perceive the ocean of suffering? Yifan turned to inquire of Zhou and the others. Zhou responded with bewilderment, "Yes, I follow their breathing techniques daily, but aside from becoming a bit stronger, I have made no progress whatsoever." "I am experiencing the same," Lin Jia and Lu Yi chimed in softly. At that moment, everyone was focused on the elder's discourse, hesitant to make too much noise for fear of disturbing others. "Let us ask that elder later," Wang Ziwen suggested. Before long, the elder concluded his lecture, and the crowd began to disperse. As the elder prepared to rise and take to the skies, Yifan stepped forward and called out, "Elder, we wish to seek your guidance." The elder turned around, and upon recognizing them, the previously displeased expression on his face relaxed. "Ah, it is you. What questions do you have regarding your cultivation?" After over 10 days of interaction, the elder had gradually come to know them. His name was Li Qingfeng, an outer elder of the Ji family, responsible for the cultivation of ordinary disciples. Especially upon learning that they were among the few exceptional seedlings just beginning their cultivation journey, the elder commenced his teachings directly from the secrets of the 4 extremes. Yifan respectfully bowed and then said, "I have been diligently practicing according to your instructions daily, and I can seamlessly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yet I cannot seem to open the ocean of suffering. I suspect we may have taken a wrong turn, so I came to seek your counsel." Unable to open the ocean of suffering? Elder Li Qingfeng furrowed his brow at this revelation. That shouldn't be the case. The method I imparted is unique to the Ji family. Even those of mediocre talent should be able to open it within a short span of days. He hesitantly extended his hand, his fingertips resting gently upon Yifan's forehead, probing the condition within his body. The others all gazed at the elder with eager anticipation, hoping he would discern the underlying issue. After a brief interval, the elder withdrew his hand, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he regarded Yifan. "The trials of life are as unyielding as divine iron. Are you one of the sacred bodies?" "Yes, esteemed elder. Is there something amiss with my constitution?" Yifan nodded, perplexed as to why Guze had effortlessly opened the sea of suffering while he found himself unable to do so. Li Qingfeng, the elder, did not respond directly but instead turned his attention to Zhou Yi and the others, lightly tapping their foreheads in succession to examine their conditions. After a short while, the elder completed his assessment and looked at the group with a hint of puzzlement. "There is nothing inherently wrong with the sea of suffering. Rather, the rate at which you absorb spiritual energy seems somewhat sluggish." "The rate of spiritual energy absorption?" Pangbo queried, seeking a more detailed explanation from the elder. "To open the sea of suffering essentially involves absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to impact and nourish it. Ordinary individuals have limited seas of suffering and require little spiritual energy to directly unlock the gates. However, you are not ordinary, especially you." The elder turned to Yifan. "Your sea of suffering is far more formidable than that of an average person. Each time you attempt to breach it, the slightest fissure you create quickly heals itself." Upon hearing this, the others grasped the elder's meaning. It was merely a matter of insufficient spiritual energy to unlock the gates of the sea of suffering. "Is there any remedy?" Yifan inquired, seeking further guidance. "The solution is quite simple." Li Qingfeng smiled, though a sudden flicker of doubt crossed his face. "Are you not accustomed to consuming pills infused with spiritual energy to open the sea of suffering?" "Pills infused with spiritual energy? What is that?" "We do possess some pills within our Shumi rings," but I am uncertain if you refer to those. Pang Bo interjected directly, promptly retrieving all the jade vials from his Shumi ring and pouring them onto the ground. Elder, please take a look and see if any of these are the pills you mentioned. The elder swiftly scanned the array of vials and, after a moment, gently shook his head, indicating their absence. For ordinary individuals, such pills are dispensable. However, for those with special constitutions, unless in extremely cold or hot conditions, it is quite difficult to rely solely on one's own strength to unlock the gates of the Sea of Suffering. Li Qingfeng turned to Zhou Yi and Lin Jia, pointing out their issues. Perhaps the disciple responsible for supplying the pills has been negligent, thus failing to provide you with those particular items. Generally, the disciple comes by every 7 days. You may inquire with them when they next arrive. Listening to the elder's words, Lin Jia expressed her impatience, but we haven't seen them for over 10 days. Understood. We appreciate your guidance, esteemed elder. At this moment, Gu Zhe, who had been quietly standing by, interjected, stopping Lin Jia just as she was about to speak further. Before long, elder Li Qingfeng soared into the sky. Riding a beam of colorful light away from the area at it is truly unexpected. That such a lengthy delay was merely due to the absence of pills, Pang Bo exclaimed in frustration after a moment of silence. Perhaps that disciple genuinely overlooked the matter. We should wait until he comes again to inquire thoroughly. Zhou remained calm, suggesting that Pang Bo need not be so agitated. Did you not hear the elder? The disciples responsible for delivering the pills come only once every 7 days. And it has nearly been 20 days, Pang Bo retorted, unwilling to let the matter rest, convinced the disciple had acted with intent. But he does not know us at all. Why would he do such a thing? It must have been an unintentional lapse. The others chimed in, asserting that this was not a significant issue. Even the most efficient organizations are prone to occasional oversights. An oversight? I suspect it is more likely intentional. We have been here for 19 days, and aside from Tang Bo and attending lectures, we have had no interaction with anyone. If they truly wish to accept us as disciples, why would they not allow us to reside among the other disciples? Pang Bo's demeanor shifted to one of contemplation. Sensing something amiss in the past days, the group continued to reside in that small bamboo grove, distanced from the location of the Taoist temple. Considering their varying speeds, they had to rise early before dawn each day. After the lectures concluded at noon, they had to rush back, resulting in a significant waste of time that could have been spent meditating and cultivating. Why approach the matter with such a mindset? I believe you are simply too hasty. Pang Bo, such a grand family would not engage in such actions. You must remain calm. Perhaps after a few more days of cultivation, everything will fall into place. The others urged him to refrain from overthinking. Rather than endlessly speculating, we should seek someone to inquire. At that moment, Gu Zhe shook his head and strode away from the group, approaching a disciple who had yet to depart. Brother, I would like to ask about the distribution of pills. However, upon nearing, the disciple exhibited a demeanor of indifference, hastily departing the scene. Ji Zhe redirected his gaze to 2 other disciples engaged in conversation, attempting to inquire once more. Yet the same scene unfolded. Upon recognizing Gu Zhe, the 2 disciples fell silent and quickly walked away. Ji Zhe was left bewildered, staring at the retreating figures. What on earth is happening? Why do they seem to avoid me like the plague? Since he had not encountered any issues like Yifan and Pang Bo, nor had he practiced the entry techniques recorded in the jade slips, he remained unaware of any problems thus far. After pondering, he turned his attention to a distant servant disciple. Brother, do you have any surplus infused pills? Surplus infused pills? Those are only utilized when opening the Sea of Suffering or during low-level breakthroughs. What do you need those for? The newly arrived servant disciple did not flee like the others, instead finding Gu Zhe's question curious. We are nearing our breakthrough, and our supply of pills has dwindled. Gu Zhe fabricated a story, claiming he required pills for an upcoming breakthrough and hoped to exchange them for others. There is no need. I seldom use such infused pills, perhaps once every few years. If you desire them, consider them a gift. The servant disciple replied, effortlessly producing a jade vial and offering it to Gu Zhe. It was a small, dark green jade vial, inscribed with distinctly different characters. The group looked on, confirming that such an item had not been present among those delivered in their Shumi rings. Thank you, brother, it is nothing. We are all fellow disciples, such trifles need not weigh upon your mind. The servant disciple, having completed his tasks, prepared to leave when Gu Zhe suddenly called out to him again. One more thing, brother. The jade slip I use for cultivation has been accidentally damaged, rendering its contents indecipherable. Might you have a jade slip containing the entry technique for the Wheel C realm? As he spoke, he produced a jade slip, discreetly applying pressure to reveal a crack across its surface. Presenting it to the other disciple, he requested, "Could you take a look? How could you damage something so easily remembered? I simply toss them once I am done." The servant disciple, initially impatient to leave, reluctantly retrieved a complete jade slip and handed it to Guzé before turning to depart. This moment, Yifan and the others followed closely behind, unsure of Guzé's intentions, casting him puzzled glances. Yet Guzé placed the jade slip upon his forehead, absorbing the contents of the entry technique, then proceeded to request and examine the jade slips of others in turn. As he reviewed each one, the light-hearted expression he had initially worn gradually transformed into a grave countenance. After several moments, he crushed the jade slips he had obtained from Pang Bo, Yifan, and others into dust. There is no need to cultivate. The techniques are incomplete. Turning away, his face was now a mask of cold fury. Chapter 36. No techniques? All of you must cultivate the swallowing heaven demon technique. How infuriating. What are they truly trying to accomplish? Within the bamboo grove, Pang Bo struck the stone table with a fierce punch, leaving an indentation half a finger deep. They constantly proclaim us as rare geniuses, as celestial seedlings, yet they provide us with techniques that are utterly unfeasible for cultivation. They do not even supply the pills necessary to breach the sea of suffering. How can we hope to progress? Not just Pang Bo, the others were equally filled with fury. If it were merely an oversight, it might be forgivable, but given the current circumstances, it was evident that the actions were deliberate. Finding themselves in the G family estate, they sought an explanation, yet there was not a single G family disciple to be found. Even when attempting to inquire among other disciples during lectures, they were met with silence and avoidance. Even the person in charge was unreachable, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Calm down. I believe there must be some issue in their processes. Such a vast family, with territories spanning thousands of miles, how could they engage in such blatant misconduct? There must be some hidden truths in this matter that we are unaware of. Zhou Yi, who had remained remarkably calm, interjected, advising everyone not to hastily draw conclusions before fully grasping the reality of the situation. Can't you see? We have been subtly isolated. We cannot meet anyone, and our cultivation is stifled. They are clearly toying with us, preventing us from stepping onto the path of cultivation. Pang Bo, still seething with anger, managed to maintain a semblance of composure compared to earlier. He suggested, for now, we should seek out those old geezers or other high-ranking members of the G family to clarify everything. However, Lin Jia hesitantly chimed in, recalling that elder Li Qingfeng had stated that several of the Ji family's senior elders were in seclusion, making it difficult to locate them. According to Tang Bo, those engaged in cultivation can remain in seclusion for decades, even centuries. Are we to wait half a lifetime? Pang Bo lamented, sinking back down in despair. His words darkened the expressions of those around him. Indeed, the prolonged seclusion of cultivators could stretch for decades or even centuries. Be why the time they emerge, even if they possess remarkable talent, it is uncertain whether they would be able to wait that long. They all understood that the most pressing issue was not their inability to cultivate. Diu Zhe had procured the elixir to break through the barriers of the bitter sea and the methods for practicing within that realm. Thus, embarking on the path of cultivation was not inherently challenging. Even if they could repeatedly acquire elixirs and techniques from others, there would inevitably come a point where it would be unsustainable, particularly when it came to the secret methods beyond the other shore realm. The core dilemma lay in the Ji family's attitude and intentions towards them. Without clarity on this matter, they could not find peace of mind. In my opinion, we might as well leave. What is there to stay for in this wretched place? Pang Bo declared, tilting his head back, expressing his unwillingness to remain any longer. Although he did not fully comprehend the concept of the heavenly demon body they spoke of, he believed that as long as they stepped beyond this realm, they would be revered as celestial seedlings wherever they went. Leave? And how do we leave? Do you know the way out? At that moment, Gu Zhe, who had been deep in thought, finally interjected, interrupting Pang Bo. He had been contemplating the reasons behind all of this and could only arrive at one possible conclusion. Everything was premeditated. The opposing side, for some reason, did not wish for them to embark on the path of cultivation too soon. Furthermore, The individual capable of exerting such significant influence over the entire Ji family's outer disciples was undoubtedly not an ordinary person. Could it be Ji Ziyue? Gu Zei's thoughts turned to that girl. Could it be that because I had previously teased her, she was now seeking revenge by secretly swapping our shumi bracelets? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. If it were Ji Ziyue, the system would have detected her the moment she approached him. Yet, none of that mattered anymore. On the way back, Gu Zei had conceived a notion. Since the Ji family was unwilling to impart the methods of cultivation, they would cultivate on their own, by practicing the swallowing heaven demon technique. If the 8 celestial seedlings practicing the swallowing heaven demon technique were to emerge, everything would surely become quite intriguing. By then, the divine bodies and royal bodies of the entire Northern Dipper Empire might very well hide away in their maternal embrace, trembling in fear. With this thought in mind, Gu Zei turned to the group, who appeared rather glum, and said, "There is something I have been contemplating for quite some time, and I believe it is best to share it with you. I acquired a scripture from that small bronze coffin. Upon reflection, it seems to be an extremely profound cultivation technique. Its implications are exceedingly intricate, aimed at devouring all forms of existence and transforming the mundane into the sacred." "What do you mean?" Gu Zei? Pang Bo, taken aback, questioned incredulously, "Are you saying you possess a complete cultivation technique?" "Indeed," Gu Zei affirmed with a nod. "To be precise, it is a demonic technique." After which, he summoned the system to ascertain whether they were being spied upon. Once he received confirmation of safety, he recited a passage from the Swallowing Heaven Demon Techniques We'll See volume. Although it comprised only a few hundred characters, it detailed the methods of cultivation after devouring dozens of royal bodies. This demonic technique is exceedingly sinister. It requires devouring the very essence of one's physique to empower oneself, Lin Jia remarked, her face revealing a hint of astonishment. Otherwise, how could it be termed a demonic technique? Gu Zei chuckled softly, then cautioned, "You must remember, do not recklessly display this demonic technique in public, lest it invite calamity." "Are you truly willing to share this with us?" Zhou Yi and Wang Ziwen expressed their doubts, the gravity of the scripture weighing heavily upon them. They observed that as Gu Zei uttered those few hundred characters, the surrounding light dimmed slightly, and a faint rumble of thunder echoed from the sky. Despite the starry night being completely clear, clearly, this phenomenon was a result of the scripture. Recalling the entry-level technique obtained from the miscellaneous disciples, the group quickly recognized the disparity in levels between the two scriptures. This transcended the Ji family's entry-level techniques by hundreds, if not thousands of times. "You should keep this to yourself. It is your own fortune, and we truly feel unworthy of it. Yes, such a precious thing should remain with you. There is no need to share it with us." After a moment's hesitation, they all shook their heads, expressing their reluctance to accept it and urging him to keep it for himself. Meanwhile, they pondered what decision they would make if they were in his shoes. Without much deliberation, they quickly reached a consensus. If they were to obtain such a technique, they would undoubtedly conceal it deep within their hearts, only revealing it once they had fully mastered it. Gu Zei gently shook his head, gazing earnestly at each of their faces. "It is of no consequence. Since we have come to this place together, we must be united in purpose in this unfamiliar world. I have no one else to trust completely, only you." As he spoke, Gu Zei's sincerity was palpable, revealing no hint of hesitation on his face. "This is far too precious. Such a technique is no ordinary item. How can we feel at ease accepting it?" A chorus of protests arose, yet when they saw Gu Zei's earnest expression, they found themselves at a loss for words. Deep down, they too yearned for the scripture, but they could not openly express this sentiment. As Gu Zei surveyed each of their faces, he rapidly considered the consequences of this decision. Cultivating the swallowing heaven demon technique was a forbidden act, and the risk of exposure increased the further one advanced. If more individuals were to cultivate it, it would provide him with greater opportunities for growth. As for the possibility of them advancing to greatness before him and turning him into a sacrificial offering, he could always keep a hand hidden and refrain from revealing the final level of the immortal platform's 9 heavens. Furthermore, reaching that level and surpassing the Saint King realm was no easy feat, even for the most outstanding geniuses, who could easily falter at that threshold. Most present would likely find it impossible to cross that chasm, which meant there was no need to worry about that aspect. Finally, Gu Zei's gaze fell upon Yifan, who was half-lowered, seemingly lost in thought. Yet, in the next moment, Yifan suddenly lifted his head, as if having come to a firm resolution. To be honest, I too obtained a scripture of 100 characters from the bronze coffin. However, I was unable to comprehend it fully before. I could not grasp the essence of the words. Only a few days ago did a divine sound resonate in my mind, allowing me to see the 100-character scripture clearly. With that, Yi Fan approached the stone table without hesitation and began to recite the scripture he had memorized. Upon witnessing this, Gu Zei's heart soared with joy. However, he refrained from saying anything further. Maintaining a neutral expression. Ha, I finally managed to draw you out. I utilized the swallowing heaven demon technique as a bait, and you fell for it. Now, hand over your will see volume scripture. As Yi Fan recounted the scriptures of the 100 sons, Gu Zei did not hesitate. He immediately summoned others, preparing to impart the profound knowledge of the Wheel Sea, Tao Palace, and the celestial platform to them. However, in order to prevent any significant celestial phenomena from arising, he refrained from directly expounding the scriptures. Instead, he chose to extract several jade slips, erasing the inscriptions contained within, and affixed them to his forehead, using his divine consciousness to invoke the scriptures within his mind. Engraving them onto the jade slips. For Gu Zei, this engraving process, while consuming a portion of his spiritual energy, was not particularly strenuous. Nevertheless, even for him, who was merely at the life spring realm, completing this task took the better part of the night. Here it is, he said, handing the final jade slip to Wang Ziwen, feeling utterly drained, collapsing onto a stone bench. These scriptures are exceedingly obscure, indeed remarkable. Not only that, but the various mystic techniques recorded within are nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, a group of individuals set their jade slips aside. Throughout the engraving process, they had not been idle, but had diligently committed the contents of the slips to memory. To prevent the leakage of the sky-devouring demon art, Gu Zei had initially cautioned them to memorize it completely before destroying it. With this knowledge, even if we depart from the Ji family, we need not worry about our cultivation methods, Peng Bo exclaimed excitedly. Being the first to finish studying, promptly reducing his jade slip to powder. However, for now, we still need to remain within the Ji family, Gu Zei interjected, shaking his head. Cultivating such arts will require vast amounts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Given our current lowly strength, venturing out recklessly could lead us into insurmountable danger. Among the group, only Gu Zei understood the gravity of their predicament. In this northern Dipper domain, every royal body and divine body could be likened to an insatiable abyss. Their unique physiques could easily deplete the resources of a medium-sized family. If they were to wander aimlessly before achieving any significant strength, it could take them over a decade just to reach the Tao Palace realm. Of course, this did not apply to individuals like Yi Fan, the predetermined protagonist, who, even if reduced to a mere fragment, would still encounter fortuitous events leading to rebirth. Gu Zei's intent was clear. He urged everyone to suppress any burgeoning desires to leave. Hiding within such a grand family will help us navigate through this vulnerable novice phase. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing Gu Zei's thorough considerations. But what about the heavenly materials and various divine resources required for cultivation? What shall we do about that? Yi Fan spoke up quietly, having merely attempted to absorb some of the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. He quickly realized an anomaly within his body. At this rate, it would take him decades to fully open the sea of suffering. Gu Zei, too, fell into contemplation, having pondered this issue for several days. Although the speed of cultivating the sky-devouring demon art was extraordinary, allowing for rapid absorption of surrounding spiritual energy to enhance oneself, the pace remained woefully inadequate. If he were an ordinary body, it would suffice, but as an ancient sacred body, even with several divine sources at his disposal, it was nearly futile. In just over 10 days, Gu Zei had consumed half of the divine sources obtained from the depths of the abyss, and yet it had only allowed him to reach the mid-stage of the Wheel Sea realm. Truly an insatiable abyss, he sighed internally. This matter had yet to yield a viable solution, and he could only wait and see. Perhaps one day, when the Ji family lets down their guard, we may find a resolution. Gu Zei candidly stated, suggesting they take their time to cultivate discreetly. Before long, dawn was approaching. After a night of intense study, they were all quite fatigued and returned to their respective courtyards to rest. Gu Zei waved his hand, scattering the powder from the stone table, preparing to head to his dwelling like the others. However, halfway there, he suddenly furrowed his brow. A notification from the system echoed in his mind. indicating the presence of two entities at the Transformation Dragon realm nearby. This hour. In such a secluded location, who could it be? He halted, gazing curiously in a certain direction where a grove of bamboo stood. What is it, Guze? Yifan, walking alongside him, noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired. Nothing, Guze replied, shaking his head. You should head back. I wish to wander alone for a while. With that, disregarding Yifan's puzzled gaze, he turned and walked towards the bamboo grove. Navigating through the dense thicket, Guze followed the guidance in his mind until he arrived at a rocky stream. Soon, he spotted a figure in purple standing by the water's edge. Is it her? Guze marveled, recognizing her from a distance. It was Jiyu. It had been over half a month since he last saw her, and he was uncertain why she would appear here, seemingly waiting for him. After a moment's hesitation, he approached her directly. You seem to be waiting for me, he remarked, maintaining his mischievous tone. Jiyu did not turn around. She gazed at the stream ahead, motionless, as if preoccupied with her thoughts. Observing this scene, Guze chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting her to break the tension. Indeed, after a few moments, it was Jiyu who spoke first. Someone from the Northern Yuan royal family has arrived. Her voice was cool and detached, contrasting with the lively demeanor he had previously encountered. Oh, that's good news. I should congratulate you, Miss Ziyue, as you are soon to become the future Saint King's consort. The Saint King's consort? Huh? She scoffed with a hint of sarcasm, exhaling a long sigh. After another moment of silence, she continued. I presume you have discovered that the techniques within the jade slips are incomplete? Guze's brow furrowed, uncertain of her implication. Did she know the reason behind it? Was she seeking to establish some sort of understanding with him by coming here? As if confirming his thoughts, Jiyu produced several jade slips that shimmered in her hand. This is the Ji family's complete entry-level technique, she stated flatly, if you agree to accompany me to the main hall to meet the Northern Yuan royal family in a few days. I shall provide you with this scripture. Understanding dawned upon Guzi.it, appeared that this young lady was still intent on using him as a shield, hoping to directly refuse the Northern Yuan family in front of the elders of the Ji family. However, he chose not to elaborate further, instead subtly releasing his Wheel C realm aura. In an instant, Jiyu turned in surprise. You're an ancient sacred body. How could you have cultivated to the Wheel C realm without special techniques or elixirs? Guze replied nonchalantly, who told you I must rely on the Ji family's power to cultivate? Reining in his aura, Guze stepped closer, meeting Jiyue's gaze directly. I have always stated that our purpose here is merely to reconnect with the severed path of our cultivation. Since your Ji family has reservations and is unwilling to allow us to tread the path of cultivation, we shall seek other methods until we are strong enough to find our own way. As he spoke, Guze's gaze inadvertently flicked to another corner. Through his perception, he sensed that there was more than just Jiyu hiding in the grove. Another presence of Transformation Dragon realm was nearby. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the aura of the hidden individual, not Tang Bo, but another elder, one of those present in the grand hall. He then turned his attention back to Jiyu, discreetly smirking. Jiyu, perceptive as ever, caught the glint of information in his eyes and immediately turned to look toward a specific spot in the grove. That moment, however, Guze took a sudden step forward, wrapping his arms around Jiyue's waist. What are you doing? She exclaimed, flustered by his unexpected action, almost reacting instinctively to use her divine power to push him away. Shu, Guze raised his chin, gesturing for her to remain calm. Ziyue, I am contemplating what excuse I should use to rescue you from the Northern Yuan royal family tomorrow. After all, I am new to the Ji family and possess nothing but talent. I doubt those old geezers will easily relent. As he spoke, he swiftly summoned the system to discern the identity of the person concealed within the grove. From the very beginning, he had sensed the hidden individual's presence. However, he assumed they were merely a servant accompanying Jiyue, thus he had not raised an alarm. But it appeared that this young lady was entirely unaware of being followed. Let go of me for now. We can discuss this matter later. Upon discerning the implicit agreement in Guze's words, Jiyue instantly felt a palpable sense of relief wash over her. Instinctively, she struggled a few times, attempting to pry apart the hands that encircled her. But upon realizing that the grip was as unyielding as iron pincers, she surrendered to the embrace. Oh, you have any brilliant ideas? She murmured, casting a furtive glance at Gu Zhe by her side. Well, you are destined to become the consort of some saint sooner or later. Rather than letting someone else benefit, why not let it be me? Gu Zhe spoke as he lifted his chin to gaze at Jizue. Meeting her sparkling, wide eyes, he could not help but break into a playful grin. What treasures are you hiding? Jizue suddenly froze, her expression shifting to one of suspicion as she regarded Gu Zhe. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, erupting in indignation, despicable, vile, shameless. Indeed, Gu Zhe replied nonchalantly, savoring the fragrant aura that emanated from the young woman. I never intended to play the role of a virtuous gentleman. Whether despicable, vile, or shameless, those traits resonate deeply with me. His youthful visage bore an expression of indifference. Jizue had already given up her struggle. Deep down, she harbored the urge to deliver a resounding slap to this boy. But the thought of relying on him to escape her fate quelled her impulses. Finally, she sighed softly. The scion from the Baiyuan Wang family has also arrived. Ji Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Wang Teng has come. That mediocre talent with the potential of an emperor. Does this mean we must confront the Wang family's prominent figures so soon? I wonder if the Wang Teng who acquired the ancient emperor scriptures is still the same as I remember. The sound of trickling water and the tranquility of the bamboo forest made everything seem intriguing to Gu Zhe. However, what followed was even more captivating. What a pity, there are eyes watching us. Otherwise, I would have shown Jizue my treasures. Chapter 38. Borrowing divine source in the bamboo grove, an elderly man with hair as red as fire glared furiously. He panted heavily, seemingly struggling to contain his wrath. These youngsters dare to covet the ancient scriptures of the Ji family and even lay hands on our talented kin. This infuriates me, the old man muttered through clenched teeth, his murderous intent barely restrained as he contemplated emerging from the shadows. No, I cannot act rashly. My elder brother's intention is to harness these talents for our own use. I must first inform them of Ziwa's collusion with this boy. He turned on his heel, resolved to relay what he had overheard to his companions. By the stream, Gu Zhe had been acutely aware of the old man's presence in the forest. Once he sensed that the elder had departed, he steadied himself and turned to Jizue. Miss Zue, yes, there is a matter for which I require your assistance. What is it? Speak plainly. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall certainly help you. Jizue had finally regained her composure. Initially, she had not sensed anyone lurking in the woods. However, when Gu Zhe had embraced her moments ago, she had felt a chaotic aura. This young lad, possessing merely the cultivation of the life-spring realm. How did he discern that? Jizue could not help but feel a flicker of admiration for Gu Zhe. Releasing his hold on Jizue, Gu Zhe strolled to the riverbank and sat down gracefully. It concerns my cultivation. I need some divine source. Divine source? Jizue queried, perplexed. Such resources were typically utilized only upon reaching the dragon transformation realm. She was unaware of Gu Zhe's intended use. With an unspoken understanding between them, she felt reluctant to refuse, yet responded naturally, I still possess several 100 pounds of divine source. I can fetch it for you shortly. Not enough. Far from sufficient. Gu Zhe shook his head. The quantity I require is immense. 100 pounds would not sustain me for long. Jizue hesitated. 100 pounds of divine source was the result of years of her diligent accumulation. It is crucial to note that divine source, as a high-end currency in the North Star, is exceptionally precious, with even the most elite disciples often lacking the qualifications to possess it. Even she had little to offer. However, she soon added, at worst, I can retrieve 1,000 pounds from the clan treasury. Beyond that, it becomes difficult to explain. 1,000 pounds? Gu Zhe hesitated, contemplating. With his unique constitution, even 1,000 pounds might only allow him to reach the Dao Palace realm. Moreover, with the likes of Yi Fan and Pang Bo around, 1,000 pounds would merely be a drop in the bucket. In truth, if Gu Zhe were solely focused on his cultivation, he could easily absorb 1,000 pounds to attain the Dao Palace realm. Only by reaching that stage would he qualify to practice the secret techniques recorded within the Swallowing Heaven Demon At that point, he could sever ties with the Ji family and venture to the East Wilderness. Awaiting the emergence of that coveted treasure, he vividly remembered the impending arrival of that extraordinary opportunity within the grave of the Demon Emperor. He must not miss it for anything. However, The pressing issue was that he had yet to resolve the burdens posed by Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Without them, Gu Zhe did not believe he could seize such a miraculous chance. To wrest treasures from the perilous demon emperor's tomb? Absurd. Merely wandering near the tomb would invite death from the plethora of formidable figures lurking about. Finally, he raised his gaze to Ji Ziyue and earnestly declared, 1,000 pounds is insufficient. I require at least 100,000 pounds. 100,000 pounds of divine source. Have you lost your mind? Even if I were to sell myself, I could not procure such a sum. Where do you expect me to find that much? Ji Ziyue exclaimed in shock, regarding Gu Zhe with skepticism, convinced that he could not fathom the magnitude of 100,000 pounds of divine source. This amount would equate to the reserves of a medium-sized divine source mine, and aside from a few forbidden zones, it would be nearly impossible to obtain. In response to Ji Ziyue's incredulity, Gu Zhe did not engage in argument. He replied calmly, my constitution is unique. The resources required for my cultivation increase exponentially as I progress. Moreover, once I grow stronger, no one will dare to covet you. With a close relationship to a saint destined for greatness, even your family's elders would think twice before acting. Ji Zhe adeptly persuaded her, outlining the advantages that would arise from his ascendance to power. Foolish dreams, Ji Ziyue retorted. Is there any path to cultivation that is not fraught with trials over thousands of years? No matter how exceptional your talent, it is unrealistic to expect to reach a level that would instill fear in the masters of the sect within a short time. Why wait for your cultivation to progress? In a few days, accompany me to meet the representatives of the Wang family. All that is needed is to dispel their immediate intentions, if we can delay this matter long enough. When the family head and my brother Hao Yue return, I shall be free from concern. From the outset, Ji Ziyue had not placed all her hopes on Gu Zhe. Her sole aim was to postpone the situation. With Ji Hao Yue out on his journey, he would not return in the near future. She believed that the elder's intentions were merely to send her away before the return of the key figures. Hoping to acquire the ancient emperor scriptures sooner, Ji Zhe chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow as he cast a sidelong glance at Ji Ziyue. This naive girl still failed to grasp the entirety of the situation. Do you truly believe that matters concerning the emperor's scriptures would escape the notice of the family head, even from afar? Forgive my candor, but even at a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Your Ji family possesses the means to directly contact the family head, does it not? Have you considered why they have yet to return? And are you certain that your brother Ji Hao Yue can ensure your safety? As Gu Zhe's calm words unfolded, Ji Ziyue's expression shifted to one of stunned realization. She was indeed astute, having entertained vague suspicions about the underlying motives, but lacked Gu Zhe's clarity. Previously, she had contemplated sending messages to Ji Hao Yue and the others outside. But every attempt had been met with silence. Now, with Gu Zhe's gentle prodding, she began to connect the dots. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the family head and the others are already aware of this matter? Ji Ziyue furrowed her brow, lost in thought. She dared not fully embrace her suspicions, yet if it were true, had she not already fallen victim to the machinations of the elders in her clan? Stunned, she stood there, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Gradually, a sense of bewilderment and helplessness clouded her features. Seeing her in this state, Gu Zhe chose not to elaborate further. In his recollections, Ji Ziyue's decision to escape the Ji family likely stemmed from her eventual realization of this very truth. Had she not encountered Yi Fan, her fate would have likely led her back into the clutches of the family. Without further disturbing Ji Ziyue, who was lost in thought, he stood up and retraced his steps. Once he had distanced himself from the area, his voice echoed softly, "Consider this divine source alone from me. As dusk descends and the sun sets, I remain here awaiting your arrival." Chapter 39. The realm of the divine bridge within the Tao chamber of the Ji family. The Grand Elder sat cross-legged on the floor alongside two venerable elders. What? Did the youth truly utter such words? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the red-haired elder before him. Indeed, I heard it with my own ears. That boy demanded Ziyu to provide the void scripture, using it as leverage to assist her in confronting the individuals from the Beiyuan Wang family. The red-haired elder's face was etched with fury as he recounted all he had witnessed in the bamboo grove. Not only that, he even harbored intentions towards Ziyu, and his words were utterly vile. Recalling the words he had overheard in the forest, the elder's aged visage twisted with disdain. This child harbors treacherous ambitions. Elder brother, What are you waiting for? In my opinion, we should expel them all from the G family. Calm yourself, third brother Dai. In contrast to the third elder's impatience, the grand elder remained remarkably composed. He gestured for the red-haired elder to temper his fervor. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, what else did that youth say? He was not particularly concerned about the possibility of GZU relinquishing the void scripture to Gu Zhe. The G family's imperial scriptures, even in the hands of the family head, comprised only the profound chapters up to the immortal platform realm. GZ, you possessed merely the introductory volume. Such a level of scripture, even if leaked, would hardly stir any significant turmoil. What intrigued him more was why that youth professed he could aid GZU against the Wang family. What was the basis of his confidence? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's question, the red-haired elder gradually regained his composure. He recalled the events in the bamboo grove and stated, he mentioned that if we were unwilling to impart cultivation techniques, he would seek alternative methods. He also claimed that once his strength was sufficient, he would welcome them into his fold. While I was concealed in the forest, it seemed that the youth had sensed my presence and glanced in my direction. Thus, I dared not linger and returned promptly to inform you. At this juncture, the red-haired elder remembered something and shifted the topic. Moreover, that boy's cultivation level surged to the Fate Spring realm in just over 10 days. The Fate Spring realm? The Grand Elder's head snapped up in disbelief. Is that true? How could I misjudge such a trivial cultivation level? The Grand Elder's expression deepened with confusion. He found himself increasingly baffled by this enigmatic youth, whose origins were shrouded in mystery. How could he have advanced from a mere mortal to the Fate Spring realm in such a brief span? This pace surpassed even the G family's divine physique by several folds. Even the imperial scriptures could scarcely achieve such rapidity. Having lived for millennia, the Grand Elder was no stranger to the imperial scriptures. As a prodigy of a bygone era, he had spent years cultivating with half a volume of the void scripture before reaching the Fate Spring realm. Has humanity ever possessed such swift cultivation techniques? The Grand Elder murmured. In fact, they had diligently studied the plaque obtained from Pang Bo during this time. The divine patterns and Buddhist seals within bore an undeniable resemblance to the imperial divine patterns from the Western Desert's Buddhist teachings. Elder brother, what is there to deliberate? Since we cannot discern their origins, why not simply seize them and employ the soul search secret technique to examine their memories? Then, whether they hail from the ancient forbidden zone or the other side of the starry sky, everything will be made clear. The red-haired elder's expression hardened as he bluntly suggested that speculation was a waste of time and that a soul search would prove more expedient. Foolishness, the Grand Elder chided softly. Not to mention that the soul search technique is a cruel method that can obliterate a royal physique. Even if we were to proceed, how would we handle the fallout if it implicated powers from the ancient forbidden zone? For thousands of years, you remain unchanged. Before acting, you must consider all consequences. Think thrice before moving. The red-haired elder bowed his head in silence, though a flicker of dissatisfaction lingered in his eyes, unable to voice his discontent with the decision. Noticing the elder's demeanor, the Grand Elder shook his head. Oh, not rush. Until everything is clarified, it is best to leave them be for now. Furthermore, Ziyu, you need not dispatch anyone to keep watch. The family head is on the verge of returning. Upon hearing that the G family head was returning, the third elder, who had been staring at the ground, suddenly lifted his head in astonishment. So soon? Why was I not informed? The Grand Elder cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, if you had known in advance, could you have hidden it from those fellows? Moreover, you would do well to suppress any ulterior motives you may have. Do not attempt to act against those youths. Such perfect seeds, the family head has already declared, must not be allowed to encounter any missteps. Otherwise, even I cannot shield you. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, the red-haired elder trembled, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Depart, the Grand Elder instructed indifferently, turning his gaze away from him. The third elder felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. As dusk deepened and the sun set, Gu Zhe slowly opened his eyes at the edge of the cliff, not far from the creek. After parting ways with Jiziyu in the early morning, he had chosen not to return directly to the others, but instead sought a secluded spot to cultivate, intending to absorb the remaining divine essence in his possession. For him, time was of the essence. Only by swiftly enhancing his strength could he face the impending challenges and navigate the schemes he had devised. After a day of cultivation, even with the infusion of divine essence, He had only just begun to step into the divine bridge realm. It was still too slow. Relaxing his mind, Gu Zhe entered a state of introspection. He couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional nature of the sorcery created by the Empress in the span of a single day. Under the influx of divine energy, he had successfully traversed the barrier of the Fate Spring realm. Touching upon the divine bridge realm in the center of his sea of suffering, the halo representing the wheel of life had already reached maturity. Above the halo, a faintly shimmering seven-colored bridge emerged. Extending from his life wheel, spanning across the entirety of his sea of suffering. With a mere thought, a torrent of power surged forth from the life wheel, coursing through his limbs and bones. Regrettably, his cultivation level remained too low to unleash the techniques inscribed within the sorcery. Gu Zhe let out a soft sigh. The sorcery crafted by the Empress was undeniably designed for rapid advancement. The first half of the volume prioritized swiftness, disregarding the perfection of any secret realm and showing no concern for potential bodily flaws. It could be described as a relentless plundering of all spiritual energy. Opening the four realms of the Wheel Sea and reaching directly to the divine sanctuary of the Tao Palace. Yet upon reflection, he understood. The Empress, having been a mortal, had faced insurmountable difficulties in her earlier years. Her starting point was significantly lower than that of others. Had she spent excessive time cultivating the Wheel Sea, she might have exhausted her lifespan before even approaching the Tao Palace's divine sanctuary. Only through this method of rapid cultivation could she resolve all obstacles. However, it was fortuitous that he had stepped into the Tao Palace realm ahead of time. Once his cultivation stabilized, he could utilize the Tao scriptures to refine the Wheel Sea to perfection. Rising to his feet, Gu Zhe stretched his body. After a day of meditation and cultivation, he felt invigorated, his limbs free from stiffness, and his spirit was remarkably buoyant, brimming with energy as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of vitality. Clenching his fist, he sensed an explosive force coursing through his body. Though I may still appear as a child, this power, in the eyes of others, might seem trivial. Yet, could I not still strike down 100 or so tall beauties with a single punch? At that moment, Gu Zhe sensed someone approaching rapidly, their aura strikingly familiar. He turned to face the source of the presence. Not far away, a streak of light descended from the heavens, swiftly changing course mid-air and hurtling towards his location. Chapter 40. NPC Li Qingfeng? As the light settled nearby and the radiance dissipated, a figure emerged from within. With long legs, a slender waist, and a delicate face that bore a hint of fierceness in her gaze. She stood before him. Beneath her snow-white neck lay a figure that was both voluptuous and alluring. Although she was still youthful, given her growth trajectory, it would not be surprising if she could support millions of offspring in a few short years. Gu Zhe thought with a hint of mischief. 1 million babies. Cough, cough. At his computer desk, a lecherous man on the verge of middle age smirked, emitting a series of chuckles. Just a jest, meant purely for amusement. Yet if such a narrative were penned, this book might well have to be retitled. Shocking. My potent virility allowed a young maiden to bear 1 million offspring overnight. Rest assured, were it not for the affluent benefactor explicitly demanding such a storyline, one could reasonably surmise that this absurd plot would never have materialized. Tio returned to the main topic. The person approaching is none other than Ji Yi. She dispels the radiant light surrounding her. She strides directly before Gu Zhe and tosses down a ring. This is the divine source you sought. Upon encountering Gu Zhe once more, her demeanor is far from amiable, perhaps due to his notorious reputation, which has evidently left a lasting impression on her, making her reluctant to spend much time alone with him. After discarding the ring, she turns to leave. Wait, at this moment, Gu Zhe calls out to her. What else do you require? Ji Zhuf furrows her brow, standing at a distance, seemingly wary of being taken advantage of, thus refraining from approaching. What is the matter? Am I about to devour you? Gu Zhe chuckles lightly, his consciousness probing into the Shumi ring, revealing it brimming with divine source. A quick count reveals nearly 80 to 90,000 pounds. This young lady claimed there was only 1,000 pounds of divine source. Gu Zhe is taken aback. Although she is currently under semi-house arrest, unable to leave the Ji family easily, she clearly is not as simple as she appears. Otherwise, acquiring such a vast amount of source in a single day would be impossible. Lifting his gaze, Gu Zhe inquires of Ji Ziyue. I would like to ask, can you still transmit messages to the outside world? Why do you ask this? Gzu's expression reflects her confusion regarding his intentions. However, she soon nods with ease, stating, though I cannot step outside the G family, sending messages should pose no issue. That is good to know. Gzu ponders for a moment before asking, has the matter concerning the physiques of our party reached beyond the G family? No one is aware. Since your arrival at the G family, you have only encountered core members. The ordinary disciples lack the qualification to venture beyond 100 miles. In an instant, Gzu deduces Guze's intentions. She chuckles softly, a glimmer of mischief in her beautiful eyes. If you wish to escape the G family, I advise you to abandon that thought. Since you entered this place, there is no easy way out. Is that so? That aligns closely with my expectations, Guze replies thoughtfully, his expression revealing no sign of distress. Gzu cannot help but feel a twinge of curiosity, perplexed by his thoughts. What do you intend to do? Guze steps closer, standing before her, and softly states, I merely need you to help me disseminate the news regarding the emergence of several extraordinary physiques. When the time is ripe, everything will naturally unfold. Very well, I shall assist you one last time. After a moment of silence, Gzu ultimately chooses to acquiesce. Soon, she transforms into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Gzu does not linger. As the time has nearly come, he turns and departs the location. Once the news spreads, everything will fall into place. The magical arts have been imparted, and the next step is to scatter the seeds across various sacred lands. Initially, Guze's intention was to remain within the G family, following a steady path of cultivation to attain immortality. However, reality has proven otherwise. Upon arriving at the G family, he realizes that integrating himself into this environment is an impossibility. Leaving aside other matters, the secrets he harbors would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of the entire ancient family. Even if he remains concealed here, he can only live in constant trepidation, guarding against the exposure of his identity while navigating the treacherous intrigues of the great families. Rather than endure such a fate, it would be bolder to send Peng Bo and the others out directly. Gzu's objective is simple. He intends to stir the waters by releasing the news. He will draw the major sacred lands to compete for talents, thereby seizing the opportunity for others to carry the incomplete magical arts to the various sacred lands, by disrupting the entire Beidou in advance. He will have little to fear moving forward. As for the elders, Guze has never intended to dispel their suspicions. Is there any need to prove that he has not come for the Void Sutra? He simply wishes to remain in the G family for cultivation. There is no necessity for such pretense. Would it not be more fitting to overturn the table rather than engage in a game of wits with them? Upon returning to where the others are, Guze displays no unusual behavior, instead seamlessly continuing with them towards elderly Qingfeng's location to listen to teachings. At this moment, Yifan and the others, having obtained the magical arts, have all successfully broken through the Bitter Sea barrier. You have entered the Bitter Sea realm? Upon seeing Guze and the others, elderly Qingfeng appears astounded. He grabs Peng Bo's hand, probing incessantly, Hey, I say, elderly at your age, you wouldn't be interested in this sort of thing, would you? Don't touch me, touch this pretty boy beside me instead. Peng Bo, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly feels a chill run down his spine at the old man's probing. Indeed, you have truly entered the Bitter Sea realm, that those old fellows no longer intend to restrict you. Have they permitted you to embark on the path of cultivation? The elder snaps back to reality, scrutinizing the group with uncertainty. Clearly, as an elder of the G family, despite his not-so-prominent status, he is aware of some decisions made within the elder circle. No, there are no traces of medicinal residue. But soon, the elder is once again astonished as he discerns the condition within Peng Bo. So, you broke through the Bitter Sea barrier relying solely on your own strength? Truly unexpected. The elder exclaims in disbelief, marveling at their talent. To break the shackles of one's physique without external aid is a feat even those with divine physiques struggle to accomplish. Such talent, those old fools must be blind. You flatter me, senior. Seeing this, Peng Bo quickly withdraws his hand, suppressing his discomfort as he replies, Had it not been for your excellent guidance, how could we have so swiftly grasped the path of cultivation? All the credit belongs to you, senior. You are indeed a teachable youth. Elderly Qingfeng strokes his beard, clearly pleased. He then extends his right hand, revealing a shimmering orb of colorful light. Jiu Zhe and the others glanced down to find several jade slips materializing in his grasp. These are the cultivation notes from the Wheel Sea Supreme Palace across various realms, containing the mysteries of various deities and some foundational techniques. Take them and cultivate diligently. Do not wander astray. How could we accept such generosity? Pang Bo's expression tightens, attempting to decline while his hands obediently receive the jade slips. Just keep them safely. Those old geezers are blind and unwilling to pass on the ancient methods of the Ji family. I am not a member of the Ji family, so there is no need for reservations in imparting my own methods. With that, Elder Li Qingfeng transforms into a streak of divine light, ascending into the sky and disappearing into the depths of the ancient grounds. Watching the elder's retreating figure, Gu Zhe's expression turns peculiar. Is that it? He simply offers a scroll of notes after a moment of astonishment. How abrupt. Jiu Zhe cannot help but recall another person named Li Qingfeng, far away in the Lingshu cave. Likely another NPC-like character. Thus, he draws a definitive conclusion about this elder. Chapter 41. Without Han Feiyu, there is still Ji Feiyu. Elder Li Qingfeng is truly a good person. He generously bestowed upon us the cultivation notes he has gathered over half his life, far superior to those who speak one way and act another. Observing the vanishing rainbow, Pang Bo expresses his admiration. The group gathers the notes, preparing to depart, when a few youths, around 15 or 16 years old, approach, blocking their path. Are you the new arrivals of the Celestial Seeds? A boy stands at the forefront, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Zhe and his companions. What can we do for you, senior brothers? Yifan, standing ahead, frowns, uncertain of their intentions. What did Elder Li just give you? Show it to me. The boy's expression turns cold as he scans the group, suddenly extending his hand to grasp Pang Bo's Shumi ring. This is a gift from the elder to us. Why should we show it to you? Pang Bo reacts swiftly, shaking off the boy's hand with a flick of his wrist. Jiu Zhe observes that the surrounding Ji family disciples have not departed, but rather stand at a distance, watching the unfolding scene with interest. The robbery? Gu Zhe wonders. Noticing a few of the obstructing youths casting fleeting glances in his direction, he furrows his brow, sensing something amiss, and retreats behind the others. The 15 or 16-year-old boy, having been unexpectedly rebuffed, wears a sullen expression. He glares at Pang Bo and barks, "You, an outsider, dare lay hands on me? Who laid a hand on you?" "It was your own hand that was unyielding." Pang Bo furrowed his brows and immediately shouted back. Upon hearing his words, the few young men were momentarily taken aback, only to then display their anger. Exuding a faint yet palpable killing intent, observing the unfriendly expressions on the faces of the youths blocking their path, Pang Bo refused to back down and stepped forward, clearly indicating his readiness to engage in a scuffle. At that moment, Yifan intervened, stating, "Esteemed senior, we do not wish to instigate a conflict with you. The cultivation manual was bestowed upon us by Senior Li. If you truly desire it, perhaps you should seek it directly from Senior Li Qingfeng." He restrained the eager Pang Bo and cast a knowing glance at his companions. They understood that having just arrived in this place, with their meager cultivation and lacking protective divine powers, any confrontation would only lead to their own detriment. Consequently, they chose to disregard the hostile glares of those youths and attempted to leave. "Stop! You think you can just walk away? Did I give you permission?" One of the youths, witnessing their dismissive demeanor, reached out and grabbed Pang Bo by the arm. "Let go of me!" Pang Bo instinctively jerked his arm, flinging the youth several paces away, causing him to crash to the ground. Although none of them had yet mastered any divine arts, in a contest of raw physical strength, these ordinary disciples were no match for them. The sight of the youth being thrown aside left the onlookers in disbelief, their mocking expressions momentarily frozen. The fallen youth, initially stunned, quickly registered the gazes of those around him and his face contorted with rage. He sprang to his feet, pointing at Pang Bo and shouting, "You dare to lay a hand on me in the Ji clan? I, Ji Feiyu, will ensure you regret this." As he bellowed, several youths shifted their positions, surrounding Pang Bo and his companions. Jiu Zhe, upon hearing the youth's name, was briefly taken aback. Ji Feiyu, Han Feiyu. Indeed, where there are people, there is conflict. Even in the absence of Han Feiyu, there would still be Ji Feiyu, Wang Feiyu, Li Feiyu. The crux of the matter lay in human nature. Anything of value displayed in public would inevitably incite the greed of others. Gu Zhe and the others found themselves encircled. The youth who had been flung away sneered, "Let us give them a proper welcome. I don't want to see them for the next 3 months." With that, a radiant green wooden sword materialized in his hand, shimmering with a divine aura, aimed directly at Guzay and his companions. What were they planning? Were they truly resorting to such measures? Was it really necessary to confront a few novices barely stepping into the Bittersea realm? Ji Feiyu was even resorting to employing a treasure. The surrounding onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment, cautiously stepping back to distance themselves. Indeed, conflict arose wherever humans gathered. Merely a few scrolls of cultivation manuals could incite such avarice. Yi Fan and the others wore expressions of cold determination. You believe us to be easy targets simply because of our low cultivation. Were it someone else, you might be groveling instead. Pangbo remarked with a disdainful smile. You intend to seize our possessions? Unless you learn a lesson, you will remain ignorant of your own limitations. With the atmosphere thickening with tension, the youths, enraged, prepared to act. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Pangbo was the first to strike, sending the nearest youth flying with a punch. You? Another youth, startled, turned to retaliate, but before he could act, Yi Fan appeared beside him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Dio, you think we are easy prey? You haven't even matured enough to be out here trying to rob us. Go back and study. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them had dispatched the 5 or 6 youths who had surrounded them. You think you can take on 8 of us with just your 6? How dare you? Pangbo added, mocking those who lay defeated on the ground. Though Guzay and his companions lacked divine protections or treasures, at such close quarters, their equal cultivation level rendered them unable to react in time. Unable to tap into the divine power within the wheel of life, they were merely stronger than ordinary people. Apart from the one wielding the treasure, the others were hardly worth their concern. However, at that moment, the youth wielding the green wooden sword made his move. A thread of energy shot from his forehead, connecting to the sword, which then levitated and sped toward Guzay. Watch out! Yi Fan and the others shouted in unison. The wooden sword flew with tremendous speed, carrying an overwhelming force that they could not hope to block. It was evident that if any of them were struck by this flying sword, they would be cleaved in two, and even a mere graze could result in grievous injury. They collectively held their breath, bracing for the worst. Yet, to their astonishment, Guzay remained unfazed, as the sword hurtled toward him. He did not flinch. Instead, he extended a finger and effortlessly pinched it between his fingers. The wooden sword vibrated violently, attempting to break free. Guzay's divine power surged, and with a light squeeze, the sword shattered into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. How is this possible? Ji Feiyu gasped in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Nothing is impossible. You are in the divine bridge realm, and so am I. Even without divine powers, you cannot surpass me. Ji Yuzhe maintained a calm smile, though he felt a growing wariness. From the very beginning, he had sensed the lingering gazes of the group upon him, their killing intent directed his way, prompting him to hide behind his companions. Yet, he had not anticipated that even as he sought to avoid confrontation, the youth had chosen to target him with the flying sword instead. As the distance closed, the killing intent in Guzay's eyes intensified. Speak. Who sent you? Guzay did not believe that a group of mere teenagers would dare to use divine arts to harm others in such a public setting. Especially in a place like this, there must be someone pulling the strings behind them. What are you talking about? Ji Feiyu stammered, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. I admit our desire for Senior Li's cultivation manual is wrong. And we were at fault, but we have not gained anything from it. Have we? As fellow outer disciples, why don't we just let this matter rest? Let it rest? Ha! Guzay scoffed, unconvinced by his words. He picked up a piece of the broken sword and advanced towards Ji Feiyu step by step. What do you think you are doing? The youth exclaimed, panic flashing across his face as he saw Guzay retrieving the broken sword. This is the Ji clan. You should consider the consequences of your actions. But Guzay merely chuckled, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from his hand, enveloping the broken sword and manifesting a sharp blade of light. Ji Feiyu lifted his gaze, meeting Guzay's unabashed killing intent, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. This boy truly intends to kill me. The thought struck him with growing clarity, consuming his mind entirely. Why you don't want to come any closer? Ji Feiyu stammered, his bravado faltering as he watched Gu Zhe approach. "This is the Ji clan. You must think carefully about your actions," he bellowed, though his gaze darted toward a certain direction. As if seeking assistance from others, Ji Zhe, "Perhaps we should let this go," Yifan suggested hesitantly, stepping forward. "Yes, escalating this situation could lead to dire consequences." Pang Bo, too, noticed the killing intent radiating from Gu Zhe and casually remarked, "Just break his legs. That should teach him a lesson." The surrounding crowd gasped in shock at Pang Bo's nonchalant suggestion. They regarded the stout boy with a tinge of fear, realizing that to utter such words in front of a gathering of Ji clan disciples was to invite calamity. Damn it! How dare he speak so recklessly in front of the Ji clan? He must be a fool willing to throw his life away. He could be killed on the street tomorrow for this. "Fear not. I know what I am doing." Ji Zhe shot a reassuring glance at the others as he brazenly stepped forward. He smiled at the fallen Ji Feiyu, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Before playfully patting the youth's cheek, the next moment, the wooden sword, shimmering with a fierce radiance, abruptly pierced into the thigh of the opponent. Simultaneously, not far from the dojo, within a pavilion, a youth of about 17 or 18, his face etched with anxiety, implored a 14 or 15-year-old boy beside him, "Are we not going to intervene? If we do not put a stop to this, it may end poorly. Why the rush?" The younger boy replied nonchalantly, observing the wails of Han Feiyu from a distance. "Your brother is truly useless. He cannot even handle such a trivial matter. Had I known, I would have dealt with it myself." The elder youth, chastised so bluntly, felt a flicker of anger in his eyes, yet his expression remained one of utmost respect. He lowered his head and conceded, "Indeed, he lacks talent. I initially thought he could manage that boy. But unexpectedly, he was the one to be taught a lesson. However, if we do not act now, my brother may face dire consequences." "Do not fret," the younger boy replied, shaking his head with indifference. "Our status is peculiar. We are not outer disciples. If we intervene, we may draw unnecessary trouble. Besides, this is the dojo. They would not dare to resort to lethal force. Your brother will likely only be bedridden for 2 months at most." Hearing such casual remarks, the elder boy's face betrayed a suppressed fury, but he stifled it and lowered his head, inquiring, "These people seem unremarkable. Why are they making such a fuss over that boy?" He glanced at Gu Zhe amidst the crowd, puzzled as to why the youth beside him had targeted him. "You know nothing," the younger boy responded coldly, disdain evident in his gaze directed at the distant group. "Although this matter is beyond your understanding, it does not hurt to enlighten you. It is my great-uncle's command. He says that the little brat is restless and has ordered me to break his legs. Otherwise, why would I have come all the way from the inner sanctum to this place?" Upon saying this, a hint of curiosity crossed his face as he fixed his gaze on Gu Zhe in the crowd. "I wonder what this little fellow did to attract my great-uncle's attention." "Great-uncle? The third elder?" The elder boy's eyes flickered with a trace of panic, in his understanding. The Ji family's third elder was known to be a ruthless character, and no disciple dared to provoke him. As far as he knew, the third elder himself was not particularly gifted. Indeed, one could say he was of mediocre talent. By his qualifications, he should not have reached such heights. Yet, he possessed a certain mysterious technique that allowed him to be reborn every time his lifespan dwindled, re-emerging in a youthful guise at the cost of shedding a significant cultivation level. Over the years, whispers had circulated within the Ji family that he had acquired a particularly nefarious divine ability that enabled him to seize others' bodies for rebirth. Contemplating this, the elder youth questioned, "I have heard that the third elder's lifespan is nearing its end. Why is he so invested in these few boys instead of striving to reach the 9th realm of transformation?" "I cannot say," the younger boy replied, shaking his head and furrowing his brow. "However, this matter should be related to the Wang family of Beiyuan in a few days. I dare not inquire directly with the third ancestor." At that moment, a fresh round of anguished cries echoed from afar. The younger boy frowned and commanded, "Enough, you should step in now. That little brat seems intent on drawing us out. He clearly knows someone is behind him." "Understood," the elder boy responded promptly, then soared into the air, heading towards the distant crowd. "Speak. Who instructed you to do this?" Gu Zhe demanded, his face icy as he thrust the sword's blade into the ground. "I do not know what you are talking about." Even at this juncture, Ji Feiyu remained obstinate, insisting that he merely coveted their cultivation manual and was not being manipulated. Apparently, you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Guze sighed, drawing the wooden sword from the ground and aiming it at the root of Han Feiyu's thigh. What do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly. Panic finally manifested on Ji Feiyu's face. He genuinely feared that this strike was no trifling matter. Stop! At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air, accompanied by a figure pushing through the crowd. He appeared to be a young man of about 17 or 18, his body radiating a faint luminescence, with intricate divine patterns glimmering in his eyes, indicating he had already entered the realm of the Dao Palace. From a distance, before he even approached, he pointed a finger. And a beam of divine light shot forth, directly knocking Gu Zhe's sword from his grip. With the wooden sword dislodged, Gu Zhe rose from the ground, stepping back slightly as he scrutinized the young man before him. "Brother, you have finally arrived," Ji Feiyu exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Upon spotting the newcomer, he disregarded the pain in his leg and sprang to his feet, glaring fiercely at Gu Zhe and the others. It was them. "You must help me take revenge. Yes, break their legs and sever their limbs, then make him kneel and kowtow 1,000 times. No, a myriad of times." Gu Zhe fell silent, pondering the absurdity of the current trend of kowtowing. He inwardly scoffed, his head filled with frustration. The group of youths, emboldened by their newfound backing, cast aside their previous reticence and began to shout, "Be quiet, useless wretches, incompetents!" To everyone's astonishment, the young man neither directly attacked Gu Zhe and his companions nor defended Ji Feiyu. Instead, he first reprimanded Ji Feiyu and the others. Afterwards, he turned to Gu Zhe and the others, clasping his fists. "I apologize, esteemed ones. My younger brother is poorly guided and has offended you. I sincerely apologize on his behalf." Gu Zhe frowned at once. Speak candidly, had the young man exhibited the same aggressive demeanor as those youths, he would have felt no fear. However, this youth was composed and entirely unlike the brash youngsters, rendering him somewhat inscrutable. What precisely was this young man scheming? Nonetheless, it mattered little. He would confront whatever came his way, and no harm done. "Since someone has stepped forward, let this matter end here," he replied dismissively. Gesturing to Yi Fan and the others to refrain from further entanglement, preparing to leave, in an instant, he discerned the young man's cultivation level. The youth was at the peak of the other shore. Even if he risked his life, he might not surpass him, especially considering the young man's mastery of certain divine techniques. As they squeezed through the crowd, ready to depart, they were once again halted by the same young man. "Stop!" His calm voice echoed from behind them. "What more do you want?" Gu Zhe halted, turning to face the young man. "The matter of my brother attempting to seize your cultivation manual is resolved," the youth said, his expression grave, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "However, you must at least provide an explanation for injuring him." "We injured him?" Pang Bo's eyebrows shot up, and he exclaimed, "It was he who struck first, provoking the artifact to take lethal action. We were merely defending ourselves." "What do you intend to do?" Yi Fan interjected in kind. "I do not care about your squabbles." "But as for the one who harmed my brother," the young man sneered, disregarding Yi Fan's questions and advancing step by step towards Gu Zhe. "I must teach him a lesson, to vent my brother's grievances." "Very well, it seems confrontation is inevitable." Ji Yu Zhe's expression hardened. Chapter 43. A beating. At that moment, the onlookers were filled with astonishment, having thought the matter concluded. However, upon hearing the young man's words, they hesitated, halting their attempts to leave. What had this youth done to provoke an inner disciple? This brother was well known to them, and he was not typically unreasonable. It was evident that those little brats had committed some egregious act. Incurring their wrath. As such, whispers began to circulate among the crowd, most of which leaned in favor of Ji Feiyu. Yi Fan and the others also chose not to depart, having detected the young man's intent to confront Gu Zhe. And they turned back, presenting a united front. "I promise to let you leave." The young man's face darkened as he cast a scornful glance at Yi Fan and the others, making it clear he wished to avoid involving others. "Remaining here, I cannot guarantee that you will not be hurt." The emphasis on the word hurt was heavy, laden with an implicit threat. "You speak nonsense," Pang Bo retorted defiantly. "Am I to fear you? Enough with the empty words. If you wish to fight, come at me." Yi Fan also turned to face him. The group displayed no fear, for in such circumstances, They could not abandon Gu Zhe. You are courting death. The young man's expression darkened, and with a flash of brilliance, he lunged forward, purple lightning crackling in his hands as he wielded his palm like a blade, moving so swiftly that afterimages lingered in his wake, aiming straight for Gu Zhe's neck. The youth's eyes glinted with disdain. He had not exerted his full strength, believing his opponent merely a novice in the divine bridge realm, easily suppressed with a mere flick of his wrist. Thus, he disregarded the imposing figures of Peng Bo and the others standing in his way, charging directly at Gu Zhe. However, to his astonishment, this seemingly unremarkable boy, in a moment of urgency, raised a hand to block his descending palm strike, sending a wave of numbness through the young man's entire arm. What? This brat's body is surprisingly resilient. As he felt the impact reverberate through his arm, a flicker of disbelief crossed his face. With a thought, the youth summoned the divine power within him, enveloping his arm in crackling lightning. But just as he was about to change his technique, Gu Zhe reacted swiftly, stepping forward and seizing the young man's wrist. "Get away!" the youth bellowed, attempting to shake him off, but was met with an overwhelming, crushing sensation. The strength of his opponent was astounding. He realized he could not free his hand at that moment. Gu Zhe also moved, taking a step back, winding up his arm, and with a swift turn of his back, he unleashed a powerful throw. Bang! To the astonishment of the onlookers, the young man was flung like a weightless sack, soaring into the air before crashing violently to the ground. The force was so tremendous that the ground cracked in irregular patterns beneath him. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped in shock. Such strength, if it were them. They would surely end up with shattered bones. This boy is ruthless, terrifyingly so. All present stood in stunned silence, their thoughts echoing the same sentiment. They had anticipated a scene where the young man would easily teach the child a lesson. But unexpectedly, it was Gu Zhe who had brought the intersect senior crashing down to the ground, far exceeding their expectations. In truth, the youth was not without skill. As a peak practitioner of the other shore, he had mastered various profound techniques. Had he engaged in a straightforward confrontation, he could have easily overwhelmed Gu Zhe and his companions in mere moments. Yet, the root of his downfall lay in his underestimation of the opponent. Failing to anticipate that Gu Zhe could withstand his palm strike, and not foreseeing the sheer strength possessed by the boy. "You are being excessively arrogant," the youth shouted furiously, his blood surging as he struggled to rise. Unable to regain his footing in desperation, he began to chant a mantra, faint lightning beginning to shimmer around his body, clearly intending to unleash a powerful divine technique. "You still wish to chant mantras?" Peng Bo, quick on his feet, dashed forward and stomped down hard, silencing the youth's murmurs. "You were the ones who instigated this trouble. How is it that now you accuse us of being overly aggressive?" Beside him, Yi Fan also reacted swiftly, rushing in to deliver a kick. Bang, bang. The others did not remain idle. Seeing their movements, they all surged forward. Lin Jia and Lu Yi, lingering at the edge of the crowd, shouted anxiously, "Make way! Let me also take a kick." The young man, furious, shouted as he exerted all his strength to unleash his profound technique, but each time he attempted to channel it, he was met with a powerful kick that left him dazed, continuously interrupting his incantation, much to his frustration. Without becoming a mid-tier practitioner of the Dao Palace, one could not wield spells with such ease. "Who sent you? What is your purpose in targeting me?" Gu Zhe remained vigilant, observing the convulsing youth on the ground, ready to deliver a solid kick whenever the opponent attempted to channel his technique. "If you don't speak, I can't guarantee the next kick won't be more forceful." With that, Gu Zhe raised his foot, hovering just inches above the youth's abdomen. The crowd was already numb with astonishment, many feeling a chill run down their spines. The cruelty of these youths was evident. They showed no mercy to their opponent. One could only imagine the humiliation this senior would face within the inner sect, being beaten down by a group of young children, an experience that would likely haunt him for life. "Take it easy, we don't want to cause a fatality," Zhou cautioned, noticing the youth's condition deteriorating, his eyes turning white, on the brink of collapse. "Rest assured, his realm far surpasses ours. We cannot harm his life with our kicks," Gu Zhe said nonchalantly, not relenting but rather increasing the force behind his foot. Though reassured by Gu Zhe's words, the onlookers couldn't help but notice the youth's precarious state, prompting them to ease up on their strikes. At that moment, An ominous aura began to rise from beneath them. "Danger!" Guze shouted, immediately dispersing with the others. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted, and as they turned, they saw a crater with a diameter of several feet where they had just stood. Dust swirling in the air, and the figure of the youth had vanished. Crackling sounds echoed from above, and the group looked up to see the youth, now transformed, suspended in midair, surrounded by an ominous purple lightning. "Today, none of you can escape." His voice was deep and resonant, enveloped in lightning, his entire being radiating a blinding purple light, resembling a thunder god surveying the crowd. "All of you shall perish." Unfortunately, he still could not suppress him. Nearby, Guze let out a slight sigh. From the very beginning, he had exerted his full strength, aiming to knock the youth unconscious, but to his surprise, the youth had proven as resilient as a cockroach, enduring and seizing the opportunity to employ a levitation technique. Now, suspended high above the ground, at least 10 feet off the ground, it was impossible to restrain him any longer. At this moment, the youth said nothing more. Coldly regarding the crowd below, extending his hand as dazzling lightning began to coalesce, gradually forming a sphere the size of a fist, emanating a chilling aura. "What do we do?" Panic spread among Yifan and the others as they whispered to Guze. The radiant lightning sphere causing their hairs to stand on end even from a distance. There was no need for further thought. They all recognized that should this profound technique be unleashed, even if they did not perish, they would likely be left severely incapacitated. "Stay calm," Guze replied with a smile, displaying no signs of fear. "With such a commotion, surely someone will step in to put a stop to this." With that, he turned his gaze towards another direction. Chapter 44. The warning from Li Qingfeng. The young man, hearing this, smirked darkly, believing Guze was merely posturing. He retorted coldly, "No matter what you say, today will end with your meridians shattered. No one can save you." "What a flag!" Guze chose not to respond, continuing to gaze into the distance. Sure enough, just as the youth's words fell, an aged voice echoed from afar. "Is that so? I am curious to see if you truly dare to harm others in my dojo." From the distance, a radiant light appeared from the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, it was above the crowd. Seniorly, Guze slightly bowed towards the newcomer, who was none other than the returning elder, Li Qingfeng. The crowd erupted into chaos, believing the matter would conclude with the injury of Guze and his companions, only to be surprised by the elder's unexpected return. Given the elder's words, which seemed to favor the young ones, speculation ran rampant about any possible connections between them and the elder. The elder nodded at Guze, disregarding the agitated crowd, and focused his attention on the youth. "G1. I ask you once more, do you intend to harm others in my outer sect dojo?" Li Qingfeng's tone was calm, yet his murky eyes bore down on the youth, exuding an aura of authority. Seniorly, the youth, referred to as G1, frowned, landing back on the ground but still failing to dissipate the thunderous technique in his hands. "This matter began with them attacking me first. I merely sought justice for my brother. I do not concern myself with your grievances." The youth's words were abruptly cut off by the elder's domineering interruption. "This is the outer sect dojo. Any disputes here are not for you to act recklessly." Elder Li Qingfeng was uncompromising, stating that should he take action, he would not stand idly by. "Senior." The youth was momentarily at a loss for words. Glancing around at the Ji family disciples, trapped in a dilemma, he'll withdraw now. Not to mention that he had yet to fulfill the task given to him, but if he returned empty-handed, how could he face the others in the Ji family? "Senior, this matter involves a certain powerful being. I would ask you not to make it difficult for me." Ji Wen's tone softened, hinting that this was beyond the jurisdiction of an outer sect elder. "I say once more, leave this dojo immediately, or do not blame me for turning hostile." However, the elderly Li Qingfeng utterly disregarded the insinuations within his words, responding with unyielding bluntness, which only intensified the embarrassment etched upon the young man's face. The onlookers, too, wore expressions of astonishment, engaging in a flurry of whispers, though some found the elder's demeanor to be the most convincing. Elderly had always been thus. Did one truly expect to bully those newly embarking upon the path of cultivation within his domain? What audacity it was for someone merely at the half-step Dao Palace realm to come here and intimidate us fledgling practitioners. At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance as the crowd parted swiftly, seemingly making way for someone of significance. Before long, a figure emerged from the throng, making his way toward them with a countenance that bore a brooding gravity, his youthful features betraying no more than 14 or 15 years of age. Is it him? What brings him here? Upon sighting the newcomer, gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. Who is this? Some, lacking familiarity with the world, inquired of those nearby. This is the great-grandson of the third elder, one of the three prodigies of the Ji family, known as Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming? The name itself seems to portend a short-lived fate. Hush. Speak softly. Be wary of attracting trouble. The 14 or 15-year-old Ji Wuming approached with a sullen expression, first casting a glance at Gu Zhe and the others, before fixing his gaze upon Elderly, stating, Elderly, it is my failure in discipline that allowed them to offend you, and for that, I sincerely apologize. Yet, his tone lacked the reverence exhibited by Ji1. What do you intend? Elderly Qingfeng furrowed his brow. Wary of Ji Wuming's status, he refrained from adopting an overly aggressive stance. Under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd, the youth's lips moved silently, yet no sound emerged, deepening Elderly's frown, indicating a mental exchange occurring between the two. Soon, Ji Wuming turned to fix his gaze on Gu Zhe, declaring, as for the others, I shan't concern myself with their injuries to my kin, but this one I must take with me today. His pronouncement diverged entirely from the thoughts of the earlier individuals. As he sought to take Gu Zhe away directly, Wei Fan and Pang Bo, upon hearing this, exchanged incredulous glances with Gu Zhe, perplexed as to why Ji Wuming was so insistent on him. Yet, they understood full well that such audacity in the presence of an elder boded ill for Gu Zhe, should he be taken away. Gu Zhe, too, turned to face the young man, striding deliberately toward him, and remarked, You intend to take me? Such a bold claim. I shall see how you plan to accomplish that. His tone was soft, yet within, he remained vigilant, his body subtly tensing in readiness. The opponent's cultivation was merely at the first level of the Dao Palace, and Gu Zhe felt an 8/10 assurance that he could suppress him in a close confrontation. Ji Wuming's eyes sparkled with a glint of understanding, seemingly perceiving Gu Zhe's intentions, and he silently retreated a few steps. You, who know not your own insignificance, believe you can contend with me? He taunted, a faint smile playing upon his lips as a delicate radiance coalesced in his hand, gradually forming the silhouette of an ancient mirror. Evidently a form of treasure. What are you hiding from? Are you afraid of me? Gu Zhe challenged, his voice rising as he sought to provoke Ji Wuming, yet his steps remained unyielding, advancing toward the youth. Why would I hide from you? Against someone as dull-witted as yourself? I could suppress you with a mere gesture, Ji Wuming retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips as he lifted himself off the ground, swiftly gliding to one side. Suppress me with a mere gesture? Gu Zhe scoffed, at 15 years of age, barely having opened the first level of the Dao Palace. What confidence do you possess? Were I of your age, I could crush you with but a finger. Flee, continue to flee, he continued, attempting to halt Ji Wuming's retreat. Preposterous. In a battle of equal realms, I am invincible. Ji Wuming's expression darkened, his eyes glimmering with a cold light as he regarded Gu Zhe with a gaze that seemed to see through him. Then do not run. Let us engage in battle at equal realms. Gu Zhe shot back with unrelenting fervor. Yet gradually, he found himself unable to keep pace with Ji Wuming, helplessly watching as the distance between them widened. The latter slowly ascending into the AIR.AT that moment, Elderly, who had appeared hesitant, seemed to resolve some inner conflict, turning to Ji Wuming, who hovered aloft and uttered, My apologies, young Master Wuming, but I cannot comply. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuming halted in his tracks, furrowing his brow in confusion. Elder, that item is something you have long sought. Have you truly considered this? Before the elder could respond, Ji Wuming continued, As I understand it, you have remained within my Ji family for centuries, seeking that ancient scripture, the Transformation Scroll. Now, such a splendid opportunity lies before you. Can you truly let it slip away? His words dripped with veiled implications, and the crowd discerned that he was offering something as a bargain for the elder's inaction. Elderly Chongqing slowly shook his head, firmly stating, This person, you cannot take. Consider this carefully, Ji Wuming pressed, brow furrowed, wishing to say more, but was interrupted by the elder. I have spoken. This person, not just him, but any individual, you cannot take. The elder's tone grew resolute once more. Very well, after a brief silence. Ji Wuming, one of the three prodigies of the Ji family, descended to the ground. With a darkened expression, he surveyed Gu Zhe and the others before departing in silence, leading his companions away. The surrounding individuals were left in utter bewilderment, struggling to comprehend why Ji Wuming had previously appeared so determined yet now retreated so decisively. Disperse. It was only when elderly Qingfeng spoke that the crowd finally began to disperse. Offering their farewells to the elder, Yu Zhe and Yi Fan, too, did not linger, expressing their gratitude to the elder, but just as they prepared to leave, a faint voice resonated within Gu Zhe's mind. Beware of the third elder of the Ji family. You have obstructed his path to prolong his lifespan, and he views you as an impediment. Startled, Gu Zhe turned back, but the elder had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 45. Beyond the divine bridge, what puzzles me is why they are so intent on taking Zegu away. As they walked along the road, the group remained perplexed by their recent encounter. Logically, they had not offended anyone since their arrival, so such targeted hostility seemed unwarranted. It is rather simple. Geniuses always attract attention. They have merely set their sights on the cultivation manual we possess. Seeking to seize it, Pang Bo declared nonchalantly, shrugging off the previous encounter as he expressed his dissatisfaction with the lack of a proper fight. Don't speak carelessly. Unusual occurrences often harbor hidden dangers. We should exercise caution, Yi Fan interjected sharply, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared, though he could not articulate why. Meanwhile, Gu Zhe fell into deep contemplation, the warning imparted by elderly echoing within his mind as he reflected on whether he had offended the third elder in recent days. The third elder of the Ji family, the one with a fearsome visage and a mane of red hair. It seemed he had not interacted much with him. Since arriving at the Ji family, Gu Zhe had only encountered the third elder twice, once in the main hall and again within the bamboo grove, where the elder had not revealed himself. Could it be due to my association with Ziyu? Gu Zhe pondered, recalling Elder Li's words about the elder's desire to prolong his lifespan, and how he viewed Gu Zhe as an obstacle to Ji Ziyu and the northern royal family's quest for longevity. Perhaps there was a connection? Gu Zhe's eyes sharpened as he mused. The third elder may indeed have some form of transaction with the royal family. That day in the bamboo grove, upon hearing my intention to expel the royal family's representatives from Ziyu, he might have dispatched someone to act against me due to his entanglement with the northern royal family. Perhaps his aim was to ensure I remained absent from their sight. It was the only plausible explanation. Before long, the group had returned to their lodgings on the outskirts of the Ji family estate. Ji Zhe, however, did not remain idle. As dusk approached, he quietly slipped away from his companions and ascended to a remote mountaintop. No longer could I delay. It is time to break into the Dao Palace realm. With a figure of half-step master-level caliber focused upon him, Gu Zhe felt an acute sense of impending crisis. He understood all too well that in this world, lacking formidable strength or backing rendered all aspirations futile. He began to extract the divine essence from the Shumi ring, arranging it beside him. 70,000 jin of divine essence piled up to a height of several zhong, the rich spiritual energy swirling around him, causing the surrounding vegetation to flourish wildly. This should suffice for my breakthrough to the mid-level of the Dao Palace realm. Gu Zhe contemplated, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Such a conspicuous attempt at breakthrough might provoke some celestial phenomenon, potentially attracting the attention of powerful figures. Yet, at present, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Taking a deep breath, he ascended the mountain of divine essence and sat cross-legged at its apex. Next, he channeled the spiritual power within him, invoking the secret techniques of the swallowing sky demonic art. Buzz! In an instant, a tremendous pulling force emanated from his major acupoints, as boundless spiritual energy surged forth from the divine essence beneath him. The abundant celestial and earthly spiritual energy converged rapidly, forming a tidal wave of spiritual force that gathered above him, dark clouds swirling ominously overhead. Crash! A heart-stirring bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, illuminating the entire night with startling clarity. Gu Zhe slightly tilted his head upward, beholding the swirling mass of dark clouds above, and felt the immense pressure emanating from within. His pupils constricted, and he gasped. This is the tribulation of the great Tao. From all directions, ominous clouds converged upon this spot. Yet not a single drop of rain fell. An overwhelming force of nature was brewing within. since ancient times. As the laws became incomplete, the great Tao underwent inexplicable changes, rendering the sacred body unrecognized by the heavens and earth. Gu Zhe understood that even with diligent cultivation, progress would be arduous and fruitless. However, he could not fathom why such a formidable tribulation cloud would be unleashed. Surely, even a master of the dragon transformation realm could not withstand it? Was it ultimately incompatible with the great Tao of heaven and earth? It seemed that to break through to the Tao Palace realm had drawn forth such a daunting tribulation cloud. Did this imply that he posed a threat to this realm, thus giving rise to such a lethal force of nature? Damn, what was he to do? Gu Zhe cursed inwardly as he felt the growing might above him. He was almost certain that should the thunder strike, he would be obliterated in an instant. Meanwhile, spiritual energy continued to surge into his body uncontrollably. Within his sea of suffering, the divine bridge that spanned the expanse began to solidify. Extending from the source of his life, Gu Zhe's aura surged dramatically. Initial realm of the divine bridge. Intermediate realm of the divine bridge. Later realm of the divine bridge. Under the torrent of divine source energy flooding in, he was merely a few breaths away from reaching the threshold of the other shore. At that moment, the tribulation cloud had already taken shape. Gu Zhe sensed that even if he ceased his efforts, this ominous cloud would not dissipate easily. Thoughts raced through his mind as he frantically absorbed the vast amounts of divine energy while rapidly searching for ways to counter the looming tribulation cloud above. The secret techniques recorded in the Swallowing Sky demonic art. The 10,000 transformations sacred art? No, that technique is primarily a martial one, renowned for its unmatched power, yet it ultimately serves to diminish others' extraordinary abilities. Providing little aid in his current predicament, the godly passage art? This too would not suffice, as it merely counters mind-killing techniques. Although it claims to vanquish all kings of the world, it still cannot aid him in transcending this tribulation. The celestial ascendance art, which transforms the divine fetus for ascension, might allow him to evade the thunder tribulation, but it cannot be wielded without the celestial platform realm. After much contemplation, he realized that among the secret techniques of ruthless individuals, only the great Tao treasure vase and the severing heaven technique could be effective. However, even with the power of the Tao Palace, he could not invoke them. Gradually, an expression of urgency emerged upon Gu Zhe's face. The killing techniques recorded in the demonic art are all unparalleled and forbidden methods. Even the simplest of them requires the dragon transformation realm for full expression. They offered little assistance in his current situation. No matter, he thought, with a surge of determination, he must break into the Tao Palace. Resolutely calming his mind, Gu Zhe gradually gained clarity. Although most forbidden techniques were beyond his reach, he recalled another supreme technique he had acquired from the depths of the abyss. The 9 secrets could be invoked at the Tao Palace realm. Thus, with the secret of Lin enveloping him, he could force his way into the realm of divine prohibitions and then deploy that marvelous method, which should allow him to remain unharmed for a short while. With his mind resolved, Gu Zhe immersed himself into the cycle of energy within his body. He exerted every ounce of strength to maneuver the Swallowing Sky secret art, accelerating the influx of divine source energy into his being, striving to breach the barriers of the Tao Palace before the great Tao thunder tribulation descended, and to locate the divine spirit within his divine repository. As torrents of energy surged into the sea of suffering like rampaging dragons, Gu Zhe underwent a monumental transformation. First, fissures began to appear densely across his skin, large swathes of flesh aging and shedding, only to be replaced by skin as tender and fresh as new. Fragments of bone pushed forth from the cracks in his exterior. At this moment, his body was smeared in blood, appearing as if drenched in crimson. A sight most terrifying. Throughout this process, Gu Zhe was not devoid of sensation. The excruciating pain from the rebirth of shattered bones and the severing of meridians incessantly assaulted his consciousness, yet he remained silent. It was not sheer willpower that enabled him to endure, but rather a numbing sensation that overtook him within mere breaths. Meanwhile, unimaginable changes were unfolding within his sea of suffering. Waves of spiritual and divine source energy surged in, intertwining to form the shape of a rampaging dragon, plunging into the golden sea of suffering, causing thunderous roars and golden waves to surge. Gradually, the divine bridge spanning the sea of suffering solidified to its utmost extent. It breached the barriers of the sea, reaching a brand new realm. With a flicker of intent, Gu Zhe floated along the bridge and soon arrived at the end of the Sea of Suffering. This was a zone shrouded in chaos, the front shrouded in a thick, dark mist, obscuring all vision. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze was drawn to something within the murky haze, the intersection of the bridge and the gray expanse. A flicker of red light caught his attention, pulsing erratically as though beckoning him closer as Gu Zhe approached the beam of light, his brow furrowed in confusion. Standing just a few steps away, he discerned the appearance of the red beam. It was, astonishingly, a red flower, blood-red and watery, with 3 leaves and 3 petals, swaying gently amidst the chaotic mist, whispering softly into his mind. The whispers were vague, akin to a chorus of spirits chanting or malevolent entities murmuring, chillingly eerie. The moment they entered his ears, they blurred his vision and momentarily dulled his consciousness. 3 leaves, 3 petals, as he regained his senses. Gu Zhe found himself engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend why such a flower would exist within him. Moreover, he had never encountered a flower of such appearance. Yet, it bore a resemblance to certain descriptions found in ancient texts. Could it be the other shore flower? Comparing it with the ancient texts he had read, an uncertain hypothesis emerged in his mind. The divine bridge had connected to the other shore. Gu Zhe understood that time was of the essence. If he could not step onto the gray earth, his efforts to reach the Dao Palace realm would be in vain. With this thought in mind, he cautiously extended his foot, preparing to step off the divine bridge. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. It felt as though he had collided with an invisible barrier, abruptly halting his advance. What is happening? Gu Zhe pondered in bewilderment. The enigmatic red flower was right before him. Yet he could not take that step. An unseen wall obstructed his path. He propelled himself upward, seeking the edges of this invisible barrier. However, he quickly realized that his efforts were futile. No matter how far he ventured into the depths of his consciousness, that barrier remained steadfast. Was this the boundary set by the great Tao, hindering the sacred body from embarking on the path of cultivation? Hovering in the void of his mind, Gu Zhe discerned some subtle traces. Translucent ribbons abruptly emerged from the void. Forming this invisible wall, he approached, testing its solidity, and soon concluded that, with his current strength, he could never breach this barrier. Descending back to the edge of the Sea of Suffering, Gu Zhe observed that the once tumultuous waters had begun to calm. Waves of energy resembling coiling dragons dissipated quietly, and the entire sea was evolving towards another state, seemingly reverting to its form before any divisions were made. Even the once solid divine bridge and the life wheel at the center of the sea began to exhibit cracks of varying sizes. Everything was moving toward collapse. How could this be? Was it that the sacred body was cursed by the heavens, destined to remain aloof from the profound realms? Yet, why was this occurring so soon? Shouldn't such phenomena only manifest in the dragon transformation realm? In the face of it all, Gu Zhe felt utterly helpless. He hovered silently above the Sea of Suffering, watching the grand bridge succumb to ruin. Ultimately, as the divine bridge transformed into a rain of light, falling into the Sea of Suffering, the life wheel, once brimming with infinite vitality, shattered into 2 with a resounding crack. Was it all in vain? Gu Zhe stood suspended in midair, observing the silence enveloping everything, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Enough, enough. What is destined must unfold, and why should I be plagued by worries? Opening his eyes, Gu Zhe gazed up at the tribulation clouds nearing formation in the sky, his expression returning to calm. Once the great Tao thunder tribulation manifested, it would not simply dissipate without delivering its divine punishment. It seemed he was fated to perish beneath the thunder. With this thought, Gu Zhe quietly closed his eyes, feeling a sense of resignation, albeit tinged with reluctance. Yet, just as he embraced his fate, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A scroll of brownish-green scripture suddenly emerged from his Shumi ring, unfurling on its own as a dazzling light burst forth, dazzling Gu Zhe to the point he could scarcely open his eyes. This divine radiance shot directly into his Sea of Suffering. What is happening? Gu Zhe opened his eyes, shock coursing through him as he glanced at his abdomen. Was it the manuscript left behind by Senior Li? Gazing at the floating scripture of a deep brown hue before him, he recognized its essence. Suddenly, Gu Zhe discovered that from the depths of his abdomen, the location of his suffering, wisps of radiant light began to emanate. Simultaneously, an ethereal celestial melody drifted into his ears. This celestial sound enveloped him entirely within mere breaths, transforming him into a being of resplendent brilliance, with strands of light radiating from every part of his being, resembling a sanctified spirit. Concurrently, Gu Zhe was drawn into the profound depths of his consciousness by the ethereal, otherworldly melody. His thoughts suspended, he looked around and observed that his sea of suffering had morphed into an entirely different scene. Threads of light, akin to silken strands, stretched before him, intertwining and weaving together as if sketching a grand tapestry, spiraling and entwining around the shattered wheel of fate. Countless threads danced, some plunging into the depths of the sea of suffering, while others soared toward the heavens. Their collisions produced resonant divine sounds, granting Gu Zhe the illusion of eavesdropping on celestial mysteries. Furrowing his brow, Gu Zhe summoned the system to scrutinize the origins of these threads. Transcendence melody. Upon receiving the system's message, Gu Zhe gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it is the transcendence melody. As the divine sounds resonated, his once fractured wheel of fate began to mend rapidly, and the desolate sea of suffering stirred with ripples. Moreover, specks of light emerged from the sea, coalescing in midair to form a transparent bridge. This celestial melody was, in fact, repairing his shattered wheel of fate. Sensing the waves of revitalization emanating from the wheel, Gu Zhe was engulfed in confusion. The transcendence melody, a path forged by the legendary Gai Jiyu, could rival the divine weapons of ancient emperors, possessing power equivalent to that of ancient sovereigns. Yet, why had it manifested within the handwritten notes gifted by the elderly Qingfeng? It must be noted that Elderly was merely an elder of the Ji family. Diu Zhe had discreetly investigated him. His cultivation was only at the third stage of the dragon transformation. Could it be that the elder had some obscure connection with that existence? Furthermore, why had he suddenly gifted us these notes on this very day? Did he foresee my tribulation? Gai Jiyu, revered as the foremost figure of the past 9 millennia, would have achieved the status of an ancient emperor, were it not for the upheaval of the heavens and earth. An overwhelming flood of questions surged within him. The golden radiance within the sea of suffering surged, and at that moment, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed. Jiyu Zhe turned to observe. On the other side of the divine bridge, a cascade of luminous rain descended. The transparent barrier of the great path shattered. He needed to find an opportunity to seek counsel with Elderly in private. Stepping forth, Gu Zhe ascended gracefully, navigating the reformed divine bridge toward the distant horizon, though a vague sense of uncertainty lingered in his heart. Once this moment passed, it seemed unlikely he would encounter that elder again. What, indeed, was that blood-red 3-leafed flower? Suspended above the divine bridge, Gu Zhe moved with remarkable swiftness. Swiftly reaching the terminus of the sea of suffering, he set foot upon the grayish-brown earth, this time encountering no obstruction. Gazing at the flower just within reach, he slightly bent down, extending his hand to touch it. Yet his palm effortlessly passed through as though it were insubstantial. A searing warmth surged from his palm into his very soul. Simultaneously, a circle of radiant light rippled outward from the blood-red 3-leafed flower, sweeping across the grayish-brown earth like undulating waves. As the radiant light passed, the gray mist before his eyes dissipated as if melting snow, revealing the entirety of the land before him. Gu Zhe raised his gaze, and directly ahead, 5 colossal figures stood silently. Each one towered like a deity, reaching to the heavens, exuding an aura of overwhelming might as if poised to suppress the cosmos. Chapter 47. The Sacred Body's Manifestation. Blood Sea Immortal King atop a small mountain. Ominous clouds loomed overhead. The might of the great path's thunderous tribulation swept across a radius of several miles. Fortunately, Gu Zhe had chosen a location seldom frequented by others. Even the nearest individuals, such as Yifan, were several dozen miles away. Meanwhile, in a grand hall hundreds of miles from this place, several elders of the Ji family sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, one of the elders opened his eyes. He rose and exited the hall, casting a perplexed glance toward the distance, his expression revealing astonishment. "What is it, great elder?" One of the elders, deep in meditation, inquired upon noticing the disturbance. "Someone is undergoing tribulation within the Ji family." The elder replied softly, his brow furrowing. He then soared into the air, swiftly moving toward that direction. The elder's movement startled the others. Upon witnessing this, they ceased their meditative practices and followed the great elder into the skies. Before long, the group arrived at the outskirts of the Thunder Tribulation, merely dozens of miles from the dense clouds ahead. That the Great Path's Thunder Tribulation? This was the outer sect, typically a training ground for collateral disciples. Could it be that our G family has produced a remarkably gifted descendant? The group halted, feeling the awe-inspiring might emanating from the clouds, and gasped in astonishment. I recall the last time the Great Path's Thunder Tribulation descended was when the Moonlight's sacred body first took shape. Who could it be this time? An elder's face bore a look of surprise. His eyes gleamed with divine light as he employed a divination technique to probe the clouded area ahead. Yet, in an instant, the light in his eyes faded, and he shook his head. The Thunder Tribulation has invoked the heavenly mechanism, obscuring our probing techniques. With our cultivation, we cannot discern the truth. That is simple enough. Let us draw closer to discover who this person is, interjected the third elder, his body radiating light as he prepared to approach the thunderclouds. No. The great elder quickly interjected, urging caution. Oh, not approach. Lest you attract the tribulation's force upon yourselves, allow me to invoke the G family's great formation to discern the truth. With that, the elder extended his right hand, tracing the air, causing faint ripples to arise at his fingertips. Soon, the void began to solidify, faintly forming a transparent mirror-like surface. Within the mirror, a young man sat cross-legged atop the mountain, with storm clouds brewing above his head. Upon beholding the reflection in the water mirror, the great elder exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that the mysteriously gifted sacred body? Given the might of this Thunder Tribulation, it appears to be the Great Path's Thunder Tribulation." Another elder scrutinized the scene, carefully sensing the pressure from the heavens before continuing. In just a month, he has ascended from the sea of suffering to the Great Path realm. The others were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. Such a pace of cultivation is inconceivable. What ancient method is he practicing? 7 or 8 elders widened their eyes in astonishment, nearly popping their eyeballs out as they gazed at the unfolding scene in the water mirror. Just a month prior, he was but a mortal, and now he has reached the Great Path realm. There is no record in the annals of history, even within the vast chronicles of the Northern Dipper, that could compare. Meanwhile, the third elder silently furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering as he observed Gu Zhe's figure in the water mirror, lost in thought. Suddenly, a tearing sound akin to a rift in the void echoed. The group turned to see a fissure manifesting not far from them, from which emerged a vague silhouette. It was a tall, imposing middle-aged man clad in azure robes, his elongated form enveloped in flecks of purple light, exuding an elusive aura that made him difficult to comprehend. His face was shrouded in an impenetrable mist, rendering his features invisible. Master. Upon seeing the newcomer, several elders of the G family turned and bowed in respect. The man veiled in mist did not acknowledge their gestures, but instead directed his gaze toward the distance. Is this the flawless sacred body? Indeed, the great elder nodded, speaking with reverence. A month ago, he had merely breached the barriers of the sea of suffering, devoid of any cultivation. Yet today, he possesses the strength of half a step into the Great Path and has attracted the Great Path's Thunder Tribulation. The Great Path's suppression, the sacred body is not recognized by the heavens and earth. Attracting such thunder tribulations is not surprising, remarked the G family head, his tone unperturbed, as if discussing a matter of little significance. He then added, however, I find it curious that his cultivation method does not seem to align with our G family's ancient practices. Turning to face the middle-aged man, he asked casually, in this past month, have you instructed him in the G family's ancient texts as I requested? Upon hearing these words, several elders instantly displayed expressions of embarrassment. After a moment of silence, it was the Grand Elder who spoke first. Somewhat anxiously, this individual has an unclear background. Our initial intention was to observe him for a while, and once his identity was clarified, we would then nurture him as a potential seed. Indeed, Patriarch, the rapid progression of his cultivation clearly suggests he possesses some form of ancestral legacy. If we were to rashly impart ancient techniques to him, it may provoke disputes within the clan, added the third elder in quick agreement. A soft chuckle escaped the lips of the G family patriarch, revealing his dissatisfaction with the elder's approach. However, he refrained from directly admonishing them and instead sighed. Your actions may make it rather difficult to win his allegiance." Hearing the hint of discontent in the patriarch's words, the elders fell silent, their faces etched with tension. "Is this person truly as significant as you claim?" the Grand Elder inquired, a note of curiosity in his voice. "Forgive my candor, but the sacred body has been abandoned by the heavens. Even if he is physically unblemished, given the nature of the thunder tribulation at the Palace of Tao, it seems improbable that he can withstand it. Furthermore, the 9 transformations of the dragon and the celestial terrace are insurmountable barriers even for saints. How could he possibly transcend them? Perhaps, before he even reaches the transformation into a dragon, he may perish beneath the Tao Palace's thunder." The Grand Elder's stance was quite clear. From the outset, he held little faith in Gu Zhe, believing that under the current cosmic circumstances, a sacred body could never attain full maturity. The expenditure of unimaginable resources to cultivate such a dim prospect seemed unwise. With that, the Grand Elder shook his head lightly. "Is that so?" In response, the Ji family patriarch turned to face those present, gazing quietly at them. He then spoke with a calm demeanor. "Throughout the ages, has there ever been a sacred body devoid of flaws? They endure extraordinary hardships, for the great Tao suppresses them, rendering their cultivation 100-fold more arduous than that of ordinary individuals. Yet have you ever pondered why, under such conditions, any sacred body that does not fall midway can reach the pinnacle of supremacy? Ultimately standing shoulder to shoulder with ancient emperors, even surpassing the supreme ones." The patriarch's tone remained even, yet it starkly contrasted with the elder's attitudes. He continued to hold faith in the youth seated serenely beneath the thunderclouds. The elders fell into silence, recognizing the unique position of the Ji family patriarch. Even the ancient ancestors would find it difficult to contest his authority. As the elders lowered their heads in silence, the patriarch remained contemplative for a while before quietly stating, "You may watch here. I must make a trip to the eastern wilderness. Should he falter, I can summon the great formation for assistance." At this, the Grand Elder lifted his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Patriarch, you have only just returned. Why must you depart so soon?" "The eastern wilderness is undergoing changes in a few years. That great tomb will re-emerge. If I do not go ahead to strategize, I fear there will be little left for me when the time comes." With that, the middle-aged man extended his hand, and a beam of purple light shot forth from his fingertip, striking a certain point in the void. Then, a ripping sound echoed once more as a fissure, towering as high as 2 men, quietly opened, and he stepped directly into it. Not long after the patriarch's departure, the group finally emerged from their stunned silence. The oppressive aura of the Ji family patriarch had been overwhelmingly powerful. Despite his limited time in the clan, each of his returns brought with it a reputation for thorough purges and cleansings. This enigmatic figure had existed far longer than any of the elders could recall. The Grand Elder remembered that even in his childhood, this man had appeared before him with an unseen visage. "What should we do next?" After a considerable pause, the third elder quietly inquired. "Let us proceed as the patriarch has advised. We should refrain from contradicting his words." With that, the Grand Elder looked up once more, closely observing the scene depicted in the water mirror. Just then, an anomaly appeared within the water mirror. The night sky, shrouded in dark clouds, seemed to tremble suddenly as a thunderous dragon, as thick as a water barrel, flashed through the clouds. With a booming crash, the dim night sky was suddenly illuminated. The thunder tribulation had arrived. Gu Zhe, who had been meditating atop the divine source, quietly stood up. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing upward at the roaring thunder dragon above, his expression calm and composed. Yet, at that moment, everyone was taken aback. The night sky blazed brightly, a blood-red radiance emerging from an unknown source, casting a crimson hue across the entire firmament. Behind him, an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded, a surging sea of blood, from which an eerie 3-leafed flower emerged, gently swaying and instantly conjuring towering waves. The sea of blood rolled back, monstrous waves climbing heavenward, colliding with the descending thunder dragon and swiftly engulfing it. Then, as the blood-colored flower swayed again, invisible ripples radiated outward, sending the giant waves soaring high into the sky, consuming 1/3 of the thunderclouds. Is this an anomaly of the sacred body? The elders were astounded. They pondered deeply, confirming that such a divine phenomenon had never been recorded in ancient texts. Yet what astonished them even more followed. The ancient sacrificial sounds resonated, and above the thunderclouds, a colossal phantom emerged. Resembling a mountain, it stood still at the pinnacle of the heavens, gazing down upon the earth, and though its voice conveyed compassion, its blood-red eyes emanated a world-destroying pressure. A celestial king descending upon the 9 heavens? No, it does not resemble that. Beneath the night sky, amidst the ocean of blood, a celestial king appeared, overlooking all beings. Jiuzhe remained steadfast, not moving an inch. Chapter 48. Apologies, what you offer, I shall decline, as the pervasive blood-red radiance faded. The ominous clouds dissipated, revealing the hidden bright moon. It was only after a significant time had passed that the Grand Elder and the others gradually regained their composure. The presence of the Celestial King and the Sea of Blood, an unparalleled power never before documented in history, left them greatly shaken. This might surpass his original realm. Even the ascent of the bright moon over the ocean pales in comparison, murmured one elder in astonishment. Not just inferior. This anomaly alone could declare him invincible among his peers. Another elder spoke quietly, his murky old eyes filled with a wet that moment. The elders silently began comparing this youth with the G family's celestial king body. Soon, they reached a rough consensus in their hearts. It was difficult to determine who was superior. Gu Zei's sacred body anomaly was shrouded in mystery, harboring unfathomable power. Merely based on the might it exhibited, it could contend with the peak thunder tribulation of the Tao Palace. Conversely, the celestial king body of Ji Haoyue was extraordinary as well. Upon the initial formation of his divine body, he had once fought and defeated multiple powerful beings from the demon clan, subsequently gaining renown in the southern region, instilling fear in countless demon clan elites. The Grand Elder waved his hand, dispelling the water mirror technique in his possession. You may return for now. I wish to meet that young man. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the distance. Atop the mountain peak, Gu Zei stood upon the divine source, now transformed into an ordinary stone, not choosing to leave immediately. His heart was equally tumultuous. The first manifestation of the sacred body anomaly made him acutely aware of the differences between himself and Efan. In his memories, the archaic sacred body bore no anomalies. It possessed merely extraordinary strength and an unparalleled vigor of blood. How could a flower symbolizing reincarnation emerge at the edge of his sea of suffering? How had it come to be? Furthermore, why, upon reaching the palace of Tao Realm, did he directly encounter the 5 deities of the palace rather than having to cultivate, break through, and seek out the hidden 5 divine abodes within himself like ordinary individuals? Gu Zei found himself utterly perplexed. His path as a sacred body seemed fundamentally distinct from that of others. Could it be that the unblemished archaic sacred body had always been this way, possessing anomalies akin to the celestial king body and the radiant body? Perhaps, for some unknown reason, no one had exhibited such anomalies since the era of mythology. At that moment, a streak of light appeared in the distance. Landing before him in but a few breaths, Jiuzhe turned around, quietly observing the newcomer. It was the Grand Elder. Congratulations, young friend, on advancing to the palace of Tao Realm. It is truly remarkable for one of your age to have achieved the initial formation of the sacred body. As soon as he landed, the Grand Elder wore a smile, his old eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. You flatter me, Grand Elder. How could the mere palace of Tao Realm catch your esteemed eye? Gu Zei chuckled lightly, clasping his fists in response. In truth, he had sensed the gaze of the elders upon him from the very beginning. Originally, he had intended to employ a secret technique and then utilize the unparalleled spell recorded in the demonic arts to overcome the thunder tribulation, relying on its unique characteristic of being invulnerable to all methods. Yet, he had not anticipated that the overwhelming celestial might would draw the attention of the elders as well, to prevent the demonic arts from being revealed too early before their eyes. He had chosen to manifest the anomaly he had just mastered. Young friend, not only do you possess exceptional talent, but your temperament also surpasses that of your peers, the Grand Elder remarked with a smile, glancing at the divine source beneath his feet. Changing the subject, he inquired, may I ask what ancient technique you are cultivating that has allowed you to break through several realms in such a short time? Forgive my boldness, But might I be permitted to observe a little? The Grand Elder maintained his usual tone as he expressed a desire to observe the ancient scriptures cultivated by Guzay. Guzay glanced at him, his expression revealing surprise. He slowly spoke. How can the ancient methods of our forebears be so casually shared? Moreover, I believe we are not yet familiar enough to exchange insights on such profound teachings. Are we? That is not quite the case, the Grand Elder replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Since you have entered the G family, you are, in a sense, half a member of the G clan. Merely observing the ancient texts should not be considered a significant transgression. With a light chuckle, Guzay shook his head, gazing at the elder with an expression that suggested ambiguity. He calmly continued. To put it plainly, I have only been with the G family for a month and have never practiced their techniques. What grounds do I have to be considered even a half-member? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Guzay would so boldly clarify the matter, showing no signs of subterfuge. This left him at a loss for words. Originally, he had thought that by categorizing Guzay as a half-member of the G family, he could easily elicit a response, gradually wooing him with generous offers until he could ascertain Guzay's true intentions. However, it appeared that this youth was far more astute than he had imagined. Reluctantly, the Grand Elder resumed speaking, delivering the prepared remarks he had in mind. Young friend, you misunderstand. It is not that we are unwilling to impart our cultivation methods to you. Nor do we harbor any intentions against you. It was merely that the family head was absent, and we could not make hasty decisions. Now that the family head has returned and has decreed that you be taught the ancient methods of the G family, you need not worry. We will not hold back any longer. After speaking, the Grand Elder offered a regretful smile, candidly admitting that their previous actions were born of necessity. Having lived long enough, he had gleaned from Guzay's few words that the youth had likely discovered the incompleteness of the techniques within the jade slip. Hence the distant tone in his speech. The family head? Ah, that must be the person who appeared abruptly, lingered briefly, and then vanished. Guzay instantly recalled the enigmatic presence he had sensed during his breakthrough, a being of unparalleled might. After a brief pause, he spoke with indifference. Grand Elder, if I may speak candidly, do you believe I require your ancient scriptures? The Grand Elder was momentarily stunned. He gazed at the composed Guzay. Struggling to find words, initially, he had assumed this enigmatic youth sought to pilfer the G family's elusive techniques, but given the current circumstances, it was evident that Guzay practiced a mysterious form of cultivation that rivaled the G family's ancient texts. Furthermore, the brilliance of his innate talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, how could such a remarkably gifted youth be as he had presumed? The Grand Elder wore a wry smile. Everything was as the family head had stated. This young man had already begun to harbor a deep-seated aversion towards the G family. Observing the elder's rueful expression, Guzay smiled knowingly. Senior, you need not worry. I still hold a sense of gratitude towards the G family. Were it not for Miss Ziyue, we might have perished in the ancient forbidden land. In those dire moments, my power was feeble, and any formidable beast could have easily claimed our lives. Thus, in a sense, I owe her a debt of gratitude and would not depart from the G family lightly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression faltered momentarily, and the bitterness on his aged face deepened. Intelligent individuals often subtly emphasize the crux of their discourse, leaving an indelible impression. Ji Yuzay's words were clear. He owed a favor to Ji Ziyue, not to the Ji family itself. Therefore, his intention to remain was predicated solely on his personal connection with Ji Ziyue. Rather than any other motivation, the Grand Elder sighed softly. It appeared he needed to reflect on how best to approach these youths. He then produced a jade slip and handed it to Guzay, stating, "This is a communication jade disc. It can transmit sound across vast distances. Should any matters arise, you may call for me directly." Ji Yuzay accepted the jade slip without hesitation, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Grand Elder." At such a moment, failing to extend an olive branch would have certainly strained their relationship. Before long, as he watched the elder transform into a streak of radiant light and depart, Guzay turned around. A shimmer of brilliance surged beneath his feet as he soared into the air, heading back along his path. Chapter 48. Guests seated on a mat, the youth closed his eyes in meditation, his hands forming intricate mudras before him. His chest rose and fell gently as spiritual energy began to gather, two streams as thick as his thumb flowing into his nostrils. Subsequently, his hand gestures shifted. His right hand turned palm down, pressing downward, while the fingers of his other hand flicked lightly, forming a gesture reminiscent of flower picking. Instantly, a divine light radiated from his fingertips, enveloping his entire being in a luminous aura. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Guze abruptly opened his eyes, and the divine radiance surrounding him intensified, brilliant golden light flooding the room. However, this brilliance soon dissipated, retracting back into his body. The divine luminescence receded, and Guze emerged from his meditative state. Since his breakthrough to the first level of the Tao Palace realm, he had been contemplating the divine abilities recorded within the demonic scriptures. Yet, to his surprise, most of the divine techniques were not as easily comprehensible as he had anticipated. Even with the aid of the inherited spectral manifestation, he had barely grazed the threshold of understanding these profound arts over the past few days. It seemed that the comprehension of divine techniques was indeed a lengthy process, one that could not be expedited through resources like the divine source. Guze stood up, stretching his limbs. After 3 consecutive days of meditation, he felt not the slightest hint of numbness in his limbs. Instead, he felt invigorated. It's the Tao Palace realm. One could transcend the fatigue caused by normal physical exertion. After a brief session of physical activity within his room, Guze suddenly recalled that he had not visited the training grounds for several days and thought of the mysterious elder, Li Qingfeng. Although night had fallen, with his current stamina, he could easily catch up to Yifan and the others in a mere quarter of an hour. This would also provide an opportune moment to inquire about the whereabouts of the remnants of the divine temple in the ancient heavenly court. Just then, a voice called from outside the room. "Brother Gu, the Grand Elder requests your presence in the main hall." The summons to the main hall caught Guze slightly off guard, causing him to furrow his brow. He did not respond immediately. After 2 days of uninterrupted meditation, a layer of impurities had surfaced on his skin, making it less than ideal for an audience. Once he had changed into a fresh set of garments, Guze finally stepped outside, addressing a youth of around 14 or 15 years. "Lead the way." The boy, who had previously worn a look of urgency, relaxed visibly upon seeing Guze emerge from his room. "Very well, please follow me." After a slight bow, the youth turned and led the way. "May I ask why the Grand Elder has summoned me so suddenly?" Guze inquired during their walk, curious about the reason for this unexpected request. He recognized this youth as the one who had provided them with storage rings a month ago. "I am not certain. However, before I arrived, I saw many unfamiliar faces in the main hall. I heard they are from the northern plains, come on behalf of Miss Ziwe." The boy spoke respectfully while discreetly studying Guze with curiosity in his eyes. As a direct descendant of the Ji family, he was aware of the mysterious visitors, though he did not understand why they had been instructed to exercise caution and avoid any contact with Ji family matters, only to now be involved in such significant affairs. Furthermore, when the Grand Elder had instructed him, he had emphasized the importance of not offending these guests, a sentiment he had never witnessed directed towards anyone before. The northern plains? Guze's furrowed brow relaxed. Dispelling his earlier doubts, it appeared that his words had indeed borne fruit. He only wondered whether those old codgers would choose to oppose the Wang family because of him. The boy walked slowly, guiding Guze through a vast courtyard until they soon arrived at a small teleportation array. He produced a small piece of source stone, embedding it into the array, which soon shimmered with a flowing luminescence. Noticing the look of surprise in Guze's eyes, the youth explained, "The Ji family flourishes in the southern domain, its territory spanning over 9,000 miles. The destination we are heading to is quite far from here. Without the array, it would take several days and nights to reach." The expanse covered a staggering 9,000 miles, causing Guze to gasp in astonishment. Its size was nearly comparable to that of the nation of Ural on Earth. However, he displayed no trace of his surprise on his face, merely nodding lightly in no time. The array within radiated a brilliant light. When the brilliance faded, the two turned to find themselves before an ancient grand hall. The youth stepped forward, respectfully knocked on the door, and then pushed it open. The hall was quite spacious, and as Guze entered, his gaze immediately fell upon a group of elders seated prominently above. In addition to a few familiar elders, there was a composed middle-aged Ma and in a slightly lower position were several high-ranking members of the Ji family and some younger Ji family descendants, likely outstanding juniors from the clan. To the right, however, sat several individuals whose attire differed entirely from that of the G family. One male and one female, a youth of around 15, accompanied by several attendants. All exuding an air of calm and remarkable presence. Gu Zai's gaze swept over them. It finally settled on the young boy. Was this Wang Teng? Gu Zai felt a twinge of surprise. The individual before him was not as impressive as he had anticipated, appearing rather inconspicuous, as if he were someone who would easily be overlooked in a crowd. Peak of the Wheel Sea realm, this left Gu Zai puzzled. Logically speaking, Wang Teng, who had received the ancient inheritance at the tender age of 2, ought to have reached at least the dragon transformation realm. Soon, it seemed that the boy sensed his scrutiny and turned around. Casting a fleeting glance at that moment, Gu Zai felt as if he were being observed by a ferocious beast. It was as though he were facing an ancient, slumbering monster or a divine sword radiating a chilling light. Yet, this sensation lasted but a brief moment, as the youth merely glanced and then turned away, returning to his previous tranquil demeanor. The sudden shift left Gu Zai somewhat taken aback. He promptly turned around and seated himself in the outermost corner. Remaining silent, yet the subtle brilliance emanating from him hinted at the presence of an extraordinary talent. It seemed he had indeed been correct about that individual. Gu Zai settled into his silence. He discreetly observed everyone in the grand hall, without attracting anyone's attention. Notably, he did not spot Ji Ziwei among the crowd. Why had she, the key figure in this matter, not appeared? Gu Zai pondered this perplexity, ultimately entering a state of deep contemplation regarding the arcane arts within his mind. As more individuals gradually entered the hall, the last group arrived fashionably late. Soon, he noticed a petite figure among them. Ji Ziwei entered the hall, her delicate features adorned with coldness, her gaze directed at the elders above filled with mockery and indignation. Ziwei, you've arrived, the grand elder, seated above, chuckled lightly, beckoning her to take a seat. Upon hearing the name of the principal, everyone turned their gaze towards her, their eyes filled with varying degrees of fervor or inscrutability. So this is the Ji family's little moon. At merely 16 years of age, she possesses the strength of the dragon transformation realm, truly deserving of the innate spiritual body. Not only in terms of realm, but her appearance is also quite appealing, surpassing many goddesses from the sacred lands. If she were to marry into my Wang family, she would surely give birth to extraordinary offspring. At this moment, several Wang family attendants standing at the back began to whisper softly amongst themselves. Their voices were not loud, yet clear enough for everyone present to hear. Some younger members of the Ji family, who had previously shown little interest in these individuals, instantly revealed expressions of anger. Gu Zai overheard their remarks, feeling a surge of displeasure but choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Ji Ziwei, upon hearing the Grand Elder's summons, remained unmoved, standing still in her place. Seeing Ji Ziwei's lack of response, the Grand Elder's face flushed with embarrassment. Is this my Wang family's future daughter-in-law? Come here. Let me have a good look. At that moment, the middle-aged man also spoke up, his tone calm yet carrying a hint of undeniable authority. Heh, Ji Ziwei smirked coldly, casting a dispassionate glance at the middle-aged man but offering no reply. Instead, she turned her enchanting gaze towards Gu Zai and, amid the onlookers, walked directly to his side. Brother, I thought you wouldn't come, she said in a sweet, melodic voice as she settled beside Gu Zai, a smile gracing her face. Then, she leaned affectionately against him. Brother? Gu Zai's heart raced, startled by the sudden intimacy. He awkwardly touched his nose, subtly shifting to create some distance. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a pair of warm hands grasp his side, accompanied by a sudden pinch. This girl had always treated him with indifference. Never had she been so affectionate that it seemed she had resolved to use him as a shield against trouble. Feeling the myriad of gazes directed toward him, Gu Zai silently sighed. Chapter 49. The 9 Rebirth Sacred Corpse Lotus. The sudden display of affection not only set Gu Zai's heart aflutter but also left the onlookers utterly astonished. They beheld the close-knit duo with incredulity in their eyes. Who was Ji Ziwei? She was one of the most distinguished figures among the Ji family, adored by all since her youth. Furthermore, she was the object of desire for countless young men. Conversely, the boy beside her was someone many had never encountered. His attire was that of an ordinary outer sect disciple. Judging by his position, he seemed to be of no significant status. The stark contrast in their identities and standings was immediately apparent. They wondered why Jizue would exhibit such intimate behavior towards someone so seemingly ordinary. The hall buzzed with murmurs as many began to quietly inquire about the young man's background. "May I ask, who is this young man?" The middle-aged man seated beside the main seat furrowed his brow, turning to several elders for clarification. "Oh, merely an outer sect disciple of the Ji family." The grand elder replied with a faint smile, stroking his beard, his gaze toward Gu Zhe tinged with a hint of mischief. "Ah, just an outer sect disciple," the middle-aged man responded with a chuckle, no longer glancing at Gu Zhe in the hall. As the crowd absorbed the grand elder's nonchalant reply, their interest in Gu Zhe waned. Although Jizue endeavored to portray a close relationship with Gu Zhe, calling him brother with utmost affection, his youthful appearance merely resembled that of a 5- or 6-year-old, failing to raise any eyebrows, with most finding it merely peculiar. Above in the main seat, several Ji family elders engaged in animated conversation with the middle-aged man from the Wang family, largely inquiring about recent matters concerning the Ji family and decisions regarding the alliance between the two families. However, whenever critical issues arose, the elders merely shook their heads lightly, showing no inclination to pursue the topic further. At this moment, the middle-aged man in gray, with a composed demeanor, could no longer restrain himself. He gently cleared his throat and turned to the nearby elders, smiling as he said, "Brother Ji Jian, besides wishing to meet your esteemed family head, I also bring a treasure for you. Oh, may I inquire what treasure Brother Wang Yuan has brought?" The grand elder raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. The middle-aged man, addressed as Wang Yuan, smiled lightly, gently stroking the mustache on his face. Suddenly, with a flash of light, a green jade box appeared in his hand. "I have heard that several elders are troubled by the high realm of dragon transformation. I specifically traversed the northern plains, utilizing the strength of my entire clan to locate this precious herb in the frigid snowlands. A mere token of appreciation, not worthy of respect. I hope you will not decline." "My esteemed brothers," as he spoke, Wang Yuan flicked open the jade box. A mist reminiscent of ice fog began to waft from within, accompanied by an extraordinary fragrance that abruptly filled the hall, refreshing the senses of all who inhaled it. The elders' eyes sparkled as they peered through the dense mist towards the box's contents. The next moment, they collectively trembled in shock, exclaiming, "Is this the 9-rebirth sacred corpse lotus?" Inside the jade box lay a palm-sized, deep green lotus flower, quietly resting, from which the continuous ethereal mist emanated. The translucent green of the lotus appeared utterly flawless, with 12 petals resembling jade, radiating immense vitality. Gu Zhe even observed the third elder of the Ji family, seated beside the grand elder, suddenly displaying an insatiable greed in his eyes. Consequently, he could not help but turn to Jizue beside him, inquiring about the origin of this item. "The 9-rebirth sacred corpse lotus is indeed remarkable, a rare sacred herb in the world. Legend has it that this herb only grows in the extreme cold of the northern plains, taking root in the bones of great saints, nourished by the blood of these sages, taking a millennium to grow a single leaf, and with 12 leaves, it boasts an astonishing 12,000 years of medicinal age." Jizue's voice was gentle, laced with a sense of astonishment. 12,000 years of medicinal age. Gu Ziyu was taken aback. He had never heard of such a miraculous elixir. Could it be on the verge of transforming into an immortal potion? "Not at all." Jizue shook her head and continued. "This item grows upon the sacred remains, absorbing not only an immense quantity of divine blood, but also an overwhelming amount of deathly energy. Even when it evolves to its utmost potential, it cannot transcend the shackles of deathly energy. It shall never surpass the boundaries of a sacred potion. For the majority of cultivators, it is, in fact, a most toxic substance, infused with a power of desolation that guarantees death to anyone below the 5th level of dragon transformation upon contact." Perplexed, Gu Ziyu turned his gaze toward the group of elders seated at the head of the table, particularly noting how several of them were breathing heavily, their eyes alight with desire. "This item is the culmination of a great sage's lifelong cultivation. While it absorbs vast amounts of vital blood, it also assimilates the Tao principles condensed by a saint, granting insight into the celestial path." Jizue's tone remained calm as she shifted her gaze to the elders, adding, "Especially for those who have lost hope of breaking into the celestial realm and are nearing the end of their lifespan. It holds immense allure." Understanding dawned on Gu Ziyu as he looked at the elders of the Ji family, realizing they had pooled their resources to locate such an extraordinary sacred potion in the frigid lands of Beiyuan. All to curry favor with the elders. The Wang family was indeed willing to invest heavily. Within the grand hall, as the elders gasped in astonishment, the higher-ups of the Ji family widened their eyes in shock. Their gazes fixated on the ancient jade box held by Wang Yuan. Heh, our Wang family has dispatched all our experts and spent 2 whole decades to uncover this treasure in a burial ground of ancient saints. The 9 transforming sacred corpse lotus. Surely this supreme item is recognized by all present. Wang Yuan could hardly conceal his pride as he observed the crowd's reaction. The burial ground of ancient saints? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted once more. Generally speaking, great sages are rare existences in the world, having nearly ascended to the pinnacle of humanity. Even upon exhausting their lifespans, they would choose to disperse their essence and return to the universe. The sacred king leaves no grave. A legacy is only left behind if one touches the threshold of the imperial realm and enters the realm of taboos. Only those at such a level have the chance of returning. A widely acknowledged fact among the Northern Dipper. Thus, it is precisely because such an otherworldly sacred potion grows from the remains of a great sage that it is so exceedingly rare. The mention of an ancient burial ground by the middle-aged man conveyed a wealth of information. That location is likely an ancient battlefield. Wang Daoyu, if what you say is true, could you reveal the whereabouts of this ancient burial ground? An elder from the Ji family inquired softly, seeking the origin of the sacred potion. An ancient battlefield. Everyone understood the rarity of such places, not to mention the remnants of grand Dao weapons and ancient secret arts. Even a supreme sacred corpse would be an invaluable treasure. Once acquired, such a place could elevate an obscure family exponentially, perhaps even by dozens of times. This tremendous opportunity could not be overlooked even by ancient families. This is easily arranged. The middle-aged man closed the ancient jade box and gently handed it to the grand elder. I have come this time to discuss the union between our 2 families. This matter should have been settled long ago, but unfortunately, your family head has yet to return, and our clan's genius is about to enter seclusion. After this prolonged delay, we have taken the initiative to approach you. As long as the Ji family provides us with a definitive response, I, Wang Yuan, on behalf of the Wang family, promise that we shall jointly explore that ancient battlefield. Wang Yuan's statement was clear. He sought a resolution for this matter. All eyes turned towards the grand elder seated at the head of the table, their gazes filled with suppressed anticipation. The value of an ancient battlefield left behind by the ancients was universally understood. It was said that merely obtaining a fragment of it could suffice to allow most present at the pinnacle of dragon transformation to break into the coveted celestial realm. Simultaneously, many speculated that the Wang family, a lineage descended from ancient times, had suddenly become so audacious likely due to the existence of this ancient battlefield. It was well known that the Wang family had never produced an emperor. For thousands of years, they had remained low-key, seldom revealing themselves to the world. Yet, here they were, stepping out of Beiyuan and traveling millions of miles to confront a true ancient family. Everyone awaited the grand elder's response. While several elders, nearing the end of their lives, were barely able to contain their eagerness to speak on his behalf, I apologize, Brother Wang Yuan. This matter cannot be agreed to at this time. Under the gaze of the assembly, the grand elder spoke slowly. His calm words immediately elicited expressions of disbelief from the crowd. Chapter 50. Am I the fool? The desire for the Wang family of Beiyuan to form an alliance with the Ji family had become common knowledge among the Ji family over the past few months. In truth, they had initially looked down upon this pseudo-ancient family in terms of family heritage and the level of cultivators. The Wang family was simply not in the same league. However, given Wang Yuan's demeanor, it was evident that the ancient divine treasure they claimed to possess was indeed real and likely related to the legendary Emperor of Chaos. Moreover, they had openly stated that if the 2 families became amicable, they could jointly explore the opportunities within. This ancient battlefield, the resting place of great sages, held immense significance. They could not fathom why the Grand Elder would utter such words of refusal. Brother Ji Dian? The middle-aged man from the Wang family furrowed his brow slightly, his countenance reflecting confusion as he looked at the Grand Elder. That is an ancient battlefield, the resting place of numerous saints. Are you certain of your decision? As he posed his question, everyone in the hall leaned forward, their gazes fixed on the Grand Elder. The Ji family had always been hierarchical, and despite the myriad doubts in their hearts, they would not dare to openly oppose Ji Dian's decision in the presence of outsiders. Under the scrutiny of the assembly, the Grand Elder finally spoke. I regret to inform you, Brother Wang. Your Baiyuan Wang family uses the sacred burial ground of great sages as a bargaining chip, which clearly reveals your intentions. However, to be frank, our family head has already informed us a few days ago that the timing is not yet suitable for such a decision. His tone remained calm, indicating that this course of action was not his own volition, but rather a directive from the family head, placing the entire burden of reasoning upon them. Furthermore, the Grand Elder subtly revealed another piece of information. Ji Xiaoye has already found a suitable match, as indicated by our family head, to be wed to an extraordinary talent. Upon hearing this, the confusion on everyone's faces deepened. Who was the individual before them? The Wang family of Baiyuan. Although they were not a supreme ancient family, everyone was aware of the figure named Wang Ting among them. He had only emerged for half a year, yet his reputation had grown exponentially. First, he made a grand entrance with divine chariots, returning to Baiyuan with divine talismans. Then he ascended to several great sacred lands, confronting numerous sons and daughters of saints with an unparalleled demeanor, crushing them effortlessly. His divine techniques were profound and extraordinary, allowing him to trample a multitude of so-called prodigies and celestial seeds in a matter of months. He was even dubbed Beatty and hailed as the most likely candidate to attain the throne in 10,000 years. A testament to his exceptional talents, rumors circulated that he had acquired the legacy of the last great emperor of the era of chaos and possessed 2 imperial artifacts. Yet, this rising star was turned down by the Grand Elder. Could it be that Wang Tung's stature did not measure up to the extraordinary talent he spoke of? Another engagement. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression darkened slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his gaze directed at the Grand Elder. Brother Jidian, do not forget that our half-scroll of ancient scriptures has already been entrusted to you. Your actions seem rather inappropriate. Do you not fear that the Ji family will become the laughingstock of the world? Wang Yuan's tone was cold as he stood up, suppressing his inner fury while glaring at the elderly Ji family members. Brother Wang, please do not take offense. This is not my intention. Rather, that talent comes from a significant background and possesses extraordinary potential. Despite Wang Yuan's nearly coercive tone, the Grand Elder remained unfazed, maintaining his composure. He then revealed a shocking piece of news. That talent hails from beyond the Northern Dipper, a rare celestial seed that our family head holds in high regard. It has already been designated as the future cornerstone of our Ji family. His physique is unique, rivaling our Ji family's divine king body, and once he ascends, he is destined to rule over the world. As he spoke, the Grand Elder gestured gently, and a stream of pure energy floated out from his hand, causing the ancient jade box before him to levitate back into Wang Yuan's hands. A unique physique? The middle-aged man frowned. There were many types of Wang bodies in the Northern Dipper, but to assert that once he ascended, he would rule over the world was a bold claim no one dared to make. After all, each kind of physique has its own limitations, and even the most outstanding prodigy faces insurmountable obstacles. Upon hearing the Grand Elder mention that the individual came from beyond the Northern Dipper, he vaguely considered a possibility. Could it be that he hails from the ancestral star of the celestial tyrant across the starry skies? The regal physique capable of ruling the world, originating from beyond the Northern Dipper, immediately brought to Wang Yuan's mind that particular place. Upon this realization, his expression subtly shifted, yet he still disdainfully remarked, "Forgive my candor, but my family's young master, Wang Tung, possesses a stature not inferior to that of the great emperor. Even the celestial overlord body cannot compare." Hemph, what of the overlord body? Outside their ancestral star, it is merely an ordinary royal physique. Without the support of the ancestral star's great path, it may not lead the way alone. Our clan's young master bears the title of the Northern Emperor. How could he possibly be inferior to a mere celestial overlord body? Indeed, not to mention that the overlord bodies beyond their ancestral star are inferior to royal physiques. Even your Ji clan's divine body pales in comparison to our young clan leader. At this moment, several Wang family servants, who had been whispering amongst themselves, could no longer contain their voices. Rallying in support of their clan's prodigy, they had come with sincerity, only to be met with such dismissive words, which felt like an affront to their dignity. However, Their words quickly invoked the displeasure of many outstanding juniors from the G family. What hubris, to claim to rival the celestial overlord body! Mere luck in acquiring a divine treasure does not elevate one above an ordinary royal physique, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Our young divine king could easily suppress him with a single hand. The slander directed towards their family's top-tier divine seed ignited their fury, and they erupted in indignation. You extol the divine body so highly. Why not send him to the northern plains for a trial? He would surely be crushed without mercy, perhaps even reduced to silence, with his Tao heart shattered. At this juncture, the previously silent Wang family youth spoke up, directly challenging the G family's juniors. Even amidst the G family's grand hall, not his own territory, he unleashed a formidable aura, brazenly confronting the assembly across from him. From the opposite side of the hall, a surge of equally potent energies arose, standing in defiance. Such audacity! Who are you to extol others so? It brings to mind a saying. Typically, those who speak of their family's grandeur or boast of a friend's prowess are nothing but worthless individuals. A G family junior sneered, employing a sarcastic tone. I am Wang Chong. Wang Tang is my elder brother. What of it? Are you worthless wretches seeking a duel with me? The youth scoffed, casting a scornful glance at the assembly. A duel? I fear you not. I shall fight until you are rendered mute. The G youths were incensed, their eyes blazing with fury at being labeled as worthless, nearly spitting fire in their outrage. The young talents from both families stood poised, ready to unleash their fury at any moment. To this point, Wang Yuan turned and softly interjected, calming his side's juniors, before turning back with a stern tone. May I ask who that person is? Could the celestial overlord body step forward? I wish to see what abilities this divine seed possesses that allow him to rival our young clan leader. His tone was frigid, emphasizing the term divine seed as if on the verge of losing his composure. When did I ever claim he was a celestial overlord body? The Grand Elder, with an expression of astonishment, stroked his beard. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he is not a celestial overlord body but a physique renowned since the ancient times. Though young, he exhibits astonishing talent that has garnered the clan leader's utmost attention. Not only would your Wang Teng struggle against him, but even a true ancient great emperor would find it challenging to contend with him in his youth. As the Grand Elder spoke, his countenance radiated confidence, as if recounting the most mundane of matters, entirely disregarding the now visibly pale Wang Yuan. His eloquence seemed to elevate the youth he spoke of to celestial heights. Meanwhile, Gu Zhe, standing aside, widened his eyes, his teeth clattering in disbelief. This old man is quite the blusterer. It's simply outrageous. The Grand Elder's astounding declarations instilled in him a disconcerting notion that perhaps he truly possessed such extraordinary potential, leading others to view him as a prodigy. What exactly is this old man scheming? Gu Zhe mused inwardly, sensing an ominous feeling creeping in. Not only was Gu Zhe astonished, but the assembly of G family elders bore expressions of skepticism, filled with questions yet hesitant to voice their doubts. The third elder, glancing at Ji Dian, subtly signaled him to refrain from further comments, but the latter remained unmoved. Indeed, the third elder stroked his beard again, wearing a broad smile as he cast a glance at Gu Zhe, stating, to be frank, this person is within the hall. His name is Yi Fan, a surname of Yi. Is he not a member of the Ji family? Upon these words, the gazes of the gathered individuals began to sweep through the hall, searching for the figure the Grand Elder had alluded to. Meanwhile, Gu Zhe was inwardly cursing vehemently. Damn it, this old man is digging a pit for me. After all that build-up, I thought he was elevating me to the heavens, only to find he is plotting against me here. Gu Zhe's expression fluctuated drastically, shifting between hues of blue and white. Unable to articulate his feelings, he feigned calm, casting a sidelong glance at the Grand Elder, only to catch a glimpse of mockery in the elder's gaze. Upon their eyes meeting, a jolt of realization struck him. What is this old fellow scheming? If what he said was true, the Ji family patriarch had already set his sights on Yi Fan and considered pairing Ji Ziyue with him. While he had exerted considerable effort to help Ji Ziyue escape her fate, disseminating magical arts and seeking divine sources for rapid breakthroughs, even releasing news of several royal physiques emerging through Ji Ziyue, hoping to attract the attention of powerful figures from various sacred grounds. The old man casually tosses out such a remark. Gu Zhe felt a swell of frustration, scanning the hall for Yi Fan's presence, only to find no trace of him among the crowd. Turning back, he met the Grand Elder's knowing gaze, which seemed to see right through him. A chilling realization washed over Gu Zhe. Was it possible that the fool was none other than himself? Chapter 51. Apologies, but I do not play cards. I only upend the table. The youth in question is the most promising individual I have seen throughout ancient history. Given time, he will undoubtedly reign over the southern domain, dominating the 8 wildernesses and pushing back the northern Dippert in the upper echelons of the hall. The Grand Elder Ji Dian fervently extolled the virtues of the youth he spoke of, claiming his potential rival that of a battle immortal. The gazes of others varied, filled with uncertainty as they exchanged glances, eager to discover the identity of this individual. Ji Ziyue, nestled against Gu Zhe's shoulder, curiously tilted her face upward, glancing between Gu Zhe and the Grand Elder, before bursting into a light-hearted giggle. "What are you laughing at?" Gu Zhe grumbled, thoroughly displeased as he regarded her, unfazed by his irritation. Ji Ziyue playfully stuck out her tongue, teasingly replying, "It seems some may have to shine under another's name." Shine under another's name? At her words, Gu Zhe's expression shifted, and he began to contemplate the implications. It appeared this little girl had a sharper insight than he did. The Grand Elder's actions seemed far from spontaneous. Could he be attempting to compel Gu Zhe into a confrontation with the Wang family as juniors, seeking to uncover his true capabilities? If that were the case, bestowing upon him the name Yi Fan likely aimed to shield him from the scrutiny of other noble families. After all, only a few from the Wang family had seen him. Even if he made a remarkable impression, offending the Wang family would not lead back to him. With this realization, Gu Zhe regarded the old man with newfound interest. However, to think he would be compelled to act? It would not be that simple. Thus, he resolved firmly that unless absolutely necessary, he would not allow this old cucumber to have his way. As expected, upon hearing the Grand Elder's incessant praises, Wang Chong could no longer contain himself. He stood resolutely, gazing upward at the assembly of elders, declaring, "Since you hold that divine seed in such high regard, I am willing to tear apart the agreement between our 2 families for him. I, Wang Chong, dare to challenge him to a duel. Very well. I have long desired to witness the prowess of the Ji family's genius, to see if it truly lives up to its legendary reputation." With that, he turned his gaze, surveying the crowd, a powerful battle intent surging within him. Others shared his fervor. Ji Dian, a seasoned expert, had spoken, and for the moment, doubt did not cross their minds. "Patience," the Grand Elder replied with a smile. Turning to Wang Yuan, he said, "Brother Wang, I am aware that this matter stems from my Ji family's breach of agreement. Since we have received half a volume of your ancient scriptures, breaking our pact would indeed be a disservice to your northern Wang family. How about we propose a wager?" "What wager?" Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, gradually calming himself. If what the elder had stated was indeed true, that a prodigy, highly praised even by the venerable leaders of the sect, had intervened, then the breach of contract by the other party could be understood. He was curious to uncover the identity of this individual. "I am willing to wager half a volume of the Void Sutra. Let us establish a bet between our 2 families, each dispatching our most outstanding disciples for a duel. Should you emerge victorious, not only will the ancient scroll of the Chaos Emperor be returned to you, but the Void Sutra shall also be gifted to you." Upon concluding his words, the elder summoned forth a radiant light from his hand, and an ancient text materialized before him, the Void Sutra. Wang Yuan's expression shifted, his gaze fixating on the artifact in the elder's grasp, filled with astonishment and uncertainty. The text, imbued with an aura of antiquity, floated quietly before him, emanating concentric circles of translucent ripples, with obscure divine symbols wafting forth and then dissipating into thin air. A glimmer of enlightenment sparked in his eyes as he confirmed the authenticity of the item. Although it was a handwritten copy, the essence of such imperial scriptures remained unchanged. Wang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. All his efforts to forge a connection with the Ji family were indeed for this very purpose. Among all present, only he knew that the ancient scripture Wang Tang had retrieved from the chaotic battlefield was not intact. It lacked the crucial dragon transformation scroll, and even if one pursued cultivation, discrepancies would inevitably arise. Thus, they exerted themselves tirelessly to ally with the ancient families, hoping to mend the fragmented pathways of the third secret realm through the imperial scriptures in their possession. Struggling to divert his gaze from the text, he slowly exhaled and inquired, "What are the terms of the contest?" "The most exceptional disciples below the Tao Palace realm shall compete in a best-of-3 format. The victor shall claim both volumes of scripture." The elder replied, unblinking. "Agreed." Wang Yuan affirmed decisively. "Since you are wagering the Void Sutra, the Wang family shall not be overly parsimonious. Given that the holy medicine has been presented, I shall add a further incentive." With that, he placed an ancient jade treasure box upon the table once more. "Very well," the elder nodded. Then with a single hand gesture, he activated the G family's grand formation. An obscure fluctuation appeared in the center of the hall, creating a tremor in the space, and a portal, measuring 2 zhang in length and 1 zhang in height, materialized before the assembly, seemingly linking to a training ground within the G family. "Please, follow me." The elder beckoned, stepping toward the luminous gateway, with the crowd trailing closely behind, prepared to enter at that moment. Gu Zhe cleared his throat. He raised his head and addressed Ji Ziyue. "I suddenly recalled some matters at home. I must take my leave now." Ji Ziyue looked up, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. Ji Zhe's voice was barely a whisper, appearing to speak to Ji Ziyue but intended for the elder nearby. The sudden declaration elicited little reaction, as many had already entered the glowing portal. However, the elder, poised to step through, hesitated, retreating back to the threshold, caught in a limbo of indecision. A throng of figures surged into the ethereal portal leading to the training ground. Elder Ji Dian stood at the entrance, his gaze fixed on Gu Zhe, a complex expression clouding his features. Unruly. This was the thought that crossed his mind in that moment. By the standards of rationality, who could resist the allure of 2 ancient scrolls and the holy medicine? Shouldn't everyone have simply followed through? If the opponent made a move, wouldn't his own ancient techniques be laid bare? From start to finish, the elder's thoughts were occupied with discerning the origins of Gu Zhe's practiced methods. His rate of cultivation was astonishing. Within a month, he had ascended from the sea of suffering to the Tao Palace realm, surpassing even his brother's rapid progression. If harnessed, it could save the Ji family's exceptionally gifted junior's years of arduous training. "This young rascal is utterly unpredictable," he chastised inwardly. Meanwhile, upon uttering those words, Gu Zhe stood up and made as if to exit the grand hall. "Wait, young friend," a somewhat anxious voice echoed in his mind. The elder directly conveyed his thoughts through spiritual communication to halt Gu Zhe. "Young friend, departing at this moment would be rather regrettable, wouldn't it? Those are 2 volumes of ancient scriptures, not to mention the 9-turned St. Corpse Lotus. Should these items be utilized for comprehension and validation, they could considerably expedite your journey in seeking the dragon transformation." His tone was urgent, fearing Gu Zhe might misunderstand, as he directly conveyed the origins of the Tao Si constraints through spiritual communication. Crossing into the immortal stage from the dragon transformation realm presents a significant barrier. One must navigate the boundless sea of Tao to discover their own path. Only by overcoming this obstacle can one ascend to the realm of the Saint Lord. Gu Zhe paused momentarily, but only briefly, as he continued his stride toward the hall's exit. Simultaneously, he softly replied through spiritual thoughts, "Apologies, but I am not interested. Imperial scriptures? Holy medicine? Such items may incite envy in others, but I have no desire for them. Possessing complete imperial scriptures and knowledge of the locations of most sacred medicines in the Northern Dipper, he felt no twinge of greed. Don't entice me with such trinkets. Preposterous. I am in no need of them. Senior, they are merely imperial remnants. You might as well use them for personal hygiene." Chapter 52. Why don't you ascend on the spot to become an emperor? The notion of using imperial scriptures for such a purpose left the elder momentarily stunned. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would have thought himself to be losing his mind, caught in a delusion. Could such words truly be uttered by a sane person? Though it was merely a fragment of the dragon transformation scroll, its worth in the pursuit of the Tao could drive an ordinary divine dynasty to madness. Watching Gu Zhe's departing figure, he took a while to regain his composure, hastily pursuing after him. Young friend, wait." He swiftly positioned himself in front of Gu Zhe. "This is but my goodwill. I hope you do not misconstrue my intentions." "Goodwill?" Gu Zhe replied, astonished. "What do you mean by that?" Standing before Gu Zhe, The elder's expression was a tapestry of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, he adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Young friend, you may not be aware. My intention is to benefit you while remaining hidden from the other sacred families. Though I am unaware of the nature of your extraordinary cultivation methods, your current progress, advancing 4 minor realms and 1 major realm within just a month, while withstanding the Tao Palace's tribulations, suggests that you harbor some unfathomable secret. This secret is so extraordinary that, if discovered by others, it could lead to you being forcibly subjected to soul-searching techniques." Forcibly subjected to soul-searching techniques? At the elder's words, Gu Zhe fell into contemplation. As far as he knew, there was no one in the history of the Northern Dipper who had cultivated as rapidly as he had. Even the most gifted ancient fairy seedlings, who began their training at a young age, required years to reach the Tao Palace realm. Considering this, could it be that his performance truly stood out too much? "For minor realms in a month is nothing. I merely find the cultivation process tedious and slow," he muttered, glancing at the elder. The elder was once again left speechless. Tedious and slow. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to scold the young man before him. "You have leapt over a decade's worth of arduous training in a single bound, and you refer to it as merely 4 minor realms?" The elder, incredulous, questioned, "Why don't you simply ascend right here and now to become an emperor?" "If the opportunity presented itself, I would not be opposed," Gu Zhe replied, still in a subdued tone. The elder Ji Dian was left in a state of profound frustration. This boy was truly too arrogant. Observing the audacity of his words, it was clear he had not yet faced the harsh realities of life. When the day came that he was captured and subjected to soul extraction, he would understand the wisdom in the elder's warnings. Nevertheless, he forced himself to remain calm in the face of Gu Zhe's audacity. "Let us proceed. The younger generation of the Ji family is likely not a match for that youth from the Wang family." "I have said it before. I am not interested," Gu Zhe reiterated, shaking his head, feigning reluctance. He then queried, "With so many outstanding youths in your Ji family, how could they possibly be outmatched by such a minor clan from the northern plains?" A hint of embarrassment crossed the elder's face as he replied, "It is not that they cannot compete. Rather, in the Tao Palace realm, aside from Wu Ming, there are no newly initiated disciples. The bright moon has long since transformed into a dragon, frequently wandering afar, and Ziyue is unable to intervene. It seems you are the only one left to take the lead." "Ah, so you wish for me to intervene?" Gu Zhe mused. "But why should I do so without any compensation?" "I must have some incentive to perform," he declared bluntly. "What is it that you seek?" The elder, catching the underlying meaning in Gu Zhe's words, inquired with interest. After some contemplation, Gu Zhe replied straightforwardly, "Convert my share into divine essence." He observed with remarkable clarity that these 3 items currently offered him no assistance whatsoever. In fact, possessing them might render him a target of collective ire, bringing forth hidden dangers. His own strength had yet to reach a level capable of confronting even a half-step expert. Should he acquire these items, he could find himself in dire straits if someone were to ambush him. Rather than risk such peril, it would be wiser to exchange them for divine essence to expedite his cultivation. Divine essence? The elder's brow furrowed as he recalled the vast quantities of ordinary stones he had witnessed on the mountaintop that fateful night. It appeared that while this young man's cultivation method was indeed astonishing, it also exacted a tremendous toll. Those divine essences must have been utilized for his breakthroughs. If it were merely divine essence, it would not be too difficult to accept. But wait, where did he acquire such a vast amount of divine essence that night? A chill ran through the elder's heart as he swiftly deduced the reason behind Gu Zhe's rapid progress. He resolved that this matter could not linger. He must visit the Ji family's treasury to take a thorough inventory. "How much do you desire?" he asked, his gaze uneasy as he scrutinized Gu Zhe, hoping fervently that the young man would not make exorbitant demands. Ji Zhe pondered deeply, contemplating how much essence would be appropriate for an ancient family. However, he had little frame of reference for such quantities. Asking for too little would make him seem naive, while asking for too much might provoke refusal from this old man. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, "Well, let us start with £10 million. £10 million? The elder was utterly astounded. His eyes widened, and he clutched his chin, nearly pulling out his beard in disbelief. "Child, you must be jesting. Do you comprehend the magnitude of £10 million? Even if we leveled the Taichu ancient mine, We could not amass such a sum. Where am I to procure it for you? The elder gasped for breath, clearly agitated. Then I shall take my leave. Gu Zhe replied nonchalantly, his gaze drifting past the elder to the void portal behind him. In the martial arena, he could faintly see a Ji family disciple coughing up blood, incessantly cursing. You are taking advantage of my misfortune. The elder retorted indignantly. He had witnessed all that transpired behind him. Initially, he thought Gu Zhe would succumb to temptation and take action, thus negating the need for him to intervene or for the Ji family disciple to engage. In that scenario, even if the Wang family genius faced defeat, the accumulated animosity of the next generation would not be directed at the Ji family. Moreover, he had investigated Wang Chong, who, much like his brother known as the Northern Emperor, was a proud and unscrupulous individual. If Gu Zhe were to defeat him, it was certain that he would send people to lie in wait outside the Ji family, seeking retribution. At that point, Gu Zhe would be forced to remain within the Ji family. The moment he stepped outside, his life would be in jeopardy. This fellow thought to escape unscathed, but the family head had explicitly instructed against taking action against him. Thus, the elder had been left with no choice but to resort to such underhanded tactics to incite enmity. Yet now, this young man had chosen to exploit the situation instead. How utterly inappropriate. After a moment of calming his turbulent emotions, the elder composed himself and stated, "No, 10 million pounds of divine essence is beyond what the Ji family has accumulated over millennia. I can only grant you 100,000 pounds. Anything beyond that I cannot authorize without consulting the family head." Upon hearing the elder's words, Gu Zhe's eyes lit up with excitement. This old fellow, from his tone, seemed to imply that the Ji family indeed possessed such a quantity. How fortunate! He must find an opportunity to empty their coffers. Though he was elated within, he maintained a facade of reluctance. 100,000 pounds is far too little, however. Considering your sincerity, I shall acquiesce this once. Without waiting for the elder's response, Gu Zhe seized the bewildered Ji Ziyue by the hand and strode purposefully toward the void portal. Behind them, the elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Feeling a lingering sense of dread as he gazed at the retreating figures, he just walked away with 100,000 pounds of divine essence. This sensation is more exhilarating than battling a sovereign. In all my years of cultivation, I have never experienced such a thing. He hurried to follow. How does one use the imperial scriptures for such purposes? Ji Ziyue's curious voice rang out not far away. It's just like using ordinary paper. You simply wipe, Gu Zhe retorted. Surely you've done it before? I have not. My body is kept clean by the wondrous methods of the lotus flower, ensuring I am free from earthly impurities. Moreover, at the Dao Palace realm, one does not consume grains, Ji Ziyue replied, her tone revealing a hint of confusion. She found it hard to comprehend Gu Zhe's meaning, as everything he said seemed so novel. Someday, I shall assist you with that, and you will understand, Gu Zhe chuckled lightly. Chapter 53. The True Dragoness Treasure? In the Ji family's martial arena, a young man clad in white stood suspended in the air, his gaze brimming with arrogance, as he stood atop a pile of defeated Ji family disciples. Bring it on today. I stand here alone, capable of suppressing all your outstanding juniors. Wang Chong's long hair danced wildly as he effortlessly sent those who dared to confront him sprawling. The expressions of the Ji family elders darkened, and those who had previously boasted were now rendered speechless, unable to voice their indignation. Didn't you claim you would shatter my resolve? He taunted. Come forth. I wish to see who can best me. Wang Chong's tone was haughty, and he gazed down at the crowd with an air of invincibility. How can he be so powerful? It's infuriating. If only a few of our accomplished brothers were present. He wouldn't dare act so brazenly. One Ji family disciple seethed, glancing up at the white-clad youth with a look of frustration. He shifted his feet, preparing to confront Wang Chong, but was swiftly restrained by an older disciple beside him. This prodigy is beyond your capabilities. Charging in would only lead to your demise. He possesses immense fortune and fell into a dragon's lair in his youth, gaining tremendous benefits. Some even say he consumed the marrow of an ancient dragon god. His physique is extraordinary. He was favored by a powerful figure from the Qishir house, rivaling any Wang body. Such astonishing fortune. How could he have such an advantage? Alas, in terms of opportunities and innate talent, he surpasses many of us. Go engage, rashly would only make you a stepping stone for him. At that moment, those who had previously boasted in the grand hall about defeating Wang Chong had all retreated. Afraid to confront him, is this it? The Ji family is hardly impressive. Having cultivated for 14 years and emerged into the world for 3, I have never known defeat. Who among you dares to challenge me? Wang Chong continued to boast, his demeanor haughty and overwhelming. In the martial arena, there was no one capable of contesting his might. From a distance, Gu Zhe emerged from the void portal, witnessing this spectacle unfold. This fellow is quite the show-off, isn't he? Changing outfits mid-fight, Gu Zhe mused, observing Wang Chong's invincible stance. He recalled that the last time he had seen him, he was clad in a purple-brown Taoist robe. How had he changed into white attire so swiftly? Do not speak carelessly. His garments are no ordinary fabric, Ji Ziwe interjected quietly. Her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes sparkling with a divine light as she scrutinized Wang Chong above. That is attire forged from true dragon skin, possessing formidable defensive enhancements, undetectable by anyone below the Saint's sovereign level. I have a minor achievement in innate spirit cultivation and have awakened my innate spiritual eyes, allowing me to discern its secrets. True dragon attire? Gu Zhe exclaimed, examining Wang Chong's white robe closely and noting its extraordinary qualities. Subtle glimmers of light danced across Wang Chong's form, revealing an almost imperceptible divine aura. Were it not for the system's assistance, he might have overlooked it entirely. In such a vast Ji family, is there truly no one to challenge him? I see you are all rather lackluster, unworthy of the title of an ancient family. My brother, Wang Ting, can single-handedly battle 100 exceptional talents in the Northern Plains, earning the title of Northern Emperor. Today, I too can suppress the entire Southern Region Ji family with my strength alone. Who dares to stand against me? Above, Wang Chong wore a mocking smile, his expression brimming with arrogance as he continuously provoked the Ji family's juniors, seeking to establish his renown. Among the crowd, Gu Zhe's eyes flashed with intrigue. Such grand proclamations, is this lad not setting himself up for failure? He thought. Such arrogance and declarations of invincibility were often the prelude to a harsh comeuppance. Generally, those who dared to utter such boasts would find themselves face to face with defeat. Nonetheless, Gu Zhe had no intention of intervening. If memory served him correctly, one of the Ji family's 3 prodigies, Ji Wuming, remained at home and had not ventured out. Given Wang Chong's brazen declarations, it was only fitting that Ji Wuming would soon make his appearance. Gu Zhe remained composed, sensing that the cold and calculating youth would inevitably cross paths with him. Seizing this opportunity to ascertain the depths of his abilities would be quite beneficial, if on cue. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sinister voice rang out from nearby. Humph, how boastful! I shall meet you in battle. Not far away, among the hundreds of Ji family disciples already present in the martial arena, a figure soared into the air, gliding directly toward Wang Chong. Oh, you think I will remain silent? Do you truly believe my Ji family is without champions? Who are you? Gazing at the youth suspended in midair not far from him, Wang Chong spoke coldly. The Ji family, Ji Wuming. Standing in the air, Ji Wuming's face was devoid of warmth, emanating a formidable battle intent that was directed straight at Wang Chong. Ji Wuming. The name alone foretells a short-lived fate. I can only wonder under what circumstances your elders would bestow such a name upon you. A faint smile lingered at the corner of Wang Chong's lips, his words betraying no hint of reservation. Instantly, Ji Wuming's countenance darkened, humiliated by the mocking reference to his name, especially as it touched upon his ancestry. This blatant insult felt like a heavy slap to his face in front of everyone. His eyes turned icy, and without uttering another word, he pointed a finger like a blade towards the sky and launched his attack. With a thunderous roar, a streak of light surged into the heavens, transforming into a blazing fire phoenix. The intertwining of magical laws unleashed a torrent of flames, rushing downwards towards Wang Chong. Is this all you can muster? Wang Chong replied with a cold laugh, unleashing a beam of ethereal blue light. Initially no larger than a thumb, it rapidly expanded in the blink of an eye. The ethereal blue beam swelled to several dozen zhong, crashing forth like a tidal wave to confront the fire phoenix. The collision of their powers erupted with a deafening sound, sending violent shockwaves that reverberated through the entire arena. Some disciples of lower cultivation found themselves swaying, unable to maintain their footing. The ground of the arena cracked in vast expanses. with stones flying as everyone retreated silently 100 zhong. At that moment, an elder from the Ji family intervened, discreetly crafting a barrier spanning 100 zhong to shield others from the residual impact. With the barrier in place, both combatants were unbound and unleashed their full capabilities. The prodigious talent of the Ji family surged to its zenith, conjuring the most formidable killing technique with a wave of his hand. A translucent ancient mirror appeared in the air, casting a beam of ominous light directly at Wang Chong from 100 zhang away. This deadly ray, a deep green in hue, exuded an aura of desolation and death, corroding the very void it traversed, leaving behind a long, dark trail. Is this the Great Void technique? An astonished expression flickered across the eyes of a powerful member of the Wang family nearby. Not quite. It is merely one of the techniques within the myriad laws of the void. An elder from the Ji family replied with a shake of his head, a smile creeping onto his face. The void technique, unparalleled in its lethal nature when wielded by Ji Wuming, was believed to possess the power to obliterate everything. The elder thought Wang Chong would not withstand this strike. However, in an instant, the smile on the elder's face froze. A mighty dragon's roar echoed as, at the very moment the void technique descended upon him, 9 dragon shadows erupted from Wang Chong's form. An overwhelming divine aura surged forth, effortlessly countering the approaching beam of death. As the light dissipated, Wang Chong stood unscathed in place. What kind of divine power is this? The elder from the Ji family gazed in disbelief at the figure within the barrier. Unable to articulate his shock, Chonger obtained unparalleled fortune from the ancient dragon's lair and consumed 100 pounds of dragon marrow. At this moment, Wang Yuan, who had maintained a composed demeanor, spoke up with a faint smile. As if he had anticipated such a development, moreover, he revealed astonishing news. After consuming a substantial amount of dragon marrow, Wang Chong had activated the bloodline power of the ancient Ten Fiends, acquiring certain draconic traits that rendered him impervious to myriad laws. The ancient Ten Fiends' true dragon. The elders murmured in astonishment, unable to find their voices in response to Wang Yuan's calm declaration. The Ten Fiends had roamed the world long before antiquity. Their bloodlines were potent, possessing unrivaled combat prowess, synonymous with invincibility. Furthermore, they were uniquely special, unlike any other race, being the closest to immortality. Should they reach their pinnacle, their inherited divine techniques could rival those of celestial kings. True dragon bloodline, the legacy of the chaotic ancient times. I never imagined that the northern Wang family would be graced with such fortune. An elder from the Ji family murmured, a hint of worry glimmering in his eyes. Witnessing the demeanor of the elders, Wang Yuan exuded a sense of pride. He smiled lightly. My Wang family has lain dormant for eons. Though lacking the renown of an emperor, the foundation built over millennia is not mere talk. With accumulated strength, this era shall witness the great resurgence of my northern Wang family. Meanwhile, the fierce battle 100 zhang away began to draw to a close. Wang Chong unleashed an unknown secret technique, summoning 9 azure dragons that surged forth from his body, their majestic forms descending like mighty mountains. The dragon roars shook the heavens, and in an instant, they sent Ji Wuming's formidable opponent crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. A faint cracking sound echoed as the hastily erected barrier by the elder of the Ji family began to show signs of strain. With cracks spreading like spiderwebs, who can withstand me? Wang Chong descended from the air, placing a foot upon Ji Wuming's chest, his expression cold and arrogant. This is a true dragon's divine technique. This young man is terrifyingly powerful. He truly possesses an invincible presence. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the Ji family's experts from afar. Chapter 54. Madness? That aura, indeed, is a form of true dragon divine technique. It is incredible to think he has achieved such prowess at such a young age. Truly a prodigy. It is unfathomable to consider how many could match him should he continue to grow. Whispers of admiration echoed through the crowd, all acknowledging Wang Chong's astounding might, presenting a crushing advantage over Ji Wuming. Both hailed as prodigies. In just a few exchanges, he had decisively defeated him. Oh, you think that being a seed of an ancient family grants you superiority over me? A bunch of insignificant chickens and dogs. I was born to surpass you, the so-called celestial seeds. The 14 or 15-year-old Wang Chong stood atop Ji Wuming, grinding his foot down, continuously humiliating him in an effort to shatter Ji Wuming's resolve. Enough, This has gone too far. An elder from the Ji family turned to Wang Yuan, feeling that Wang Chong's actions had crossed a line. My friend, you are overly concerned. For these seeds, without enduring some trials, how could they rise to greater heights? Wang Yuan chuckled lightly, nodding without the slightest intention of intervening. How can you say that? It is merely a spar. It should have limits. To kill is but a matter of knocking heads to the ground. His actions are somewhat excessive. An elder from the Ji family spoke up, raising his hand to cast a spell to rescue the defeated Ji family disciples. However, Wang Yuan was quicker, directly stopping the elder's incantation. You were the ones who proposed the duel. Yet now, when the tide turns against you, you seek to intervene. Such good fortune does not exist in this world. Upon hearing this, the other elders who had contemplated intervening could only halt. Their faces darkened as they watched the scene unfold within the barrier. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Gu Zhe noticed Ji Ziyue's grave expression as she focused intently on Wang Chong. Her eyes swirling with obscure runes. What do you see? Gu Zhe inquired, puzzled. Something feels off about him, Ji Ziyue replied, her brow furrowing in confusion, as if grappling with an incomprehensible revelation. In that moment, her eyes sparkled brightly, a celestial radiance emanating, only to retract almost instantly. Turning to Gu Zhe and then back to the others, she revealed a hesitant expression, clearly apprehensive. Then, she transmitted her thoughts directly into Gu Zhe's mind. That youth, the power he wields is not complete. It seems he is relying on the strength of the armor he wears to unleash the true dragon's divine technique. Relying on the power of armor to cast divine powers? Gu Zhe's brow furrowed in thought. Before he could inquire further, Ji Ziyue added quietly, I have seen 9 dragon souls encircling him. Though faint, their presence is unmistakable. Those 9 dragon souls are entwined, bound within the supreme divine seal of the armor, sharing a symbiotic bond with him. The true dragon's divine technique hidden within the armor? A symbiotic state? Gu Zhe pondered, somewhat perplexed. Did it not say that Wang Chong had consumed dragon marrow and inherited the legacy of the foremost of the ancient 10 fiends? Why then did he need to rely on the true dragon armor to unleash such inherited divine powers? Yet, as Ji Ziyue suggested, there must be more to this story. Wang Chong undoubtedly harbored secrets not visible to others. Was the divine technique of the 10 fiends concealed within that armor? Gu Zhe turned to glance at the Wang family members ahead, uncertain if they were aware of Wang Chong's circumstances. However, there was no need for excessive concern. Ji Zhe resolved that he would strip the youth of his armor for further examination. If, as Ji Ziyue indicated, the true dragon's divine technique lay hidden within the armor, he would stand to gain immensely. Even though such actions might seem somewhat improper, this was the Ji family, and Gu Zhe believed that with a host of elders present, his actions would not incur significant danger. Yes, the benefits are mine, and the cleanup is left to them, he mused, glancing at the elder and others nearby. At that moment, the elder Ji Dian seemed to sense something, his gaze fixed on the scene within the barrier, causing him to shudder suddenly. Strange, why do I feel as though someone is plotting against me? He muttered to himself before turning to Gu Zhe and transmitting, young friend, it is time to take action. Regardless, we must ensure victory over the Wang family's celestial seedling. The void scripture of the celestial platform cannot be entrusted to them, and the half-scroll of the Chaos Ancient Emperor's scripture holds great significance. We must never relinquish it. Meeting the gaze of the Grand Elder, Gu Zhe nodded in agreement. It appears that this old fellow never intended to surrender the Chaos Ancient Emperor's scripture from the very beginning. Deep within, Gu Zhe felt a twinge of derision towards their actions. How could one shamelessly accept scriptures offered as betrothal gifts? However, when the matter tangentially involves his own interests, such considerations swiftly fade away. After all, who could blame him for being benevolent? Old fellow, I may soon require your assistance. Once I subdue the Wang family's genius, promptly activate the Void Grand Array to facilitate my departure from this place. Leaving a voice transmission for the Grand Elder, Gu Zhe soared into the air, heading straight for the distant restriction. Admit it, you are inferior to me. If you plead for mercy, I may spare you. Within the restriction, Wang Tong continued to humiliate Ji Wuming, aiming to shatter his resolve and reduce him to a mere ordinary cultivator. You are dreaming. Even if we cannot match you now, who knows who will reign supreme in the future? The Ji family's talented individuals roared in anger, enduring the beatings while still cursing from the ground. They could withstand the blows, but their spirit must not falter. Suddenly, Ji Wuming, suppressed beneath their feet, opened his mouth, unleashing a misty purple light that transformed into a 3-inch fine sword. Lunging directly toward Wang Chang's forehead, a faint hum resonated as Wang Chang's body trembled slightly, surrounded by a circle of resplendent golden light that shattered the fine sword into a shower of light. Do you still hold hope? You are merely an ordinary Wang body. Even if given time, you shall never keep pace with my footsteps. Wang Chang's demeanor was domineering. Although one against many, he suffocated them with his presence. The Dao Palace is but an initial step into the great path. Who will emerge victorious when the dragon transforms in the future? Ji Wuming bellowed, his complexion flushed with humiliation as he was trampled upon. It is merely my unstable realm and insufficient cultivation time. Were it not for that, how could I ever be defeated by you? Insufficient cultivation time. Wang Chong scoffed. Let alone you, even your divine Wang body cousin would hardly triumph over me in a battle of equal realms. What divine Wang body, what holy body? All shall be crushed beneath my feet. He cast a disdainful glance at the crowd lying on the ground, his eyes revealing a sense of contempt. Arrogant, youngster, such brazen words. At that moment, the Ji family disciples watching from outside also displayed indignation, voicing their anger. Yet they were powerless, for their skills were simply inferior. Is that so? Just then, a soft voice emerged from behind, accompanied by a dazzling blade light that spanned dozens of zhong. Sweeping down from above, a faint hum resonated again as Wang Chang's golden light surged, extending several dozen zhong to meet the incoming blade light. Barely managing to deflect the attack, turning around, he was met with the sight of a seemingly 6 or 7-year-old child standing a short distance away. This young boy, clad in azure garments, had his face obscured by a swirling purple mist, rendering his features indiscernible. Who are you? Wang Chong demanded sternly. He extended his divine sense, attempting to unveil the boy's true visage, only to discover that the mist was a form of divine pattern he could not penetrate with his current strength. Yet, the boy offered no response, extending a single hand forward and making a graceful gesture. Silently, a blazing white light erupted, transforming into a ribbon of light several dozen zhong long, descending upon him like a heavenly blade. The myriad transformations of the sacred art, originating from the secret techniques of ruthless individuals, though not fully mastered, still possessed formidable power. Wang Chang's eyelids twitched. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger and swiftly sidestepped several dozen zhong. Narrowly evading the strike, good. You possess strength worthy of my attention. Having evaded the blade light, Wang Chang's expression turned cold. He stared intently at the boy, contemplating the ancient method from which that divine ability had emerged. However, before he could ponder further, another ribbon of light surged toward him, transforming into a downpour of luminescence, sealing off every possible escape route. With no choice, Wang Chong unleashed several dragon shadows from within him, surrounding himself to resist the onslaught. The deafening sounds of explosions erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. The overwhelming force even sent some nearby formidable figures flying. The intensity of this battle made them realize that they could no longer linger in this place. Instantly, they scrambled to their feet, hastily fleeing toward the restriction. Turning back, Wang Chong finally wore a grave expression. From the previous 2 divine abilities, he now comprehended that the opponent was exceedingly powerful, rivaling his own strength, with the potential to deliver a lethal blow unexpectedly. But why had he so easily evaded that first blade light? Wang Chong found himself perplexed. In the distance, Gu Zhe calmed his mind, meticulously recalling the secret techniques of the myriad transformations sacred art to channel his spiritual energy. It still felt somewhat unfamiliar. Without experiencing genuine combat, he could not freely wield the secret techniques. Jiu Zhe sighed inwardly, recognizing that divine abilities differ from the realm of the Great Path. Without countless battles to accumulate experience, one could not reach that level of mastery. Excellent. Dominating the northern region, crushing countless prodigies, you are the first formidable opponent I have encountered since my emergence. Defeated by me, it would be enough to grant you pride for a lifetime. Before him, Wang Chong summoned all 9 dragon souls from within, encircling himself in a radiant golden light. Under the illumination of the golden light, he resembled a deity, emanating an aura of invulnerability. In response, Gu Zhe lifted his head, uttering a single, nonchalant sentence that caused Wang Chang's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. "So arrogant? Just wait. I will surely make your mouth crooked." Chapter 55. The forceful seizure of the treasure garment. Gu Zhe's light-hearted remark immediately transformed Wang Chang's expression. It was a blatant humiliation, indicating that his opponent regarded him with utter disdain. Once, he had prided himself on being an unparalleled genius, with few able to capture his attention. Even in the face of numerous talented Ji family members, he had always maintained a posture of contempt. Yet now, he found himself belittled by an unknown youth, and with such humiliating words, threatened to make a fool of him before everyone. The atmosphere grew tense, with the sound of a pin drop audible as all present were taken aback by Gu Zhe's unexpected proclamation. "Your ancestors spoke wisely." After a brief silence, one of the bruised Ji family members exclaimed with excitement. "Pfft." Even Ji Ziyue, at the back of the crowd, could not suppress a laugh. Wang Chong had been excessively arrogant, to the point of being conceited, maintaining an attitude of superiority throughout. Now, witnessing his face turn ashen from Gu Zhe's scathing remark, a sense of unspoken satisfaction filled the hearts of the onlookers. "I would like to see how you plan to make my mouth crooked." Wang Chong's voice turned icy, fully aware that whatever he said was unnecessary. Only by trampling this boy beneath his feet could he extinguish their defiance. Thereafter, he ceased his words, forming hand seals and leaping into the sky. Wang Chong's hands twisted the dragon seals, and a thunderous dragon's roar resonated. Shaking the heavens. 9 azure dragons manifested from his body, surging toward Gu Zhe below. Bang bang. Witnessing this, Gu Zhe did not evade or retreat. Instead, he stood his ground, clapping his hands several times as the myriad transformations sacred art re-emerged, transforming into 9 colossal hands to capture the approaching dragon shadows. However, this time he miscalculated. The dragon souls conjured by his opponent were exceptionally solid, and no matter how powerful his dragon-catching hands were, they could not seize them all. 1 dragon slipped through the gaps, opening its massive maw and lunging toward him. A fierce wind rushed at him, and in a critical moment, Gu Zhe managed to shift several dozen zhang away just in time to evade the attack. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, and a massive pit, several zhang in diameter and 4 to 5 zhang deep, formed where he had stood moments before. Ji Zhe was astonished. No wonder his opponent was hailed as a prodigy. Wang Chong's current display of power was significantly greater than before. It appeared that he had not revealed all his strength during his earlier battles with the Ji family disciples. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated once more. And seeing an opportunity, Wang Chong pressed the attack. This time, he chanted mid-air, and a colossal dragon head's phantom materialized behind him. As the dragon's mouth opened wide, a shower of azure light cascaded down. Gu Zhe evaded once again. Hiss! The azure dragon's breath scorched the ground, creating a scorched pit half a zhang deep. Before Gu Zhe could react, the dragon's roar transformed, and Wang Chong's divine abilities shifted once more, summoning a multitude of celestial tablets to descend, intent on sealing him within. Whoosh! Radiance illuminated the space as Gu Zhe's figure darted rapidly, weaving through the gaps between the celestial tablets in search of an opportunity to counterattack. Yet, the opponent's divine abilities came in relentless waves, seemingly endless. In that moment, Gu Zhe could only evade in a panicked "I bow in apology. Spare me my life." Wang Chong stood suspended in midair, observing the figure fleeing in disarray. A trace of cold amusement gracing his lips, the manifestation of divine powers surged forth, and violent fluctuations materialized within the restrictions, rendering that figure akin to a drifting leaf upon the ocean, revealing a precarious situation that could be upended at any moment. Even the onlookers outside could not help but break into a cold sweat for Gu Zhe. "Regrettably, you are a great talent, able to withstand so many of my moves. Thus, if you pledge to follow me henceforth and serve as my subordinate, I may spare your life." In the air, Wang Chong's demeanor remained composed as he stepped through the void, exuding an air of absolute control. "You truly talk too much. Having already warned you that I intend to strike your mouth, you would do well to prepare yourself," he retorted. Yet, to his surprise, Gu Zhe, amidst the chaos, raised his head and flashed a grin at him. Amongst the densely packed divine monuments, Gu Zhe moved swiftly, evading successive onslaughts. From start to finish, he refrained from launching any significant counterattacks. Focusing instead on familiarizing himself with the dynamics of this divine confrontation, in strict terms, this was his first battle against another, and he merely sought to acclimate himself. Moreover, Wang Chang's cultivation was not vastly superior. Thus he had no cause for concern regarding potential injury. Even if the opponent unleashed a lethal move, he could effortlessly counter it with his unparalleled secret techniques. Boom! A dazzling divine radiance soared into the heavens. Amidst the turmoil, Gu Zhe even began to counterattack, raising his hand to unleash several colossal handprints that sent the towering stone tablets crashing aside. What? You still possess the strength to respond to Gu Zhe's grin? Wang Chong felt a fleeting shock within his heart. At this juncture, he could not help but harbor doubts. Initially, he had unleashed all his divine powers to easily suppress the youth, yet now he felt increasingly impotent. Requiring greater effort to maintain effective control over him, it was as if the other was merely using him for practice. Wang Chong's expression gradually turned grave. No matter your myriad techniques, today you shall inevitably fall to my hand. He bellowed, shedding all pretense and preparing to wield his most formidable treasures. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as 9 entwined dragon souls surged into his being. Subsequently, with a single hand raised, a massive treasure seal, spanning several dozen feet, materialized above him, as if he were supporting the heavens, pressing down to directly crush Gu Zhe. This was a lethal technique from the true dragon treasure art, 9 Dragon Heavenly Seal. Capable of slaying across great realms, behind him, several elders gasped in astonishment, their faces turning pale. The might of such an attack was unimaginable. It possessed the destructive power of the dragon transformation realm. Alas, that youth is likely in grave danger. Should this heavenly seal descend, even if we intervene, he would be gravely injured. The elders of the Ji family were filled with concern, hesitating on whether to intervene. Is it not premature to conclude who shall defeat whom? However, at that moment, Gu Zhe suddenly leapt forward, charging directly toward the descending dragon seal. A strange sound reverberated as a brilliant golden light burst forth from his being. The 9 secrets descend. Empower me. In the realms of the 8 directions and 6 harmonies, I stand supreme. At this moment, Gu Zhe entered the realm of divine prohibitions, invoking the supreme treasures derived from demonic arts. Bathed in golden light, he resembled a battle immortal, exuding divine might impervious to all. Extending a hand, he grasped 2 dragon shadows entwined around the heavenly seal, and with a fierce tug, the dragon shadows shattered into a cascade of light. Simple, direct, and unyielding. All your power is merely reliant on your treasure armor. What talk of invincibility do you have? Why not simply relinquish it to me today? Gu Zhe sneered. Boom. Another punch landed, fracturing the already incomplete dragon shadow of the heavenly seal. This time, he boldly advanced, seizing Wang Chong by the throat. Wang Chong was filled with rage. Everything transpired too swiftly. The opponent's speed was astonishing, shattering all barriers and appearing before him in an instant. He activated his armor, unleashing a torrent of azure light from the true dragon treasure armor, transforming into searing flames that enveloped both of them, attempting to incinerate Gu Zhe into ashes. The azure flames blazed fiercely, scorching the very marrow, yet Gu Zhe did not flinch. The power of the demonic arts held inscrutable might. Unless it contained the great principal divine powers, it could not harm him in the slightest. You obtained the divine treasure from the dragon's lair. Did you not? Yet, judging by your talent, you have not fully mastered it, have you? Why not entrust it to me, and I shall help you comprehend it thoroughly? In the sky, Gu Zhe tightened his grip around Wang Chong's neck. Rendering his face purple and immobile, a mere child of 6 or 7 years was lifting a youth 2 heads taller than himself, a sight both bizarre and surreal. Without further ado, Gu Zhe reached out to grasp the crystalline treasure armor upon his opponent. Yet, upon contact, he felt an immense pulling force emanating from it, causing his brow to furrow. This treasure armor, as Ji Ziyue had described, seemed as if it were fused to Wang Chong's very being, making it nearly impossible to dislodge. However, this challenge did not daunt him. With resolve, Gu Zhe summoned all his strength, declaring, "Even if it is skin, I shall strip it from you." A sound reminiscent of bones separating resonated as he forcefully tore the armor from Wang Chong's form. "How dare you!" Simultaneously, outside the restrictions, Wang Yuan witnessed this scene and erupted in fury. He raised his hand, summoning a torrent of divine light that transformed into a violet heavenly tablet, covering a radius of several hundred feet and crashing down toward Gu Zei's location with tremendous force. The descent of the stone tablet brought forth an aura of annihilation, and before it even touched the ground, it stirred up clouds of dust. The ensuing powerful gusts bent ancient trees several thousand feet away. The action of a half-step grandmaster had indeed triggered a significant upheaval. Nevertheless, Gu Zei bore no hint of fear upon his countenance. Instead, he remained unfazed, lightly reprimanding, and began severing the connection between the true dragon treasure armor and Wang Chang's soul. Wang Dao, brother, did we not agree upon a sparring match for the younger generation? Why do you intervene? The outcome has yet to be determined. Why the haste? Nearby, the Grand Elder wore a faint smile. And as Wang Yuan commanded the heavenly tablet to crush down, he too took action. With a single wave of his hand, without any divine light emanating, the skies abruptly shifted. Silently, a pitch-black rift appeared beneath the heavenly tablet, rapidly expanding to several hundred feet, exuding a powerful suction. The bottomless dark rift resembled an abyss, instantly swallowing the heavenly tablet whole. Jijian, you go too far, Wang Yuan bellowed, turning to face the Grand Elder. His expression filled with fury. He could hardly fathom that the opponent would directly trigger the Great Formation to obstruct his actions. I merely wish for them to engage in a fair duel. The Grand Elder replied with a smile, appearing entirely innocent. Besides, when your Wang family's prodigies held the upper hand, did we not refrain from intervening? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Wang Yuan, though reluctant, had no choice but to relent. This was the Ji family's territory, with numerous formidable elders watching. Even if he wished to intervene, it would not be easy. Furthermore, he understood that while Wang Chong seemed thoroughly suppressed, his true trump cards had yet to be fully revealed. Within the confines, a sharp glint burst forth from Gu Zei's eyes, transforming into a soul blade that descended upon Wang Chong before him. He severed the last connection of divine soul linked to the treasure armor, then exhaled a wisp of ghostly flame to erase any remnants of the other's imprint. Boom. Just then, a powerful aura surged forth. As Wang Chong unleashed a myriad of divine lights from his brow, the radiance swelling with an ancient energy emanating from within. Gu Zei's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an unprecedented danger. The hairs on his body standing on end, a multitude of auspicious lights filled the entire confines, causing Gu Zei's eyes to ache painfully. Almost instinctively, he felt compelled to release his grip on Wang Chong's throat. Yet he forced himself to endure. Wang Chong was clearly enraged, poised to unleash some great move. If he were to let go now, it would be nearly impossible to retaliate, as the myriad lights ascended into the heavens. A grand projection unfolded before all.it depicted a mysterious scene, wherein Wang Chong's brow appeared to open a gateway to another world, revealing a golden ancient war chariot floating within, emanating waves of terrifying energy. Was this the aura of the extreme Dao imperial weapon? Is it truly the ancient chaos war chariot? The rumors were indeed true. Wang Tang had genuinely obtained the ancient chaos inheritance. The eminent figures gasped in astonishment, waving their hands to usher a group of Ji family disciples swiftly retreating. Though they were oblivious to the reason behind the imperial weapon adorning Wang Chong, these powerful individuals were acutely aware of the dire consequences. Once the imperial weapon manifested its divine might, the surrounding area would instantly transform into a wasteland. In such a scenario, even if they could ensure their own survival, the lower-ranked disciples would likely be obliterated on the spot. An overwhelming sense of oppression was palpably felt by all, akin to the heavens and earth being crushed together. It seemed that if that war chariot were to soar forth, they would be ground to dust. Gu Zei bore the brunt of this pressure, his perception of danger heightened. The golden ancient war chariot, not forged of gold but merely resembling it, was constructed from stout bones of an unknown creature, each adorned with intricate patterns of the great Tao, uniquely distinct as if sourced from dozens of formidable beings. Jiu Zei was even taken aback to sense a few bones on the chariot's axle emanating a familiar aura, reminiscent of the shins of a perfected holy body. This was the result of the remains of at least dozens of supreme beings. A brief moment of contemplation sent shockwaves through Gu Zei's heart. By heavens, this was a monumental blunder. Had he known that this individual possessed an extreme imperial weapon, he would have never intervened. What a calamity! This gift was far too burdensome to bear. Cursing inwardly, Gu Zhe nonetheless refused to remain passive. He forced himself to calm down, rapidly devising strategies for counteraction. The golden ancient war chariot was incomplete. Its wheels were cracked and riddled with fissures. Yet, even in this state, it was beyond Gu Zhe's capacity to confront. The mere trickle of pressure emanating from it caused his grip on Wang Chong's right hand to tremble. One could only imagine that should this supreme artifact fully materialize, even its residual force could obliterate him. Wang Chong's expression was contorted with rage, his eyes wide and jaw clenched, evidently exerting all his strength. It appeared that his current power was insufficient to fully summon the imperial weapon. No, he must not be allowed to fully manifest the war chariot. Observing this, Gu Zhe narrowed his eyes, contemplating a direct assault to shatter that radiant divine light. However, beneath the overwhelming imperial might, he found his mystical arts rendered ineffective. His cultivation was wholly suppressed, leaving him reliant solely on his physical prowess. Yet in the next moment, he executed a surprising maneuver that left everyone astounded. Coughing, Gu Zhe leaned forward, approaching the luminous portal, and spat a mouthful of phlegm into it. Ha! Concealing my trump card. I'll simply respond with silence. Did you think I was rendered powerless? I can still retaliate with my words. Remarkably, this act had immediate consequences. Wang Chong's fierce visage was momentarily replaced by shock, and the overwhelming divine light began to wane. Not only Wang Chong, but even those eminent figures who had retreated thousands of feet were left utterly flabbergasted. Good heavens, what have I just witnessed? If I'm not mistaken, did he just spit on the imperial weapon? Is this how one engages in a duel? They stood as if turned to stone, feeling as though their millennia of cultivation experience had been upended. The aura of the extreme imperial weapon dissipated quietly, and Wang Chong snapped out of his momentary stupor. You shameless scoundrel! Despicable! He bellowed in fury, hurriedly wiping the spit from his forehead while hurling curses. Are you complimenting me? I'm quite grateful, Gu Zhe replied with a faint smile, though he did not dare to let his guard down. Who could tell if the other party possessed the ability to summon the imperial weapon once more? As the suppressed divine power began to awaken, Gu Zhe showed no mercy. In that moment, he concentrated all his strength into his right arm, transforming it into a golden appendage. Raising his hand high, he swung it down with tremendous force toward Wang Chong's jaw. I said I would distort your mouth. Today, there's no escaping it. With a resounding crash, a sonic boom erupted, followed by the sickening sound of bones shattering as Wang Chong spat forth a mouthful of blood, his lower jaw instantly contorting grotesquely. As it was brutally shattered, old fool, now, send me away from this place. Turning back, Gu Zhe immediately transmitted a message to the distant elder Ji Dian. He was acutely aware that having reduced Wang Chong to such a state and forcibly seized his treasured attire would inevitably lead to significant trouble. Buzz! Almost instantaneously after transmitting his message, Gu Zhe felt a powerful pulling force from behind him. A rift, towering as a person, opened behind him, swallowing him whole. Boom! Simultaneously, a deafening explosion echoed as the already cracked barrier finally succumbed, shattering into a myriad of luminous shards. Chapter 58. The old fox in the distance, all were astonished by the suddenly shattered barrier, momentarily rendered speechless. The luminous curtain obscured their vision, and the overwhelming surge of energy masked all. Enveloping everything in dust, none could discern what transpired within that moment. Wang Yuan surged forward, disregarding the chaotic flow of spiritual energy, plunging into the cloud of dust. Ji Dian, you must provide me an explanation today. Moments later, a figure emerged from within, Wang Yuan cradling the bloodied Wang Chong, his face alight with fury. Upon seeing the approaching figure, the elder instinctively furrowed his brow. Wang Chong's condition was dire, blood staining nearly his entire visage, and he emitted a rasping sound from his throat, as if attempting to convey something. Why, apologies, Wang Dao brother. The incident unfolded so suddenly. I had not anticipated it would escalate to this extent, the elder said, a hint of regret washing over his features. Sudden incident? Wang Yuan retorted, his eyes blazing with anger. It is evident you orchestrated this deliberately. To openly conspire against my clan's prodigy, do you seek to incite a feud between our families? Incite a feud? The elder found himself in a precarious position, unable to retreat. He had not foreseen that Gu Zhe possessed such formidable strength, capable of retaliating against the divine might of the imperial weapon. Initially, he believed Gu Zhe's power would at best match Wang Cheng's. Moreover, even if he unleashed the holy body manifestation he had displayed that day, it would only serve to suppress the opponent slightly. Thus, he would not need to return the significant ancient imperial scripture and could also claim the sacred corpse lotus. However, he never expected Gu Zhe to unleash such a formidable technique at the final moment. Rivaling the essence of the void's myriad laws, the aura of invulnerability he exhibited was unmistakably that of the divine barrier. This young man displayed no restraint whatsoever. How reckless! This will surely offend the Wang family. The elder lamented within. With events now set in motion, he could hardly decline Wang Yuan's demands. Rest assured, Dao brother, I will ensure a satisfactory resolution to this matter and arrange for him to apologize to you on a chosen day. A chosen day for an apology? Ha! No need for a chosen day. Have him come forth this instant. Wang Yuan sneered, his words laced with murderous intent. Having harmed my clan's genius, I shall ensure he pays the price. Wang Dao brother, temper yourself. What need is there for bloodshed over the squabbles of the younger generation? The elder frowned, sensing the surging bloodlust within Wang Yuan, aware that if Gu Zhe were to emerge now, it would likely provoke a thunderous retaliation. At that moment, however, Wang Cheng, cradled in Wang Yuan's arms, suddenly began to change. His elongated form rapidly contracted, exhibiting a trend of reverse growth. Within mere moments, he transformed from a 14 or 15-year-old youth into a mere 4 or 5-year-old child. What has happened to him? The onlookers questioned, bewildered. Seeing this, Wang Yuan quickly produced a small white jade vial, uncapping it as a rich essence of life surged forth. He inverted the vial, positioning its mouth above Wang Cheng's forehead. Several drops of crystalline dragon marrow cascaded down, instantly merging with Wang Cheng's flesh. After completing this, Wang Yuan lifted his gaze, casting a cold glance at the surrounding individuals. What's the matter? Do you grasp the significance of the treasured attire that was taken? What is it? The elders exhibited confusion. Even the former servants of the northern Yuan Wang family regarded him with puzzled expressions. They could not comprehend why such a typical altercation had led to such immense fury from their esteemed leader. I shall enlighten you. That treasured attire is the vessel of the true dragon's divine technique. It contains half of Chong'er's inheritance from the ancient dragon's lair, as well as 9 dragon souls. It is symbiotic with Chong'er's very being. Losing it equates to forcibly stripping away 90% of his cultivation. As the words fell, astonishment spread across the faces of all present. What? That is the vessel of the true dragon's divine technique? It harbors the essence of the true dragon's soul? No wonder when I previously battled him, his bodily defenses felt extraordinarily formidable, akin to that of an iron tortoise. A G family disciple murmured, expressing his earlier confusion. Silence. Yet, as soon as his words escaped his lips, they immediately attracted a hushed warning from those nearby, cautioning that the matter had escalated to such a degree that it was prudent to refrain from discussion. Leaving everything to the elders to resolve, the young man from the G family suddenly found himself at a loss for words, for he too recognized that the moment he spoke, he was met with the furious gazes of the Wang family members. It gradually dawned upon the crowd that, under these circumstances, Wang Yuan's uncharacteristic loss of composure was entirely justifiable. Which family, upon witnessing their clan's exceptional heir being stripped of their treasured legacy, could remain calm and collected? Regardless of the situation today, that young man must be compelled to return. The treasured garment of inheritance from Chong'er must not fall into the hands of others. Turning his gaze upon the face of the Grand Elder, Wang Yuan asserted that if the young man did not return the treasured garment today, it would mean incurring the enmity of the Wang family of Beiyuan. Brother Wang Dao, please remain calm. The Grand Elder replied, since this object is of such paramount importance to your clan's prodigy, how could I possibly show favoritism? Lowering his head, the Grand Elder's eyes flickered briefly. When he raised his gaze again, his tone turned exceedingly sincere. The immediate priority is to stabilize Wang Cheng's injuries. As for that young man, I shall go seek him out at once. I in a mountain ravine hundreds of miles away from the Ji family's sacred grounds. A rift suddenly tore through the void, and a figure tumbled out from within. Yu Zhe landed on the ground. glancing back at the swiftly closing rift in the void, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Damn, that was close. I was almost faced with the might of the extreme Dao Imperial weapon. Even now, Gu Zhe felt a lingering trepidation. The earlier situation had been fraught with peril, the aura of the extreme Dao brushing perilously close. Mere inches away, had he hesitated for even a moment, that divine chariot of overwhelming flames would have burst forth uncontrollably. This place is no sanctuary, he thought. Who knows how those individuals will react in their fury? If they catch up to me, escape will be impossible. After pausing for a moment, Gu Zhe stood up, surveying his surroundings, and soon spotted a great river not far off. Though he was uncertain of his location, he could confirm that he was still within Ji family territory. This river must be the Ji Shui, which flows through the entirety of the Ji clan's domain, stretching 9,000 miles, sharing its name with an ancient river of Huaxia. With this realization, Gu Zhe did not linger. He turned and walked towards the river. However, just ahead, the void suddenly shimmered with ripples. The spatial distortions swirled erratically, and soon, profound energies began to emanate, as if a colossal light screen reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Under his gaze, a figure with flowing white hair emerged. It was the Grand Elder, who had directly traversed the void array to appear before Gu Zhe. Seeing that he was alone, Gu Zhe felt a measure of relief. Easing his earlier apprehensions, "Has the situation over there been resolved?" he inquired, astonished at the Elder's swift arrival. Logically, the old man should either be entangled in a conflict with the Wang family or in the process of placating them. "Not yet," the Grand Elder shook his head. He then sighed, saying, "Young friend, you have put me in a precarious position. That treasured garment is of utmost importance to Wang Chong. It is a matter of life and death. By seizing it, you have thrust the Ji family into direct opposition with the Wang family." The Grand Elder spoke gravely, reiterating Wang Yuan's words, indicating the significant implications of the treasured garment, which pertain to the rise of a celestial lineage. "Oh?" Gu Zhe raised an eyebrow. He scrutinized the Elder, noticing that while his tone was heavy, his eyes sparkled with a glint of excitement, devoid of any trace of worry. Instead, they subtly hinted at a sense of delight. "So, you have come to reclaim the treasured garment to return it to them?" Gu Zhe inquired with a faint smile, curious about the Elder's intentions. "Return it?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "How could that be possible? Now that enmity has been established, how could we hand back such a priceless treasure?" The Grand Elder saw through the situation. The moment Wang Yuan disclosed the significance of the garment, he had made his decision. The true dragon garment must be kept at all costs. As for the claim to first stabilize Wang Chong's injuries and search for Gu Zhe, it was merely a pretext to buy time. "Wait, old man, isn't this approach a bit unscrupulous?" Gu Zhe replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "If this item is so valuable that it incites animosity between two families, isn't it unreasonable not to return it?" He produced the true dragon garment and handed it to the Elder. The Grand Elder froze, shaking his head repeatedly. "This is a rare treasure, nearly impossible to find. Now that it is in hand, you expect me to return it?" He was incredulous. Such extravagance is not how one squanders wealth. "Very well, you have said it yourself. Should anyone inquire in the future, I shall attribute the entire affair to your suggestion," Gu Zhe said with a light smile, confirming that the Elder was not there to retrieve the garment, and with a swift motion, he stored the garment away in his shumi pouch. "You brat. Are you trying to make me your scapegoat?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was momentarily speechless, his face reddening with indignation. However, Gu Zhe was unfazed, and he directly asked, "What do you intend to do next?" "The prodigies of your clan have suffered losses, and the ancient scriptures have yet to be recovered. They surely will not let this matter rest, will they?" "Indeed, that is a concern," the Grand Elder mused. Lowering his gaze, his eyes flickering as if he had already formulated a plan. After a moment, he looked up. "I recall that the youth who accompanied you, the other ancient sacred body. His name is Yifan, correct?" Gu Zhe furrowed his brow, uncertain of the Elder's intent, and gestured for him to continue. "Considering the time, the major sacred sites must have received news of our discovery of several celestial lineages by now. At that point, I will publicly declare that the individual who seized the Wang family's treasured garment has already fled Ji family territory." This revelation left Gu Zhe astonished. Good heavens, this old man intends to make Yifan bear the infamy of seizing the Wang family's treasure? It dawned on him why the elder had uttered those words in the grand hall earlier, as well as Ji Ziyue's comments about certain individuals seeking to gain notoriety through the names of others. Was it possible that everything had been meticulously planned? Gu Zai's heart raced, uncertainty clouding his mind as he scrutinized the grand elder, struggling to comprehend his motives. Seeing Gu Zai's expression, the grand elder showed no signs of concealment. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, his demeanor enigmatic, "Isn't this precisely what you desired?" he queried. Moreover, his subsequent words left Gu Zai utterly flabbergasted. With the scriptures of defiance against the heavens, the flawless ancient sacred body, and the aura of the 9 secrets enveloping you, young friend, the secrets you carry are indeed astonishing. Furthermore, which ancient family hasn't he amassed a wealth of knowledge over tens of thousands of years? If the various sacred sites are to be alerted to such matters, it would be impossible for news to spread without our consent. Chapter 59. Apologies, I am a heartless protagonist. Have I already been exposed? Gu Zai gasped, his mind racing with thoughts. He admitted to himself that he had underestimated the ancient families. This old man wielded the power of the Ji family's imperial formation, and in some respects, if he so wished, he could easily discern the actions of every member of the Ji clan. Did this mean that the brutal techniques he practiced had also been revealed? Gu Zai's heart raced as he recognized the dire consequences of such exposure. This method, which utilized the bodies of the world's sovereigns and divine beings as a foundation to devour the talents of myriad clans to transform, was anathema to all factions. Once exposed, no power would allow him to live freely in this world. Yet, upon meeting the Grand Elder's piercing gaze, he quickly regained his composure. The elder had not discerned the specifics of his cultivation. His astonishment was merely directed at the 9 secrets. The earlier moment had been fleeting, and the fluctuations brought about by the 9 secrets and his intrusion into the realm of divine prohibitions had obscured everything. After contemplating for a moment, Gu Zai spoke with a calm demeanor. "Senior, who among us does not harbor a few secrets? I have already informed you that my former star's path is flawed and has entered an age of decline. Under such a cosmic environment, if one's cultivation method cannot yield rapid results, it is unlikely anyone can ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy. As for the 9 secrets, they are what I obtained within the ancient forbidden lands." Gu Zai maintained a casual tone, weaving truth and deception together, rendering it difficult to discern his veracity. At his words, the Grand Elder displayed a hint of emotion and inquired, "Ancient forbidden lands? What did you encounter there?" "At the bottom of the abyss, there lies a multicolored altar, the purpose of which remains unknown. Additionally, there is the corpse of a fully realized sacred body." Ji Ziyu spoke candidly, leaving no truths concealed. After all, that place was a veritable dead zone for those of elevated realms. Within it lurked a bizarre force that could strip away the years. The more formidable one's cultivation, the greater the shackles imposed. With the premise of the Tianxian sacred land, he harbored no concerns that the Ji family would dispatch a multitude of experts to investigate due to his mere words. He listened to Gu Ziyu's discourse. The Grand Elder subtly nodded, clearly not entirely convinced by everything he had stated. In the Grand Elder's eyes, although the youth's age might not evoke much wariness, he had come to understand over time that the other was astutely clever. Nodding, the Grand Elder did not linger on the topic any further. "You should maintain a low profile during this period. Do not attract the attention of others. After some time, I will find an excuse to send that youth named Yifan out of the Ji family. By then, even if the matriarch of the Wang family comes to inquire, she will find it difficult to pursue the matter further. Tio expel a member with a celestial lineage in exchange for the Wang family's peace." Gu Ziyu fell silent, sensing that the Grand Elder's motives extended beyond mere concern for himself. It was more likely that they required time, ample time, to deduce the remnants of the ancient imperial scriptures. As for the sacred medicine sent by the Wang family, its allure might not be as compelling as one would assume. How could a prominent family that had endured several eras compromise for a mere sacred herb? Speaking of that sacred herb and those 2 scrolls, Gu Ziyu suddenly recalled the wager set forth by the Grand Elder earlier. He directly inquired, "Old man, as per our previous agreement, I have triumphed over Wang Chong. Where are those items?" Gu Ziyu extended his hand without reservation, demanding what was rightfully his. "Do you truly need to be so calculative?" The Grand Elder was taken aback, his expression awkward, yet he did not yield the items. "Why shouldn't I? I risked my life to win them back." Are you suggesting that you might swindle me in broad daylight? Gu Ziyu replied with an air of indifference, showing no signs of shame. Such possessions, after all, were not to be dismissed lightly. Even if they were akin to dust in the vast universe, he would not ignore them. What was it they said? Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flickered across the Grand Elder's face. He had not anticipated Gu Ziyu's candor, showing no concern for his esteemed status. After a moment's hesitation, he maintained his composure and spoke. The Void Scripture is no issue. The family head has already decreed that you may enter the Void Ancient Hall to view the most primordial celestial scrolls. However, the ancient scriptures cannot be given to you yet, as some of the divine texts are severely incomplete, and we need time to restore them. As for the sacred herb, at this juncture, the Grand Elder's embarrassment deepened. He hesitantly confessed, to be frank, there are 2 elders in our clan who have been stuck at the celestial stage for hundreds of years, and their lifespans are dwindling. I believe the 9 transformations sacred corpse lotus might help them overcome this tribulation. Upon hearing this, Gu Ziyu's brows furrowed. This old fellow, by his implication, had no intention of relinquishing any of the 3 items. Are you underestimating my youth? Gu Ziyu's expression shifted slightly, his tone filled with indignation. You, of all people, should not treat this so lightly. I understand the first 2, but should I not have the authority to decide who uses the sacred herb? Hurry up and give it to me. Gu Ziyu raised an eyebrow, chiding him, though you possess no respect for your elders? Am I, the Grand Elder of the Ji family, truly indebted to you? The Grand Elder grumbled, then produced an ancient jade box from the void and handed it to Gu Ziyu. The Wang family is still waiting. I cannot linger longer and must attend to matters. With that, he waved his hand lightly, and the celestial veil trembled once more, splitting open a portal to the void. Wait. As the Grand Elder was about to step through, Gu Ziyu called out to him once more. What is it? The Grand Elder turned, 1 foot already crossing the threshold of the void. Old man, you won't just let me walk back alone, will you? Gu Ziyu stated plainly, directly requesting him to act as a chauffeur back to where Yi Fan and the others awaited. I'm truly indebted to you, the Grand Elder muttered, and then he activated the Great Formation once more, opening another rift in the void, stepping through without a backward glance. Emerging from the portal, Gu Ziyu found himself at the outer gate. A small mountain loomed nearby, with a waterfall cascading down into a bamboo grove. Through the gaps in the bamboo, he caught sight of a modest courtyard, his usual abode. His strength had surged, and even from thousands of zhang away, he could discern several figures seated within the courtyard. It was indeed Yi Fan and Pang Bo, gathered together, seemingly awaiting his return. What could he possibly say? This was truly vexing. Gu Ziyu rubbed his forehead. Uncertain how to face Yi Fan, he acknowledged within himself that his actions had not been entirely honorable, scheming to seize opportunities that rightfully belonged to the other, even conspiring with the Grand Elder to have Yi Fan bear the brunt of being expelled from the Ji family. Standing still, Gu Ziyu felt a pang of unease. He knew that if Yi Fan were to discover all this, he might be irrevocably placed on the blacklist. Damn my conscience, it was stirring once more. Forget it. No more thinking. Compassion is a hindrance on the path of cultivation. Gu Ziyu massaged his aching forehead, silently reciting a few words, then strode directly toward the group. Chapter 60. Waiting for that drop of blood? Ziyu, you finally returned. Before he even stepped into the courtyard, the sharp-eyed Pang Bo spotted him first and quickly greeted him eagerly. What's the matter? Were you all waiting for me? Gu Ziyu queried, puzzled as to why they had congregated here. Not exactly. We were just concerned since you hadn't attended the teachings for several days, and we thought something might have gone awry with your cultivation. Pang Bo replied sheepishly, his expression slightly off. Seeing his demeanor, Gu Ziyu spoke directly. Speak up. What exactly has happened? Pang Bo was as straightforward as ever, with any matters written plainly across his face, making it nearly impossible to ignore. It concerns me. Yi Fan, who had been standing to one side, rose to his feet. He looked at Gu Ziyu, his gaze filled with an unspoken burden. After a pause, Yi Fan sighed. I think I should leave the Ji family. Leave? Gu Ziyu was perplexed, unable to grasp why he would suddenly harbor such thoughts. It's like this. I have been diligently cultivating day and night recently, and although I have successfully broken through the shackles of the sea of suffering, The spiritual energy I absorb daily is insufficient to condense my sea of suffering's life spring, and I cannot even expand the sea of suffering itself. I wish to venture out and cultivate independently. Perhaps I will encounter different fortunes. At this moment, Yifan's tone was calm yet imbued with a resolute determination, clearly a decision made after much contemplation. Why are you so stubborn? Ziyu has returned. And he must have a way, Pang Bo interjected, his tone tinged with urgency, clearly worried about Yifan leaving on his own. Seeing Yifan's resolute demeanor, he added, if you insist on this, I won't stay either. Let us leave together. Don't be rash, Yifan admonished lightly. He explained, I am different from you. Your paths of cultivation are not restricted. It was elderly Qingfeng who suggested that my staying here would hinder my chances for great opportunities, urging me to go to the eastern wasteland, where things might change my fate. Then, Yifan quietly revealed the reason behind his decision. It turned out that during today's teachings, elderly Qingfeng had called him aside and secretly divined for him. When the elder first met me, he seemed puzzled, saying that I was unlike ordinary people, possessing a reincarnation seal within my fate soul that was on the verge of dissipating. He also mentioned that according to the seal's revelations, the eastern wasteland was the starting point of my destiny, and at this time, I should not be present in the southern domain. Thus, Yifan felt compelled to leave. His tone was unwavering, declaring that regardless of the truth of the elder's words, he must embark on this journey. A reincarnation seal? What is that? The others expressed their confusion, their faces revealing their bewilderment. I do not know, but I will find out sooner or later. Yifan shook his head, stating, the elder's words are too profound for our level to grasp. Yet, he would not likely conspire against someone as insignificant as me, who has not even fully opened the sea of suffering. Gu Ziyu listened quietly, his expression unchanged, yet an array of thoughts began to swirl within him. Elderly Qingfeng's words. The impending dissipating reincarnation seal. Was that elder still within the Ji family? Gu Zikai opened his mouth to inquire. Feeling that the esteemed senior, Li Qingfeng, was far from being as simple as he appeared. Although the other party seemed to possess a lowly realm, the very topics he broached were sufficient to prove his extraordinary identity. The cycle seal? The starting point of fate, the nodes of time. These were matters only accessible to those above the great sage. Thus, he deemed it prudent to seek clarification. Perhaps a direct meeting with the elder to elucidate everything would be the wisest course of action. The senior has already departed, Yifan candidly confessed, stating that the elder had subtly informed him at the end that he could no longer linger in the Ji family. And no longer linger in the Ji family? Gu Zhe pondered, his curiosity piqued. Yifan furrowed his brow, meticulously recalling the elder's words. He had murmured to himself, laden with sighs, lamenting that despite nearly a millennium having passed, he had yet to await that drop of blood. Concluding that this lifetime might hold no hope, within his words, he had also hinted at a certain location. What location? Gu Zhe queried in astonishment, eager to understand, for this could very well pertain to the elder's identity and the reasons for his stay with the Ji family. Yifan's brow knitted tighter as he slowly uttered three words. The Void Palace. As Gu Zhe absorbed the implications woven into Yifan's words, his bewilderment deepened. This suggested that the esteemed senior remained with the Ji family, seemingly in anticipation of something's emergence. What blood was that? Whose blood? Why squander centuries in waiting? Furthermore, regarding the existence of the Void Palace, Gu Zhe recalled that the Grand Elder had mentioned this place, stating he would choose a day to take him to the Void Palace to witness the initial chapters of the Void Heaven Scroll. That location concealed all the secrets of the Ji family and harbored the heritage of the ancient Ji clan. He reflected on all the information he possessed. Could it be the blood of the Void Emperor? Suddenly, this thought surged into Gu Zhe's mind. The senior possessed the transcendent ability of the Tribulation Immortal Melody, suggesting a close connection with that supreme being. The guardian of humanity, Gai Juyu, Gu Zhe recalled the aged elder. No, it couldn't be him. Gai Juyu was at the peak of quasi-emperorship, while the senior was merely in the transformation dragon realm. The disparity in strength was too vast. However, it did not rule out the possibility of some extraordinarily close relationship. Ji Yuze's heart was plagued by doubts. Do not act impulsively. Our realms are still too low. Even if we must depart, it should be after we have made some progress in our cultivation. Pang Bo continued to counsel Yifan, urging him not to leave recklessly. Indeed, if you venture out like this, you will face the unknown, which can easily lead to danger. To speak plainly, in a world teeming with powerful beings, one could easily encounter grave peril. The others chimed in, advising Yifan against rashness. I have made my decision. Please do not try to dissuade me further. For me, this may be the best choice. Yifan replied calmly, his expression serene. I do not wish to live a mundane life. Gu, say something. Seeing that Yifan was resolute, Pang Bo turned to seek Gu Zhe's assistance. As a fellow ancient sacred body, you have advanced rapidly in your cultivation. Surely you have a way. Yes, help Yifan. The others, witnessing Yifan's unwavering determination, began to ask if Gu Zhe had any solutions. Listening to their words, Gu Zhe fell silent. Solutions? He truly had none. Fundamentally, his physique differed entirely from Yifan's. Although both were of the ancient sacred body, he bore no shackles left by the great Tao. His sea of suffering was not entirely sealed, and his path to cultivation flowed naturally. Moreover, his Tao Palace secret realm was distinctly different. Unlike others who needed to explore endlessly to seek out the 5 divine abodes within, when he crossed the divine bridge to the other shore, those 5 divine abodes directly revealed themselves upon the crimson earth. All he needed to do was activate those 5 celestial king abodes one step at a time. Yet Yifan was different. He bore profound shackles, with the great Tao placing numerous restrictions upon him. It could be said that Yifan had traversed the path to the cutting Tao realm while still encumbered by these shackles. Comparing their physiques, one might say one was the primordial sacred body, while the other had undergone numerous transformations to adapt to the current great Tao. These two stood worlds apart. Furthermore, one could glean insights from the manifestations of their sacred bodies. It should be noted that, eons ago, sacred bodies did indeed exhibit manifestations, yet Yifan did not. Observing the expectant gazes of those around him, Gu Zhe found himself at a loss for words. He hesitated to reveal everything. Perhaps it is merely due to the lack of cultivation resources. I expended a vast amount of divine source. The Wheel Sea secret realm that it was only through the surge of divine source energy that I could break through the Wheel Sea secret realm and reach the Tao Palace divine abodes. Additionally, when I broke through the other shore realm, I encountered formidable shackles, during which a divine sound resonated. It was a letter from the esteemed senior, Li Qingfeng, that aided me in overcoming the obstacle. Had it not been for that, I might have fallen back into the sea of suffering. Yu Zhe spoke, not directly stating that he was at a loss, but carefully articulating his cultivation insights from the Wheel Sea to the Tao Palace realm. He even recounted some minor twists and turns, including the imperfect whirlpools of suffering. Although the human secret realms varied for each individual, the differences were not excessively vast. You may take this as a reference. As for the cultivation resources, I will think of a way. It should not be too difficult. Yu Zhe patiently elaborated, leaving no details concealed. After all, the crowd had come here, their growth trajectories disrupted by his appearance. He did not wish to tread a path of greatness alone. Good. Hearing this, Pang Bo brightened. As long as Yifan did not leave, he would be willing to do anything. Eventually, the group settled down, returning to their respective courtyards to meditate and cultivate. Gu, I leave this to you. Before departing, Yifan lingered, producing a thumb-sized wooden block from his bosom and extending it toward Gu Zhe. Is this a Bodhi seed? Gu Zhe looked up, immediately recognizing the object in Yifan's hand. It was a spherical body, merely the size of a thumb, adorned with wooden grain patterns that subtly outlined the figure of a Buddha. I found this on Mars. It once guided me to obtain the scripture from the bronze coffin. Since then, it has remained dormant. Even its divine radiance is nearly dissipated. I believe giving it to you would be better than keeping it in my possession. Yifan spoke earnestly, showing no sign of reluctance. At that moment, Gu Zhe's heart raced. Chapter 61. Refusal, lifting the rear. What is a Bodhi seed? It is a treasure that has guided Yifan along his path of the great Tao. One could say that the majority of his fortunes throughout his life were connected to this object. It bears the imprint of the Buddha and can resonate with most secret abodes. Sensing the existence of some extremely hidden treasure relics, including the page of the golden book that heralded the emergence of the demon emperor, it was precisely because of the Bodhi seed that it flew into Yifan's hands. Had it not been for this object, there would have been no subsequent Tower of Desolation, green copper block, and even less chance of encountering the ancient tea leaves of enlightenment. Go be honest. He had once harbored thoughts of obtaining the Bodhi seed from Yifan. Such a divine object was hard not to be moved by. Guze considered himself an ordinary person and had not yet reached the point of being unaffected by the allure of treasures. After a moment of contemplation, however, Guze shook his head, suppressing his desire to claim it as his own. This thing is yours. You discovered it and are fated to it. I would feel unworthy to accept it. How could that be? Zegu, you have helped us immensely, even sharing the scriptures without reservation. This is what you deserve. Please do not decline, Yi Fan insisted, repeatedly asserting that the Bodhi seed in his possession might merely be a concealed divine object. Gathering dust. With a firm attitude, Yi Fan directly stuffed the Bodhi seed into Gu Zei's embrace, disregarding his persistent refusals. Listening to Yi Fan's words, Gu Zei fell silent for a moment. He took out the Bodhi seed from his bosom. Examining it closely, feeling the mysterious Tao rhythm emanating from it. Are you truly leaving? Gu Zei sighed lightly. In truth, leaving may not be the worst choice. I wish to return to those sacred mountains for a visit. Yi Fan smiled, a hint of concealed melancholy in his eyes. Gu Zei understood. Yi Fan had always been reluctant to fall behind others. Suddenly arriving in such a world, he had hoped for change. Yet everything had fallen short of expectations. Despite being fellow ancient sacred bodies, Gu Zei had already stepped into the ranks of true cultivators, while Yi Fan remained lingering at the threshold. In such a predicament, anyone with a shred of pride would feel discontent. Very well, in a few days, I shall see if I can have the Ji family send you directly to the eastern wilderness. Gu Zei no longer pressed the matter. Returning the Bodhi seed to Yi Fan. For now, you may keep it. It may bring you some unexpected changes. As Yi Fan attempted to decline again, Gu Zei interrupted him. This object holds great significance. Remember, do not reveal it lightly in front of others. At last, under the insistence of Gu's, Yi Fan finally relinquished his thoughts and turned to leave. After the other party departed, Gu's did not remain idle. He promptly retrieved the communication jade slip bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder, meticulously arranging the domain gate and elucidating the circumstances surrounding the matter. What? He departed so early. Could this not be overly hasty? The voice of the Grand Elder resonated from the jade slip, astonished, seemingly caught off guard. It is for the best. It grants him more time to evade. Our intention is merely to divert the Wang family's attention, not to endanger his life. The efficiency of the Ji family was remarkable. By the following day, before many had even awakened, the Grand Elder personally arrived, leading Yi Fan towards the domain gate. After leaving the Ji family, exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, should you encounter anyone with the surname Wang, do not hesitate. Simply kneel and plead for mercy. This approach may expedite matters. The domain gate. Gu's bid farewell to Yi Fan, ensuring they did not disturb anyone else. Not even informing Pang Bo. What do you mean by expedite? Yi Fan's eyes widened in bewilderment. Theo dies swiftly. Gu's chuckled lightly. Yi Fan was taken aback. He wished to inquire further, yet the domain gate had already swung wide open. Divine light surging forth, and he was directly transported to the East Wilderness. Once Yi Fan's affairs reached a conclusion, Gu's returned to the bamboo grove for cultivation. However, after several consecutive days, his realm remained stagnant. With only one of the 5 immortal kings of the other shore exhibiting any vitality, while the other 4 remained lifeless, it appeared that relying solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation could yield no elevation in his realm. He could only pin his hopes on the old fellow's promise of 100,000 pounds of divine source. In the wooden hut, Gu's awakened from his meditation. He ceased his obsession with rapid elevation and instead focused on solidifying his realm. Delving into the secret techniques of the demonic arts, it was not until the 6th day that any stirrings within the Ji family were reported. Jidian. Is it truly necessary to search for someone for 7 days? A furious voice thundered above the Ji family, echoing for miles. Brother Wang, please accept my condolences. I shall mobilize the entire Ji family to find that youth, even if it means scouring the East Wilderness. Similarly, the Grand Elder's voice resounded above the Ji family, though his tone was considerably more measured. Taken by a mysterious entity in the East Wilderness? Who would believe your words? The Wang family of Beiyuan shall not rest until this matter is resolved. After enduring a week of neglect, the members of the Wang family could no longer contain their fury and departed in indignation. Before long, merely a day later, news spread that the Wang family's immortal seed had been robbed of the true dragon garb at the Ji family. What? That insufferable brat was robbed. At this moment, the younger generation of the G family turned pale, realizing that this was not favorable news for them. Tio have enmity with another family, equally descended from ancient legacies, signified that they might face ambushes whenever they ventured outside. What enmity? Should we fear him? Besides, did we not lose an immortal seed as well? The item is no longer in our possession. What more can they desire? Some members of the G family adopted a defiant stance, showing no fear. Indeed, some even boldly declared that the armor refined from the souls of 9 true dragons was a treasure that no matter who obtained it would never relinquish, even at the cost of betraying their clan. However, all of this held little significance for Gyu's. With Li Qingfeng having departed, he felt no need to return to the dojo. He believed he could devote himself to cultivation and peace for the foreseeable future. Yet, such tranquility was fleeting. The next day, a cacophony of frantic voices erupted outside the courtyard, accompanied by the sounds of smashing and crashing. What? That rascal, Little Leaf, actually slipped away without a word? How could he do this to me? Has he forgotten the bond we shared back in the day? Pangbo exhibited an extraordinary fury over Yifan's departure, wearing an expression of profound sorrow that astonished those around him. Take it easy, he merely left. It's not as if he has perished. There's no need for such agitation. He had long stated his intention to go to the East Wilderness, though his departure was rather abrupt. I know you are reluctant, but do try to accept it. Observing this, the others hastened to console him. When we meet again, I shall make him apologize. After a moment, Pangbo seemed to accept the news. Yet he continued to mutter in dissatisfaction. Hearing him speak this way, everyone felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing that the bond between the two surpassed the ordinary. Something is amiss. I must keep my distance from Pangbo. Zhou wore a wary expression, his gaze towards Pangbo shifting to one of mild trepidation. Indeed, especially at night. One must never be alone with him. The usually reticent Wang Ziwen quietly concurred. Despite Pangbo's unusual demeanor, everyone understood that he was merely reluctant to part with Yifan, who had been his companion since childhood, having grown up together. No. But moments later, the previously sulking Pangbo abruptly slapped the table and stood up, declaring, I cannot allow him to go alone. I must accompany him to the East Wilderness. A chorus of incredulous expressions met him. Without waiting for anyone to respond, he turned his gaze towards Gyu's, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Zij, would you accompany me? I am unfamiliar with the area and feel a bit afraid. Gyu's was left utterly astonished, turning to meet Pangbo's beseeching gaze, rendered speechless in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this boisterous, brutish lad would utter such words. Now was not the time for prolonged deliberation. He could not simply refuse. Such a refusal might compel this fellow to persist in his pleas. Gyu's felt a shiver of dread, trembling as he left a hasty remark, claiming he had urgent matters to attend to. Chapter 62. Forceful seizure that night, Gyu's sat cross-legged upon his bed, channeling the swallowing heaven demonic art, sending forth a wisp of divine consciousness into the space of the thumb-sized Shumi mustard seed. Within the modest storage space, the treasure garment now emitted a faint glow. Simultaneously, severing the connection to the garment released the dragon souls from certain restraints. Swirling about the surface of the dragon hide, he lightly touched with his consciousness. A soft sound emerged, barely discernible yet reminiscent of a dragon's lament. The 9 dragon souls, barely visible, seemed on the verge of breaking free. Yet, it was still insufficient. This Shumi mustard seed could not withstand the full might of the dragons. Should it provoke any movement from the true dragon garb, it would likely collapse in an instant. Gyu's withdrew his consciousness. The treasure garment forged from true dragon hide was extraordinary. The 9 dragon souls within were not mere lifeless entities. Even a gentle touch revealed that these souls retained a semblance of consciousness. Furthermore, an oddly familiar aura wafted forth. He had intended to delve deeper into the mysteries of this treasure garment, but given the current circumstances, it was unwise to proceed without a secure environment. Moreover, the Grand Elder had cautioned him against any rash actions, as they could easily attract unwanted attention. Indeed, this aura bore a striking resemblance to the 9 black dragons associated with the 3 generations copper coffin. Furrowing his brow for a moment, Gyu suddenly came to a realization. He understood why he had always felt a sense of familiarity regarding these 9 dragon souls. This sensation had been less pronounced when they were in Wang Chong's possession. However, now, in such close proximity, the faint aura was laid bare. The dragon's might was faint, showing signs of subsiding, possibly due to the severing of the imprint left by Wang Chong. They claimed this artifact was obtained from a true dragon's lair. But how could it be connected to the 3 generations copper coffin? Gu's heart brimmed with doubt. The 3 generations copper coffin was a supreme treasure, intertwined with the mysteries of origins. Could it be that the 9 dragon souls within originated from the corpses of those dragons? No, he focused intently, assured that the black dragons bore no visible wounds. There were no traces of blood or skin being flayed. Thus, from whence did this dragon hide come? This matter was undoubtedly not so straightforward. If he were to uncover the truth, perhaps there would be a chance to unveil this mystery in the future. The origin of the treasure garment was shrouded in secrecy. Apart from Wang Chong himself, no one knew where that ancient dragon lair lay. Regrettably, he was unaware of the source of the ancient dragon lair mentioned by Wang Chong. Despite the disappointment in his heart, he did not feel despondent. Given his current strength, even if he were to learn the location of the ancient dragon lair, he would likely find it impossible to explore. There would be ample opportunities in the future. When he next encountered Wang Chong, he would inquire in detail. With a tranquil mind, Gu Zhe no longer clung to the dragon skin robe within the Shumi bag. He shifted his thoughts and retrieved the ancient jade box containing the sacred medicine. The 9 turns sacred corpse lotus. He opened the lid. The blossom, which appeared to be a lotus yet was not, with its 12 lotus leaves, immediately came into view, radiating an ethereal green glow. The fragrance of the medicine was rich and intoxicating, conjuring ethereal illusions before his eyes, as if countless footprints emerged around him. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, Gu Zhe even discerned faint images of celestial beings. With a sudden clap, he closed the lid, feeling a wave of disorientation wash over him, the spectral traces lingering stubbornly before his eyes. Even his spirit sensed a foreboding exhaustion. Indeed, it was a substance of great toxicity. Previously, in the hall, he had not been close enough to feel its effects. Now, with the sacred medicine so near, he was acutely aware of its peril. The aroma seemed to harbor an unprecedented stillness of death, capable of influencing one's soul. This was a sacred medicine aimed at the pinnacle of transformation, allowing one to glimpse the path of immortality ahead. He wondered if it would prove useful in the future. Deep down, he was uncertain whether he would still encounter barriers to the great path by then. Merely traversing the 2 realms of the Dao Palace, he had already faced 2 formidable shackles, one being the invisible curtain at the edge of the other shore. The other was the thunder tribulation descending upon entering the Dao Palace realm. He decided to keep it, to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Gu Zhe stowed the treasure box back into the Shumi bag. Resolutely determining to preserve it, then, he sat upright, preparing to continue his comprehension of the various forbidden techniques within the demonic arts, striving to enhance his combat prowess. However, at that moment, Gu Zhe suddenly lifted his head. Gazing in a particular direction, he sensed a formidable presence approaching his location, exuding an ancient, desolate aura and moving with remarkable speed. What had been a distance of several miles was crossed in the blink of an eye. Who could it be at such a late hour? His brows furrowed in concern. The 7th realm of transformation? As the presence drew near, he instantly discerned the opponent's realm. Although he was unaware of the visitor's intent, he could already sense an ominous air emanating from this brazen and reckless aura. Instinctively, Gu Zhe withdrew the jade slip left to him by the Grand Elder. Such an entity, far exceeding his realm, was not something he could contend with. With a creak, the wooden door was flung open by the howling wind outside, revealing an elderly man with a mane of fiery red hair standing before Gu Zhe. It was him? Why had the 3rd elder come at this hour? Observing the arrival, Gu Zhe instinctively knitted his brows. It was indeed the 3rd elder. Nothing of great importance, the 3rd elder replied coldly, a scent of decay and ruin escaping his lips as he spoke. His expression was grim, fixating on Gu Zhe with an unsettling intensity, making it difficult to gauge his intentions. Nothing of great importance? Under the weight of the elder's gaze, Gu Zhe felt an icy chill creep up his spine. What kind of expression was that? Greed, yearning, as if appraising an object? Are you jesting? Gu Zhe replied, suppressing his discomfort, and forced a smile. Surely, you haven't come all this way just to gaze upon me. I have come to retrieve something, the third elder said, his lips curling into a smirk, his gaze flitting over Gu Zhe. Retrieve something? May I inquire what it is? Gu Zhe's brow furrowed with concern. What could possibly be of interest to him? Could it be that he sought the treasure robe? He recalled that the third elder seemed to have a good rapport with the Beiyuan royal family, making it plausible that he might come under the cover of darkness to seize the robe as a favor to them, especially given his role in facilitating the union between the two families. The third elder did not answer Gu Zhe's question. Instead, he extended a finger, from which a halo of light emanated. With a hum, a resonating sound echoed through the air. A beam of grayish-white light descended upon Gu Zhe, sealing his entire cultivation. With a flick of his finger, the third elder unleashed another beam of divine light, which landed on Gu Zhe's right thumb. Subsequently, the Shumi bag opened wide, and an ancient jade box flew out, gently landing in his palm. Panic surged within Gu Zhe, and he struggled to speak. He wished to resist, but at that moment, he found himself immobilized, unable to move an inch while seated upon the bed. The scene unfolded with blinding speed, leaving him no time to react. Remember, do not speak of this to anyone. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what may befall you. After uttering these words, the third elder turned to leave. Witnessing the blatant act, Gu Zhe's anxiety deepened, yet he found himself utterly powerless. His location was secluded, devoid of any high-ranking elders to provide support. Even though Pang Bo and the others were nearby, he couldn't even muster the strength to call for help. That it was as if he was calling out to the heavens with no response, and to the earth with no answer. That old scoundrel. Gu Zhe cursed inwardly, utterly unprepared for the third elder to strike against him and the Ji family over a sacred medicine. Predecessor, are you not afraid of the family head's wrath for acting this way? As he observed the elder stepping out the door, Gu Zhe managed to speak, each word requiring immense effort. Upon hearing this, the third elder paused momentarily, casting a dreadfully cold gaze back at him. Wrath? Ha! This is the Ji family, and I am an elder of the Ji family. With the family head absent, who can control me? After speaking, he scrutinized Gu Zhe once more before turning and departing. Chapter 63. Crisis. As dawn broke, the restraints upon Gu Zhe gradually dissipated. Damn it, Gu Zhe exclaimed, shattering the table in frustration. Recalling the earlier scene, he felt a lingering dread. The opponent's realm far surpassed his own. He had exerted all his strength and still failed to activate the jade slip in his possession. However, what puzzled Gu Zhe was that in just half a month, the elder had become steeped in such a pervasive aura of decay. It seemed his lifespan was truly dwindling. Gu Zhe remembered that for practitioners facing their end, the decay of their bodies often occurred with alarming rapidity. Gazing at the communication jade slip in his hand, Gu Zhe fell into contemplation. Clearly, this old scoundrel harbored ill intentions, daring to act against him within the clan. Especially that final, chilling gaze he had received, which continued to send shivers down his spine. Leaving him feeling exposed and vulnerable, it was evident that the third elder sought not just the sacred medicine, but likely harbored greater ambitions. Gu Zhe was unsure whether he should inform the Grand Elder of this incident. As far as he knew, the third elder and the Grand Elder were brothers, having shared a bond for a millennium, making it difficult to predict how the old man would respond. Given the third elder's temperament, if this matter was not resolved thoroughly, it could easily become a lingering threat. After much deliberation, Gu Zhe decided to notify the old man first, to gauge his reaction. Channeling his spiritual energy, he sent forth a divine light into the jade slip. However, to his surprise, half an hour passed without any response, as if his message had vanished into the abyss. Furrowing his brows, Gu Zhe muttered, "How could this be? It makes no sense." According to past experience, whenever he sent a message, the old man would invariably respond promptly. Yet this time, there was no sign of a reply. Gu Zhe's heart gradually sank. He understood that if this matter could not be resolved properly, he would remain in danger for a long time. Being targeted by an entity at the seventh realm of transformation, he had no means to defend himself. Undeterred by his failed attempt to contact the Grand Elder, Gu Zhe rose and made his way to the residence of Ji Ziyue, eager to uncover the truth of the situation. "What brings you here?" Upon encountering Ji Ziyue, who was tending to a patch of spiritual plants, she looked surprised to see him. "I never expected the young lady to have such leisure," Gu Zhe remarked. But shouldn't tending to spiritual plants be left to the servants? Observing Jizu addressed simply. He found himself astonished. It was the first time he had seen her in such a serene and tranquil state. Being confined to the quiet chamber for cultivation can indeed lead to feelings of restlessness. Jizu smiled, her face brightening. It was evident that free from the pressure of the clan's elders, she was enjoying her time much more these days. After a brief pause, she directly asked, "But you? Have you come to find me merely for idle chatter?" "Not quite. I simply haven't seen the Grand Elder lately and wish to inquire about his whereabouts," Guze replied nonchalantly, all the while extending his senses to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "The Grand Elder? I hear he is in seclusion at the Void Palace with several Supreme Elders, seemingly to comprehend a certain secret method. Why? Do you have urgent matters to discuss with him?" Ji Zue gazed at Guze, her big eyes blinking in a hint of confusion. To her, Guze had little interaction with several elders, so it seemed peculiar that he would suddenly inquire about that old fellow. Unbeknownst to her, Guze had already established a certain closeness with the Grand Elder. As she spoke, Guze's heart suddenly understood, so that was it. He was likely going to contemplate the restoration of that imperial scripture. At this moment, Guze felt a twinge of headache. The restoration of such an unparalleled secret scroll could take years or even decades. Yet, he was eager to find a resolution to the matter concerning the Third Elder. Would he really have to wait until the Elder emerged from seclusion? The thought of that old man, who exuded an aura of death, only heightened his unease. If he waited too long, his own grave grass would surely grow several meters high. After a moment's hesitation, Guze decided to subtly reveal some of what he encountered last night and discreetly inquired about the Third Elder's deeds. "What? The Third Elder attempted to seize the sacred medicine from your hands last night?" Ji Ziyue exclaimed, her tone a mixture of surprise and a hint of expectation, as if she was not entirely shocked. How could he dare to act so brazenly within the Ji family? Guze furrowed his brow. From her tone, it was evident that she knew more than she was letting on. "This matter pertains to the Ji family's secrets, so I cannot elaborate further," Ji Ziyue replied, shaking her head. "However, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution in the days to come. If possible, do not stray far from the Ji family. Within the Ji family, even if he harbors ill intentions, he would not dare to take your life." Having said that, she refrained from further comments, clearly unwilling to divulge more. Although Ji Ziyue's words were somewhat reserved, Guze's inner doubts deepened. Knowing that a certain danger loomed nearby, he found it hard to rest easy without uncovering the truth. "If at all possible, I would appreciate it if you could elaborate a bit more," he insisted, his demeanor reflecting an unyielding determination. Eventually, after his relentless questioning, Ji Ziyue's demeanor softened somewhat. "It's not exactly a secret. This matter is already well known among the higher-ups of the Ji family. The Third Elder, Ji2, possesses an unparalleled demonic scripture that significantly enhances one's spiritual power. It is said that the abilities within that scripture are not solely human. It can transform the essence of flesh and blood to nourish the spirit, allowing it to reach a state akin to immortality." Immortality of the spirit? Guze was taken aback by Ji Ziyue's words. Had he not seen the unmistakable expression on her face, he might have thought he misheard. This was the Zhaotian world, a realm devoid of true immortals. The notion of the spirit achieving immortality was something even the ancient emperors could not accomplish. However, the concept of spirit immortality had its nuances. It was said that Ji2 had entered the Undying Mountain in his old age, and upon returning to the Ji family, he appeared rejuvenated. Consequently, several of the clan's elders concluded their centuries-long seclusions to investigate the anomaly surrounding him. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. That scripture was neither part of the Beidou nor any known ancient royal technique. It achieved its purpose of enhancing one's strength by transforming the essence of flesh and blood. However, such a method came at a tremendous cost. The rate at which the human body's essence grew was far inferior to the transformation speed of the scripture. As a result, every century, G2 had to adopt a new body, sacrificing several small realms in the process. As Zue recounted the tale, Guze's expression gradually shifted from astonishment to horror. "Are you suggesting he intends to usurp a body?" "Usurping a body does share some similarities," Zue acknowledged with ANOD.in the entirety of Beidou. There do exist methods akin to body usurpation. However, since the human body is naturally suited to oneself, one often merely survives for a few years after switching to another's body. Thus, this practice, often disparaged as heretical, has never been publicly accepted. That old fellow appears to be in a dire state. When he saw me yesterday, he scrutinized me as if I were an object, leaving me uncertain of his intentions. Now it seems he may very well be fixated on my body. Jiuze frowned. Sensing the complexity of the situation, if that were indeed the case, he was at a loss for how to contend with it. If someone facing the imminent end of their life were to set their sights on him, it would likely lead to a life-and-death struggle. There's no need for concern. The Ji family is protected by an imperial formation, and all events that transpire can be traced back. Even if he harbors any ill intentions, he would not dare to act here. Ji Ziyue reassured him gently, stating that as long as he remained within the Ji family, the third elder would not dare to engage in extreme measures. Conversely, should he venture outside the protective barrier of the Ji family, the consequences would be unpredictable. After all, even the most exceptional talents could meet their demise due to unforeseen circumstances. Let us hope so. Gu Zhe mused silently, unwilling to place all his hopes on the formation. In the end, he hastily bid farewell to Ji Ziyue and prepared to return to the others to inform Peng Bo and the rest. His concern extended beyond himself. If that old scoundrel truly intended to usurp another's body, then Peng Bo and Lin Jia might also fall into his sights. Chapter 65. Falling into a pit upon returning to their residence. Gu Zhe promptly gathered everyone to discuss the matter. He recounted everything he had learned from Ji Ziyue, leaving no detail unspoken. You mean that old wretch covets your body, intending to occupy it? Peng Bo exclaimed, his expression one of sheer terror. After hearing Gu Zhe's account, the others felt a wave of dread wash over them. The very notion of forcibly occupying another's body and walking the world in their guise was chilling. If such a thing were to occur, what fate would await the original spirit? I suspect the original spirit would either be expelled from the body until it dissipates or be devoured by the usurper. Gu Zhe replied calmly, uncertain of the exact outcome, relying solely on his memories to speculate. This old scoundrel, Peng Bo seethed, particularly incensed by the thought that the elder had brazenly taken the sacred medicine before Gu Zhe. His fists clenched tightly, then relaxed in frustration. We should have left decisively from the start. With our talents, we would have fared better in another lineage. Peng Bo lamented, feeling that coming to the Ji family had been a grave mistake. Do not speak so hastily. No one could have foreseen this situation. Even if we had gone to another lineage, how could we guarantee we wouldn't encounter malevolent individuals? Zhou interjected, ever the rational thinker. Assessing the situation with composure. Regardless, we are currently powerless to contend with that old man. The root of the issue lies in our insufficient strength. We cannot even catch his eye from now on. We must remain vigilant and ensure he has no opportunity to exploit. Gu Zhe cautioned softly, confirming that they all understood the peril involved. And no matter what happens, we must endure and not leave this area lightly until we ascertain that it is safe. We understand. Everyone nodded in agreement, aware that it was best not to act rashly until they possessed adequate strength. Otherwise, they could genuinely face life-threatening dangers. In the following 2 months, everything remained remarkably tranquil. After the departure of elderly Qingfeng, the upper echelons of the Ji family dispatched another new elder to oversee the teachings of the outer disciples. Ji Zhe and Peng Bo had initially intended to abstain from attending, but fearing their conspicuousness, they decided to join the other ordinary disciples sporadically. Additionally, this would enhance the efficiency of the other 7 in their cultivation. Having guidance to avoid pitfalls in their practice was undoubtedly more beneficial than aimlessly groping in the dark. Even so, their progress remained excruciatingly slow. Ji Zhe, in particular, faced stagnation in his cultivation, having lost the vast resources that had once propelled him forward. Until one day, while he was skipping class at home, Peng Bo and the others returned with news that was neither good nor bad. The new elder claims that our slow progress stems from a lack of practical experience. Coincidentally, many disciples have begun to exhibit similar issues. He plans to lead a group of disciples to the eastern region of the Ji family for training. Although that area is on the fringes of the Ji family, we are concerned there may be dangers. So we wanted to consult you first. The eastern region? Upon hearing these words, Gu Zhe found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. If his memory served him correctly, the eastern region was the most significant mining area for the Ji family, situated merely a few thousand miles from the eastern wasteland. Moreover, it was crucial to note that it lay less than 1,000 miles from the Taichu ancient mine. one of the 7 forbidden zones of life in the Eastern Wasteland, with several vast veins extending from the forbidden zone into G family territory. Consequently, this locale was perpetually teeming with countless demonic beasts and rogue cultivators, rendering it an undeniable chaos-ridden expanse. What are your thoughts? Gu Zhe did not express his own opinion directly. Instead, he raised his gaze to inquire about the perspectives of others. With the uncertain presence of the third Elder G2 looming over them, the group was acutely aware of the potential dangers that lurked. Venturing into such an ambiguously delineated area could easily lead them beyond the protective bounds of the G family. Should that occur, it was likely that no one and no formation would be able to safeguard them. They harbored a subtle suspicion that this trial was deliberately designed to lure them out. Upon hearing Gu Zhe's inquiry, Pang Bo's face manifested clear signs of hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I have lingered at the initial stage of the Divine Bridge for half a month, making no progress in my cultivation. I wish to explore this matter further. I believe it would be prudent for us to refrain from involving ourselves in such affairs," countered Zhou Yi, presenting a contrasting viewpoint. He candidly stated, "Currently, all the elders of the G family are in seclusion. If we were to recklessly venture into an unfamiliar territory, and should that individual truly decide to take action against us, we would be utterly defenseless." Zhou Yi's words evoked a palpable sense of hesitation among the others, as they exchanged glances laden with uncertainty.